in a simple and quiet civilian house. Yi-chan woke up groggily, looking around with a confused expression. Where is this? He wondered. With this thought, many fragmented memories flooded his mind. This is actually Konoha? I've traveled to the world of ninjas. He quickly sorted out the images in his mind and gradually understood his current situation. There was no doubt he had traveled through time. Moreover, he had become Uchiha Yi-chan, a 9-year-old young ninja, currently in the 4th grade of the Ninja Academy. The reason he could occupy this body was because yesterday after school, he heard the tragic news of his parents' death. Overwhelmed with grief, in the lonely night when no one cared, he chose to end his life. Then, his consciousness crossed over and became the new master of this body. None of this matters. The key point is that the mortality rate in this era is extremely high, right in the midst of the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. The original owner's parents were casualties on the battlefield. In this chaotic world, human life is as insignificant as grass. Not only ordinary civilians, but even high-ranking ninjas find it difficult to live in peace. Without any support, Yi-chan felt extremely uneasy. Even being in the strongest village, Konoha, it was hard to gain a sense of security. Moreover, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan. After the Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan faced the threat of annihilation, truly a case of misfortunes piling up like rain during a leaking roof. The start is terrible. I kindly helped an old lady cross the street, but good deeds go unrewarded. After being hit by a car and dying, I still have to suffer this. System, are you there? Open sesame, little chicken pecking at the loach. No response. Where's the essential golden finger for time travel? I even said the code phrase, why hasn't it appeared yet? Could it be that good people don't get rewarded? Yi-chan shook his head helplessly. No golden finger is one thing. Just now I was seriously injured, my Sharingan didn't even activate, this body is way too useless. How am I supposed to play from now on? Although he has chakra, it is pitifully thin. Judging by him, he doesn't even have the aptitude of a Gen, and I don't know how this guy trains. A 4th-year student, training like this, his aptitude is really poor. And he even claims to be an Uchiha, how ironic. Bloodline is extremely important in the ninja world. Chakra can be supplemented later, but bloodline is innate. The closer it is to the Otsutsuki Kagaya's lineage, the greater the potential. Otherwise, no matter how much chakra or how strong the taijutsu, it will only be a fleeting brilliance like Might Guy. Yi-chan didn't want to save the world, but living a life means you have to accomplish something. Otherwise, it's all for nothing. He is very clear about himself. His abilities are limited, at best a little stronger than 1st or 2nd year students. Living like this, going to the battlefield is just a death sentence, isn't it? They sent me here without any benefits, and even made me transmigrate into a useless person. What am I supposed to do now? Yi-chan lay helplessly on the bed, sighing at how hard life was. But after some thought, since he had come to this world, he had to give it his all. In the next 10 days, he went to school during the day and trained at night, but his strength did not improve at all. He gradually realized that no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to achieve great success in this lifetime. Days passed one by one. After half a month, Yi-chan heard that the graduation time for their batch of trainees would be shortened, and they would have to go to the battlefield in a month. The front lines were short of troops and needed fresh blood. The news struck Yi-chan like a thunderbolt. He had only just transmigrated, and now he was about to go to the battlefield. He was completely unprepared. What should I do? In a month, won't I be finished? His strength was at the bottom of the class. In the past, he might have been able to delay graduation, but now, in these special times, being from the Uchiha clan, the Konoha leadership was even more eager to see their clan wiped out. A waste is a waste. Going to the battlefield was inevitable, and there was no escape. After thinking for a long time, he had no clue and could only sigh helplessly. Maybe this was his fate. Just as he felt helpless, a prompt sounded in his mind. Infinite evolution system activating. Yi-chan frowned, thinking he was hallucinating. If there really was a system, wouldn't it have activated earlier? What was there to worry about? Infinite evolution system activation complete. Reward, beginner-s gift pack. I really do have a golden finger. He suddenly sat up, the previous negativity instantly dissipating, hope surging within him. He was originally optimistic and did not give up easily, but the situation before was unsolvable, which made him disheartened. Now that he had the system, even if he didn't know its functions, as long as there was a chance, he would never give up. A light blue translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Character panel. Host, Uchiha Yi-chan. Combat power, 0.7. Strength, 1. Constitution, 2. Spirit, 4. Energy, 40. Bloodline, Sharingan inactive, Byakugan inactive. Talent, none. Skill, body replacement technique level 1. Evolution points, 0. Yichin stared at the panel, his mood instantly plummeting to rock bottom. Combat power 0.7 according to the system's conversion, the Genin stage ranges from 1 to 10, and he hadn't even reached Genin. This 0.3 gap was not to be underestimated. The closer to a breakthrough, the harder it became. Of course, if he could burst through and break the combat power barrier, he could still cross stages. For example, a Genin with combat power 9, after a ninjutsu burst exceeding 10, would no longer be considered a Genin. Combat power is a comprehensive value that measures strength. Yichin has worked hard for so long but hasn't even reached the rank of Genin. He's truly useless. He's probably not even comparable to Naruto's era. Although helpless, Yichin still needs to understand the system's abilities. Strength, as the name suggests, is one's own explosive power. The greater the strength, the stronger the burst. In the ninja world, strength isn't the most important, but it's absolutely indispensable. You can't always rely on ninjutsu in battle. Strength clashes are also common. Some ninjas specialize in taijutsu, pushing their strength to the extreme, making them extraordinarily terrifying. Physique refers to the body's potential, including recovery ability, reaction speed, defense strength, and so on. Everything related to the body counts. A strong physique means great potential. Yichen's physique is only 2, which is average among trainees. Finally, there is mental potential. Ordinary people usually have about 1 point in spirit. Exceeding 3 points is considered having the aptitude to become a ninja. Yichin has 1 point in strength, 2 points in physique, and 4 points in spirit, which seems good but actually isn't. At his age, a physique of 2 is quite ordinary. Some civilian ninjas are higher. The only thing he can be proud of is his mental strength. Don't forget, he is from the Uchiha clan. His bloodline should naturally have strong mental power. No wonder he hasn't activated the Sharingan yet. It's also impossible that he is heartless and unfeeling. Otherwise, how could he have been so devastated to death upon hearing of his parents' deaths? The root cause is that the original body's aptitude was too poor. Even with overactivation, the bloodline couldn't awaken. This trouble has now fallen on Yichin. The transmigration didn't go well, but with the golden finger, there is still a chance to reverse it. Yichen's gaze shifted to the bloodline and he was pleasantly surprised to find, besides the Sharingan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Is this a system gift? Or did the original owner's ancestors have some connection with the Hyuga clan? No matter, having an extra bloodline is always good. Even if there is conflict, the system can handle it. System, how do I activate the Sharingan and Byakugan? Ding dong, activating the Sharingan requires both constitution and spirit to reach 10 points each to activate a 1-tomo Sharingan. Activating the Byakugan requires strength, constitution, and spirit all to reach 10 points to activate the first stage Byakugan. Yichin was stunned. To activate 2 types of bloodlines, all 3 attributes must reach 10 points. Especially the Byakugan, which requires all 3 to be maxed out, indicating its potential is even greater than the Sharingan. He knew that in the ninja world, although the Byakugan is one of the 3 great dojutsu, its abilities are inferior to the Sharingan. Thinking this, he guessed that the Byakugan might evolve into the Rinnegan. Could his Byakugan bloodline have this potential? Feeling relieved, Yichin turned to the talent and skill panels. The talent panel was blank. He understood that without activating a bloodline, talent abilities were impossible. Yichin only had the 3 bodies technique skill, and he sighed helplessly. With poor aptitude and low family status, the 3 bodies technique was still a mandatory school skill. It was only level 1 now. Although he didn't understand the exact meaning, it was definitely weak. After half a month of effort, he barely managed to release a clone, but the effect was extremely poor and useless in battle. Having level 1 was considered just the beginning. After reviewing his attributes, Yichin sighed deeply. He thought he was weak, but didn't expect to be this bad. He could only rely on the system to help improve his strength. What are evolution points? He asked. The system replied, evolution points can enhance the host's aptitude and improve skill levels. They are an indispensable resource. If you want to get stronger and escape fate, rely on them. Yichin was speechless. This system was really unreliable, but he had no choice but to listen to it. How to get evolution points? Complete tasks to earn them, work hard. The future is not a dream. A crow flies by, Yichin is too lazy to bother, opens the newbie gift pack to take a look. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding dong, little cutie is opening. Gift pack rewards. Storage space 10 cubic meters. Evolution points 100. Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru. Talent, energy conversion. 1,000 silver coins. Yi-chun was dumbfounded. Is this ninja world still a mixed world? How come there are even Zanpakuto? He was familiar with Hyarinmaru, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, which has 3 core states and is extremely useful in battle. However, he was unsure if this sword had any special abilities. He took Hyarinmaru out from his storage space. The blade was icy blue, the white hilt engraved with ice flowers, radiating a cold aura. Currently, it only had basic ice attribute power, and its true strength had yet to manifest. He tried it out, but Hyarinmaru showed no reaction. Obviously, his strength was still insufficient to activate it. However, he discovered that Hyarinmaru could be freely absorbed into his body by thought. In an instant, Hyarinmaru transformed into a pale blue light and entered his arm, revealing an ice flower pattern. Really convenient, Yi-chun smiled. He stared at the evolution points and understood that every 10 evolution points could increase 1 attribute point. Now with 100 points, he could only add 10 attribute points. This required careful planning. Obviously, he needed to activate the Sharingan first. Spirit +6, Constitution +4, all evolution points used. How to obtain more in the future will depend on the system releasing tasks. Strength surged suddenly. Yi-chun clearly felt his body burning like a furnace, his mind exceptionally clear, and his spirit and constitution rapidly enhanced. After adapting to the new abilities, he was confident his combat power had reached the level of a genin. The talent is energy conversion, which can transform the ownership energy items obtained by the host into evolution points. Yi-chun's heart jolted, gaining a new way to acquire evolution points. He looked around. There were no energy items in the room, only the ice flower marks on his arm, each with different colors. It seemed he could only convert these marks, but Yi-chun was unwilling to give up. No amount of evolution points could exchange for this divine weapon. Character panel displayed. Host, Uchiha Yi-chun. Combat power, 1.7. Strength, 1. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 10. Energy, 100. Bloodline, Sharingan inactive, Byakugan inactive. Talent, energy conversion. Skill, body replacement technique level 1. Evolution points, 0. The increase in strength brought confidence, reigniting Yi-chun's fighting spirit. Come on, Uchiha Yi-chun. Make those who look down on you tremble. He no longer rested, stood up, and felt his chakra surge more than double, with his energy level also rising. He was secretly pleased, thinking that this time he definitely wouldn't fail to master the 3 bodies technique. According to his memory, he slowly formed the hand seals while mobilizing chakra, Wei. As soon as he formed the first hand seal, the chakra spun rapidly, and beside him, a clone identical to him appeared, with the same expression. This. Yi-chun was stunned. He clearly remembered that the 3 bodies technique required 3 hand seals to complete, yet he succeeded with just 1. Previously, even after forming 3 seals, only weak clones appeared. What was going on? Could this be a change brought by his increased strength? His gaze sharpened as he saw the skill bar display, level 1 clone technique 10%. Looking again at the skill panel, he guessed that the level and percentage represented proficiency. With this understanding, his practice became more focused. He no longer hesitated and continued practicing the clone technique. Sure enough, he succeeded again. The progress bar shows 20%. An increase of 10% at once, that's too fast. Chakra decreases by 10 points. Practicing the clone technique once consumes about 5 points of chakra. Yi-chun took a deep breath, calming his mind. His goal was to quickly advance the 3 bodies technique to a high level to enhance his self-defense capabilities. Another puff of chakra smoke dissipated, and the progress rose to 30%. Yi-chun kept practicing relentlessly, vowing to become stronger in the shortest time possible. He decided to act low-key from now on and not show his strength easily in front of others. If he suddenly became stronger, it would definitely attract the attention of Konoha Sambu. There are many mind-reading ninjutsu in the ninja world, so he must not let anyone easily detect his changes. Although the chance of being discovered was small, caution was always better. The clone technique finally upgraded to level 2, allowing him to summon 2 clones simultaneously, but chakra consumption increased from 5 points to 7 points. However, skill proficiency dropped from 10% to 8%, and the training speed slowed down. Despite this, he did not give up and continued training. Soon after, he found his chakra depleted and was unable to perform ninjutsu. He sat cross-legged, sinking his mind into his body, using his will to combine the energy produced by his cells with spiritual energy, converting it into chakra. This was his original chakra refining method. Just as he was about to refine, a sudden flash of insight appeared in his mind, and obscure characters emerged. Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique. Heaven and earth are born with me, all things are one with me, the bloodline of Yin and Huang, the law of heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual energy of mountains and rivers, drawing the essence of human culture, harnessing the brilliance of the stars, strengthening myself, and achieving the great way. Breaking illusions, tracing origins, swallowing the heavens, embracing the earth, refining oneself, merging with the Tao, creating worlds, immortality, returning to unity, freedom. Yi Chen was shocked. It had never appeared before, so why did it suddenly all emerge at once? He boldly guessed that his transmigration might be related to this cultivation method, but it hadn't manifested earlier, possibly because his cultivation level hadn't broken through. Since there was a better cultivation method, he naturally chose to abandon the old one. The original chakra refining method relied on the energy of cells and spiritual awareness, with limited output, and excessive use would weaken the body. Most strong ninjas in the ninja world relied on tailed beast energy, cell mutation, or special immortal arts to upgrade chakra. Ordinary ninjas dared not use ultimate moves lightly, fearing chakra depletion. However, the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique absorbed the primordial energy of heaven and earth, could improve the self, and reach the realm of unity between heaven and man, fundamentally different. After understanding this, Yi Chen began to cultivate this method. The first level was breaking illusions, I Chi perception and profound understanding, which could see through worldly illusions and perceive the essence of heavenly spiritual energy and primordial energy. Under the cover of night, Yi Chen gradually comprehended the method of using the heart, and the breaking illusions I began to appear. At the center of his brow, the ancestral aperture guided him. He visualized the chaotic Hongmeng and finally reached the realm of the breaking illusions I. At first, he could introspect himself and also sense the outside world, clearly capturing the flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, even distinguishing the original colors of different spiritual energies. This meant Yi Chen had stepped into the first level of the breaking illusions I. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes. His energy had fully recovered, and a cultivation methods section appeared on the system panel. This cultivation method is really powerful, chakra fully restored in 10 minutes. Remembering that it used to take 2 hours to recover, Yi Chen sneered disdainfully, planning to abandon the chakra refining method and never practice it again. Thinking of this, he brightened up and continued to practice the clone technique. To his surprise, previously casting the level 2 clone technique required 8 energy points, but now it only needed 3, and a single clone surprisingly consumed just 1 energy point. This made him extremely happy. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had such a miraculous effect. In this way, his training progress also greatly accelerated. As time passed, Yi Chen finally advanced the clone technique to level 3, exhausted his physical strength, and collapsed into sleep. Soon, light snoring sounds came from the room. Outside the window, a figure flashed by. Those crimson eyes were exceptionally piercing in the darkness. It was a Uchiha ninja with a 3-tomo Sharingan. He had been ordered to monitor Yi Chen for a long time. Seeing that Yi Chen had broken through to Genin but had not awakened the Sharingan, he felt both surprised and disappointed. In the eyes of the Uchiha, without the Sharingan, even a Jonin was nothing but trash. After observing for half a month, this Jonin shook his head and left, probably deciding not to pay attention to Yi Chen anymore. Yi Chen's cultivation method was still in its early stages, and outsiders could not see the eye of illusion breaking. They only thought he had some talent, but nothing of great use. Without the Sharingan, you're just trash. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up and the first thing he did was feel his strength increase, confirming that last night was not an illusion. He looked at the energy gauge, which was already full. Last night it was clearly depleted before he fell asleep, yet overnight it had completely recovered. Using the old chakra refining method, such an effect would have been impossible. He marveled at how powerful this cultivation method was. But he didn't practice anymore, got up to wash up, and took a cold shower while he was at it. He still had to go to school today, and in case anything happened, it would be easier to handle. He decided to save cultivation for the evening. He had thought about taking a few days off, but that would be too conspicuous. Taking leave a few days ago was fine, but doing so again now would only arouse suspicion. So he decided to keep a low profile and go to school as usual. Even if something seemed off, he could explain it as an emergency. After making up his mind, Yi Chen hurried through washing up, grabbed some pastries, and ate them while walking. The Uchiha clan was still the core force of the village, not marginalized or relocated to a remote area like after the Third Great Ninja War. They still lived in the village center, very close to the ninja academy. So, Yi Chen walked slowly to school as usual, not showing any impatience. He entered the school and headed towards his classroom. Someone greeted him along the way, but he only nodded in response. The Uchiha family members have always been aloof, looking down on the weak, usually with cold expressions. Yi Chen maintained this demeanor to avoid suspicion. The bell rang, and more than 10 minutes passed. A middle ninja homeroom teacher, about 20 years old, named Sujimoku Kiyotaka, pushed open the classroom door. Like other teachers, he treated all students equally, and Yi Chen received no special treatment. Sujimoku Kiyotaka glanced at Yi Chen, causing Yi Chen's heart to race, worried that some secret might be discovered. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher didn't look any further and began the lesson. But Yi Chen couldn't focus at all. He kept wondering why the homeroom teacher was staring at him with such a strange look. He was sure the homeroom teacher was observing him, which made him uneasy, but he quickly calmed down. As long as it wasn't a memory search, it was impossible to discover the secret. He resolved to be more careful in the future. Keeping a low profile and staying hidden is the best strategy. When the class bell rang, Yi Chen finally came back to his senses, not realizing that the time had already passed. Sujimoku Jingtai looked at the dazed Yi Chen, shook his head, and left. As the homeroom teacher, he knew about Yi Chen's family situation and wanted to guide him away from going astray. This was also an arrangement by the village's higher-ups. But the Uchiha people once advised him not to interfere in family matters. The family only wanted to see if Yi Chen had the potential to awaken the Sharingan. To them, the lives of ordinary clan members didn't matter, only those who awakened the Sharingan had value. After so many days, Yi Chen still hadn't awakened it, and the Uchiha clan members lost patience. Sujimoku Jingtai, seeing that Yi Chen had no problems, gave up on guiding him. Yi Chen didn't know the truth and thought the homeroom teacher was just paying attention to him, feeling quite nervous inside. The morning classes ended quickly. Theoretical teaching took up the morning, while the afternoon was mostly practical. For the afternoon practice, Yi Chen planned to just get by. If possible, not graduating would be best, to avoid going to the battlefield. But that was only his thought. As a Uchiha, avoiding the battlefield was almost impossible. If not fighting you, then who else? In the afternoon, on the playground, Sujimoku Keitai scanned the more than 40 students in the class and said, "Next, I will divide you into groups, and you will fight each other. You must not stop until I call a halt. Even if you lose, you have to get up and continue. Understand?" The students began to discuss among themselves. Previously, practice classes were conducted in groups, with the homeroom teacher supervising and providing commentary and analysis. But this time, the whole class would fight simultaneously, and no one could back down if they lost. Unprecedented. Yi Chen frowned, feeling a sense of urgency. Such training was usually given to 5th and 6th graders, but now even they had to participate. It seemed the rumors were true. Their class would graduate early and be sent into battle ahead of schedule. In times of peace, the village focused on nurturing the next generation. Now that war had broken out, the front lines urgently needed troops, and the trainees' training time had to be shortened. There is only 1 month left until graduation, and Yi Chen feels even more anxious. He must activate the Sharingan as soon as possible to have a chance of survival on the battlefield. "Quiet!" Sujimura Keitai shouted, his chakra intimidating the entire room, and the students immediately fell silent. Next, the students whose names I call, stepped forward. Hanada Jindao. A sturdy student stepped out from the crowd. Takahashi Matsu. Another student immediately stepped forward. "You two will be partners." "Yes, teacher." Hanada Kendo and Takahashi Matsu stood together, quietly waiting. Sugiki Kiyotaka continued calling the roll. "Yamanaka Koji, Tanaka Hana, you two are a group." "Yes, teacher." As the roll call sounded, the whole class was divided into more than 20 groups. Yeching was also assigned to a group, partnered with a civilian ninja named Saito Ki, whose strength was about the same as his, pretty evenly matched. Perhaps Sugiki Kiyotaka deliberately arranged it so that the strong and weak were not mixed in the same group, ensuring a true comparison of combat power. Looking at the child about 10 years old in front of him, the old Yecheng definitely couldn't have won, lacking experience after all. But now it was different. His strength had greatly increased, and he was confident he could easily win this duel. Saito Ki, combat power 0.8, rank below average, crushing him would only take one finger. Yecheng hadn't expected to be able to check the opponent's combat power and was secretly surprised. "Uchiha Yecheng, what do you mean by that look? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're an Uchiha," Saitomu said angrily, thinking Yecheng was looking down on him. Yecheng didn't respond, only feeling wronged. Although he was an Uchiha, he had never looked down on others. It was the system's fault for giving him special abilities without showing them in advance. At this moment, Sugiki Keitai's voice rang out again. "No weapons allowed in the upcoming fight. Everyone understand? Begin." Hearing that weapons were forbidden, many students breathed a sigh of relief. Although the kunai they usually used weren't sharpened and had limited lethality, getting hit by one still hurt. Yeching needed real combat practice, and fighting someone was a good opportunity. Prepare, form the Paris seal. Sugiki Keitai's voice sounded, officially starting the battle. Yeching and Saitomu simultaneously raised their right hands, forming the seal in preparation. Suddenly, Saitomu snapped his head up, pushed off with his foot, and quickly lunged forward, his right fist raised high, aiming straight at Yeching's face. Yeching was ready. His level 6 constitution gave him reflexes far beyond his peers. Even among genin he was considered average. Many genin focus on ninjutsu training, with little physical training. Only chunin and jonin begin to emphasize physical fitness. Although the opponent's physique is not bad, Yeching is clearly ahead. Despite this, he chooses to keep a low profile, countering each move and quickly dodging attacks. Seeing this, Saituki immediately threw another punch, aiming straight at Yeching's side face. Bang! Yeching met the attack with both arms, refusing to let his face take a hit. Image matters too. How could the handsome him be beaten into looking like a pig's head? The two separated. Saituki supported himself with his right hand, using his waist strength to suddenly twist his body, and a side flip kick came swiftly. Wow, this kid really hits hard. Yeching thought to himself, this little guy already knows to attack the lower body. He's going to be something when he grows up. He understood that this is a ninja's battle, a fight to the death, with every move striking vital points. Now they are enemies, with only one goal: to knock the other down. This moment is just an adaptation phase. Once Sujimoku Kiyotaka allows the use of weapons, the danger will be greater, and some people might even get injured. This is a ninja, this is the battlefield. Yeching wants to survive. He must adapt to this harsh reality. Otherwise, no matter how strong the power, he would just be fish meat to be slaughtered. With this in mind, he focused all his attention on the battle. Although he hadn't awakened the Sharingan, his 10 points of spiritual power allowed him to see through his opponent's moves and respond calmly. Outsiders saw him as taking hits, but he knew he was constantly adapting his abilities. Time passed, and the battle on the training ground continued, with occasional cries of pain from the injured. No matter how severe the injuries, Sujimoku Kiyotaka did not let them stop fighting. During this time, Yeching was hit multiple times, sometimes deliberately avoiding vital points, sometimes unable to dodge. Lacking experience and unable to strike with full force, afraid of being detected, he could only endure a few beatings. Next, he was about to suffer greatly. It was unclear whether his previous self had a grudge against Saituki, but every move hit a vital point. If it weren't for Yi Chen's superior physical condition, he probably would have had to crawl back today. Even so, by the end of school, he had bruises all over his body. Saituki cast a contemptuous glance, as if mocking Uchiha for being nothing special, just having lost to him. Yi-chan paid no mind, supporting his waist as he slowly left the campus. This beating was not in vain. At least his practical combat ability had greatly improved. As night fell, Yi-chan exhausted his energy and forced himself to practice the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique. Repeated practice raised his clone technique to level 4. Level 4 clone technique can create 4 clones, requiring only one hand seal and a thought to activate. This made him both excited and exhausted. The daytime combat class consumed a lot of energy. He barely managed a cold shower before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yi-chan went to school as usual. He simply listened to the morning classes. In the afternoon, still on the playground, he had expected to practice combat, but instead Sugiki Keitai had them practice throwing shuriken and kunai. These two skills are as important as combat and are essential for genin. Combined with the 3-body technique, this is how cannon fodder is born on the battlefield. Other ninjutsu? Forget it, you won't learn them either. Take Yi-chan as an example, poor aptitude, bottom of the big family, but about the same among commoner ninjas. If he hadn't transmigrated here, his chakra would be limited, and after a few uses of the 3-body technique, it would be depleted. If he is like this, commoner ninjas are even worse. Naturally, the school doesn't waste time teaching them other ninjutsu. Students from powerful families with potential have family inheritances. Those without background but with potential are assigned strong jonin instructors upon graduation. This habit formed, the school only needed to let them graduate. Although Yi-chan had a family background, he had no potential after graduation. He would probably only be cannon fodder. This was also why he was eager to improve his strength. Thud! A kunai hit the bullseye 6 meters away, and Yi-chan let out a long breath. The Uchiha clan generally had strong spiritual power, and throwing kunai was their specialty. Although this skill was not outstanding in his previous life, after transmigrating, it was simply unbearable. 10 throws, 9 misses. Even the worst students didn't perform as badly as him, completely like a novice. Fortunately, his spiritual power had improved a lot, and after continuous practice, he finally stopped missing the target. This time, he even hit the bullseye. Yichen kept up with the training pace because Sugeki Kiyotaka was watching him closely. He couldn't afford to lag behind anymore. The first practice was still awkward, but after many attempts, he finally found the feeling and could hit the bullseye almost every time. Seeing the results, Sugeki Kiyotaka moved the target to 8 meters away and let him continue the challenge. Shooting practice was not only for stationary targets but also for moving and differently angled targets. Gradually, Yichen's shuriken seemed to have opened up. His throws were fast and precise. Every time he focused, the shuriken flew toward different bullseyes from various angles. Sugeki Kiyotaka nodded beside him. At first, he worried that Yichen's previous troubles would affect his performance, but now it seemed his performance was much more reassuring. After all, experiencing such things would make even adults depressed, let alone Yichen, who was not even 10 years old. Time passed by second, and Yichen was completely immersed in training, even throwing aside his usual low profile. His outstanding performance made some who once looked down on him start to re-evaluate him. But in the eyes of the students from prestigious families, Yichen was still at the bottom. No matter how good his kunai throwing was, it couldn't compare to ninjutsu. Most ninjas thought this way, but Yichen disagreed. He believed that if strength reached a certain level, kunai could also break mountains and split rocks. So he seized every training opportunity to practice hard. Kunai throwing was originally a strong suit of the Uchiha clan, and no one doubted his talent. After school, Yichen's hands had already developed several wounds, blood dripping, but he was still excited. Only by becoming stronger could he gain a sense of security. He walked home while recalling his performance today. After returning home, he ate something simple and then started a new day of training. Bunshin no Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, and Transformation Jutsu were all crucial. Substitution Jutsu could swap places with nearby objects at critical moments to dodge attacks. A life-saving tool. Transformation Jutsu could change appearance or object form through hand seals, used for disguise and concealment. The clone technique had already reached level 4, and the substitute technique and transformation technique could not be neglected. It was not until late at night that Yichen brought the substitute technique and transformation technique up to level 3 before he exhaustedly went to sleep. Upon waking, it was another new day, still the same cycle of school, training, and repetition. Half a month passed, and Yichen's strength had noticeably improved. System panel display. Host, Uchiha Yichen. Combat power, 2.2. Skill, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Strength, 3. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 12. Energy, 120. Bloodline, Sharingan inactive, Byakugan inactive. Talent, Energy Conversion. Skill, Body Replacement Technique level 6. Evolution points, 0. Yichen's current combat power has reached 2, which already qualifies him as a competent genin. Coupled with his mastery of the level 6 body replacement technique, his strength is on par with those intermediate genin. He had just returned home today, preparing to eat something before training, when a knock sounded at the door. He was startled. No one had come to find him in over a month. Usually, only his teacher and classmates would interact with him. Who could it be now? Though puzzled, he got up to open the door. This was the Uchiha territory. Although he was not highly regarded, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan. If anyone wanted to harm him, the clan would not stand idly by. The door opened to reveal an Uchiha wearing a jonin uniform. The man said calmly, "Uchiha Yichen." Yichen nodded. "That's me. Who are you?" He had no memory of this person. "I am Uchiha Z, here today to deliver the condolence money sent by the village." These words immediately reminded Yichen of his past life, his expression darkening with a trace of pain. Seeing his reaction, Uchiha Z continued, "You will also receive 100 silver coins from the family every month until you graduate." After speaking, he handed over a letter. Yichen said thank you out loud, but cursed in his heart. He was about to graduate. This little subsidy was nothing. But he couldn't show his true feelings. An Uchiha without the Sharingan was seen as useless by the higher-ups and could be sacrificed at any time. He forced a smile, thanked him, and returned to his room. Once the door closed, the smile vanished instantly, replaced by cold indifference. He had no feelings for the family and stayed only to have a place to settle. Once he was strong enough, he would definitely escape this chaotic big family. The Uchiha clan still faced the risk of extinction. There was no need to continue sinking deeper. Holding the envelope, Yichen sighed, put it into the drawer, and cut off all illusions. In the days that followed, he trained even harder. During the day, he practiced real combat at school. At night, he cultivated the three bodies technique. His energy was constantly consumed, and his combat power gradually increased. The day of the Sharingan awakening drew closer and closer. He was full of anticipation, not knowing what changes would come after activation. On the other hand, deep within the Uchiha clan's elder residence, knock knock knock, a light knocking sound was heard. "Come in," an aged voice responded. Uchiha Shigeki pushed the door open and entered, bowing slightly. "Third elder." "Oh, Shigeki, is there something you need?" the third elder asked kindly. "I report to the third elder. This is the investigation report on Uchiha Yakin." Shigeki handed over the document. A glint flashed in the third elder's eyes. "How is it? Has the Sharingan awakened?" "Nothing." Hearing this, the third elder immediately lost interest in continuing to review the records. A clan member without an awakened Sharingan was not worth his attention. "But," Uchiha Shigeki said earnestly, "Yakin's physical abilities have already reached the genin level, and his chakra is very dense, much stronger than an average genin. Should we continue to observe him?" The third elder waved his hand. "No need, a kid without an awakened Sharingan isn't worth the trouble. You can leave now." The third elder didn't care about the intensity of the chakra. What mattered to him was whether the Sharingan had awakened. Today was the last test for Yecheng, hoping to stimulate his awakening with the matter of the compensation, but in the end, he was disappointed. Since the Sharingan couldn't awaken, Yecheng was no longer worth paying attention to. During these 3 days, Yecheng's life remained quiet and normal. One day near the end of school, Sujimoku Keitai shouted, "Classmates, I have news for you. The village has decided that in 7 days, the annual assessment will be held, changed to a graduation exam. Those who pass the exam will be granted the status of Konoha Genin and become true ninjas." Although he had expected it, Yecheng still felt the time was tight when he heard it. There weren't many opportunities left for him. The other classmates were completely different. They cheered and shouted excitedly. Some even doubted if they were dreaming, repeatedly asking if the news was true. Faced with their enthusiasm, Yecheng could not agree. Becoming a genin meant facing war and killing. They were all inexperienced children. How many would survive once they went to the battlefield? But these classmates didn't care about survival. They cared about whether they could fight for the village. Yichen didn't understand and couldn't empathize. While his classmates cheered, he quietly left the classroom, feeling that idle chatter was useless and it was better to go home and improve himself. In the next 3 days, Yichen trained the three bodies technique to level 9. Although the level 9 three bodies technique didn't greatly increase his strength, it made his survival ability more secure. The transformation technique he used was difficult for even some Chunin to detect. Only those with special abilities, like the Sharingan, could see through it. This made Jichin quite proud, but he also regretted that the Sharingan had not yet been activated. One day, Yichen suddenly thought of going to his predecessor parents' room. In his memory, they had left him several scrolls of ninjutsu. Previously, his memories were confused and he hadn't remembered, but now, thinking that after graduation he would soon go to the battlefield, learning a few more ninjutsu was a good thing. After some searching, he indeed found them. "Let me see, what ninjutsu do they have?" With excitement, Yichen opened the first scroll, and what appeared before his eyes was Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. This is a standard ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, a trump card for genin. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, difficulty level C, is one of the basic fire nature chakra ninjutsu. When performed, chakra is concentrated in the throat and then expelled from the mouth as a powerful flame through hand seals to attack the enemy. Yichen looked at it for a moment but did not rush to practice. Instead, he put the scroll aside and picked up several others. 2 of them were Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Fire Technique, and Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, both fire-style ninjutsu, differing only in difficulty. He sneered, thinking that one Fire Release technique could have so many variations, but the shapes and energy were different, and the levels were roughly the same. In his view, the key was proficiency and the strength of the chakra. Uchiha Madara could destroy half a village with one great fireball. The power of ninjutsu depends on the caster. Finally, Yichen picked up Illusion, Nail Binding Technique, a genjutsu performed through the Sharingan that creates the illusion of being pierced by nails, causing mental trauma. Mental damage is harder to recover from than physical injury, which intrigued him. He would be able to use it once he awakened the Sharingan. He chose the Nail Binding Technique and Fire Release, Great Fireball, abandoning the other 2 Fire Release scrolls, feeling it unnecessary to waste time practicing nearly identical ninjutsu. Improving strength was more important. Of course, if there were more advanced Fire Release techniques, he would be willing to learn them. In the following days, Yichen added a new training regimen: Fire Release Practice. Each time, he would choose a secluded lakeside to focus on practicing the great fireball technique. Through hard training, he not only mastered the ninjutsu but also raised its level to 2. 7 days passed quickly. Yi Chen arrived at the ninja school as usual. After listening to Yuan Fei Risen's long, empty speech, their class began the assessment. The outcome was already decided, it was just a formality. The Genin exam tested not only the 3-body technique but also field setup and code language tests. The first few rounds were written exams, much simpler than the Chunin exams, mainly testing common knowledge. Those who had attended school classes could easily pass. For example, official phrases like "will of fire" had long since bored Yi Chen. He deliberately answered a few questions wrong, wanting to see if the school would fail him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. He still passed with high marks. Although he had anticipated this result, Yi Chen was still very displeased. But he could only hide his dissatisfaction in his heart, not daring to show it. After all, he wasn't Naruto and couldn't do whatever he wanted in the village. As an insignificant Uchiha, quietly eliminated without a sound, he didn't even have a place to cry. He could only first get a diploma, slowly build up his strength, and wait for the day he would reach the peak and truly control his own destiny. The afternoon assessment began with basic taijutsu and ninja tool throwing. Since each person went on stage individually, by the time it was Yi Chen's turn, an hour had already passed. Next, Uchiha Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked to the center of the field, lightly wiped his wrist, and the kunai spun like a flower. He threw it gently, and with a bang, the target announced 10 rings. The scene erupted in noise, but Yi Chen remained calm and composed. He threw 10 times in a row, all perfect scores. If the throws were off, people would suspect he was deliberately showing off his strength, making him stand out even more. This also exposed how lenient the assessment was. It was almost impossible not to graduate. When the assessment ended, the afternoon was over, and the remaining content was left for the next day. Yi Chen trained hard all night, reaching level 10 in the 3 bodies technique, meaning all 3 skills were maxed out. But after breaking through, progress slowed, as if hitting a bottleneck. System: is level 10 the maximum for the 3 bodies technique? Although level 10 surpasses the release speed of most Chunin, Yi Chen is not satisfied and wants to go further. The system prompts: level 10 is the current limit. To break through, you need to become a Chunin or awaken your bloodline. There will be surprises then. Keep it up, worker, you're the best. Yi Chen is helpless. He wants to activate his bloodline but finds it difficult due to the slow improvement of his physique. The next day, the classmates are much more nervous. Yesterday's assessment was important but did not determine their fate. Today's results directly relate to whether they will be eliminated. In the ninja world, strength is paramount. Theory is useless. Whoever has the stronger fist, their word counts. Therefore, today's assessment is crucial for aspiring ninjas, and everyone is more anxious than yesterday. Yi Chen feels it's unnecessary. During peacetime, standards might be strict, and failing means repeating a grade, but now, even if you fail, you can still pass. In the eyes of the higher-ups, ordinary ninjas are just tools. Their lives are insignificant. Those ideals and beliefs, to them, are just shackles that bind the lower class. Saito Ki, step forward. Sujimura Keitai begins to register. Teacher. Saito Ki responds softly. Let's begin. Choose any one of the 3 bodies techniques, and passing the standard means you pass the test. This year's 3 bodies techniques assessment allows students to choose their own method. Obviously, the latter is easier to pass. For example, if someone is very skilled in the clone technique but only average in the transformation and substitute techniques, and hasn't mastered the latter too well, they can choose the clone technique to take the test. If the examiner specifies a certain skill and is unfamiliar with the student's actual level, it might go wrong. This simple truth is well known by the teachers, but they just turn a blind eye. Combined with the relaxed assessment standards from yesterday, it's clear that the Konoha frontline situation is tense, urgently needing these trainees to go into battle. They haven't experienced real war. Who can guarantee they will survive? This is irrelevant to the Konoha High Command but is a tragedy for these trainees. Uchiha Yi Chen. Sugiki Jingtai reported the name. Yi Chen came back to his senses, and calmly stood at attention. Start when you're ready. The examiner received the order. Everyone in this group had to pass. Yi Chen was from the Uchiha clan, so no matter how poor his results, he couldn't escape. Yi Chen nodded, slowly formed 3 seals, and a clone appeared on his left side. Not bad, you pass. Sugiki nodded with satisfaction, recorded the results, and said, you may step down. Yes, teacher. Yi Chen responded calmly and turned to return to his seat. As expected of the Uchiha, so handsome. Many girls looked at Yi Chen, their hearts fluttering. The Uchiha clan generally had high looks, and Yi-chun was an outstanding example. He used to have poor grades, dragging down his looks, but now that he is performing, he immediately attracts a lot of attention. The boys are unconvinced, thinking that summoning a clone is no big deal. So they desperately summon clones, trying to be stronger than Yi-chen to feel balanced inside. A few hours later, the assessment ends, and everyone passes. 3 days later, the class division trial begins, and everyone dreams of becoming a true ninja. Yi-chen, however, sets off on the return journey, not expecting much from the class division or the teachers, focusing instead on improving his strength. The three-body technique has reached a bottleneck, so for the next 3 days he focuses on practicing fire release. Fire release is a C-rank offensive ninjutsu, consuming much more energy than the three-body technique. Even when summoning 10 clones at once, the energy consumption is only 3 points. This is the power of the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, which condenses energy more than others' chakra. Currently, fire release, Great Fireball technique has reached level 5, meaning Yi-chen can enhance it by 5 ranks. Each level consumes 5 energy points, and 5 levels can unleash 5 times the power. His current combat power is 2.25 times the power is enough to threaten a Chunin, but it is still far from reaching the Chunin's burst level. Despite this, Yi-chen was already very satisfied. He had been training for just over a month, from breaking through to Genin, mastering fire release techniques, to successfully causing damage to a Chunin, something that was unimaginable before. Boom! A fireball shot out from Yi-chen's mouth, rapidly expanding into a huge fireball 5 meters in diameter, rushing straight toward the tranquil lake surface. The explosion echoed, the lake water was blasted into huge waves, mist spread everywhere, and the waves rippled outward layer by layer. The water at the center of the lake boiled from the high temperature, with bubbles constantly rising and bursting. Yi-chen watched all this with great joy in his heart. After days of hard training, the fire release Great Fireball technique had already shown its power, at least in attack. He finally had confidence. 3 days later in the morning, Yi-chen stood in front of the mirror tidying his clothes, tying the Konoha forehead protector on his right arm. The moment he put on the forehead protector, he truly became a ninja, the genin of Konoha, Uchiha Yi-chen. Walking out of the clan territory toward the ninja academy, every step carried a killing intent, perhaps due to a change in his mindset. Just over a month ago, he was still the weakest ordinary student in the class. Now, he was a genin facing the upcoming battlefield with a completely different mentality. Life and death are all up to fate. On the way, many female classmates saw him wearing a forehead protector and screamed repeatedly. Especially the commoner female students, who admired the strong even more. Yi-chen was handsome, no wonder they liked him. But he had no interest. First, it was not the right time to be distracted, and second, as a time traveler, his thinking was mature, and he would not be attracted to little girls. He found a seat in the last row, rested his hands on the desk, and scanned the graduating classmates ahead, secretly guessing who would become his team members. Just as everyone was getting a bit restless, the sound of footsteps echoed at the door. The whole room fell silent, eyes gathered at the door, waiting for the teacher to lead the team. The door was pushed open, and a young teacher walked into the classroom, holding a list. It was not Dingtai Sangmu, but the instructor of another class, Ichiban Taniguchi. "Students, quiet down." Taniguchi Ichiban stepped onto the podium, clapped his hands to get attention, and spoke in a gentle voice. "My name is Taniguchi Ichiban. Many of you know me, but I am not your team leader, teacher." Everyone laughed, finding him humorous. Taniguchi Ichiban suppressed his laughter and signaled for everyone to be quiet. "First of all, congratulations on passing the graduation assessment and becoming true ninjas. Today is the class division trial. You will be divided into groups of 3, led by experienced jonin to complete missions. You will become the closest partners and the most trustworthy comrades." Hearing this, the students began to look at each other, eager to know who their teammates would be. The class division and team assignments were decided from above. The students had no choice. Who was in which class was entirely up to the teachers. No matter what the students thought, they ultimately had to obey orders. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Taniguchi Ichiban smiled slightly and signaled for silence. "Students, I know you all want to know who will be in your class. Now, I will announce the list. Please remain quiet." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Forming teams was a big deal. It determined whether one could get good missions in the future. Strong teams were the ones valued by the village. Everyone stopped whispering and fixed their eyes on Taniguchi Ichiban on the stage. Class 1. He began reading names: Ishida Hanagoro, Masuda Sodai, Yamanaka Neko. Class 2. Nishimura Kuro, Takeda Hai, Maruyama Haru. Class 3. One name after another was called out. Some trainees in their seats were happy, others disappointed, but no one made a sound. Soon, Yakin also heard his own name. Class 7, Uchiha Yakin, Etomiyuki, a bro. Hearing these two names, Yakin's gaze swept forward. The two on his team looked back at him, one male and one female. It seemed each class had a girl, perhaps for balance or easier pairing. The male looked honest and sincere. Yakin hadn't seen him before and guessed he was from another class. The girl had short red hair and a carefree style, appearing outgoing. Her name was Itomiyuki, a well-known beautiful girl at the school, strong in ability and a bit wild in personality. It was said her father was a jonin. Yakin frowned and checked the 2's profiles. Abe Rowe, Genin, Combat Power 1.5, skilled in Earth Release, honest personality, easily persuaded. Itomiyuki, Genin, Combat Power 2.8, skilled in Fire Release, beautiful and strong. If you like her, you can pursue her proactively. After reading the info, Yakin's mouth twitched. The system was getting more and more inappropriate. But these two teammates seemed reliable: one Earth Release, one Fire Release, a reasonable offense-defense combination, and decent strength. It seemed that because of his status, Konoha's higher-ups hadn't assigned him poor teammates. Other classes varied, some strong, some weak. Yakin didn't care much about other classes, he only cared about his own, hoping these two wouldn't hold him back. As for comradeship, surviving was the key. First, too many bonds could be troublesome. At this moment, Taniguchi finished reading the list. Next, you all get to know each other. The team leader Jonin will come soon, and you will follow them. After speaking, he closed the list and turned to leave the classroom. As soon as the door shut, the room immediately erupted in noise. Everyone stood up and began looking for their future partners. They thought that being in the same class and team meant they were the most trusted partners. These inexperienced students all held this belief. But Yeching knew clearly that while everyone might think this way at first, once they stepped onto the battlefield and experienced the harsh baptism of war, many people's thoughts would change. Former ideals and sentiments would be replaced by self-interest for desire. Anything could be abandoned. What did comrades even matter? This sounded somewhat extreme, but war was just that merciless. Hello, my name is Abe Lang. The boy standing in front of him had slightly dark skin and awkwardly introduced himself. Yeching withdrew his thoughts and stood up to respond. Uchiha Yeching, nice to meet you. From now on, we are classmates and comrades. A girl wearing a blue combat uniform walked over, her gaze proud. So you're Yeching? I'm Ito Miyuki. I know about you all, especially you. I heard you're the last in the class. I hope you don't hold us back. Miyuki's words were not pleasant to hear, but straightforward, revealing her personality. I will work hard. That's good. If anyone bullies you, just mention my name, and it will definitely work, Miyuki said with a hearty laugh. Yecheng and Aburo exchanged a smile, not taking it seriously. After the three introduced themselves and sat together, Miyuki sat in the middle, crossing her legs like a big sister, while Yecheng shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Miyuki was beautiful, but her personality was fiery, completely mismatched with her name. Her parents probably made a mistake naming her. Next, Miyuki talked about her glorious deeds, leading fights and such, with the core point being that she wanted to be the boss, and Yeching and Aburo had to listen to her. From the conversation, it was learned that Miyuki's family was well off. Although not a great clan, her parents were both jonin, far stronger than most children from prominent families. Although Yeching was from the Uchiha clan, he had little freedom. His parents sacrificed for the clan and village, and he received no special treatment, his situation even worse than Miyuki's. Aburo's parents were chunin and both worked in the barrier class, with outstanding skills. Yeching, what about your parents? Sacrificed. Yichin said flatly. The two were stunned after hearing this. Meishue withdrew her smile and patted Yichen's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Abe Lang scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's okay, it's all in the past. The calmer Yichen was, the more awkward the two became, silently waiting for the lead teacher. Half an hour later, the jonin gradually entered the classroom. They were not all true jonin, most were special jonin, whose aptitude and combat power did not reach jonin level, but their explosive power was close to jonin. Yi Chen's fire release, great fireball technique, which he practiced, also had explosive power close to chunin level. This was the reason. Of course, everyone preferred to learn from true jonin, as they had richer combat experience and knowledge. This graduating class has too many students, and their potential is generally low. The village cannot pour a lot of resources into training these people without prospects. Moreover, it is wartime now. Jonin are the top-tier combat force. Although reserve strength is important, the front line is more urgent. Class 3, follow me. A special jonin on the podium spoke. 3 students immediately stood up and followed him out of the classroom. The classes gradually left, and the classroom slowly emptied, but the lead teacher of Class 7 had yet to appear. Hitomi Yuki slammed the table angrily and said, "The teacher is still late, what's going on?" Suddenly, someone appeared in the classroom, startling everyone. It was a middle-aged man with scars on his face, silently standing on the podium. Yi Chen's heart tightened. This person's strength was definitely at the Jonin level. Nakagawa Ichiryo, combat power 140, skilled in fire, wind, and water ninjutsu, a very strict guy. If he targets you, you have to be careful. Uncle Ryu. Hitomi Yuki immediately behaved upon seeing him, sticking out her tongue as she called out. The two obviously knew each other. Nakagawa Ichiryo scanned Yi Chen and Abe Ro, feeling puzzled. He had just sensed someone spying on him. That kind of gaze startled Yi Chen, who thought to himself, "System, can he sense you?" "No, host. Even the Hokage cannot detect the existence of this system. It's just that your spiritual power is too weak, and his perception is strong, which caused that reaction." Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and decided not to casually probe ninjas much stronger than himself in the future, so as not to expose his abilities. Kazuo Nakagawa sensed nothing, didn't he think much, and his gaze fell on the 3 of them. "Come with me." After saying that, he turned and left the classroom. Yi Chen and the other 2 quickly followed. When they stepped out of the school, Kazuo Nakagawa suddenly quickened his pace, and in a flash, his figure disappeared into the horizon. "Quick, follow him, this is a test." Miyuki Ito obviously knew something and dashed out swiftly. Yi Chen and Abe Lang exchanged a glance and immediately sped up to chase after them. They were all genin and couldn't fully catch up to Nakagawa, but Nakagawa didn't deliberately leave them behind. Instead, he led at top speed, testing their limits. Physical constitution determined running speed and agility. Yi Chen, with a constitution of 9 points, ran faster than an average genin and even a bit faster than Miyuki, but he deliberately slowed down, always staying 1 step behind, trailing them. Half an hour later, they arrived at the 7th training ground. Normally, it would take over an hour to get here from the school, but running at top speed this time cut the time in half. Except for Yi Chen, the other 2 were all panting heavily from exhaustion. Although Abe Lang was an Earth-style ninja with decent constitution, his combat power couldn't match Yi Chen and Miyuki. It was already difficult for him to keep up with their speed. Yi Chen and Miyuki had no intention of helping. They felt that if someone couldn't even pass this physical endurance test, being teammates would only be a burden, so it was better to eliminate them now. "Uchiha Yecheng, I underestimated you." Miyuki panted, looking at Yecheng's calm expression, realizing she had lost in stamina. But she was not discouraged. A ninja's strength relied on more than just physical power, and she did not think she was inferior to Yecheng. Yecheng did not respond, his gaze fixed on the figure ahead. "This is the 7th training ground. Keeping up means you've passed the test," Nakagawa Ichiryo said, lingering on Yecheng for a moment. Sure enough, this was the first test. Yecheng knew there would be more difficult challenges ahead. "Uncle Ichiryo, your test is too easy, not challenging at all," Miyuki said arrogantly. Nakagawa Ichiryo said coldly, "On the battlefield, no matter what kind of ninja you are, physical fitness is crucial. If you can't win, at least you can run. If you can't even run, the only outcome is death." His words were filled with a strong killing intent. Miyuki's face instantly turned pale, clearly frightened. She was only 10 years old. How could she bear such an aura? Thinking of death, Miyuki glanced at Yecheng, wondering how this guy had endured it, how painful it must have been. Yecheng noticed the sympathetic looks from Miyuki and Aburo but said nothing. "You 2 rest for a while first," Nakagawa Ichiryo said. Yecheng then found a step to sit on and quietly adjusted his mind. Miyuki and Aburo also sat down, calming their breathing and striving to recover their strength to face the upcoming tests. Kazuo Nakagawa looked at the 3 of them, walked over, and sat in front. "Let's take this break time to introduce ourselves to each other." "Sure, teacher, what's your name?" Abe Lang asked honestly. "My name is Kazuo Nakagawa. I'm a jonin, 35 years old this year, like eating barbecue, and dislike people who don't follow the rules." After speaking, he looked at Abe Lang. "Your turn to introduce yourself." "My name is Abe Lang, 10 years old, like making friends, dislike cilantro, and my dream is to become Hokage." Hokage. Yi Chen sighed, another one brainwashed by the will of the Hokage. Kazuo Nakagawa, expressionless, probably heard it too many times. He turned to look at Miyuki. "How about you?" Miyuki glanced at him and answered honestly, "My name is Miyuki Ito, I'll be 10 after the new year, like fighting, dislike, weak boys, and my dream is to become a strong woman like Lady Tsunade." After speaking, she even clenched her fist. Tsunade. Yi Chen fell silent. Tsunade was indeed strong, with a famous reputation, especially that broad-mindedness. Looking at Miyuki again, the two were worlds apart. It's fine to admire anyone, but it had to be Tsunade. However, their personalities were quite similar, only Miyuki was a bit fierce. Just as he was thinking, Kazuo Nakagawa's voice sounded, "Your turn, Uchiha Yi-chen." "My name is Uchiha Ye-chen, I'll be 10 in 3 months, I like training, and I hate trouble. As for my ideal." Ye-chen paused, because he had never thought about this question before. In his previous life, his ideal was to earn 5 million, marry a beautiful wife, have 2 children, and live a happy life. After crossing into the ninja world, where life could end at any moment, he just wanted to get stronger quickly and survive. "Ye-chen." Ito Miyuki gently bumped his arm. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing." Ye-chen withdrew his thoughts and said, "My ideal is to awaken the Sharingan and become strong." Although he said this, his true ideal was to survive, and maybe one day leave this place. "Sharingan? What is that?" Abe Lang asked curiously. Ito Miyuki frowned. She had heard from her parents about the Sharingan. Ninja from the Uchiha clan who awaken the Sharingan are often lunatics. Before Ye-chen could answer, Nakagawa Ichiryu spoke first. "The Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Ninja who awaken the Sharingan, even if their strength is average, can contend with Chunin, the strongest." He looked toward the Valley of the End and said in a deep voice, "The strongest can even compete with the ninja god." The legend of Uchiha Madara was no secret to veteran ninjas, but the new generation knew very little about it. After hearing this, Abe Ro and Ito Miyuki exclaimed in surprise. Although they didn't know who Uchiha Madara was, they were familiar with the ninja god that was the first Hokage, the founder of Konoha's peace, and the first face carved on the Hokage rock. To be able to rival the ninja god, just thinking about it showed how strong he was. At first, they were worried, but now Ito Miyuki was full of envy toward Ye-chen's bloodline. Nakagawa Ichiryu said nothing more but mentioned that Uchiha Madara was a taboo topic in Konoha, and talking about him would cause trouble. He heard Ye-chen's ideals and felt deeply moved. Although he didn't know much about the Uchiha clan, since Ye-chen assigned him, it meant Ye-chen had not awakened the Sharingan. Otherwise, the clan would have surely sent a jonin to personally teach him, rather than entrusting him to an outsider. This also meant the Uchiha family had already given up on him, believing he was hopeless to awaken the Sharingan. Nakagawa didn't say this aloud but left hope for Ye-chen so he wouldn't slack off in his training. Half an hour later, Nakagawa Ichiryu clapped his hands and stood up. "That's about enough. Next is the crucial test. What we just did was only the basic assessment." Saying this, he paused, revealing a meaningful smile. "There's one more piece of news to tell you." Thud. Abe Lang nervously swallowed, cautiously beginning to speak. "What news?" "If you fail this assessment, you will have to be sent back to ninja school and repeat a year." "Is there such a thing?" Yi-chen's eyes lit up. "Isn't this exactly what he hoped for?" "What?" Abe Lang stood up excitedly. For him, being sent back was simply unacceptable. "Teacher Nakagawa, you're not joking, right?" "Idiot." Miyuki Ito gave him a glare. "This has been the rule for years, and you don't even know?" Ichiryu Nakagawa chuckled lightly twice, said nothing more, and took out a scroll from his waist. "Your target is this scroll. The time." He glanced at the sky. "Before noon. There's also a punishment. Those who don't grab the scroll won't have lunch." Abe Ro's face instantly darkened. "Teacher, you're a jonin. No matter how strong we are, we can't snatch the scroll from you, right? That's not fair." Although Abe Ro appeared naive on the surface, he was well aware of the gap between ninjas. Not to mention the 3 of them, even 30 genin couldn't overpower a true jonin. "Don't be impatient, I haven't finished." Ichiryu Nakagawa smiled and said, "I won't attack you proactively, and my methods will only be at the genin level. You can use any means, ambush, poison, whatever you can manage. The only goal is to seize the scroll from my hands." Ye-chen felt some doubts in his heart. In this way, the weaker ones would definitely be eliminated, which seemed inconsistent with the higher-ups' intentions. If it were peacetime, being sent back to school to repeat a year would be reasonable. But now, it seemed unlikely. Could it be that these eliminated students would be directly thrown into the war afterward? Just without a teacher leading them, which means no protection. The scheming is really deep. Thinking of those students who were eliminated, once they hear there's a chance to rejoin the ninja team, they'd definitely be overjoyed and willing to do anything. In this way, their fate is even worse than being cannon fodder. Yi-chen didn't dare to take risks. He knew he still needed time to grow. Ding dong, new task generated, pass the class division assessment and officially become a member of Team 7, reward, a graduation gift pack. The task has arrived. Yi Chen was extremely excited. After waiting for so long, he finally caught the critical moment. This assessment, he must give it his all. Take your time to discuss. As soon as the words fell, Nakagawa Ichirio's figure flashed, instantly moving to a spot 100 meters away, standing calmly with his eyes slightly closed, as if resting. Let us go. Before everyone could discuss tactics, Ito Miyuki had already charged out, Abro closely following. Yi Chen had no choice but to follow. He didn't rush to act but first observed Nakagawa Ichirio's movements. Whoosh! 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 Miyuki Ito and Ro Abe launched the attack first, throwing shuriken from different directions. Several shuriken blocked Ichirio Nakagawa's dodging routes, with only 3 aimed directly at his eyes, throat, and heart. These two were ruthless, showing no mercy. Yechen took the opportunity to observe Ichirio Nakagawa's movements, looking for a chance to counterattack. An ordinary genin would have panicked facing such an attack, but Ichirio Nakagawa was different. He casually pulled out a kunai and swung it a few times, deflecting all the incoming shuriken. Yechen seized the chance, quickly rushing behind him and without hesitation threw a kunai. Ichirio Nakagawa's lips curled slightly with a movement of his left foot and a twist of his body. He easily dodged the attack. Yechen's eyes narrowed. There was no time to think further. Forming a hand seal with his right hand, he charged forward with a flying kick aimed at Ichirio Nakagawa's right temple. However, Ichirio Nakagawa was experienced and lightly leapt aside, avoiding the strike. He twisted the kunai in his right hand, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke rose behind him, and another Yechen appeared. The Yechen who was hit collapsed like a wooden stake. The Yechen behind quickly moved, reaching for a scroll. Seeing this, Ichirio Nakagawa tossed the scroll up, caught it with one hand, and raised his foot to kick Yechen hard. Damn! Yechen hurriedly raised his arm to block the kick. With a bang, he was kicked flying, his arm numb. But he quickly adjusted his posture, landed on both feet, and slid several meters before stabilizing himself. Yechen! Miyuki Ito and Ro Abe rushed over, drawing their kunai to stand in front of him. Ichirio Nakagawa glanced at Yechen, surprise flashing in his eyes. The substitution technique Yechen used earlier had actually fooled him. The force of that kick far exceeded that of an ordinary genin being able to withstand it. Showed that Yechen's physical constitution was extremely strong. He once thought Yi Chen was just a useless person, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yi Chen, are you okay? Ito Miyuki asked with concern. I'm fine. Yi Chen shook his head. Nakagawa Ichirio put away his kunai and said lazily with a smile, Yi Chen, you're quite strong, but trying to snatch the scroll alone isn't that easy. After speaking, he squinted at the three of them, showing no concern. Let us go. Yi Chen pulled the two others back, leapt several steps into the distant woods, and the three stood on tree trunks staring at Nakagawa Ichirio, who remained motionless in the center of the field. Yi Chen, what should we do? Teacher Nakagawa is too strong. At this moment, Ito Miyuki no longer insisted. She wanted to be the leader of the three, but seeing Yi Chen's strength, she knew she was no match. Snatching the scroll from Nakagawa Ichirio wouldn't be easy. Although she was good at fighting, she lacked strategy. Yi Chen looked at the two and said, since this is an assessment, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Next, we'll give it our all and list all the ninjutsu you know. Abro spoke first. I know Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall and Earth Release, Heart-Centered Decapitation Technique, just these two. Miyuki Ito also said, I can use Fire Release, Great Fireball and Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Yechen was secretly surprised. These ninjutsu were easy for children taught by their parents to master, showing a clear gap compared to ordinary ninjas. Alright, then let's first formulate a battle plan. Ichirio Nakagawa looked up at the sky. What are these kids discussing? Time is running out. Aren't they afraid of being eliminated if they don't act quickly? Suddenly, a bulge rose from the ground and quickly swam toward him. Abe's Earth Release is not bad. Earth Release, Heartfelt Decapitation Technique. Ichirio Nakagawa lowered his head, a hand reached out from underground, grabbed his ankle, and pulled him beneath the surface, leaving only his head exposed. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Miyuki Ito quickly formed hand seals and spat out a fireball. Amid the explosion, Ichirio Nakagawa leapt up. Unable to use ninjutsu beyond the genin level, he had to rely on experience to respond. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Another fireball attacked through the air. Ichirio Nakagawa formed a hand seal with one hand and performed Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, not to attack the fireball but to use the wind to change his position. He skillfully used this simple C-rank wind release ninjutsu, demonstrating the strength of a jonin. After landing, Itomiyuki was already nearby, shooting 3 shuriken at his landing spot. Nakagawa Ichiryu blocked them with a kunai, and 3 metallic clashing sounds rang out. Suddenly, Itomiyuki in the air approached, reaching for the scroll hidden at her chest. Not good. Nakagawa Ichiryu quickly retreated, seeing her bright smile. A bad premonition arose in his heart. He was clearly trapped. Another Itomiyuki was well prepared, reversing her kunai to stab at his back. Smoke rose, Itomiyuki missed the stab, the scroll fell from the smoke and was caught by her. Bang! Itomiyuki reverted to Yajin's appearance. That's right, the first Itomiyuki to make a move was actually Yajin disguised using the transformation technique, aiming to confuse Nakagawa Ichiryu's sight. Under normal circumstances, a Jonin's eyesight would never be deceived, but Abro first used Earth Release, Yajin immediately followed with Fire Release, then Itomiyuki struck from the air, executing a triple-layered attack in succession. Nakagawa Ichiryu had no time to judge the truth, which one was the real Itomiyuki, and which one was Yechin. However, what Yechin did not expect was that Nakagawa Ichiryu, who had been fighting them all along, was actually a shadow clone, effortlessly handling all 3 of them. Is this the strength of a Jounin? Clap clap. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the woods. It was Nakagawa Ichiryu himself. You all performed well, especially Uchiha Yechin. Your strength surprised me. Yechin hadn't noticed when Nakagawa used the shadow clone technique. He had thought the plan succeeded, only to realize he had been fighting a clone. This year's exam really was a sham. Now I announce that you have all passed the exam and officially become genin of my 7th squad. Abro jumped up excitedly. Itomiyuki smiled, but her gaze remained fixed on Nakagawa's back. Uchiha Yechin, just how much strength have you been hiding? When Yechin unleashed the great fireball, Itomiyuki vaguely felt he was holding back. Alright, to celebrate the formation of Team 7, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Abe Lang was even more excited. Teacher Nakagawa, you're the best. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for passing the class division assessment and receiving a graduation gift pack. Yechin also showed a faint smile. Let's go eat barbecue. Abe Lang shouted loudly, pulling Nakagawa Ichiryu as they headed back. Yechin and Itomiyuki silently followed behind. This moment of warmth, who knows how long it will last. Time moved into the afternoon. Uchiha clan territory. Yechin returned home and couldn't help but laugh out loud when recalling Nakagawa's painful expression while paying. For a month, Yechin had almost only eaten dry rations and soldiers' pills, so he indulged in a big meal after a long time. The barbecue alone cost a full 10,000 silver coins. Ninja World Currency Conversion: 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins equals 1 million copper coins. 10,000 silver coins equal 10 gold coins, which would require completing several C-rank missions to earn back. However, Nakagawa, as a jonin, didn't consider this amount significant. He just didn't expect Yechin and Abe Lang to have such big appetites, eating up his half-month allowance. None of this mattered. Yechin refocused his thoughts and concentrated on the graduation gift pack. Graduation gift pack rewards. Evolution points plus 100. Spirit fruit plus 10. Silver coins plus 1,000. Yechin was very familiar with 2 of them, but what was the Hualing fruit? Hualing fruit, after consumption, it can gradually improve physique. 1 piece can stave off hunger for 3 days. It can improve physique and also resist hunger, much better than the soldier's ration pill. Yechin took out a Hualing fruit, about the size of a small apple, pure white all over. It tasted sweet, far better than the soldier's ration pill by many times. More importantly, it could improve physique, exactly what Yechin needed. After eating a Hualing fruit, Yechin felt invigorated, his gaze turning to the evolution points. With these 100 points, he could activate the Sharingan today. System: Physique plus 1. Ding dong, consuming 10 evolution points, current constitution 10. Yechin's whole body trembled, as if a raging fire had ignited within him. Reaching constitution 10 felt like crossing a threshold. His physical strength leapt to a new level. The warmth faded, replaced by a stinging itch in his eyes. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. Immediately, a sharp pain surged through his eyes. He covered them, struggling to endure it. At the peak of the pain, Yechin howled toward the sky. His originally black and white pupils glowed with a blood-red light, revealing the scarlet single Tomo Sharingan. As the pain subsided, Yechin gasped for breath, sweat sliding down his cheeks, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once the Sharingan activated, the surroundings instantly became extraordinarily clear, as if the image quality had been turned to the highest setting. The dust in the air, the texture of the leaves outside the window, the distant buildings, all were clearly visible. This is the field of vision of the Sharingan. Originally, the eyesight was only 5, now it has increased tenfold. No wonder Sharingan ninjas are stronger than ordinary ninjas. With just this field of vision, many ninjas can hardly escape its gaze. Yi Chen lowered his head to observe himself. Although he couldn't see through the meridians and acupoints like the Byakugan, the concentration and flow of chakra were clear at a glance. The dantian was like a burning flame, with some energy flowing along the meridians around the eyes. Imagining future battles, as long as the Sharingan was activated, he could foresee the opponent's movements and ninjutsu in advance, giving him an obvious advantage. Truly worthy of the Sharingan, this ability alone was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for activating the Sharingan. One Tomo activates the talent, Amaterasu. What? Yi Chen was surprised and quickly checked the system talent panel. Sure enough, Amaterasu level 1 had been added. One Tomo activates a talent, and it's this kind of godly black flame. Amaterasu, the undying black flame, burning all things in heaven and earth, with endless targets and unceasing black flames. The power is determined by the energy of the caster and can be upgraded. Amazing! Even a Chunin can be instantly killed. However, the energy consumption is still unclear. Yi Chen did not try it for now but instead focused his attention on strength. Both his spirit and physique have reached 10 points. As long as strength also reaches 10, all 3 attributes at 10 will activate the Byakugan. He hoped that when the Byakugan bloodline is activated, he might gain another talent. Currently, strength is only at 4 points. The goal is clear, so he continues to work hard. System, allocate all evolution points to strength. Ding dong, 90 evolution points consumed, strength increased to 13. Boom! Yi Chen's muscles suddenly bulged all over his body, veins writhing like little snakes. Ah! The power surged, increasing by 9 points at once, equivalent to an additional 450 gene of explosive force. The body could hardly bear it, pain was unbearable. Half an hour later, with a roar, the muscles slowly settled, Yi Chen grew 5 centimeters taller, his physique more robust. Ah! He roared angrily, the left eye revealed a Mangekyo Sharingan with a Tomo, the right eye flickered, finally turning pure white with a silver gleam shining at the center. The Byakugan was activated. The right eye swept across, vision penetrating obstacles, able to see distant objects. Yi Chen estimated he could see about 1 kilometer away, and with concentration, 3 kilometers could be clearly seen. The Byakugan has a 360-degree no blind spot view, wide field of vision, no blind spots. This ability alone is already extremely powerful. The pain just now was worth it. Ding dong, congratulations on activating the Byakugan, you have gained the talent Spatial Compression. Spatial compression, within a 1 meter range, all material space can be compressed, doubling the power. This talent can be upgraded. As expected, a new talent activated, and it's related to space. Just from the name, you know it's powerful. Doubling the power isn't huge by itself, but combined with ninjutsu, it will have a very strong effect. Amaterasu and spatial compression are both currently at level 1. If their levels can be raised, the power would be limitless. Yi Chen wondered again, does upgrading talents also require improving proficiency? Ding dong, host attention, upgrading talents requires consuming evolution points. Level 1 to level 2 requires 1000 points, and each level up consumes 5 times more. Yi Chen was stunned. Talent upgrades can't be done by grinding alone. Level 1 requires 1000 points, level 2 5000 points, level 3 25,000 points. Where do these evolution points even come from? He swept his Byakugan over his dantian and found the black and white energies rotating alternately, closely connected. Yin and Yang. Yi Chen was shocked, guessing that to improve his combat power in the future, he might need to cultivate 3 attributes simultaneously, and the gap between them must not be too large. Once Yin and Yang become unbalanced, the 2 bloodlines might become unbalanced as well. What would happen then, he could not predict, nor did he dare to try. Dual cultivation of body and magic became his only choice from now on. A powerful force erupted within Yi Chen's body. He was certain that one punch from him could kill a cow, and many genin could not withstand the power of his fist. Strength 13, equivalent to 650 gene of punching power, though not yet the 1000 gene of the first level, Yi Chen already had half the strength of the second level. Character panel displayed. Host, Uchiha Yechen. Rank, genin. Combat power, 3.7. Skill, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Strength, 13. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 14. Energy, 140. Bloodline, Sharingan 1 Tomo, Byakugan 1 Rotation. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 1, Space Compression Level 1. Skills, Body Replacement Technique Level 10, Fire Release Great Fireball Level 5. Evolution Points, 0. After activating both bloodlines, Yi Chen's strength greatly increased, giving him the confidence to counterattack even against Chunin. Although excited, he was physically and mentally exhausted and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, with the faint light shining through the window, Yi Chen woke up and couldn't help but laugh when he saw his activated Sharingan in Byakugan. As long as he grows steadily, his dreams will surely come true. Recalling what Nakagawa Ichirya said, they had to gather at the Hokage building before 8 o'clock today to receive their mission. Yi Chen's mood instantly grew heavy as he walked into the washroom with a sense of helplessness. The village wouldn't let them go directly to the battlefield. They first arranged simple tasks to accumulate experience and also to let them understand the importance of completing missions. Thinking about having to do trivial jobs like catching cats, finding dogs, and slacking off, Yi Chen felt a headache coming on. He knew this was to familiarize them with the process and understand the hardships of being a ninja, but these tasks were really time-consuming. He would rather have a break to focus on training. But this was the rule, so he had to comply. After washing up and eating, Yi Chen went to the Hokage building. Abe Ro looked excited, thinking that taking missions meant earning money and gaining experience, and wanted to try it out. But when the work actually started, Abe Ro lost his spirit. The three of them followed Nakagawa Ichirya to the small river by the village to pick up trash. Abe Ro complained about the mission being boring and not helpful for training while picking up garbage. In contrast, Itomi Yuki was calm and composed. She was usually carefree, but she understood village affairs and knew that every genin had to go through such tasks. Complaining was useless. It was better to finish quickly, accumulate experience, and strive for harder missions. Nakagawa Ichirya stood on the shore, carefully observing and recording the performance of the three. His gaze was fixed on Yi Chen, occasionally nodding in approval. Abe Ro was complaining, Itomi Yuki was diligently picking up trash, and only Yi Chen treated the mission as training. This was a skill every elite ninja must possess. Nakagawa Ichirya grew increasingly satisfied with Yi Chen and even wanted to take him as a disciple. A teacher only imparts knowledge, while a disciple inherits his skills. That was the difference between the two. But thinking of Yi Chen's identity, he sighed. The higher-ups intentionally or unintentionally suppressed the Uchiha clan, and as Jonin, they naturally saw this clearly. Once future wars settled, the situation would be unpredictable. Nakagawa Ichirya didn't want to get involved and could only keep his distance from the Uchiha. He valued Yi Chen because of Yi Chen's willfulness. Others treated it as a task, but Yi Chen used the environment to temper himself. Looking closely when Yi Chen picked up trash in the water, his feet did not touch the bottom but stepped on the water's surface. Only ninjas who have extremely proficient chakra control can do this. Many experienced genin cannot achieve it. Only Chunin can comprehend it. Yi Chen had just entered the genin stage and could control chakra to this extent, so Nakagawa Ichirya naturally became sincere. Yi Chen did not yet know that Nakagawa Ichirya had been watching him all along, wholeheartedly devoted to training. Anyone who follows Naruto understands the principle of using water walking to train chakra. Surprisingly, Yi Chen succeeded on his first try and became more skilled with practice, even able to run on water as if he was born with this ability. Yi Chen did not think he was particularly talented. This might be related to the cultivation method, plus he had dual bloodlines. Yi Chen, you can actually walk on water. Itomi Yuki discovered his secret. What? How do you do it? Abe Ro came over, scratching his head in surprise. Oh my god, Yi Chen, teach me. Yi Chen did not hide it and taught them the method of chakra control. The two tried many times but always stepped into the water or fell. Fortunately, the water was shallow, only up to their ankles, so falling was harmless. Why can't I do it? I'm going to be the Hokage. Abe Ro shouted. TCH, a man, huh? You're just a bragging little kid. Itomi Yuki complained irritably. She had wanted to be the big sister, but now she realized the huge gap between her and Yi Chen. She couldn't even do the simple water walking. Stop trying, you can't train chakra control like this, Nakagawa Ichirya said, unable to watch any longer, reminding them. Why not? Abe Lang asked in confusion. Isn't this how Yi Chen trains? He asked. Do you think you're a genius? Nakagawa Ichirya realized he had spoken too bluntly and might discourage them, so he quickly corrected himself. Everyone's situation is different. Yi Chen can do it because his chakra is strong. You can't, so you have to start with the basics. Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. He knew his own aptitude clearly. If he were truly a genius, he wouldn't have been unable to activate the Sharingan before. Teacher Nakagawa, how do we train? Ito Miyuki asked. Finish the task first, then I'll take you to a place. As soon as he finished speaking, Abe Lang responded excitedly, Teacher, that's great. With renewed spirit, he was no longer listless and quickly cleared the river channel like a whirlwind. I pick. Teacher, the task is complete. The three were dumbfounded. This guy wasn't lazy, he just had no one to motivate him. One person instantly finished the work of three. After submitting the task and receiving the commission, the team leader would take a portion of the commission. This was an unwritten rule, otherwise, the Jonin wouldn't have time to teach you. Afterwards, Nakagawa took the three to a remote forest to teach them how to concentrate chakra to climb trees. Stimulated by Yeching, the two trained especially hard. 10 days passed. Late at night in the Uchiha clan territory, Yeching completed his final training and collapsed onto the bed. The three bodies technique reached a critical point, about to break through to the advanced level. Ding dong, hostess three bodies technique initial stage max level reached, evolving into advanced three bodies technique. Advanced three bodies technique. The clone technique evolved into the myriad phenomena clone. The transformation technique evolved into the thousand faces illusion technique. The substitute technique evolved into the void flash shield technique. The myriad phenomena clone can utilize the environment to create itself, has a stronger sense of physicality, acts independently, shares some perception, possesses combat ability, and can provide feedback when dissipating. A level 1 myriad phenomena clone has 1% of the caster's combat power. So little, even worse than the shadow clone, but it can be upgraded, so it should be good. Yi Chen formed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone. The clone's temperament and appearance were exactly the same as his. Big brother, why did you call me out? The shadow clone sat down, poured water to drink, and bit into a pastry. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Isn't that an exaggeration? You still have thoughts and can eat? Boss, I've eaten you too. Release. The shadow clone was dispelled, and a bitten piece of cake fell. Yi Chen felt as if he had eaten it himself. Amazing, even the sense of taste is transmitted. The myriad phenomena clone can also aid cultivation. He thought of how Naruto trained using shadow clones, and realized he could do the same. With this help, it wouldn't be so hard, Unfortunately, a level 1 myriad phenomena clone can only summon one dynamic clone more, require leveling up. The thousand faces illusion technique can perfectly replicate the target's appearance, voice, aura, even chakra and spiritual fluctuations, and can mimic some basic abilities and combat habits. This skill is pretty good. Even if I turn into Uchiha Madara, as long as I don't actually fight, no one can see through it. It's much better than the transformation technique. The void flash shield technique doesn't require a substitute. It can instantly distort the surrounding space to perform short distance jumps, avoiding attacks with extreme speed and surprise. Level 1 void flash escape technique allows spatial jumps within a 1 meter range. Isn't this just the body flicker technique? But it looks more powerful and can be upgraded. Relying on it to escape in the future won't be a problem. With a thought, Yi Chen instantly appeared 1 meter away. Although still inexperienced, he indeed succeeded. The energy consumption was only 5 points, but his proficiency didn't increase. It seems invincibility is hard to achieve in a short time. However, with the advanced 3-body technique as a trump card, as long as he is careful on the battlefield, survival won't be an issue. At 8 a.m. the next day, Yi Chen arrived punctually near the Hokage building. Yi Chen, over here. Abe Lang waved and called him. Ito Miyuki stood nearby with her arms crossed, mocking, "You're always the last one." Yi Chen was indifferent. Arriving early isn't necessarily useful. When has teacher Nakagawa ever come before 1/2 past? If there is time, it's better to practice a few more hours. Besides, I'm not late. Abe Lang laughed. You practice in the morning? I train for an hour every day. Ito Miyuki thought to herself, this guy is so strong and disciplined, next time, I should change it to 2 hours. Their current strength wasn't gained by playing around, it was all earned through hard training. Laziness can't make one strong. Yi Chen rubbed his nose awkwardly and said he usually got up after 7, so there wasn't time to practice. His earlier words were just an excuse, but he didn't expect them to believe it. At 8:30, Ichiro Nakagawa appeared. Abe Lang complained, Teacher Nakagawa, you're always like this. Next time, make it 8:30 so you don't delay my training time. Nakagawa smiled awkwardly, sorry, I was late because I just helped an old lady cross the street. The three were speechless, it was always the same excuse. Could they change it for once? Alright, everyone is here. Let us go inside and take the missions. Nakagawa clapped his hands. The four walked into the hall and approached the wooden counter. Behind the counter were several chunin, responsible for reviewing and issuing missions. On the way, Abino complained again, "Teacher Nakagawa, please don't give us trash picking, babysitting, or weeding missions today. I'm so tired of those. Please give us something more challenging." "Okay." Nakagawa Ichiryo nodded. "Today, you'll take a C rank mission, just as you wish." "Great." Abino jumped up happily, thinking he finally wouldn't have to babysit the little kid anymore. Taking care of children was exhausting last time. After entertaining the little kid with singing and dancing, he was worn out for 3 days. C rank missions were different. D rank missions usually had no combat and were mainly for beginners to practice. Once you reached C rank, you had to face battles. Although you wouldn't fight ninjas, you often encountered bandits and thieves, no longer so easy. The three had been looking forward to this day. After doing 8 life missions over half a month, who wouldn't be annoyed? Yecheng also wanted to train himself through combat, to practice and punish those who bullied the common people. He suddenly realized that previously, they had to complete 15 D rank missions before taking a C rank one. Nakagawa making an exception this time meant they would soon be heading to the battlefield. Great, finally we can leave the village. Abe Lang hadn't grasped the deeper meaning yet, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Yi Chen and Ito Miyuki silently followed behind, both guessing what was going on in their hearts. At the counter, after talking with the staff, Nakagawa Ichiryo took out a scroll, on which was written a bandit suppression mission. The content was, there are more than 100 bandits on Wudo Mountain, disturbing the mountain paths, and they must be eliminated. Level, C. Requirement, kill all the bandits. Reward, 50,000 silver coins. Seeing the mission, Yi Chen became even more certain that this was a real combat exercise, meant to get them used to killing. Abe Lang fell silent as soon as he saw the mission. There were so many bandits to suppress, and the 3 of them were supposed to take out over 100 bandits. Not only Abe Lang, even the confident Ito Miyuki's expression changed. After all, they were only about 10 years old. Although they had the ability to kill, when it came to actually taking action, they still hesitated in their hearts. Yi Chen was also worried. As a time traveler, he was more composed, but after learning about the mission, he felt heavy-hearted. This path had to be taken, had to be crossed. The opponents were ruthless bandits. Killing them was also ridding the people of harm. He could only comfort himself with this reason. Seeing the 3 silent, Nakagawa Ichiryo spoke, "Since we've accepted the mission, we can't give up. This step has to be taken sooner or later. Rest today, and gather at the village entrance at 9 tomorrow morning. Don't be late." Before leaving, he added, "If you want to become a true ninja, killing is inevitable. We must learn to endure pains others can't bear and do things others dare not do. Only then are we qualified ninjas." After speaking, he instantly disappeared from the mission hall. Tomorrow they would leave the village to carry out the mission, and equipment was indispensable. Yi Chen spent an hour buying necessities: 10 kunai, 20 shuriken, 10 explosive tags, 1 bottle of healing ointment, 3 rolls of bandages, and 1 pack of soldiers' ration pills. These items cost 3,000 silver coins, more than an ordinary family earned in a month. Ninjas seem to have high income, but after deducting consumables and working hard, they don't earn much. Once ready, Yi Chen seized the time to train. He summoned shadow clones. Although the consumption doubled, the training speed also doubled. The shadow clones practiced the myriad forms clone technique, while the original body studied the last scroll, magic shackles technique. This is a Sharingan secret technique. After Yi Chen activated the Sharingan, he began training it. After 1 day, the magic shackles technique reached level 1 beginner, but the advanced 3 bodies technique still had no breakthrough. Yi Chen was not discouraged. This was exactly as he expected, as the advanced 3 bodies technique was extremely difficult. At 9 in the morning, Yi Chen came alone to the Konoha gate. In the distance, he saw Ito Miyuki and Abe Lang, both fully equipped but in poor condition, clearly having not rested well last night. Abe Lang saw Yi Chen walking slowly over, yawning, and said, "Yi Chen, you're still so punctual." Yi Chen did not respond. Seeing the 2 with dark circles under their eyes, he smiled and said, "Did you slack off last night?" "TCH. Ito Miyuki turned her head and took out a mirror to fix her appearance. Abe Lang slung his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder. "Don't mention it. I was excited all day yesterday and couldn't sleep at night no matter what." He opened his mouth wide, looking like he was about to eat someone, clearly exhausted. Yi Chen slapped his hand away. "If you're tired, just sit down and rest for a bit. Teacher Nakagawa won't come within half an hour." Abe Lang nodded. "You're right. I'll sleep for a while first." We won't have time to rest later when we hit the road. With that, he leaned against a stone in the open space and dozed off. Yichin shook his head, clearly overexcited, yet still claiming he couldn't sleep. Miyuki, do you want to sleep for a bit? I'll stay here and watch. I'll call you when the teacher arrives. No need. Ito Miyuki sat on the grass, opened her backpack, and took out a lunchbox filled with little pig-shaped rice balls. Yi-chen, let's eat together. Mom specially made this for me. Yi-chen didn't want to agree at first, but wanting to get closer, he sat down and took out a hualing fruit. This one is for you, and there's another one for Abe Lang. Ito Miyuki took it and asked curiously, what kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before. I found it by accident, and it's edible. I've tried it, Yi-chen explained. You didn't say it was poisonous, why should I listen to your explanation? She snorted, took a bite, and immediately praised its deliciousness. She also asked Yi-chen where the fruit was picked, saying she wanted to pick some to bring back for her parents to try. Yi-chen could only say there was no more. Ito Miyuki was a bit disappointed but still looked forward to the sweet fruit. The two sat down, chatting about cultivation while eating the rice balls Miyuki's mom made. Half an hour later, Nakagawa Ichiryu appeared. Not calling the teacher when eating is not being a good student, Miyuki reluctantly handed over the last rice ball. Teacher Nakagawa, I won't believe you from now on, it's always like this. Nakagawa Ichiryu didn't mind and ate it directly, squinting and smiling. Abe Lang is awake. Yi-chen walked over and nudged Abe Lang. Abe Lang joked, kill, 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 the Hokage is here, who dares to mess around? The three were speechless and had to deliberately turn their faces away, pretending not to know him. Hey, wait for me. Abe Lang saw the three walking away and hurried to catch up. Yi-chen, my brother, why didn't you wake me up earlier? You were sleeping like a pig, didn't even react when the teacher came. I dreamed I became the Hokage, I was so excited. The four of them gradually distanced themselves along the official road, and Abe Lang's straightforward personality brought quite a bit of laughter to the dull journey. By evening, Team 7 had reached the vicinity of Wuto Mountain. After a full day of travel without rest, although their pace wasn't too fast, their stamina was greatly drained. Abe Lang was especially exhausted, Miyuki was somewhat better, but Yecheng and Ichiryu Nakagawa seemed unaffected. As a jonin, Ichiryu Nakagawa's strong physique was normal. Yecheng's energy was surprising. Yecheng, did you take medicine? How do you have so much stamina? Abe Lang asked, panting. Miyuki was also curious, but since she hadn't smelled any medicine on Yecheng in the morning, it meant he hadn't taken any. I usually train a lot, so naturally my stamina is good, Yecheng explained. In fact, his physique was close to the Chunin level, so this kind of travel posed no pressure for him. You all rest quickly. It will be dark in an hour, then the mission begins. Ichiryu Nakagawa found a place to sit. He wouldn't take action in this mission, it was all up to Yecheng and the other three. Miyuki and Abe Lang quickly sat down, ate their ration pills, drank water, and rested. Yecheng also took a ration pill not because he didn't carry cooked food, but because it was too conspicuous, storage space was limited, and food couldn't fit. The ninja tool space was also small, placing weapons took priority, so carrying food was too extravagant. He didn't rest. He leapt onto a tree trunk, climbed several steps to the treetop, and took out binoculars to observe the situation at Wuto Mountain. The location of the Wuto Mountain stronghold was already recorded on the scroll, he only needed to confirm the terrain, which was the first step. For this mission, Ichiryu Nakagawa provided no advice, they had to complete it entirely on their own. And they had to annihilate over 100 mountain bandits, which was no easy task. Attacking the stronghold might be simple, but to leave no one behind, they had to devise a meticulous plan and also guard against Ichiryu Nakagawa. Because you never know if he might suddenly increase the difficulty or warn the bandits. While climbing the tree, Yecheng summoned a shadow clone, hiding in the shadows to keep a close watch on Ichiryu Nakagawa. The main body activated the Byakugan. It was almost impossible to tamper with him right under his nose unless he could instantly send his clone a kilometer away, but with his abilities, that was simply impossible. Fortunately, Ichiryu Nakagawa had no such intention but noticed Yecheng's small movements. The serious Ichiryu Nakagawa twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid is too cautious, even guarding against me. With this mindset, his chances of survival on the battlefield will be much higher. Looking again at Aburo and Miyuki Ito, they appeared to him as normal students. Yecheng observed from the tree for half an hour. The Byakugan was the strongest reconnaissance tool, while binoculars were just a disguise. He already had a plan in mind, and just as he was about to act, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong, a new mission has been generated. The bandits of Wudo Mountain have committed numerous crimes, not only robbing passing merchants but also abducting women. Mission: kill the bandit leader, annihilate all bandits, and rescue the trapped women. Reward: evolution points plus 150, spirit fruit plus 5. A mission has arrived. Yecheng felt a surge of joy inside but burned with anger when he read the details. It was somewhat understandable for bandits to rob for wealth, perhaps driven to it by desperation, as people suffered during times of war. But to abduct women showed their inherently evil nature. They could not be left alive to harm others. Softly landing, taking advantage of the break, the three of them held a secret meeting to discuss the plan, excluding Nakagawa Ichiryu. Nakagawa Ichiryu was also happy to be free and quietly listened in. Execute according to the plan. Okay. Ito Miyuki and Abe Rowe responded in unison. Half an hour later, the three were ready to set off, moving forward in a triangular formation. Yichen had already figured out the route and the positions of the hidden sentries without missing a single one. This was the power of the Byakugan's strong reconnaissance. He walked ahead, arriving at a patch of grass, expressionless as he reached out and instantly snapped the neck of a mountain bandit. With a crack, the bandit didn't even have time to scream, collapsing to the ground in a miserable death. Staring at the corpse, Yichen was stunned, not because he was afraid of killing for the first time, but because the body emitted faint silver light under his Byakugan. Could it be? Yichen was shocked in his heart. The mountain bandit he killed could actually convert energy. At his thought, silver light flew up from the corpse and surged into his body. Evolution points plus 3. There really are evolution points. Yichen was astonished. Killing people could actually earn evolution points. The corpse remained cold and lifeless. This is energy conversion. With an additional way to obtain evolution points, Yichen felt great. Yi-chun. Ito Miyuki softly called him from beside. She thought Yichen was unsettled because it was his first time killing. It's nothing, keep moving forward. They approached Wudo Mountain Village. Yichen killed 12 bandits in a row and took down 6 hidden sentries. He earned a total of 65 evolution points, more worthwhile than completing missions. Yichen only killed villains, so he had a clear conscience. He discovered that only enemies he killed, or items containing his energy, could be converted into energy. Abe Lang, you guard the exit and deal with any stragglers, Yichen said. Abe Lang is skilled in earth release ninjutsu, making him the best choice to guard the entrance. If anyone tries to escape, he can use earth release to handle them. Alright, Yichen, Miyuki, you both be careful as well. This had been planned in advance, and Abe Lang nodded in agreement. Not far away, in the treetops, Nakagawa Ichiryu was secretly observing. They breached the mountain stronghold so quickly? He watched as the three of them silently took down 6 or 7 sentries without alerting the stronghold, feeling suspicious. Could it be that he has activated the Sharingan? It was impossible to see so clearly just with binoculars. He could only suspect that Yichen had awakened the Sharingan. Miyuki, come with me up the mountain. We need to clear out the bandits and must not hold back. Got it. Compared to Abe Lang's nervousness, Ito Miyuki was much calmer. After all, she was the daughter of a jonin and adapted quickly. The two swiftly made their way deeper into the mountain stronghold. Ninja physiques far surpassed those of mountain bandits, and their night vision was excellent. With Yecheng leading the way, they easily reached a spot not far from the stronghold. Under the moonlight, Yecheng and Miyuki stepped on branches, silently approaching the perimeter. The stronghold was merely surrounded by wooden walls, with 2 watchtowers, each manned by a bandit lookout. Inside were more than 20 wooden huts, so crude that Yecheng wondered why there were so many hidden sentries. Were they afraid of dying? He shook his head to signal, and the two split up to first take out the 2 lookouts. Miyuki nodded, and the 2 crept toward the sentries like ghosts. Silently, they drew kunai, covering the bandits' mouths and noses from behind, then plunged the kunai straight into their hearts. Evolution point plus 2. Yichen sneered and signaled towards the opposite direction. The two of them quietly infiltrated from the outskirts. He estimated there were about 130 people in the mountain stronghold, including the women being held captive. More than 20 bandits had been killed by them, leaving fewer than 100. The slaughter began. Moving from one wooden cabin to another, Yichen's actions were swift and decisive, like a master. But every time his blade pierced flesh, he felt resistance in his heart. He kept reminding himself that this was the ninja world, a battlefield, and only by adapting could he survive. Whoosh! After confirming the enemy was down, Yichen exhaled softly and left the cabin. He observed outside for a moment, then moved toward the next cabin. Peering through the door crack and confirming there was only one person inside, he used a kunai to pry open the latch and quickly slipped inside. Before long, he emerged holding a bloodied kunai. The assassinations went smoothly. Many bandits were idle and asleep, giving them the opportunity. Just like that, he moved through the sea of corpses like the Grim Reaper, silently reaping enemy lives. Unfortunately, things didn't always go as planned. As he approached deeper inside, Yi Chen heard the piercing screams of a woman. Through the crack in the door, he saw an infuriating scene. A bald big man was cruelly torturing a woman. The woman was covered in bloodstains, pinned to the ground begging desperately, already tortured beyond recognition. Beast! Yi Chen's anger flared up, and he kicked the door open. Bang! The big man was startled and shuddered violently. Who's there? Didn't you see I'm having fun? If you want to play, get in line. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold flash streaked by, and the big man's head flew off. Ah! The terrified woman looked at the gruesome scene before her, her scream of horror echoing through the mountain stronghold. Immediately, flames erupted everywhere, and the bandits noticed the abnormal situation, shouting loudly, "Enemy attack! Don't kill me, don't kill me!" The woman, tortured and battered, panicked and lay on the headless corpse, forgetting to push it away, only begging desperately. Yi Chen kicked the corpse aside, picked up some tattered clothes to cover her, then turned and left. He did not regret his earlier actions. Anger burned fiercely in his heart. Although this woman had nothing to do with him, her helpless eyes and humiliation were impossible for anyone to ignore. He was a ninja, but not cold-blooded and heartless. Faced with the abuse of a woman, he could not remain calm. Everyone, come out quickly! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A mountain bandit had just shouted twice when, on the other side, a figure rushed out and directly grabbed his neck. That person was none other than Ito Miyuki. She was confused but, upon hearing the shout of an enemy attack, she rushed out. Seeing Yeching, she asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Don't worry about that for now, kill them all." Yeching shouted angrily. This time, Yeching was truly furious. Before, he had hesitated to kill, but now his heart was filled only with rage. "Okay." Ito Miyuki responded without much thought. At this moment, 20 or 30 mountain bandits rushed out from all directions, and Yeching met them head-on, holding kunai. He used no tricks, relying entirely on instinct, quickly cutting down one life after another. Ito Miyuki had just started to move, but, seeing Yeching so frenzied, she instinctively stopped. "Yi Chen, what's wrong with you?" The slaughter lasted only a few minutes. Corpses were everywhere in the village, all life cut down with a single stroke. When the chaos ended, only 10 bandits remained in the village. The bandit leader looked at the few survivors beside him, his face pale like pig liver. Hundreds were wiped out in an instant. Such a gap was unbearable for him to accept. Tread, tread, tread. Yi Chen and Ito Miyuki walked into the largest wooden house, one on each side. It was the place where the bandits usually gathered. "Boss, they're ninjas." A bandit saw the forehead protector on Ito Miyuki's forehead and shouted in terror. "It's over, we're finished." Ninjas were a terrifying existence in the eyes of the bandits. After the Ninja World War broke out, the mountain bandits tried to take advantage of the chaos, but unexpectedly, they were targeted by the ninjas. Thud. "Honorable ninjas, please spare us. We are just ordinary civilians, forced into becoming bandits. We have done no evil." The bandit leader, seeing the situation turn grim, knelt down and begged for mercy. The other bandits also pleaded, explaining they were forced into this against their will. Yi Chen turned his head and saw several women hiding in a corner, their clothes torn, eyes full of fear, with obvious bruises on their bodies. "This." The bandit leader also noticed and quickly explained, "They are our women. They are afraid of seeing the corpses." Before he could finish, his throat was pierced by a sharp blade, a kunai driven through his throat and pinned into the wooden floor, blood staining the floor red like a blooming flower of death. The bandit leader clutched his throat with both hands, blood spurting out, eyes wide open, trying to speak but unable to make a sound, collapsing to the ground dead, dying with eyes wide open. "The boss has been killed." The remaining bandits shouted in terror. Just as they tried to escape, Yi Chen had already transformed into a shadow and flashed out. His Shunshin no Jutsu was like teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, he killed all 10 of them. He stood coldly, the kunai in his hand still dripping with blood. Ito Miyuki was shocked by the scene. She was familiar with Shunshin no Jutsu, but for Yi Chen to have mastered it to such a level, she had only seen that among jonin. Yi Chen was only a genin, yet he had mastered the advanced 3 bodies technique, which made her feel a wave of frustration. Yi Chen ignored Miyuki behind him and walked straight toward the several women. Seeing their terrified faces, he said calmly, "You are free now. Follow me down the mountain later. Tell me, are all the women who were captured here?" A bolder woman answered, "A few more were taken away." Yi Chen thought of the women who had been abused inside the house and understood. He said, "Get ready, call all the sisters together, I will send you home." Upon hearing "go home," the women burst into tears. Yichen said nothing more and turned to walk out. He searched the entire mountain stronghold but found no bandits left alive. However, he found a lot of loot, obviously stolen by the bandits. Miyuki sent a signal, and Abro arrived. Seeing Yichen and Miyuki, he began to complain, saying they were supposed to wait for the stragglers. But the battle on the mountain had long been over, and not a single bandit remained. He saw the bodies scattered all over the ground and couldn't help but vomit. "Is that all you've got?" Miyuki sneered disdainfully, ignoring Abro and turning to Yeching to ask, "What now? Are we really going to send them back? Is there any other choice?" Yeching glanced behind him. "There are many bandits around here. If we let them go back on their own, they might get caught again. In this chaotic world, bandits have no humanity at all." Yeching insisted on sending them home because he didn't want to lose the last bit of his own humanity. Abro stuck out his tongue, and when he saw the jewels and silver coins on the ground, his eyes lit up. "So much treasure. Fool, don't even think about it. All these valuables have to be handed over, you can't keep any for yourself," Miyuki reminded him. Abro was immediately disappointed. It was the first time he had seen so much money. At that moment, Nakagawa Ichiryu appeared with a black-robed ninja. The black-robed ninja wore a demon-faced mask and carried a short blade on his back, looking like an Umbu ninja. "The mission is complete. The rest will be handled by the Umbu scout," Nakagawa Ichiryu said. The Umbu ninja nodded in acknowledgement. Kazuria Nakagawa looked at the three of them. "Let's go, return, and hand over the mission." Yichen had just taken a step, then stopped, looked back at the group of women, and then at the Umbu ninja. "Take them back, and leave some money for them, okay?" The Umbu ninja thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." On the way back, Yichen said nothing and kept hurrying. Abro wanted to say something cheerful, but was glared back by Miyuki Ito. Although Miyuki was young, she was already accustomed to the harshness of the ninja world. Seeing such tragic scenes made her uncomfortable, but she could accept it. Yichen was different. He was a time traveler, and his ideal was not to be a ninja. On his first mission outside the village, seeing such darkness in human nature gave him a new understanding of this world. If possible, he would rather stay in the village forever. Although unrealistic, he did not want to take on such missions anymore. Several hours passed, the sky began to brighten, and Yichen returned to the village. "Alright, there are no missions for the next 3 days, you can rest." "Understood, Teacher Nakagawa." The three said their goodbyes and each went home. Ichiryu Nakagawa watched Yeching leave, his brows tightly furrowed. He kills decisively, yet is soft-hearted. This way, he cannot awaken the Sharingan. He looked toward Wutushin, sighed deeply, and then disappeared. A great fire was burning on Wutushin, with male and female corpses scattered throughout the camp. If Yeching saw this scene, what choice would he make? Back home, Yeching lay wearily on a bamboo chair, staring at the ceiling, his mind replaying the earlier battle over and over. He removed his gear, feeling as if time had suddenly stretched long. He used to hesitate even when killing a chicken. Now, after killing dozens of people, he felt nothing. What exactly have I become? Those dying gazes kept flashing in his mind, making it impossible for him to calm down and practice. Unconsciously, he fell asleep. In the dream, countless eyes stared at him, wails and cries stabbing his heart like knives. Suddenly waking up, Yichen looked at the time. Only an hour had passed. Unease filled his heart, and he suddenly remembered the eyes in the dream, pushed open the door, and ran out. A few hours later, he returned to Wudo Mountain. Staring at the burned-down camp, Yichen was stunned. There had once been more than 20 wooden houses, now only charred ruins remained, and the bodies had long been consumed by fire. The air was filled with a dreadful stench. He didn't understand why he came here, only feeling that something was calling him. Step by step, he suddenly stepped on something. Stepping back to look, he was speechlessly shocked. It was a woman's hand, though burned beyond recognition. It had a skin tone different from that of the mountain bandits. Yichen dug through the soil, unearthed half an arm, and stared blankly at the white arm stained with dirt. Why would it be like this? As if recalling something, he rushed toward the wooden house at the deepest part of the camp. This place was also burned down. He pushed aside the charred wooden stakes and broke through the obstacles. The scene before his eyes completely stunned him. The ground was covered with badly burned corpses, their body shapes unlike men, clearly not mountain bandits, but those women. Yichen slowly walked by, his gaze finally fixed on a female corpse. The body was lightly burned, the clothes were destroyed, the upper body was rotten, but the face was still intact. Yichen still remembered that woman. When she was bullied by the big man, he had cut off the big man's head and saved her. But in the end, she still died. Why? Why can't you let these poor women go? They have suffered enough, why do you still hurt them? Yi Chen howled to the sky, the murderous aura on his body surged, and both his Sharingan and Byakugan eyes lit up simultaneously. The invisible pressure spread out this time, he was truly enraged. He was well aware of the laws of the ninja world, survival of the fittest, and competition among ninjas for interests was the norm. But why not even spare these unarmed women? Why is this happening? Konoha village, even the entire ninja world, has already rotted through. Yi Chen was delirious, his grief not as deep as Uchiha Madara's back then, but his anger was no less. He saw through this era only strength could realize one's wishes. Yi Chen slowly stood up, walked out of the mountain village, and looked at the devastated land. He coldly performed the great fireball technique, turning this place into a sea of fire. What he burned was not the traces, nor the corpses, but a heart that still held mercy. I am Uchiha Yechen, did you remember that? In the following 3 days, Yechen devoted himself to training. The advanced 3-body technique, 1000 forms clone, and void flash teleportation finally broke through to level 2. Level 2 1000 forms clone can summon 2 shadow clones simultaneously, doubling the training speed. The shadow clones focus on skill training, while the main body specializes in the primary technique, so energy consumption is no longer an issue. Of course, he also gets tired and usually rests for 2 to 3 hours before continuing training. His aptitude attributes also improved significantly. Strength increased by 2 points, constitution by 5 points, and spirit improved the fastest, increasing by 8 points. This is related to his emotional fluctuations. The more he trains ninjutsu, the faster his spiritual power naturally improves. He checked his evolution points, 70 enemies killed, 310 energy converted, plus mission rewards totaling 460 points. He plans to distribute them evenly to maintain balance among the 3 attributes and avoid fluctuations in combat power. Generally, ninjas focus on heavy ninjutsu during the Genin and Chunin stages, and only pay attention to physical constitution when they reach Jonin. However, Yi Chen cultivates all 3 aspects simultaneously. Although his promotion is not fast, his combat power is definitely stronger than ninjas of the same level. After using the evolution points, Yi Chen's combat power surged by double. System panel displays. Host, Uchiha Yi Chen. Rank, Genin. Skill, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat power, 9.8. Strength, 32. Constitution, 32. Spirit, 34. Energy, 340. Bloodline, Sharingan 1 Tomo, Byakugan 1 Rotation. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 1, Space Compression Level 1. Skills, Advanced Body Replacement Technique Level 2, Fire Release Great Fireball Level 7, Magic Shackles Technique Level 2. Evolution points, 0. Combat power 9.8, only 0.2 away from the Chunin level. Yecheng's base combat power is only 2, but he believes he will soon break through to Chunin. Although his base is not high, if he utilizes all his abilities, he can already be considered at Chunin level. He has only been in this world for 2 months. From a waste to his current achievements, it is inseparable from his hard work, and more importantly, the talents granted by the system. He did not become arrogant because of this and continued to train diligently. The strength of a Chunin is not actually strong on the battlefield. Even Jonin may not return alive, so he has no reason to relax. 3 days later, Team 7 gathered in the eastern forests of Konoha. The mission was to collect herbs. Ichirya Nakagawa assigned them this D-rank task to help everyone adapt and relax a bit, not to be too tense. This forest is contracted by the Nara clan, filled with medicinal herbs and home to many deer herds. Deer antlers are also valuable medicinal materials. Without the permission of the Nara family, other ninjas cannot enter freely. Abe Lang complained, finding this mission unstimulating. Last time during the bandit suppression, he barely took action, and this time it was just herb gathering he wanted to fight. Ito Miyuki advised him, saying that the forest was full of wild beasts and he needed to be careful, also reminding him that killing people was not a joyful thing. She noticed that Yi Chen's mood was unusually cold today. Normally quiet, he was now even more indifferent and ruthless, which struck her as strange. Seeing this, Abe Lang had no choice but to keep quiet. After 3 days of rest, both of them had adjusted their mindsets well. Nakagawa Ichiryu was somewhat puzzled by Yi Chen's change, feeling that he seemed hurt by something. His gaze was icy, and he treated others coldly. If this emotional knot wasn't untied, the road ahead would likely be difficult. 7 days passed quickly. During this time, they completed a C-rank escort mission for a merchant caravan. Although they encountered trouble, it was all within a controllable range, with no life-threatening danger. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't trigger any tasks. Today was a rest day. Ito Miyuki suggested going out shopping, saying that staying home training all the time would drive a person crazy. Yi-chen thought about it since crossing over, he hadn't properly strolled through Konoha village, so he agreed. The happiest was still Abe Lang. He had a lively personality and secretly liked Ito Miyuki's elusive attitude. Yi-chen knew that Abe Lang had probably already fallen for Miyuki. This was normal. The three had been through life and death together, forming a deep bond. Miyuki was not only beautiful but also the only girl in Team 7. Abe Lang liking her was just a matter of time. Yi-chen, however, had no such thoughts. A person who couldn't even protect his own safety, what was the point of talking about love? It was better to focus on training and getting stronger as soon as possible. Miyuki, Yi-chen, look. A new dumpling shop just opened ahead. I heard it's really good. Abe Lang excitedly pointed down the street. Yi-chen and Miyuki exchanged a glance and walked over, seeing a long line at the shop's entrance. They couldn't help but shake their heads and smile wryly. With such a long queue, it would take a long time to wait. At this moment, Yi-chen heard several familiar voices. Kakashi, hurry up, we have to celebrate Rin's birthday properly this time. We can't miss it. Obito, don't bother. It only happens once a year. Rin definitely wants to celebrate with us. I'll treat you to some dumplings later, how about that? Kakashi. Obito. Rin. Yi-chen listened and looked toward the direction of the voices. At the other end of the street, three figures walked side by side. The person in front had his back to him, wearing the Uchiha clan's attire, likely Obito Uchiha, who later stirred up the ninja world. He was excitedly talking to the other two, completely ignoring the surrounding gazes. Behind him, a man and a woman faced Yi-chen. Yi-chen could see them clearly. No, one person's face was blurred, about 11 or 12 years old, silver hair, carrying a short sword on his back, wearing a black mask, expression cold. This should be Kakashi, who had not yet escaped his father's shadow. When Yi-chen stared at Kakashi, Kakashi noticed and turned to look over. Their eyes met, sparks flying, a contest between geniuses. Yi-chen, what's wrong? Ito Miyuki noticed his unusual aura and asked. Nothing, just saw an interesting kid. If Kakashi heard that, he would probably curse silently. Come on, I'm older than you, who's the kid? On the other side, Uchiha Obito also noticed Kakashi's strange gaze. What's up? Why does your look seem weird? He followed Kakashi's gaze, turned around, saw Yi-chen, and immediately recognized his identity. After all, Uchiha clothing is too distinctive, it would be hard not to recognize. This is from my Uchiha clan, seems like I haven't seen him before. What's up with him? Judging by Yi-chen's age, he guessed he was this year's graduate. Obito didn't understand how a freshly graduated genin could catch Kakashi's attention. Kakashi only said one sentence, killing intent. This person has a very strong killing intent on him. No way, a just graduated kid, where would the killing intent come from? Obito didn't understand killing intent isn't something you have just because you say so. It's an aura forged through battlefield baptism, after killing many people. In battle, when killing intent emerges, enemies are often scared off. He himself had killed many enemy ninjas but hadn't developed killing intent. Now Kakashi said he felt killing intent from a just graduated kid, and Obito simply didn't believe it. Not long after, everyone gathered in front of the dumpling shop. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stood in front. Yushiro, Miyuki, and Aburo stood behind. Hey, I'm Uchiha Obito. Which division are you from? I've never seen you before, Obito said naively, just like Aburo, whose dream was to become Hokage. But later, Rin died, killed by his best friend Kakashi. Obito then fell into darkness, becoming Uchiha Madara, stirring up turmoil in the ninja world. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Obito urged. Uchiha Yoshiro. Hearing the name, Obito froze. He had seen Yoshiro's parents, who died right before his eyes. Looking at Yoshiro, Obito's expression was sorrowful. Sorry I couldn't bring your parents back. Today it's on me, eat without worry. If anyone in Konoha bullies you, tell me. No need. Yoshiro replied coldly. Why? I was your parents' comrade. Because you're too weak. At that time, Obito hadn't even activated his Sharingan and was of average combat strength. Without Kakashi's help, he probably wouldn't have made it. Hearing this, Obito got anxious. He usually didn't care about others' opinions but cared deeply about Rin. Kid, dare to say I'm weak? Let's have a fight and see who's weak. Obito. Rin gently shook her head. Obito immediately softened. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Just don't say I'm weak again, got it? Yi-chan looked at Rin, that adorable girl. Obito liked her, but unfortunately, he was a simp and ended up with nothing. After the little episode, Obito and Aburo hit it off, while Miyuki and Rin whispered to each other. Yi-chan and Kakashi, however, didn't say a word. Half an hour later, the three of them bought dumplings, greeted each other, and left together. Aburo bought dumplings, Miyuki stood there dazed, and Yi-chan watched their backs. He guessed these three were here to take the Chunin exam. Konoha holds the Chunin exam twice a year, and the end of the year was approaching. Considering their ages and that they had just returned from the battlefield, it wasn't hard to guess their purpose. Chunin exam. Yi-chan fell into thought, feeling that after the exam, they would have to go back to the battlefield. There wasn't much time left for him to train. Thinking of this, his enthusiasm gradually faded, and he didn't want to stroll around. But seeing his two excited comrades, he didn't want to leave either. Yi-chan, what flavor do you want? Aburo called out to him. Mildly spicy, Yi-chan answered casually. Abe Lang quickly returned carrying 3 bowls of meatballs, thoughtfully handing a tissue to Miyuki. Yi-chan watched silently without speaking and ate quietly by himself. The three of them spent the whole morning wandering around, and only after lunch did they each go their separate ways. Abe Lang had planned to explore the west side of the village, but Yi-chan clearly showed no interest. Yi-chan disagreed, and Miyuki lost her playful mood as well. Abe Lang wanted to spend more time with Miyuki but couldn't find a reason, so he had no choice but to go home reluctantly. Another 7 days passed. Besides eating, sleeping, and completing missions, Yi-chan was training. Through hard work, his advanced 3 bodies technique reached level 3, and his fire release, Great Fireball technique rose to level 9, all thanks to training simultaneously with 3 shadow clones. Without the shadow clones, he wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Coupled with the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique assisting him, his energy concentration was 10 times that of ordinary chakra, giving him confidence. Yi-chan's combat power broke through 10, and his basic combat strength had reached the level of a Chunin. In real battles, he was confident he could compete with high-level Chunin. As for Jonin, he didn't dare to be arrogant enough to think he could match them. Every Jonin was a battlefield veteran with rich experience, and Yi-chan couldn't rival them. Yi-chan, a wild boar is charging toward you, Abe Lang's voice came through the communicator. Yi-chan pressed the device and fixed his gaze on the rampaging wild boar ahead. His right hand brushed his waist, a kunai spinning on his fingertip. After aiming, he suddenly threw it. The kunai sliced through the air like an arrow released from a bow and swiftly pierced the boar's right eye. Blood splattered as the kunai penetrated the boar's brain, exiting and creating a large crater. Yi-chan controlled his strength carefully, but the explosive power was immense, and every move carried astonishing force. His strength aptitude was 33, with an explosive power of about 1500 Jin, equivalent to 1.5 times the first stage of strength. With this explosive power, a single kunai could kill an adult wild boar. The boar roared angrily, struggling in a pool of blood despite being pierced through the brain, but it was already on the brink of death. Abe Lang and Miyuki watched Yi-chan's actions in amazement. Yi-chan, you're incredible. You took down the boar with just 1 kunai. They felt the kunai was practically a large-scale weapon. Yi-chan responded calmly, though he hadn't used his full strength, not even employing spatial compression. If he used spatial compression, the power could double from 1500 to 3000, which would be truly terrifying. But Yi-chan wouldn't reveal his trump cards easily. He kept his strength hidden. This mission was to drive away beasts within a 10-kilometer radius and kill no less than 1/3 of them overall. They still had a lot of work ahead. You guys go drive away the beasts, I'll check elsewhere, Yi-chan said, then his figure disappeared. Watching his back, Miyuki felt something strange inside. Since the last bandit suppression mission, Yi-chan had changed a lot, becoming cold and carrying a frightening bloodthirsty aura. Abe Lang, don't you think Yi-chan is different? Miyuki asked. Is he? Abe Lang scratched his head. He has become stronger, hasn't he? No, that's not what I meant. Miyuki frowned. After the last bandit suppression, he became cold as ice. Being near him feels like touching ice. Then you should come closer to me. My heart is warm. Abino joked. Miyuki rolled her eyes. Too lazy to bother with you. With that, she ran off in another direction. Abino touched his chest and muttered to himself, my heart is clearly warm, so why can't Miyuki feel it? Time flew by quickly, and a month passed. The Konoha Chunin exams were nearing their end. Although it wasn't as lively as during peacetime, it still attracted many spectators. But Yajin was not present. Because the day to depart for the battlefield was drawing closer. The news had been announced, this batch of graduates would join the newly promoted Chunin to head to the Rain Country battlefield. The place Yi-Chen least wanted to go was the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is located at the junction of the Wind, Earth, and Fire countries, surrounded by several small nations. Its geographical position is complex, making it a key battleground in the successive ninja world wars. This time was no exception. Konoha ninjas, Suna ninjas, Iwa ninjas, Bounty ninjas, Rain Country ninjas, as well as the Akatsuki led by Yahiko, and ninjas from Kimogakure and Kirigakure, all gathered on this battlefield, creating an extremely complicated situation. Ninjas from all countries were on edge, and even the slightest disturbance could lead to life or death combat. The Land of Rain had become a graveyard for ninjas on the battlefield. Ninjas were like fuses, ready to explode at the slightest touch. This was why Yi-Chen didn't want to go. Of course, he couldn't decide this matter himself. His strength was not yet sufficient to defect. In the following days, Yi-Chen trained intensely every day. He created 3 shadow clones, one practiced fire release, another cultivated the magic shackles technique, and the last one rigorously trained the Hongmeng swallowing heaven art. This way, his energy remained at its peak. His original body focused on studying the secret lore of various countries. He also discovered that he could cultivate ninjutsu of the 5 major attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and even special attribute ninjutsu like wind, lightning, ice, and mist. Other ninjas usually master at most 2 or 3 attributes, and very few can master more than 5, mainly limited by their chakra nature. But Yi-Chen had no such limitation, meaning he could cultivate ninjutsu of all types, even wood release ninjutsu. Wood release is revered as the god of ninjutsu, the hallmark of Senju Hashirama, and the ability all Konoha ninjas dream of. Unfortunately, over the years, no one except Senju Hashirama has truly mastered wood release. Yi-Chen believed that ninjutsu itself is not the strongest. The key lies in the user. It's not wood release that's powerful, but Hashirama's constitution that made him strong. Conversely, if Uchiha Madara's constitution could reach Hashirama's level, his fire release would be equally invincible. Therefore, Yi-Chen valued his own strength more, but of course, he would also learn various ninjutsu. Having many skills never hurts. Ninjutsu scrolls are not easy to obtain, although the mission hall sells them. Most are low-level ninjutsu, so buying them isn't cost-effective. He had no plans to apply for high-level clan ninjutsu either. After all, if he activated the Sharingan and made it public, he might receive training, but he didn't want to lose his freedom. For now, fire release and the magic shackles technique were enough. What he wanted most was to upgrade the Great Fireball technique to level 10, increasing its power several times, and possibly evolving it, just like the 3 bodies technique. After several days of relentless training, the Great Fireball finally reached max level. Evolution. The system prompt sounded. Fire release. Great Fireball technique evolution successful, transformed into fire release blazing wildfire inferno wave, level increased to 11. The core of the evolution was expanding the range and adding a continuous burning effect. Yi-Chen saw the description and was delighted. The Great Fireball not only had enhanced power but also gained a continuous burning ability. He quickly formed hand seals, and the energy in his body transformed into flames that sprayed from his mouth, forming a giant fireball 11 meters in diameter, which he hurled toward the center of the lake. The fireball fell into the water, not exploding, but turning into liquid lava, changing with his will. After more than 10 seconds, a huge crater appeared in the center of the lake, and the surface of the lake returned to calm after a minute. Yi-Chen stared at the scene before him, stunned. The wildfire blaze flame wave seemed less powerful than the Great Fireball, but it could contract and expand, change shape, and continuously burn. Once it trapped an enemy, its power was incredibly terrifying. Character panel display. Host, Uchiha Yi-Chen. Rank, Shunin. Skill, Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique. Combat power, 10.7. Strength, 34. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 38. Energy, 380. Bloodline, Sharingan 1 Tomo, Byakugan first stage. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu level 1, Space Compression level 1. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique level 3, Fire Release Blazing Wildfire Inferno Waves level 11, Illusion Shackles Technique level 3. Evolution points, 0. Time flew by, and half a month passed. That morning, Yi-Chen was dressed neatly, carrying his ninja tool pouch on his back, fastening his forehead protector, packing his backpack, and quietly closing the door as he stepped out. He walked through the streets and alleys, heading straight to the meeting point. Along the way, he occasionally saw many ninjas carrying large and small bags, hurrying toward the Konoha main gate. That's right, today was the day to depart for the Rain Country battlefield. All ninjas heading to the battlefield had to gather first at the Konoha main gate, where the numbers would be counted before setting off together. 10 minutes later, Yi-Chen arrived at the Konoha main gate, where quite a few people had already gathered. Nearby, a dozen horse-drawn carts were lined up, some loaded with provisions, others with ninja tools, creating a magnificent scene. Yi-Chen, over here. Abe Lang's voice came from the crowd. Yi-Chen looked over and saw Abe Lang, Ito Miyuki, and Nakagawa Ichiriya standing together, all looking in his direction. Yi-Chen, you're always the most punctual one, Abe Lang joked with a smile. But today, Teacher Nakagawa arrived even earlier than you. Yi-Chen looked at Nakagawa helplessly, thinking this guy was really mischievous, even daring to joke with the teacher. Sure enough, Abe Lang suddenly jumped up holding his butt, startling everyone. Put! Ito Miyuki couldn't help but laugh out loud. She wore a blue-fitted outfit, light makeup, and short hair. Yi-Chen glanced at her, feeling a slight stir in his heart, then quickly looked away. Dummy! Ito Miyuki smiled at the corner of her mouth, not clear who she was addressing. Half an hour later, the third Hokage, Yuan Fei Raizen, appeared and began a passionate and stirring speech. Yuan Fei Raizen's words were highly inspiring. The ninjas who had never been to the battlefield listened with their blood boiling, eager to charge into the enemy ranks immediately. Only those ninjas who have experienced the battlefield clearly understand its cruelty and are no longer stirred by words. To ignite their fighting spirit, one must rely on interests or a great cause. Empty words alone won't convince anyone to follow blindly. Like most genin, Yi-Chen appeared excited on the surface, but his heart remained calm. The ninja world values strength. The strong claim their place, and if you don't accept it, you fight. There's no room for nonsense. Unconsciously, Yi-Chen changed. He no longer harbored pity and sealed away that kindness. Now, he had only one goal, to become stronger, because might makes right. 20 minutes later, Yuan Fei Nichiren's speech concluded. The frontline teams set out one after another. Yi-Chen glanced over the teams, about 20 jonin, more than 30 special jonin, and over 300 chunin and genin combined. With such a large and unevenly skilled group, their speed was naturally slow. With dozens of wagons carrying supplies, the march was even slower. They spent nearly half a month before leaving the Land of Fire and entering the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Strangely, it rarely rained in the Land of Fire, but as soon as they entered the Land of Rain, the drizzle never stopped, and the sun was seen only a few times a week. The ninjas who had lived long in the Land of Fire could not adapt to such weather at all, which also slowed the team's progress. Another week passed, and the Konoha team finally approached the main base of the Land of Rain battlefield. Ahead was a large canyon, with the main base hidden deep inside. Their mission was not only to advance but also to escort the supplies. Only when the supplies reached the main base could the mission be considered complete. Yi-Chen looked at the scene before him, his heart tightening. If the enemy had set an ambush here, they would definitely suffer losses. He was sure the accompanying jonin could see it too. Why still take this route? Was there no other way? The only reason could be the urgency of time. The main base desperately needed these supplies and reinforcements. Fortunately, the jonin from Konoha were not foolish. Knowing this place was prone to ambush, they slowed down and sent several squads ahead to scout. Time passed bit by bit, and the team slowly advanced. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance, and a ball of crimson flames rose up. Detonation tag, it's an ambush, a special jonin shouted. The team immediately fell into chaos. Many genin had never experienced real combat and panicked at the explosion. Luckily, the lead jonin stepped in promptly and stabilized the situation. Everyone, form a defensive formation, a roar came. Upon hearing the order, experienced chunin immediately organized the genin to form a defensive formation. The special jonin also each displayed their skills. Some rushed out to support reconnaissance, others sensed enemy movements from the rear to prevent sneak attacks. Other ninjas performed their duties, and the entire team operated in an orderly manner, as if rehearsed countless times, with everyone knowing exactly what to do. Only the newly promoted genin were like headless flies, forced to follow orders with no sense of security. Yi-Chen was also a newly promoted chunin, feeling uneasy, as if his fate was controlled by others, with no guarantee of safety. In the past half-month, he dared not train too much because of the many eyes watching. As a newly promoted genin, being too strong would only attract attention. He preferred to train less rather than invite trouble. Despite this, Yi-Chen did not let his guard down. Unable to practice skills, he focused on physical training, and the space compression skill came in handy. Space compression could not only compress objects but also enhance the compression force on the body. Yi-Chen used this ability to apply double pressure on himself, speeding up his travel. His stamina quickly drained but simultaneously recovered. Through this repeated training, his physique naturally grew stronger. Boom! A loud crash came from above the stone wall on the right, followed by the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Chen looked up and saw a Jonin from Iwagakure fiercely fighting a Jonin from Konoha, with a dozen Chunin standing ready nearby. After activating his two major bloodlines, Yi Chen's vision greatly improved. Even with his eyes closed, his field of view was wider than that of an ordinary ninja. He saw the IWA Chunin taking advantage of the Konoha ninja being restrained, working together to bombard the rock wall with ninjutsu. Understanding their intention, Yi Chen quickly pulled Abe Lang and Miyuki back. Although puzzled, the two trusted Yi Chen and did not resist, retreating with him. As they withdrew, the rock walls on both sides suddenly cracked, and countless stones fell like meteors, seemingly intent on destroying the entire area. Boom! 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 Boulders tumbled down, some thrown into the air by the explosions before crashing down again, plunging the canyon into chaos. Although ninjas had strong physiques, being hit by boulders had severe consequences. The ninjas below scrambled to dodge, but some inevitably failed to evade. After several breaths, the dust settled. Several ninjas were buried under stones, mostly genin, and many other genin were affected. Sparse raindrops fell, and Yi Chen and the others had wet mud smeared across their faces but had no time to wipe it off. The scene before them was shocking. Yi Chen, it's fortunate to have you, Abe Lang said, looking at the ravaged canyon with emotion. The falling rocks just now might have been easy for the Chunin to dodge, but they were deadly for most of the genin. Those buried under the rubble were mostly idealistic genin, their lives ending silently like this. What is even more tragic is that no one remembers their deaths on the battlefield, they are just nameless figures, only their families will mourn them. However, the real trouble was just beginning. Yi Chen looked around and saw nearly 100 ninja charging toward them from both ends of the canyon. Although their side had lost many genin, they still outnumbered the enemy, but their quality was far inferior. The IWA ninja were clearly well prepared, with many Chunin and over a dozen Jonin in their ranks, and the genin were mostly experienced elites. At this moment, the battle was about to erupt. Most of the people here were fresh recruits who didn't understand cooperation or the harshness of war, and their minds were in chaos facing such a situation. In contrast, Yi Chen's team was in bigger trouble. The Jonin leading them also saw the problem. The only thing they could do now was to buy time. With so much noise here, the main camp would soon receive the news, and once reinforcements arrived, they would have a chance to survive. Otherwise, this batch of newly promoted genin would be finished. Yi Chen scanned the battlefield and found that most of their Jonin were tangled up with the enemy, and the only ones truly able to fight were the Chunin escorting the team. The situation was grim. He took a deep breath and said to Aburo and Ito Miyuki, "Stay close to me and try to conserve your strength." The two nodded blankly and stuck close to Yi Chen, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, having been through life and death together for 2 or 3 months, their bond was hard to break. Yi Chen didn't want to watch them fall into danger without doing anything. Of course, if he himself couldn't hold on, he would have to act within his limits. The enemy ninja pounced like wild beasts. Fear was useless now. Led by several special Jonin, everyone stood ready. Yi Chen, Ito Miyuki, and a bureau of Team 7 slowly drew their kunai, preparing to fight. Just as the two sides were about to clash, someone suddenly shouted "kill!" And the battlefield exploded with roars, wails, the clash of weapons, and the roar of ninjutsu, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The newly promoted genin where Yi Chen was positioned were in the center, the target of the IWA Ninja's attack. Their mission was not only to destroy Konoha's supplies but also to eliminate these new soldiers. These genin had just graduated from the academy and were like lambs to the slaughter. Why did the IWA ninja focus on them? Because after being tempered by war, the rookies would grow stronger and become more troublesome on future battlefields. It was more cost-effective to eliminate them before they matured. The battle broke out, and the IWA ninja treated the rookies as targets. Over 30 IWA ninja used Earth Release, emerging from underground, intending to strike at the center, disrupt the formation, expand the scope of the fight, and deliver a heavy blow to the Konoha genin. Seeing the IWA ninja moving quickly underground, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. It was hard to kill Chunin on the surface, but underground, many genin were unarmed. Yi Chen was different. He had 3 shuriken in his hand, aimed at 3 key points, and the 3 shuriken whistled out like cannonballs. The void trembled, dust flew, and the IWA ninja's Earth Release was unexpectedly pierced through by the genin, dealing them a heavy blow. Puff, puff, puff. 3 blades pierced the ground, blood seeping out. With a thought, Yi Chen quickly absorbed the 3 light orbs into his body. Ding dong, evolution points plus 180. Yi Chen was overjoyed. The energy gained from converting to Chunin was surprisingly abundant, far surpassing mission rewards. He began to feel that this war was simply his playground. Several genin nearby stared in shock at those three bulges. How could Uchiha Yichen be so twisted? Were those shurikens mechanically launched? Even if they were mechanical, they wouldn't be this terrifying. Yichen's explosive power was nearly 2000 jin, combined with skilled technique, making his attacks extraordinarily powerful. The rock ninjas hiding underground were slow and even worse at dodging, practically moving targets. Facing Yichen, this powerhouse, they could only be unlucky. The three chunin fell instantly. The rock ninjas stopped hiding underground and switched to active attacks. Some leapt out of the soil layer, others used stealth ninjutsu. The decapitation technique was a typical ambush, pulling the enemy underground and delivering a fatal slash. Protect yourself. Yichen sensed movement underground and kicked off the ground, leaping into the air. The attacking ninja missed, but he quickly burst out from underground, holding a kunai. Clang! Blades clashed in midair, sparks flying everywhere. The rock ninja's pupils suddenly contracted, dropping the kunai. Yichen used the recoil to twist his body and deliver a kick to the opponent's abdomen. Bang! The ground shook, the rock ninja's abdomen was kicked into a shallow pit, dying on the spot. Yichen landed lightly. That kick used spatial compression, equivalent to third stage power, too much for a chunin to withstand. Evolution points plus 65. He grinned. The killing had only just begun. The battlefield was chaotic. Konoha had the numerical advantage but was restricted by the crowd. The rock ninja came prepared, avoiding direct confrontation, slipping into the crowd, using genin as cover to launch surprise attacks. Konoha dared not use large-scale ninjutsu, forced to watch their genin fall. The rock ninja attacked recklessly. The situation was one of being restrained on one side and frantically attacking on the other. The outcome was obvious. Yichen drew out his kunai, with no thought of changing the battle situation, only the desire to kill. Kill! Uchiha Yichen. At this moment, he transformed into darkness, wearing sunglasses, his eyes suddenly opening with one red and one white pupil. The chaotic battlefield was exceptionally clear in his eyes, every person's next move fully under his control. The Sharingan and Byakugan intertwined. Yichen seemed to perceive the essence of the world. He stepped forward, pinching several shuriken in his left hand, and threw them fiercely. The shuriken seemed to have a spirit, tracing beautiful arcs straight toward the target. Several rock ninjas sensed a deadly threat and immediately counterattacked, knocking down the flying shuriken. But their movements were still half a beat slow. Yichen used the third-level void flash, instantly moving 3 meters. The moment the enemy made a move, he had already appeared beside him, stabbing a kunai into the neck of a rock ninja. Ichiro, the rock ninja, shouted in alarm, as his companion silently fell. Just as he was about to counterattack, a blur flashed before his eyes, and an enemy appeared behind him. Yichen smiled at the corner of his mouth, threw a kunai, pausing for no more than 0.1 seconds. Substitution jutsu was useless under his sharp gaze. The kunai pierced through the chest, the substitution turned into smoke and dissipated, and the original body also fell, eyes wide open, never understanding how he was seen through until his death. Yichen. Ito Miyuki was stunned. She was fiercely fighting a chunin when a figure suddenly appeared and instantly killed the rock ninja. She thought it was a jonin intervening, but seeing Yichen wearing sunglasses, she was shocked. Yichen's strength was already so formidable, his Shunshin no jutsu was more exquisite than many jonin-s, easily slaying enemy chunin. Watch out! Yichen flashed to her side, creating distance. A rock ninja launched a signature jutsu attack. Yichen's eyes expanded, revealing the enemy's chakra pathways clearly, easily predicting their movements. Earth release, Earth Dragon Spear. Sharp stone pillars rapidly erupted from the ground, chasing them along their retreat path. Fortunately, Yichen retreated quickly, dodging the attack 10 meters away. Before the enemy could strike a second time, Yichen released Miyuki, a flash at his waist, and the shuriken in his hand spun with a streak of white light. Space compressed, doubling the power. Whoosh! The shuriken sliced through the void, cleaving the blocking stone pillar in half. The rock ninja, forming hand seals, felt the pressure and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Spatial compression doubles the speed of the shuriken, greatly increasing its destructive power, leaving only a streak of white light in the void. Before the rock ninja could react, his head was severed. Tumbling through the air, he had a faint trace of consciousness left, and the only word remembered in his mind was Uchiha. Energy plus 80. Don't get distracted on the battlefield. Yichen reminded him, then his figure quickly disappeared into the battlefield. Yichen. Ito Miyuki watched Yichen's departing back at that moment. Just now, he gave her an unusually strange feeling. Uchiha Yichen, you have awakened. Yichen moved through the enemy ranks, ruthlessly slaying enemy ninjas. But he was well aware not to provoke the enemy's jonin lightly. Whether he could win was another matter. The greatest loss was having his actions hindered. Killing a Chunin earned dozens of evolution points, a reward far more valuable than reckless fighting. Perhaps he killed too fiercely, ultimately drawing the attention of the special Jonin. A kunai was shot from behind, but Yeching, relying on his Byakugan with a 360 no blind spot vision, slightly tilted his body and easily dodged. Looking back, a rock ninja was charging at him, and another rock ninja had also abandoned other targets, aiming straight at Yechung. He had killed more than a dozen Chunin in a row. The commotion was too great, so naturally he couldn't escape the surveillance of the Jonin. Two special Jonin came at him simultaneously, which was only to be expected. They did not expect that a newly promoted Genin could be so terrifying, killing Chunin as if they were no one. If it were an elite Jonin, it wouldn't be surprising, but this was just a Konoha Genin. Wearing Uchiha attire made them think even more of the Sharingan. The bodies of Uchiha Sharingan ninjas were extremely valuable and were a must-contend prize on the battlefield. Yeching had long been prepared for this. When he unleashed his full strength in battle, he foresaw that someone would target him. He craved more evolution points. This risk was worth taking. Clang clang. 1 against 2, Yeching was already engaged with two special Jonin. There were no reinforcements from Konoha. Having one person hold off two special Jonin greatly reduced the pressure. As for how long he could hold out, no one cared. Special Jonin have strength comparable to Jonin level, although their aptitude is still that of Chunin. Their combat power far exceeds Yeching's. Fortunately, Yeching cultivates both physical and spiritual strength. His mental power is inferior to theirs, but in a contest of physique and strength, the outcome is uncertain. Ding ding. Yeching held kunai, clashed with the two rock ninja, then quickly retreated, temporarily creating distance. The two rock ninja did not rush to pursue. They positioned themselves on the left and right, staring intently at Yeching. Both hands trembled slightly just now. He was actually at a disadvantage in the clash. They found it hard to understand why a Konoha Genin's strength was so formidable. Could he be specializing in taijutsu? But that didn't make sense. He wore Uchiha attire, so how could he be like an ordinary ninja who only trains in taijutsu? In the ninja world, those without talent focus solely on taijutsu, like Mike Guy and Rock Lee, who lack spiritual talent and thus train their bodies. But they were mistaken in their approach. Physical constitution is important, but strength is equally indispensable. Only by combining strength and constitution can one possibly unleash powerful combat ability. Kid, stop struggling. You're just a Genin. How could you possibly survive against the two of us special Jonin? Put down your weapon and surrender now. You have good potential, and our Iwagakure can still accept you. Seeing Yeching's stubbornness, they were eager to end the fight quickly to support elsewhere, so they tried psychological tactics to shake his will and seized the chance to kill him. They would never truly accept a ninja who betrayed their village in the heat of battle. To them, someone who can betray Konoha can just as easily betray them. Saying this was only meant to disturb Yeching's state of mind. If it were a Genin with weak willpower, they might be shaken. But Yeching is a transmigrator. How could he not see through such inferior tricks? You guys only know how to talk, whining and nagging. It's really annoying. Kid, you're asking for death. The two Tokubetsu Jonin intended to provoke him, but unexpectedly, they were the ones angered first. Clang clang clang. The clashing of weapons echoed continuously. Yeching was fully focused. Although facing two opponents, he was at a slight disadvantage. After 2 or 3 minutes of fighting, one Tokubetsu Jonin was heavily struck and suppressed by Yeching, forced to retreat quickly to create distance and prepare to use ninjutsu to end the battle. They knew continuing hand-to-hand combat wouldn't give them the advantage. Yeching's speed and strength surpassed theirs. To win quickly, they had to use ninjutsu. Yichen felt a tightening in his heart. Not good. He had already guessed that the opponent wouldn't keep fighting with blades, but he didn't expect them to use ninjutsu so quickly. He originally intended to wear the opponent down. After all, his stamina was stronger than both of them, not to mention his strength. If the opponent weren't so experienced, the fight wouldn't have lasted this long. Yi Chin prepared to create distance. He could still react if ninjutsu was used and even escape. But another IWA ninja saw his intention, blocked his path, and tangled with him relentlessly. The situation was tense, and Yi Chen considered whether to make a move. Even without activating the Sharingan, he was confident in handling the IWA ninja before him. The myriad clone technique and void flash escape gave him plenty of confidence. But once he used them, it would be too conspicuous, attracting more Jonin's attention, making it difficult to act discreetly in the future. Just as Yi Chen hesitated, a few rhythmic whistles sounded above the battlefield. Hearing the whistles, the battling IWA nin immediately stopped, their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated, gathering together. Several formed hand seals and performed earth release ninjutsu. Dust flew, the ground trembled, and the IWA nin all vanished from sight. Yi Chen was stunned. They had retreated. He sighed. If it weren't for being tangled up by two special jonin at the end, he could have gained even more evolution points. Glancing at the system's evolution point notification, Yi Chen's heart soared 950 points. This was the most evolution points he had ever earned at once. After using these points, his combat power would surely surge again. They ran away. Everyone, give chase. They can't be allowed to escape. Shouts rose continuously across the battlefield. Obviously, Night Dust was not the only one who noticed the Rock Ninja's intentions. Someone tried to block the way, but Night Dust had no plans to pursue. He was already too conspicuous. It was safer to keep a low profile now. Besides, rashly chasing after them might lead into a trap, which would be counterproductive. Abe Lang impulsively prepared to give chase but was kicked down by Ito Miyuki. Miyuki, why did you kick me? You're stupid. Ito Miyuki ignored him and turned her gaze toward Night Dust. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from afar, accompanied by screams. The Rock Ninja suffered heavy injuries. Yi Chen squinted and looked over, seeing a gigantic creature emerging from between the cliffs. It had horns on its head, its body covered in purple scales, and its eyes were cold and sharp like a top predator. It was a giant snake dozens of meters long. It suddenly swung its tail, causing the canyon ahead to collapse with a roar, and several Rock Ninja were swept away into a mist of blood. Such a terrifying summoned beast, no wonder the Rock Ninja retreated in panic. 10,000 snakes. Yi Chen whispered softly. Such a powerful snake-type summoned beast immediately made him think of Orochimaru. Thinking of that person in the drama, Yechen couldn't help but shiver and quickly withdrew his gaze. Orochimaru now might not be so evil yet and still harbors illusions about Konoha. But when he sees the corpse of his beloved disciple with his own eyes, powerless to save them, his personality will surely change drastically. Even so, Yechen is unwilling to easily come into contact with him. Orochimaru is always conducting secret experiments and has the Uchiha bloodline. Yechen doesn't want to become his test subject. He doesn't want to be targeted by him and always has a shadow in his heart. Before he's ready to deal with him, Yechen would rather avoid him. The crowd cheered. Reinforcements had finally arrived. They saw a figure standing on the snake's head. That person had pale skin, wore purple eyeshadow, golden vertical pupils, and exuded a chilling aura. It was none other than Orochimaru. As one of the three legendary ninja of Konoha, his strength had reached the level of a Kage. Yechen dared not act rashly, fearing to draw his attention. To Yechen's surprise, the reinforcements were personally led by Orochimaru. Orochimaru was the commander of the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and leaving the main camp recklessly was extremely risky. The only explanation was that they were not far from the main camp. For a Kage-level warrior like him, traveling back and forth to the battlefield was effortless. Sure enough, once Orochimaru appeared, the IWA ninja quickly retreated. Even so, this attack caused heavy losses to the IWA ninja. They did not expect Orochimaru to come personally to the rescue. Even with multiple jonin, a swift retreat was possible, but when faced with Orochimaru, the situation was completely different. The jonin who led the attack on the Rock Shadow were almost entirely wiped out, and dozens of chunin also died. This time, Iwagakure really ended up losing more than they gained, suffering heavy losses. Tread. Ito Miyuki and Abro walked over. Yechen saw that they were injured and their faces were full of exhaustion. Fortunately, the injuries were only minor, not too serious. Compared to the severed limbs and mutilations on the battlefield, it was already lucky that they were alive. Yechen looked around. The number of troops had roughly halved, with the genin suffering the heaviest casualties. After the battle, over 100 genin had died. The brutality of war was evident. Those graduates who held dreams and upheld the will of fire, can they still smile now? The answer is yes. Seeing former comrades fall beside them, no one felt at ease. Yi-chan, do you think we might also die on the battlefield? Ito Miyuki was silent for a long time, then suddenly asked. Never. Abe Lang responded loudly, if that day comes, I will die before you. Looking at the serious Abe Lang, Ito Miyuki showed a pale smile. It won't happen, I will protect you all. This was Yi Chen's conviction, and he had his reasons. Although the Third Great Ninja War was fierce, it was still in its early stages, and casualties had not yet peaked. When Konoha suffered consecutive defeats, that would be the true bloodbath. By then, jonin and chunin would die in large numbers, and only then would the war end. No hidden village can sustain endless consumption, which also led to the subsequent shortage of resources. So Yichen's idea was to first survive and improve strength with their two major bloodlines. Protecting the two of them wouldn't be difficult. Alright, don't overthink it. We'll do our best to survive. The two nodded, having witnessed the cruelty of war, no longer harboring any reckless thoughts. Even Aburo adjusted his stance, only wanting to protect Miyuki, not wanting to see the person he loved die in a sea of corpses that would drive him mad. 5 minutes later, the second batch of rescue teams arrived. Medical ninjas accompanied them. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's medical ninja training far surpassed other villages. With the medical team, the survival rate of the wounded greatly improved. Once the medical ninjas appeared, the situation quickly stabilized. Lightly injured ninjas recovered 70 to 80%, and even the severely wounded could be controlled and taken back for recuperation. Aburo and Ito Miyuki were also bandaged. The bleeding was stopped, and infection still needed to be prevented. Looking at the medical ninja, Yichen felt a bit envious and secretly thought about whether he should learn some medical ninjutsu in the future. After some thought, he decided against it. As his physique gradually strengthened, his body's self-healing ability would also improve. At that time, the role of medical ninjutsu would be limited, so there was no need to waste time practicing it. Yichen, you really surprised me. After a battle, you're not even scratched. After the medical ninja walked away, Ichiryo Nakagawa appeared in front of the three. Hello, all three of you. The three saluted. As a jonin, Ichiryo Nakagawa had heavy duties and couldn't protect them all the time, but he always kept an eye on the 3 students and could provide timely rescue in critical moments. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I just have a bit stronger taijutsu. Ichiryo Nakagawa did not expose Yichen. After all, Yichen's performance was far beyond just strong taijutsu. Especially the moment he put on the sunglasses, he suspected Yichen had activated the Sharingan. He understood why Yichen kept it a secret. After all, the secrets of the Uchiha clan should not be leaked. Nakagawa Ichiryu was very satisfied with this student and decided to keep it confidential for him. This time you performed well. Remember, the most important thing on the battlefield is to stay alive. The mission is secondary. This sentence reflected the will of the Hokage, who hoped his students would return safely. Understood, teacher. Yichen did not expect Nakagawa Ichiryu to affirm him like this and felt grateful in his heart. After a moment of silence, Nakagawa Ichiryu said again. Rest for half an hour, then continue on. You can rest properly once you reach the camp. As he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash, obviously having other matters to attend to. The three sat on the ground, back to back, gazing at the scenery before them, silent in their hearts. Yichen did not train or at any points the environment was unsuitable, and with Orochimaru around, he did not want to make any noise. Yichen, did you activate the Sharingan? After a long moment, Ito Miyuki whispered, her voice only audible to the three of them. Abe Ro was startled and looked at Yichen but said nothing. He understood the importance of the Sharingan. An Uchiha who has awakened the Sharingan is fundamentally different from one who hasn't. He didn't want to lose this comrade. Yichen had no intention of hiding it. After all, it would be discovered sooner or later. On the battlefield, one cannot always conceal their strength, but the matter of the Byakugan must never be revealed. Unless his strength was strong enough, he would never easily show the Byakugan. Just as Yichen was about to explain, Ito Miyuki interrupted. Don't say anything more. It's enough that the three of us know. Abe Ro, you especially must not tell anyone else, understand? Don't worry, I won't even tell teacher Nakagawa. Looking at the two serious companions, Yichen smiled bitterly. The secret of the Sharingan had long been noticed by those with intent. Whether to hide it or not was no longer important. Half an hour later, the team set off again. As night fell, they finally arrived at the Konoha headquarters. Inside the tent, Yichen sat cross-legged, meditating and training quietly, striving to restore his peak condition. At present, these newly promoted genin would not be assigned dangerous missions temporarily. The main focus was to adapt to the battlefield environment and adjust their mindset. For Yichen, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. He could use this chance to elevate his combat power to a higher level. Half a month later, Yichen spent most of his time training inside the tent, going out less frequently. On one hand, honing his skills, on the other, consuming the evolution points he had earned. He had gained quite a few evolution points this time and couldn't use them all at once. His body needed to adapt to avoid injury. During this period, he used shadow clones to practice techniques, while his main body focused on strengthening his physique. In just half a month, his combat power increased significantly. Character panel display. Host, Uchiha Yichen. Rank, Shunin. Skill, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat power 21.6. Strength 70. Physique 71. Spirit 75. Energy 750. Bloodline Sharingan 1 Tomo, Byakugan first stage. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 1, Space Compression Level 1. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 5, Fire Release, Wildfire Level 12, Illusion Shackles Technique Level 4. Evolution Points, 0. Base combat power doubled, actual strength increased even more. After using up the evolution points, Yi-Chen realized that training behind closed doors was inefficient. Taking on missions to earn evolution points was the right path. But his purpose in taking missions was not to complete them, but to gain evolution points through killing. On the battlefield, he only cared about profit. In the following days, Yi-Chen had Nakagawa Ichiryu lead the team to carry out patrol missions. The mission was not very dangerous and helped the three adapt to the battlefield atmosphere. In the first few days, it was just routine patrols, checking for hidden traps and signs. As time passed, the patrol area gradually became more important, and the mission difficulty increased. This experience helped them grow a lot. Whether it was Yi-Chen, or Ito Miyuki and Abe Lang, the youthful awkwardness on them gradually faded, becoming more capable. At this moment, the four stopped walking. Without Nakagawa Ichiryu's reminder, the three automatically divided their tasks. Yi-Chen was responsible for guarding, while Ito Miyuki and Abe Lang checked whether the traps and signs were abnormal. Everything was orderly. Soon, Ito Miyuki reported, "Teacher Nakagawa, everything is normal." Nakagawa Ichiryu nodded. "Good, let's go to the last patrol point. Today's mission is complete." "Yes, Teacher Nakagawa." The four continued forward, keeping quiet except for necessary communication, staying alert to any movement around them. This place was outside the borders of Konoha. Enemy ninjas could launch a surprise attack at any time. It had been quiet for a while. Yi-Chen felt both anticipation and fear, hoping for a battle to occur but not wanting to face an overwhelmingly strong enemy. After all, this was not a game, but a life-or-death confrontation. Fortunately, after patrolling the last mission point, everything was safe and sound. Yi-Chen felt a bit disappointed without battles. Improving his strength relied solely on hard training, and progress was much slower. Although his aptitude had improved over the past few days, it had almost no effect on his current combat power. He didn't want to remain stagnant when a real crisis arrived. 3 days passed. Late at night, Yi-Chen was using spatial compression to train his body, maintaining high-intensity pressure within the space. As for energy, he had no worries. His 2 shadow clones were practicing the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, with energy 10 times stronger than chakra, so exhaustion was impossible. He even wanted to train around the clock but feared his body and mind couldn't keep up. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the camp. Yi-Chen quickly recalled his shadow clones, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The battle he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Large-scale ninjutsu training was forbidden in the camp. Such a loud commotion could only mean the enemy had come. Ding dong, new mission generated, IWA Ninja Squad surrounding the 16th Division, objective to destroy the stronghold. Mission, protect the stronghold, kill 10 ninjas. Reward, 300 evolution points, a rank ninjutsu Rasengan. Yi-Chen was shocked. Rasengan is a classic ninjutsu that runs through the Naruto world. Created by Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, it was truly perfected by Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto fused Wind Nature Chakra to create Wind Release Rasen Shuriken and Sage Mode-tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken, 2S-rank transcending ninjutsu that amazed the world. The more Yi-Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. Rasengan has no inherent nature, it can be infused with any nature chakra. The more natures infused, the greater the power, but also the higher the difficulty. But he was not worried. With skill evolution support, he believed he could bring Rasengan to a new height. Rasengan, worth looking forward to. Yi-Chen didn't hesitate much, slung his ninja tool bag on his back, and stepped out of the tent. Many fellow genin also came out, including the team leader, Teacher Nakagawa Ichiryu. Walking up to Teacher Nakagawa, they looked toward the battle direction in the distance. The sky was ablaze with fire, the situation was clear. The stronghold was patrolled by 2 squads, one during the day, one at night. Yi-Chen's Team 7 belongs to the daytime first squad, and the team they are handing over to is the second squad. There is no doubt that the squad currently engaged in battle is the second squad. The second squad consists of 5 teams, 2 of which have the same configuration as Team 7, 1 Jonin leading 3 Genin. The other 3 teams are led by 1 special Jonin with 3 Chunin each. Including the squad leader, the second squad has a total of 21 members, 3 Jonin, 3 special Jonin, 9 Chunin, and 6 Genin. Their first squad is in a similar situation. Yi Chen hopes the enemy merely triggered a trap by accident and was discovered by the second squad on patrol, forcing them to fight. Otherwise, the trouble would be much greater. This implies the enemy's numbers far exceed theirs and their combat power is stronger, which is why they launched a swift and forceful attack. Although Yi Chen wants to complete the mission and earn evolution points, if the enemy is unstoppable, he can only focus on survival, and the mission will fail. As he pondered, the first squad had already assembled, and battles erupted in two other directions. The enemy had clearly broken through and launched a surprise attack. Yi Chen didn't understand why the enemy would strike here, since this was only a temporary base with no important facilities. Even if captured, it offered no real benefit to the enemy. Moreover, this place was not far from Konoha's main base. Once the news got back, reinforcements could arrive at any time. The enemy could not hold it for long and might be caught in a pincer attack. The risks of this battle far outweighed the gains, and Yi Chen couldn't figure out the enemy's purpose. The mission didn't clarify either, it only required protecting the stronghold. Without synchronized information, he couldn't judge. He decided not to overthink it for now. If he had to defend, he would fight with all he had. If he couldn't hold, he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. At this moment, the leader of the first squad, Aoki Midoriya, stepped forward. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. Everyone stood at attention, waiting for orders. First team. Here. A tall jonin led 3 genin forward. Yeching remembered this was Ikeda Kara, skinny as a bamboo pole but not weak in combat. Nakagawa Ichirya said that besides the squad leader, Ikeda Kara was the strongest in the first squad. Kara, you and your team stay to defend the base. Yes, squad leader. Ikeda Kara did not object and led his team back. Aoki Midoriya looked at the other 4 teams, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams. Follow me to hold off the enemy. Yes, squad leader. Nakagawa Ichiryu responded as he led his team. The 7th squad was stationed here and assigned to the 1st squad's 2nd team, with Nakagawa Ichiryu as the team leader. Yeching didn't quite understand the arrangement. Since Ikeda Kara was so strong, why didn't he go to meet the enemy and instead stayed to guard the base? Aoki Midoriya proved his decision with his actions. Song, summon your summoned beast. Ikeda Song nodded, bit his thumb, and drew a bloodline on his palm. Haisiyushinwei Wu, he quickly formed 6 seals, using blood as a guide, clapped his hands on the ground, activating the summoning array, and an owl appeared. Then, he performed a ninjutsu, linking the owl's vision with his own. What the owl could see, Ikeda-san could also see. Although there was a distance limitation, under the current circumstances, this was indeed an excellent reconnaissance method. Yi Chen understood Aoki Midoriya's intention to have Ikeda-san guard the base while he was responsible for gathering visual intelligence and relaying it to the squad leader. No matter how the battle unfolded, they could respond calmly. Sure enough, Aoki Midoriya's words confirmed Yi Chen's guess. San, you'll control the intelligence from now on and send the situation here back to headquarters. Ikeda-san nodded and quickly formed hand seals. The owl flapped its wings and soon disappeared into the night. Aoki Midoriya no longer hesitated and shouted, "For squads, follow me." He was the first to rush into the forest. Nakagawa Ichiryu led the 2nd squad closely behind. Yi Chen, Miyuki, Abino, be careful, try to hold off the enemy and wait for reinforcements. Understood, Teacher Nakagawa. Inside the forest, as Yi Chen and the others approached the battle site, Aoki Midoriya suddenly stopped and raised his right arm to signal a halt. Everyone stopped and looked around cautiously. The forest suddenly fell eerily silent, even the sound of insects disappeared. The air was filled with a sense of danger, the enemy was likely lurking nearby. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from the forest ahead, and dozens of kunai shot toward them like arrows. Enemy attack! Aoki Midoriya shouted fiercely, forming hand seals and striking the ground with both palms. A wall of earth quickly rose. Earth release, earth flow wall, a simple C-rank ninjutsu, but in Captain Aoki's hands, it was extraordinarily powerful. Rows of earth walls rose like shields, protecting everyone. The kunai struck the earth wall and fell powerless to the ground. Yi Chen frowned. Captain Aoki's control over the earth flow wall had reached an advanced level. He could freely change the shape of the earth walls and even absorb the kunai's attack power. Most jonin couldn't do this, but it must consume a huge amount of chakra. However, jonin chakra far exceeded that of chunin, so this was not a problem for Aoki. Suddenly, a roar of flames came from afar. Fire release, majestic dragon fire technique, 3 huge fire dragons rapidly charged, fiercely striking the earth flow wall. Bang! The earth wall began to collapse, and the scorching heat surrounded everyone, as if they were inside a kiln, unbearably stifling. Retreat! Aoki Midoriya gave the order. A gate appeared behind the earthen wall, and a gap was blown open in the outer high-temperature zone by a special jonin using wind release. Everyone left in turn. As Captain Aoki retreated, the earth wall originally struck by Goryo's fire technique instantly collapsed due to the loss of Aoki's chakra support. Accompanied by a loud crash, the explosion shook the sky. The fire waves surged wildly, and the dry branches and leaves in the forest quickly ignited into a raging blaze. Yechin looked at the scene before him, amazed. A single jonin was strong, but the destructive power caused by a group of jonin working together was even more terrifying. Even Kage-level ninjas had to avoid the sharp edge. The fire waves roared, and smoke filled the air. At this moment, more than a dozen IWA nin emerged from the other side of the firelight. Although the number was not large, another 10 IWA nin appeared closely behind them. Judging by their attire, their overall strength was not inferior to theirs, possibly even stronger. Yechin scanned the area, feeling somewhat relieved. Although the enemy was powerful, they were not weak either and could still fight back. The IWA nin split into 6 small squads, each led by a jonin wearing the IWA hidden jonin uniform. Although the exact number of true jonin was unclear, there were at least 6 special jonin, outnumbering their side. Apart from the first squad left behind, their side had 2 jonin, 3 special jonin, 9 chunin, and 3 genin. No matter what, the enemy was stronger. But it depended on individual ability after all, it wasn't just a numbers game. Fortunately, Ikeda Kara's Hawkeyes monitored the entire situation. As long as they held out until reinforcements arrived, the situation could be reversed, possibly even turning into a counter-encirclement. The current problem was that the enemy had sent over 20 IWA nin to intercept, and the number of IWA nin fighting the second squad was unknown. If the second squad couldn't hold, they would be in danger. Yechin vaguely felt the enemy's plan was complicated, but now was not the time to overthink. When the enemy comes, meet them. The battle would inevitably begin. Sure enough, the IWA nin on both sides slowly closed in, forming a circle of encirclement. There was no unnecessary talk on the battlefield once the fight started, it was a life or death struggle. They were at a numerical disadvantage, but both sides had jonin, so it wouldn't be a case of the strong bullying the weak. The key was individual strength. Miyuki, Aburo, be careful, try to hold off the enemy genin, Nakagawa Ichiryu instructed. The two nodded in response. He turned to Yechin and said, "You and I don't need to worry. Just avoid trouble with the jonin and try to kill as many chunin as possible." Nakagawa Ichiryu had very high expectations for Yechin, having witnessed his performance last time firsthand. Understood. Yi-chan replied softly. The battle was about to erupt. The confrontation between the two sides seemed prearranged, jonin against jonin, chunin against chunin, genin against genin. The 3 battlefields fought independently, without interference, as if it were an unspoken rule on the battlefield. Jonin would not easily challenge genin. The power gap was too great, and indiscriminate slaughter would be a loss no hidden village could afford. But this was not absolute. The opponent would not spare you just because you were a genin. Yi-chen led 2 others charging towards 6 IWA genin opposite them, outnumbering them 2-1. Ichiryu Nakagawa gave only one order: first restrain the enemy, kill if possible, but ensure safety. Yi-chen was faster than the two, flipping his kunai and suddenly crashing into an IWA genin. With a clang, the strong impact sent the IWA genin flying. The other IWA genin were stunned. This guy was clearly a genin, so how was he so terrifying? Taking advantage of their momentary shock, Yi-chen flashed behind one IWA genin, flipped his kunai, the tip pointing straight at the neck. Hayata! The other IWA genin shouted, but it was too late. With a squirt, blood sprayed out. The man desperately clutched his neck, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. He tried to turn his head, but life was already slipping away. He collapsed and died with a thud. Immediately, another genin was killed by Yi-chen, falling into a pool of blood. In just 3 seconds, Yi-chen had taken down 2. The IWA genin, along with Miyuki Ito and Roe, were all shocked. This was clearly not the Yi-chen they knew. How could a genin so easily kill 2 people? Yi-chen's basic combat power was 21.6, already at the mid-level chunin standard. Coupled with his extraordinary physique and strength, several genin were no match. He was swift and decisive, aiming to ease the pressure on his teammates. After killing 2 more, he planned to move to the chunin battlefield. The genin's strength simply couldn't withstand Yi-chen's burst. With a few flashes, he took 2 lives. Evolution points +20 +21 +20 +25. Yi-chen sneered at the 2 terrified IWA genin and said to Miyuki Ito and the others, "The remaining 2 are for you to practice on. Don't kill them all at once. After speaking, he vanished in a flash, leaving the four stunned in place. Is it over just like that? Roabe still wanted to act, but Yichen had already ended the genin battlefield. Miyuki Ito looked toward the direction Yichen disappeared inside, his getting stronger and stronger. Can I still keep up? The two IWA genin were panicked and about to flee, but unexpectedly, the killing god did not kill them. Damn Konoha, you actually broke the battlefield rules. In their eyes, Yichen could never be a genin. Which genin could be this powerful? Killing equals like slaughtering chickens was obviously a chunin or even special jonin disguise. How could a genin bully them like this? No one believed Yichen was a jonin, mainly because he looked too young. Which jonin wasn't he in their 20s? Even a genius couldn't he reach jonin level at 10 years old. Too much nonsense. Ito Miyuki immediately formed a hand seal and threw out a massive fireball. The 2v2 battle officially began. Yeching jumped out of the genin battlefield and targeted the Iwagakure chunin. Konoha had 3 more chunin than the opponent, clearly holding the advantage. Yeching didn't care about that and immediately summoned shadow clones, ready to pick up the scraps. Level 5 shadow clones, only 5% of Yeching's strength, couldn't help much but could confuse the enemy's vision. Taking advantage of Konoha's 2 against 1 situation, the shadow clones charged forward. They were instantly killed by an IWA ninja S-strike. Yeching's main body had already circled behind the IWA ninja. The blade fell, ending the opponent's life. Evolution points plus 75. Next, Yichen did not hesitate and continued the pursuit. The two Konoha chunin fighting the rock ninja were stunned. What is going on? Our kills just got stolen like that? This guy looks like a genin. Yichen leapt up, quickly formed hand seals, and unleashed a giant fireball 5 meters in diameter. Although the great fireball technique had been upgraded, he deliberately used the basic form, wanting to keep a low profile. But this low profile was simply impossible. The 5-meter fireball blasted toward the battlefield, causing the two chunin in combat to retreat in fright. The fireball's energy was so great it almost blew up their own people. Boom! The massive energy explosion sent the two chunin flying. Taking advantage of the moment, Yichen flashed forward, his kunai slicing through the air with a cold gleam, killing the rock ninja, and landed easily, as simple as slaughtering a pig. The chunin who had been thrown heavily to the ground forgot the pain and stared blankly at Yichen's retreating figure. No need to thank me, Yichen said casually. The Konoha chunin widened his eyes, shouting in his heart, who are you? Why should I thank you? Nakagawa Ichiriya fought while keeping an eye on Yichen, secretly shocked to see him cleanly and swiftly take down two chunin. In just 1 month, he had become so much stronger. Before, he was evenly matched with the chunin, but now he was killing them instantly. If given more time, I might not even be his match anymore. Thinking that Yichen hadn't yet used his trump card, Nakagawa Ichiriya smiled bitterly. The student is too outstanding, making the teacher feel insignificant. Yichen killed 2 chunin and was about to chase down a third. Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air came from ahead. Instinctively, Yichen raised his arm and slashed at the kunai. With a clang, the flying kunai was easily deflected by him. Yichen looked up and saw Iwagakure jonin break away from the battle group, rushing quickly toward them. Obviously, they had also sensed something was wrong. Since there were many Iwagakure jonin, sending one to deal with this situation kept the battle stable. Regardless of the other battle zones, the remaining chunin and genin probably faced certain death. It would be hard to explain if they returned after completing the mission. Yichen's eyes darkened, silently cursing these guys for lacking martial ethics, attacking the younger ones first before the elders. Couldn't they wait? There were still 4 fish left to kill. But facing this Iwagakure jonin, Yichen was not afraid. At most, he was a special jonin. True high-level jonin from Konoha wouldn't come here so easily. Their actions indicated that the situation among the chunin was tense. What Yichen cared more about were the other 4 Iwagakure chunin. He had planned to finish them all at once, but now that plan was ruined. Several Konoha chunin stood beside him. Although the opponent was a special jonin with strong combat power, there was no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Yichen ordered in a deep voice, quickly take out the remaining 4 IWA ninja. One Konoha chunin looked worried. Can you handle it alone? Yichen retorted, or should we switch? You handle this side, I'll deal with the other 4. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Just as they were about to agree, he urged, go quickly. Finish them and come back to help. Dragging it out is useless. Yichen was neither arrogant nor unwilling to earn evolution points, but that special jonin was extremely difficult to deal with. Judging by his aura, his basic combat power had reached the Chunin limit, and combined with special techniques, he was by no means inferior to a Jonin. Thinking of this, Yichen gave that person a thumbs up and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If you've got guts, come with me. After speaking, Yichen used the Void Flash escape technique, instantly teleporting 5 meters away, then sprinted toward the battlefield behind. Fujiwara Jikora saw this and sneered uncontrollably. His target was Yi Chen, and after such provocation, he chased after him without hesitation. "What do we do?" a Konoha Chunin asked anxiously. Another said, as he said, "Take out those 4 IWA ninja first, then go support him." Everyone nodded and quickly threw themselves into the fight. The two chased and fled, soon moving far from the battle circle. While running, Yi Chen suddenly felt a strong gust behind him. He quickly activated the Void Flash Shield technique, teleporting 5 meters away. Several shuriken were stuck in the tree trunk, each attached with a detonating tag. He cursed inwardly, activated the shield technique again, dodging the blast waves with several flash jumps. Red flames spread several meters, the detonating tags exploded, and the shockwaves rapidly expanded, making the branches in the forest creak. As the smoke cleared, a figure struggled out. The next moment, a kunai flew and struck the shoulder, pinning him to the tree trunk. The person screamed in pain, clearly seriously injured. From the shadows, Fujiwara Jikora slowly stepped out, staring at the struggling Yichen with a cold smile on his lips. "I thought you were an impressive Konoha kid, but I didn't expect you to have only this much skill. Quite disappointing." Just as he was about to end this boring fight, Yichen, who was pinned to the tree trunk, suddenly transformed into a white mist and let out a loud bang. "Shadow clone!" Fujiwara Jitsung exclaimed. 3 whooshing sounds rapidly approached from the left. Fujiwara Jitsung had no time to think further. He quickly drew his kunai and swung it left and right, deflecting the flying shurikens, while his body violently retreated backward, crashing hard into a tree. Crack! The tree trunk broke. Fujiwara Jitsung's right hand gripping the kunai trembled slightly, his heart shocked. Who threw those shurikens? The force was so terrifying that an ordinary Chunin would have died instantly. Another 3 whooshing sounds rang out. 3 shurikens flew swiftly from different directions, spinning, their surfaces glowing faintly white. This was Yicheng's spatial compression power. His strength reached 3,500 jin, combined with spatial compression. Each shuriken contained the power of 7 rotations. At 7 times the speed, even space trembled. Fujiwara Jitsung furrowed his brows, trembling inside. These 3 shurikens were like death sides, as if coming to reap his life. He immediately used the body flicker technique, narrowly escaping from the spot. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by explosive sounds, the entire tree was sliced into several sections by the shuriken. Fujiwara Jitsu watched from afar, horrified in his heart. A shuriken capable of causing such destruction, could it really be the work of a shadow-level expert? He had already begun to consider retreat. "Konoha brat, show yourself. Which expert led me here?" Fujiwara Jitsu did not leave easily. The previous attack was truly powerful. An average jonin could not reach such strength. But he was also unwilling to back down easily. Without seeing the person himself, how could he face the Konoha ninja? A figure suddenly appeared on the treetop opposite. Yicheng stood quietly, the two about 10 meters apart, staring at each other without speaking or moving, as if ready to confront each other until dawn. After a long time, Fujiwara Jitsu frowned, carefully sensing the surroundings, finding no trace of a third person. If there really was a shadow-level expert, there would be no need to hide. The only possibility is that the shuriken just now was thrown by this kid. "I underestimated you, kid from Konoha Uchiha. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be so profound," Fujiwara Jikora secretly admired. The opponent's taijutsu had already reached the jonin level. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a genin around 10 years old could surpass most jonin. If this matter spread throughout the major ninja villages, it would surely cause a sensation. Yicheng did not respond, only quietly watching the other. For him, ordinary chunin were no longer enough to arouse his fighting spirit. It was merely to improve his strength. At this moment, there was no one around, only him and a special jonin, just right to test his true combat power. Suddenly, a strong wind blew through the forest, leaves flying, just blocking Yicheng's sight. The next moment, a sharp gust of wind attacked from the right side. Yicheng quickly raised his right hand by instinct, blocking the flying short blade with a kunai. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Fujiwara Jitsung's pupils contracted. He didn't expect Yicheng to react so quickly. He pushed off the void with his left foot, using his waist for leverage, and his right foot delivered a side kick straight to Yicheng's left cheek. The whistling wind showed the strength behind the kick. As he approached, Yicheng raised his left arm to block the strike. Fujiwara Jitsong, however, smiled as if he had planned this all along. Yecheng frowned, preparing to create distance, but it was already too late. A sound of breaking air rang out as Fujiwara Jitsong raised his left hand high, gathering a chilling wind blade in his palm. Wind release, ripping wind palm. Kid, go to hell. At the critical moment, Yecheng exploded with force, forcibly shaking off his opponent, but his chest was still slashed by the wind blade. The intense pain made him groan softly. Blood gushed from the deep wound. Fortunately, Yecheng's physique was strong, and the bleeding did not weaken his combat power. More importantly, his wound was healing rapidly, visible to the naked eye. You've got good combat power, kid, but your lack of experience is your fatal flaw. Today is your death day. Fujiwara Jitsong was already convinced that Yecheng was a genius and could not be allowed to grow. Yecheng no longer hid. He slowly closed his right eye, focused his mind, and his left eye instantly turned blood red, with a black tomo rapidly spinning in his pupil. He didn't T-form any hand seals and directly activated the Sharingan's hypnosis technique. Although he knew the opponent's mental strength was strong and it would be difficult to truly hypnotize him, he only wanted to buy time. The two locked eyes for a moment. Fujiwara Jitsong's expression changed from shock to confusion, and his body froze in place. After a moment, he regained consciousness, and Yecheng had already retreated 10 meters. The pain from the wound lessened, and the bleeding almost stopped. Yecheng touched the scab on his wound, smiled, wiped the blood on his lips, and stared at Fujiwara Jitsong. Fujiwara Jitsong's mental strength far surpassed Yecheng's, so the hypnosis effect was only temporary. If he was on guard next time, the hypnosis might not succeed. Unless Yecheng's mental strength surpassed his or he used a secret Sharingan technique, it would be difficult to succeed. Fujiwara Jitsong quickly regained consciousness and did not attack immediately but stared at Yecheng with disbelief in his eyes. You brat, you really surprise me. Seeing those crimson eyes, he was excited and crazed. The Sharingan was not only rare on the black market but even rarer in the village, with an exorbitant price. As long as he killed Yecheng and brought back the body, the bounty would surely be substantial. Ninjas were not saints without desires. They had their own wants. Money could accomplish many things, and almost no one could resist temptation. Moreover, killing a Sharingan prodigy gave Fujiwara Jitsong a sense of achievement. The Uchiha Sharingan had a formidable reputation in the ninja world. As for the madness, it was because of the fear of the Sharingan's fame. Although Yecheng only had one tomo, he fought with all his might. Give me your life, Uchiha brat. Yecheng formed hand seals with both hands, and Fujiwara Jitsong immediately looked away. He knew well the power of the Sharingan and dared not stare at Yecheng forming seals, fearing he would fall into an illusion. Once caught, it would be over. Fire release, great fireball technique. A 5-meter diameter fireball thunderously slammed down. Fujiwara Jikura quickly dodged. The explosion was deafening, and trees within a 10-meter radius collapsed one after another. He silently complained, how could this kid's great fireball be so strong? At that moment, a kunai was thrown at him. He wanted to block it with his hand, but thinking of Yecheng's power, he immediately gave up resisting and quickly retreated, throwing out a detonation tag, trying to block the next attack. Boom! The detonation tag exploded, and an ancient tree fell. Yecheng's figure had already leapt into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Bang! A shadow clone appeared behind him, grabbed Yecheng's feet, spun in the air, then released. The shadow clone dissipated, and Yecheng rapidly charged toward Fujiwara Jikura. The Sharingan spun, the kunai flickered with a cold light. Seeing this, Fujiwara Jikura hurriedly dodged. Bang! The spot was pierced through, and Yecheng quickly fell. Bang! The shadow clone appeared again, feet up, with Yecheng stepping on the clone's soles. The shadow clone kicked forcefully, pushing Yecheng up into the sky. Fujiwara Jikura widened his eyes, not expecting the shadow clone to be used like this. This required extremely strong control. How exactly did this young kid manage it? Fujiwara Jikura was caught off guard by this move, his expression changed drastically, and he swung his blade to block. Clang! The violent collision shook the space. He was forced to retreat, breaking several branches before stabilizing. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and the short knife in his hand had long since fallen. He knew Yecheng's strength was terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. This was no longer a genin, he was practically a human cannonball. Yecheng grinned, throwing a kunai. It was about to hit Fujiwara Jitsong. At that moment, Fujiwara Jitsong suddenly raised his head, a ferocious smile on his face. A figure dashed out from the darkness, rapidly approaching Yecheng, stabbing a short knife straight at his heart. Bang! Fujiwara Jitsong's weak figure dissipated into smoke that was only his shadow clone. Fujiwara Jitsong sneered, "Kid, you're still one move short." "Is that so?" Yi Chen reached out, grabbing Fujiwara Jitsong's arm, desperately stabbing it into his own body. Fujiwara Jitsong's pupils contracted sharply, a strong sense of crisis surging in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In the distant darkness, a figure completed a hand seal. Fire release, wildfire. Flames roared, a gigantic fire dragon spiraling upward, sweeping forward. Wherever it passed, trees were pierced by flames not exploding, but rapidly burning. "What is this?" Fujiwara Jitsong tried to escape, but it was already too late. The one he stabbed just now was Yi Chen's shadow clone, buying time. Even if he used the body flicker technique to escape several meters, the fire dragon still locked onto him. Surrounded by flames, he was shocked, having never seen a ninjutsu that could track a target. It turned out that this fire style was controlled by Yecheng's mind, combined with the Sharingan, enabling the tracking. He tried to use ninjutsu to escape, but was violently struck by the fire dragon. Boom! A loud explosion shook the forest. The level 12 fire style's power was comparable to a Jonin's. A direct hit made it difficult even for an Umbu level expert to escape unscathed, let alone Fujiwara Jakura, a special Jonin. Burned by the flames, he turned to ashes, leaving a barren area within 10 meters and a pit several meters deep underground. Although the wildfire's explosive force was not strong, its burning was terrifying. Evolution points plus 350. Hearing this, Yecheng was overjoyed. This battle not only helped him grow, but the evolution points far exceeded those of an ordinary Chunin, a complete win-win. He checked his previous wounds and was pleasantly surprised to find only faint scars remaining, where there had been long cuts 3 minutes earlier. Yecheng gained a new understanding of his constitution. Though not immortal, it far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, and he might one day surpass Senju Hashirama. Watching the flames gradually die down, Yecheng stepped forward to investigate, finding nothing but ashes. He felt a secret regret. A special Jonin should have had many treasures, but all were burned to ashes. Looking out over the battlefield, Yecheng prepared to return but first sought a place to recover energy. He had used multiple ninjutsu consecutively, especially the level 12 fire style, which consumed enormous chakra. Ordinary Chunin could not sustain this, but his god-defying cultivation method enhanced chakra efficiency tenfold, making him powerful. An hour later, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Yecheng quickly returned to the battle zone, suddenly encountering a patrol of 4 ninja. The Jonin leader casually threw a kunai, pinning it in front of Yecheng. "Who goes there?" the other party demanded. Yi Chen saw their attire and breathed a sigh of relief. It was a Konoha squad, just somewhat unfamiliar. Could they be reinforcements sent from the main base? After all, the battle had been going on for a long time, and support from the main base should have arrived by now. With reinforcements here, it meant the battle was nearly over. He revealed his forehead protector, his body stained with blood, clothes tattered, but the protector intact. "Konoha Ninja," the lead Jonin shouted warily, "which squad are you from? Who is your sensei?" Since Yi Chen was young, likely a newly promoted genin, he should have a sensei leading him. Confirming his identity would verify if he was genuine. "Ichiryu Nakagawa is my sensei," Yi Chen answered truthfully and explained why he was here. Lying would only cause more trouble. Hearing that he had survived facing a special Jonin alone surprised the lead Jonin. Yi Chen did not say he had killed the special Jonin, only that he had escaped. Looking at the bloodstains on him, the lead Jonin was half convinced. An hour later, Yi Chen was taken to a nearby stronghold, and after Ichiryu Nakagawa confirmed his identity, the suspicion was lifted. On the way back, Yi Chen learned the truth from Nakagawa. It turned out that last night, not only the stronghold was attacked, but several neighboring defense zones were also assaulted. The attackers included not only IWA Ninja but also Suna Ninja. The 2 villages seemed to have joined forces, targeting Konoha's main base in the Land of Rain. The attack on the strongholds was just a feint. The real goal was to draw out the reinforcements sent from the main base. Fortunately, Orochimaru returned swiftly, turning the tide and saving the main base. Looking at Ichiryu Nakagawa's empty left arm, it was clear it was the result of last night's fierce battle. This Jonin had lost an arm. The situation was extremely dire. Among Konoha's first squad last night, only 2 Jonin and 1 special Jonin survived. Ichiryu Nakagawa and 1 special Jonin. Squad leader Midori Aoki and several others had died in battle. Only 2 Chunin remained alive. The first squad arrived just in time to rescue Miyuki Ito and Ro Abe. "You surviving against a special Jonin is already remarkable," Ichiryu Nakagawa said. He had thought Yi Chen was surely dead, but Yi Chen's strength was formidable, and special Jonin were on another level. Surviving proved Yi Chen's power was extraordinary. Ichiro Nakagawa muttered to himself, wondering if this kid had really killed the opponent. But even he felt that thought was a bit unnecessary. Yi-Chin returned to the base and saw Ito Miyuki and Abe Lang, both only lightly injured, which finally put his mind at ease. When they saw him, they cried tears of joy, and Ito Miyuki even threw herself into Yi-Chen's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Abe Lang was unbearably jealous he was injured too, so why didn't T. Miyuki come to comfort him, or at least give him a hug? Yi-Chen felt awkward. It was the first time a girl had hugged him and cried like that. He couldn't help but signal with his eyes. Nakagawa Ichiro smiled and walked back to the tent, clearly tired as well. Abe Lang scowled and sulked only after Miyuki had cried enough and seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere did she let go of Yi-Chen. The three chatted briefly, and Yi-Chen found an excuse to slip away. He really didn't like the way Abe Lang looked at him. It felt strange. As soon as he entered the tent, the system notification sounded, "Ding dong, congratulations host on completing the base protection mission. Target kills incomplete. Reward, plus 100 evolution points, a rank ninjutsu spiral sphere incomplete manual." Yi-Chen stared blankly at the message. In that situation, how could he have cared about the mission? He had long forgotten it. The mission required killing 10 people, but he only killed 7, missing a third of the evolution points. He accepted it, but what did it mean to give an incomplete manual for an A-rank ninjutsu? What if he went astray during training? After reading the manual, Yi-Chen relaxed. The incomplete manual just meant a lower level, downgraded from a rank to the basic version, similar to when Naruto first learned the spiral sphere. That made him feel much more at ease. Yi-Chen wasn't worried about the rank as long as he could train. The ninjutsu would definitely evolve. That was the advantage of having a system. The next few days were very quiet. Yi-Chen hardly left the tent, focusing on cultivating the 690 evolution points he had previously gained, needing time to digest them. He didn't neglect other skills either, but the focus remained on the spiral sphere. 7 days later, while training, Yi-Chen finally heard the system prompt, "Ding dong, spiral sphere incomplete has met evolution conditions. Proceed with evolution?" Without hesitation, he chose Evolve. A wave of insight flooded his mind, and the subsequent training method for the spiral sphere gradually became clear. The spiral sphere on the system panel was no longer in an incomplete state. 3 days later, Yi-Chen used shadow clones to upgrade the Rasengan to level 2, consuming all evolution points. Character panel displays. Host, Uchiha Yi-Chen. Rank, Shunin. Skill, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat Power, 28.8. Strength, 93. Constitution, 95. Spiritual Power, 100. Energy, 1000. Bloodline, Sharingan 1 Tomo, Byakugan First Stage. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 1, Spatial Compression Level 1. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 6, Fire Release Wildfire Blaze Inferno Waves Level 12, Magic Shackles Technique Level 5, Rasengan Level 2. Evolution Points, 0. When the spiritual power reaches 100 points, Yi-Chen receives a message. When all 3 aptitudes reach 100 points, the bloodline will undergo a second evolution. After 10 days of intense training, Yi-Chen's strength has risen another level. The 3 bodies technique has been upgraded to level 7, and the shadow clone and flash step techniques have also become stronger. The Rasengan has evolved to its normal version, reaching the early stage of Naruto's ninjutsu level. The fire release and shackles technique progress slowly, mainly due to the lack of a suitable training environment. Although Yi-Chen can improve skill proficiency, he must have space to perform them. The movements are too conspicuous, and he finds it hard to explain, so progress is limited. Given the circumstances, he does not push too hard. Fire release training is temporarily slowed, but Rasengan can continue as long as he keeps a low profile and trains carefully. The next morning, after finishing training, Yi-Chen steps out of the tent. The crowd is bustling, and he vaguely senses an oppressive atmosphere like a brewing storm. He guesses this pressure comes from Orochimaru. Having suffered 2 setbacks, Orochimaru will not let it go easily and is probably plotting a major move. But Yi-Chen knows clearly that Orochimaru cannot counterattack in the short term. 10 days ago, the IWA and Suna Ninja launched a surprise attack. Although Konoha defended the main base, the losses were severe. Half the supplies were destroyed, 7 Jonin died, and even more Chunin and Genin were lost. New supplies and reinforcements have not yet arrived, so Orochimaru is unlikely to make any major moves. Based on the timing of the supply escort, there will be no large-scale battles for at least half a month. If any accidents occur along the way, the time will be even longer. Yi-Chen estimates that Orochimaru will find it difficult to succeed within at least a month. In other words, the next half-month will be relatively peaceful in terms of warfare. Although he cannot gain evolution points, being able to rest properly is something Yi-Chen also appreciates. He is already somewhat tired. Constant training is very exhausting, so taking this opportunity to relax is good. Leaving the base and passing through various defense lines, Yi-Chen arrived at a dense forest on the west side. As he approached, he heard the sounds of tree stumps being struck and weapons clashing. He was already accustomed to this. This place is the training ground assigned to the ninjas by the main camp, and it is also where they spar with ninjutsu. Yi-Chen had trained here before, but when practicing ninjutsu, he usually stayed inside his tent. Because his training method is too intimidating. 6 shadow clones train simultaneously without rest, something ordinary ninjas simply cannot do. It's not that they don't know how to use shadow clones, but their chakra limits their abilities. Not everyone is as powerful as Uzumaki Naruto. Yi-Chen's chakra energy is 10 times that of an ordinary person, which is why he dares to be so arrogant. Another reason is that Yi-Chen has balanced aptitude in all 3 attributes and a solid foundation, which is not something an ordinary ninja can compare to. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. With the Uchiha outfit, there was no way to be low-key. Miyuki and Abe Ro were also training here. When they saw Yi-Chen, they didn't speak, just waved their hands. He came here today just for a simple walk, chatted with the two for a while, and then left. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In the southern part of the Land of Rain, on a forest path, more than 30 Konoha ninjas were escorting a dozen or so supply vehicles moving slowly forward. Team 7 was also in the group. They had received orders from the main camp to go to a certain frontline stronghold to relieve the guard. Yi-Chen had no objections to this mission and was willing to accept it. But he felt a bit worried because Miyuki and Abe Ro were also in the team. After all, this was the most dangerous frontline, where fighting could break out at any time. Although he was willing to go, all the genin from the 7th squad were sent to carry out the mission, and he didn't know who made this decision. Complaints aside, the mission still had to be completed. In contrast, Miyuki and Abe Ro were somewhat excited. After all, going to the front line was quite rare. 3 more days passed, and what Yi-Chen feared did not happen. They encountered no ambushes along the way and successfully completed the shift change. This stronghold was located in a small town, not very large, but the environment was terrible, with ruins everywhere and the ground full of pits and bumps, clearly having experienced multiple battles. Besides the more than 30 ninjas on shift change, there was no one else in the town. Although the number was considerable, they were spread out, and the town remained cold and desolate. Their mission was to relay intelligence and monitor enemy activity at the front line. It seemed easy but was actually surrounded by enemies on all sides, with attacks possible at any moment. The only thing worth being grateful for was that the town was relatively clean, without trash or severed limbs scattered around. This was a blessing in disguise. If it had been a mess, it would have been uninhabitable. 3 kilometers north of the small town, there was a small grove where they usually practiced. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Yi-Chen was holding a long knife, fiercely battling Nakagawa Ichiryu. Although he had no knife skills, he decided to practice knife techniques to better wield the Hayoma Maru in the future. A divine weapon like Hayoma Maru could not remain idle forever. To unleash its power, practicing knife techniques was essential. During this period, whenever Nakagawa Ichiryu was free, Yi-Chen would seek his guidance. Nakagawa Ichiryu was generous with his knowledge. Although not a master swordsman, his years of combat experience had given him many insights, and he was happy to teach the basic training methods. More advanced sword techniques required Yi-Chen to exchange battle merits at the headquarters. The clash of kunai and long knives rang out crisply as the two exchanged blows, the battle extremely intense. This was their 10th day at the base, during which several small-scale battles occurred, all of which were probing attacks by enemy ninjas. Their mission was to transmit and gather intelligence, and without special orders from superiors, they were to stay at the base. After several days of sparring, Yi-Chen's swordsmanship showed significant improvement. Half an hour later, Nakagawa Ichiryu stopped attacking, stepped back, and said, "That's enough for today. You're progressing quickly. When you return, you can exchange for an advanced sword technique, which will be very helpful to you." Ninja combat does not rely solely on ninjutsu. High-level ninjutsu consumes a great deal of chakra, and even jonin rarely use it lightly. Every ninja has 1 or 2 essential special skills. Thank you for your guidance, sensei. Yi-Chen bowed slightly. Without Nakagawa Ichiryu, he could not have grown so quickly. Miyuki and Abe Ro applauded on the side, looking at him with envy. Generally, genin had no qualification to spar with Sensei Nakagawa. They also understood Yi-Chen's special treatment. A month later, which was their last day stationed there, Konoha ninjas would rotate shifts. Previously, everything had been calm, and the enemy had made no moves. But today, as if knowing they were about to leave, the enemy suddenly launched an attack. A fierce battle broke out in a town 10 kilometers away. 10 minutes later, Konoha gained the home field advantage and drove back the IWA ninja. Yeching expressionlessly drew his long blade, delivering the final strike. Looking around, many Konoha ninja were also finishing up. The ground was covered with bodies, both IWA ninja and Konoha ninja. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and Yeching's heart turned cold. This was war, either you die or I live. In the end, it was nothing but a cold corpse. Yeching, are you okay? Itomiyuki came over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Bury them all, Yeching replied calmly. After cleaning up the battlefield, they returned to the base. Just after returning to the base, Nakagawa Ichiryu was called to a meeting. Seeing this, Yeching felt a foreboding sense that something major was about to happen. Half an hour later, Nakagawa Ichiryu brought bad news. 4 hours later, another group of replacement ninja would arrive at the base. They would split into 4 teams to launch a surprise attack on the IWA ninja base 20 kilometers away. This is an order from the headquarters, which cannot be refused and must be carried out. Of course, the headquarters will not send them to their deaths. They are not the only stronghold. All frontline strongholds confronting the IWA ninja have received the order. This time, Konoha is launching a full-scale offensive to destroy the enemy strongholds. Yeching understood in his heart that this might be Orochimaru's revenge plan, but it seemed too hasty. Such an operation, besides mutual destruction, what other meaning does it have? Konoha was already at a disadvantage on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and this strategy of exchanging lives for lives was really something only Orochimaru could come up with. Although unwilling, as ninjas, they had to complete the mission. Ding dong, new mission generated. Objective: destroy the IWA ninja frontline stronghold. Reward: evolution points plus 500, spirit fruit plus 10, lightning release thunder god 9 transformations. Seeing the mission, Yeching felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed he had to act personally this time, and the mission had to be completed. He did not want to produce an incomplete result again. Although he could train, evolution consumed a lot of effort. During this period, Ichiryu Nakagawa repeatedly reminded them that this mission was very dangerous and they must protect themselves well. The 3 nodded, fully aware of the danger. Night fell. The relieving ninjas arrived one after another, and after a short rest, the team split into 4 squads. Yeching and the others followed Ichiryu Nakagawa's group, bypassing about 100 meters to the right side of the village. Ahead was the IWA ninja stronghold, their target. Sporadic fires could be faintly seen inside the village. Arriving at a low hill, Ichiryu Nakagawa raised his fist to signal a stop and checked the time. There were 10 minutes left before the attack. He signaled everyone to rest quickly and prepare for the fierce battle ahead. Time passed bit by bit, the surroundings so quiet that only the sound of breathing and the rustling of wind through the treetops could be heard. Suddenly, an explosion rang out in the distance. Yeching looked up and saw crimson flames rising on the other side of the village, clearly from a detonating tag. Immediately after came the clash of weapons, piercingly sharp in the night. Obviously, someone had accidentally triggered the detonating tag, and the IWA shinobi had detected their movement. There was no time to hesitate. Ichiryu Nakagawa immediately ordered, "Change of plan, charge with me." He led the charge toward the stronghold. The Konoha team attacked from 4 directions. The explosion happened to the north, they were on the east side, and explosions also came from the south. Yeching felt a surge of hope. With 2 directions exposed, the IWA shinobi would surely dispatch reinforcements, making their side's defense much weaker. Just as he thought this, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Crack! A snapping sound came from beneath his feet. Yeching looked down and felt the ground tremble slightly. Though not strong, he had a bad premonition. Without hesitation, he grabbed Itomiyuki and Abro and quickly retreated, loudly warning, "Everyone be careful, something's wrong underground." At Yeching's warning, some people froze in place, unsure what to do. Others reacted quickly, imitating Yeching's movements and swiftly dispersing to the sides. The next second, the ground cracked open, dozens of fissures erupted with violent tremors, instantly swallowing several genin, resulting in a disastrous outcome. All of this happened too fast. Nakagawa Ichiryu and several jonin ahead had just realized the accident, but it was already too late. They were clearly caught in an ambush. Yeching could sense something was wrong, not because his perception was sharper, but because the IWA nin deliberately split the jonin, targeting the genin like them. Otherwise, with the strength of Nakagawa Ichiryu and the others, it would have been impossible not to notice the underground disturbances. Before they could counterattack, the ground trembled even more violently, and dense, sharp rock spikes burst out from beneath the earth. These earth spikes seemed to have eyes, launching a frenzied slaughter around the genin. Several were caught off guard and scratched, but fortunately, they were prepared in advance, and no one died. Nakagawa Ichiryu and the jonin refused to remain passive, throwing shuriken toward the dark areas of the village. Clang clang clang. Several muffled sounds rang out, and the earth spike ninjutsu immediately stopped. The ambushing IWA nin were struck, and it was clear someone was injured. Ta-ta-ta. A lone IWA nin jonin quietly appeared, with no companions nearby, likely having been hit by the shuriken earlier, his combat effectiveness reduced. Ichiryu Nakagawa glanced at a jonin beside him, who stepped forward to confront the IWA hidden jonin. They continued deeper into the village, passing the earlier ambush site, where they saw two bodies pierced by shuriken and an IWA ninja attempting to flee. Yajin didn't wait for Ichiryu Nakagawa to speak, using the body flicker technique and slashing at the fleeing ninja's neck. Evolution points plus 21. Yajin sneered it was just a genin after all, no wonder he couldn't dodge a jonin's shuriken. Before departure, Yajin and the others were informed of the mission objectives: first, to annihilate the enemy's living forces; second, to destroy the enemy's stockpiled supplies. Ichiryu Nakagawa advocated minimizing combat, focusing on destroying supplies, then quickly retreating to have a clear explanation. That was his plan, but how would the IWA ninja let them complete the mission so easily? The answer was obviously no. As soon as they approached the village, dozens of kunai were immediately hurled at them. During the day, they repelled the rock ninja thanks to the home field advantage, but by night the situation reversed. This reckless, inhumane barrage of kunai could only be so wanton on home ground. Ninjas fighting away from home have limited ninja tools aside from space scrolls and spacetime ninjutsu. They cannot match the enemy in attrition. Beside Ichiryu Nakagawa, a jonin quickly formed hand seals and slammed both palms onto the ground, rapidly erecting walls of earth to block the flying kunai. This was Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, which blocked the kunai attack. The jonin did not stop. Chakra continuously surged out as he struck the earth walls again with both palms. Roar! Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet appeared. A more than 10-meter-long Earth Dragon soared into the air, its momentum intimidating. The Earth Dragon roared, countless Earth Element arrows shooting from its mouth, covering the sky as they rained down on the village. Then, the Earth Dragon lunged at the village, instantly smashing the already fragile earth walls. The rock ninja hiding in the village preparing an ambush were immediately trapped in a predicament. With the earth arrows and the Earth Dragon's impact, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Many genin were dumbfounded. This was the power of a jonin. A single earth release technique had such overwhelming force. Although powerful, the chakra consumption was also high. The IWA nin were severely injured, which was the perfect opportunity for their counterattack. Nakagawa Ichiryu immediately ordered, Team 1 and Team 2, hold off the enemy. Teams 3 and 4, go find the base warehouse and destroy it as soon as you find it. Teams 1 and 2 were all experts, with the weakest being chunin, suitable for combat. The squad leaders of Teams 3 and 4 were chunin, each leading a few genin, making them more suitable for searching the warehouse. Yajin was in Team 3, Abro and Ito Miyuki were in Team 4. After warning the two to be careful, they set off separately. After 5 minutes of infiltration, Team 3 finally found the IWA nin supply warehouse. Thanks to a ninja from the Yamanaka clan in the team, although not a direct descendant and not trained in the top-level mind techniques, he could use mind-reading methods. They had just fought a small IWA nin squad and captured a genin alive using the secret technique. They located the warehouse. According to intelligence, the warehouse was in an underground secret chamber in the center of the village. Once destroyed, the mission would be complete and everyone could retreat safely. But the defenses were not weak. The leader of Team 3, Fukudai Haru, was a veteran chunin. As they approached the center, he raised his fist to signal a stop and used a perception secret technique to observe the surroundings. Although Yajin did not know the details of the secret technique, he felt a spread of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Fukudai Haru widened his eyes, staring at Yajin in shock and scrutiny. Yajin's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, "What's wrong?" Fukudai Haru withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Nothing." Yajin frowned, knowing the other wouldn't look at him like that without reason. He must have discovered something. Was it the Sharingan, or that I had seen through his perception secret technique? Regardless of which, Yajin became more alert. Although they were all Konoha ninjas, often the most dangerous enemies were those nearby. One must always be wary of others. In fact, this time, Yajin was somewhat overthinking. The secret technique Fukudai Haru had just used was thermal sensing, which could detect the number of living people nearby and their approximate strength, that is, the strength of their chakra. Although this technique was not very precise, it was quite accurate in sensing the number of people. But Yajin's internal energy was enormous, which shocked Fukudai Haru. He initially thought Yajin was a disguised Jonin, and even among Jonin, few could be as strong as him. After confirming it was Yajin himself, Fukudai Haru came back to his senses, but the mission was urgent, so there was no time to say more. This was understandable. Yajin cultivated the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, which was not a technique of this world. Although his energy was only 1,000, less than a Jonin's, its quality was 10 times that of others. Overall, he had already surpassed most Jonin, which caused this misunderstanding. After a moment, Fukudai Haru spoke again. The enemy has 2 squads, one guarding the house in front, the other hiding underground. Both are standard Genin squads. A Genin squad, as the name suggests, consists of 1 Chunin leading 3 Genin. There are also Chunin squads and Jonin squads. A Chunin squad usually has 1 special Jonin and 3 Chunin, assigned to missions of B rank or higher, like their current mission. Jonin squads are more complex, led by 1 or 2 Jonin plus several senior Chunin, and for extremely difficult missions, sometimes composed entirely of Jonin. Since there are only 2 Genin squads, it's no big deal, quick and decisive victory. The 4 thought so and rushed without hesitation toward the central house. As they approached, several kunai were thrown. Yeching took the lead, drawing his long blade and sweeping it in a slash that deflected the kunai. Yeching stole the spotlight because he was the only Genin in the team. Though just a rank, he didn't want to be treated differently. This slash was both a show of determination and proof of strength. The other 3, except Fukudai Haru, hadn't expected Yeching to be so skillful with a blade. He was clearly no ordinary Genin. They also understood why Captain Nakagawa placed him in the 3rd squad. His strength was indeed impressive. The enemy's first strike failed. The IWA ninja inside the house prepared to attack again, but the 3rd squad was not to be underestimated. They quickly crossed the obstacle and darted inside. Immediately, the battle inside the house ignited. 4 IWA ninja fought desperately against 3 Konoha Chunin. Yeching glanced around to confirm no enemies were hiding, then performed the void flash shield technique, his figure vanishing instantly. The IWA Chunin engaged in combat suddenly felt a chill at his back. Turning around, he saw a shadowy figure appear. His pupils shrank sharply as he thought, so fast, before blood sprayed from his neck and he collapsed. Fukudai Haru witnessed this and was stunned, thinking, could this guy really be a Jonin? Using the instant body technique so skillfully but pretending to be a Genin to fool people, impressive. But looking at Yeching's cold expression, he sighed, realizing how big the gap between people really was. 3 slashes flashed, and 3 IWA Genin fell one after another. Yeching's sudden performance left his teammates helplessly sighing. That head-hunting dog from previous battles was actually him. Yeching ignored this and packed up the IWA ninja gear bag, saying, find the underground passage. Fukudai Haru decisively followed the direction indicated by the thermal sensor. The 4 passed through the hall and corridor, arriving at a room. Fukudai Haru pointed at the floor. The enemy is here. One team member stepped forward. My turn. They decided not to look for the entrance mechanism but to break through the ground directly and storm the underground chamber. The mission was destruction. There was no need to worry too much. That person formed the hand sign and used earth-release seismic wave. Invisible waves spread, shaking the ground. The 4 quickly dodged as the ground suddenly collapsed. When the dust settled, they found an IWA Genin buried under the rocks. Fukudai Haru shouted, we're going down. But Yeching called out, wait. The other 3 looked at him puzzled. Yeching smiled and pulled out a kunai, attaching a detonating tag. Everyone understood and admired his clever tactic. No one worried the detonating tag would collapse the passage. This underground chamber was solidly built, not a shoddy structure. Everyone supported the plan as long as the passage wasn't broken. Yeching's move was to prevent an ambush by the ninja below. The earlier commotion meant the IWA ninja must be guarding the tunnel entrance. The kunai with the detonating tag was thrown by Yeching into the tunnel. Shouts came from below but failed to stop the explosion. Boom! A huge blast erupted, and crimson flames spewed from the tunnel entrance. Fortunately, the 4 were prepared and quickly took cover in corners. Though their faces were scorched by the flames, they were unharmed. The walls shook. If not reinforced, they might have collapsed, but cracks were inevitable. None of this concerned Yeching. He gave a sly smile, walked to the cave entrance, and leapt off the cliff. The three followed closely behind. As they landed, a few whooshing sounds came from the dust cloud. Yechin felt a surge of joy. There were still survivors. No wonder it was so hard to deal with just now. With a knife in his right hand and a kunai in his left, he swung both to deflect the incoming shuriken. He quickly detected the position of the IWA ninja, used Shunshin no Jutsu, and instantly appeared in front of him. There was no one beside the IWA ninja, and the air was thick with the smell of blood, indicating the other three IWA genin had died. What a pity! Yechin felt a pang of regret. These were valuable evolution points. But there was still one alive, and he couldn't let him go. Staring closely at the IWA ninja, Yechin's lips curled into a slight smile. The IWA ninja nervously swallowed, thinking, how did this guy suddenly appear? Bye-bye. The night dust blade fell, and the rock ninja used the substitution technique to narrowly dodge, but could he really escape? Impossible. A kunai flew out, and the rock ninja, who hadn't run far, stopped. His chest was pierced, and he gasped with difficulty, impossible. When he saw Night Dust's eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he finally understood, falling with unwillingness. Night Dust withdrew his Sharingan, expressionless, and picked up the opponent's ninja tool pouch. The three who followed saw this and didn't know what to say. The battle hadn't even started, and this guy was already finished, making them seem unnecessary. Stop dawdling, find the supply warehouse and blow it up. Futaji Haru was the first to react and gave the order. After confirming all enemies were wiped out, the four didn't hesitate and found the rock ninja's supply warehouse behind a door. The underground space was about 300 square meters, with shelves and the floor piled with food, medicine, ninja tools, and all kinds of ninja essentials. What surprised them even more was that there were hundreds of explosive tags in the warehouse, saving them a lot of effort. Captain Fukuda, you all retreat first, leave this place to me. Yichin took all the explosive tags and stuck them all over the corners of the warehouse. The other three saw his quick actions and didn't delay, quickly leaving. They didn't trust Yichin alone, but went to guard the entrance to prevent reinforcements. Yichin took on this task with some selfishness. With the supplies complete, it would be a shame not to take some for himself. After the three left, he selected various supplies and stored them in the system space. Food, medicine, and ninja tools were all essential. The useless ones could still be sold. He only used half of the explosive tags, so the rest naturally belonged to him. After exiting the basement and reuniting with the three, the four set up protective measures and quietly withdrew after confirming safety. The detonators will explode in 1 minute. They have long since withdrawn. With so many detonators exploding simultaneously, even if the Jonin arrive, it's unlikely anyone will leave alive. As they left, Fukuda Ishihara fired a signal flare, both to indicate retreat and to warn the IWA ninja of their target. As long as the IWA ninja approached, the detonators would explode, with unimaginable consequences. Time flew by quickly. Within a minute, they had not yet left the town when a deafening explosion came from behind. The fire glowed crimson, piercing the ground and illuminating the entire sky. Not only that, the entire village was affected. The ground collapsed, cracks spread rapidly, and violent tremors shook the surrounding area for several kilometers. The Konoha ninja on the outskirts saw this and knew the mission was complete, so they no longer lingered and retreated one after another. The IWA ninja, however, seemed mad, disregarding the village's destruction and relentlessly pursuing. They knew the base could no longer be held, so they might as well fight to the death. Both sides engaged in a deadly chase, the battle even more brutal than before. The third squad was also drawn into the fray. Fortunately, thanks to Fukuda Ishihara's sensory abilities, they avoided the strong enemies but still could not escape combat. After escaping, the four-person squad was reduced to three. A Chunin was ambushed and unfortunately killed. Helplessly, this is war. There are no survivors without casualties. Late at night, the three of them returned to the base. Only then did they realize the losses were far beyond expectations. The number of ninjas in the camp had drastically decreased, and everyone wore grave expressions. Yi Chen's heart sank, filled with worry. They wouldn't have gotten into trouble too, would they? He hurried toward the 7th Squad's tent, and at first glance, he saw Ita Miyuki outside, her eyes blurred with tears. He stopped in his tracks, a sense of foreboding in his heart. Miyuki, are you alright? Yi-chun. Miyuki looked up, and upon seeing him, joy surged in her heart as she threw herself into his arms and wept bitterly. Abaro, Nakagawa-sensei, they're all dead. I thought you were too. Yi-chin was stunned, memories flooding his mind. Abe Lang was the chatterbox of the team, often babbling incessantly, sometimes annoying him. Nakagawa Ichiryu was a rare good teacher, always reminding them that safety comes first, mission second. But this time, none of them returned. Tears silently slipped down. Yichen thought he wouldn't grieve over death, but hearing the news of his friend and teacher's deaths, his heart still tore apart. He warned himself to be cold, not to have too many attachments on the battlefield, but he couldn't do it. Perhaps he was inherently an emotional person. After a moment, he took a deep breath, pushed aside the tear-streaked Miyuki, and stepped toward Nakagawa Ichiryo's tent. The moment he entered the tent, Yichen seemed to still see that familiar figure. He sat down by the bed, dazed and stunned. Ito Miyuki stood beside him, covering her mouth, silently crying. The 7th squad had only been formed for a few months, but the 4 of them were already closely bonded. Suddenly losing their teacher and comrades, Yichen found it hard to accept. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and asked Ito Miyuki, how did teacher Nakagawa and Abe Lang sacrifice themselves? Miyuki Ito's eyes were filled with tears as she choked up while recounting the story. Ichiryo Nakagawa, to cover everyone else, stayed behind alone and was ultimately killed by 2 Uwagakure Jonin. Yajin felt heartbroken but not surprised as the team leader. Nakagawa bore the responsibility of covering the retreat, but he didn't survive, which was truly regrettable. As for Abe, he fought desperately to protect Miyuki Ito against the Iwagakure Chunin squad. Outmatched in strength, he chose to detonate an explosive tag, taking the enemy with him to ensure Miyuki's survival. Afterwards, Miyuki Ito was rescued by a special Jonin, otherwise, she would have had no chance of escape. Yajin scanned her wounds, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Just from the injuries, he could tell how fierce the battle had been. He silently recalled what Abe had said, Miyuki, if the moment of death comes, I will die before you. Abe had fulfilled his promise. Miyuki, this is not your fault. Abe was a comrade. Protecting comrades is our duty. Those who survive must be even stronger. We must not disappoint their expectations. I'll take you to get treated first. After speaking, Yajin supported Miyuki Ito and headed to the medical room. He himself returned to the tent, fully aware that the defeat on the battlefield was due to insufficient strength. If they could crush the enemy, what was there to fear in war? Now, he could not cry, he could only train desperately to become stronger. Ding dong, congratulations host on completing the mission. Reward, evolution points plus 500, spirit fruit plus 10, lightning release, thunder god 9 transformations unlocked. The lightning release skill surged into Yajin's mind like a streak of light, immediately revealing the first form of Thunder God 9 transformations, Thunder's first roar. This was the foundation of training, able to sense the wandering lightning energy in the world and draw it into the body to refine it. Like the first thunderclap of early spring, faint but full of potential. Surprisingly, the first transformation of the Thunder God includes 2 types of ninjutsu. Lightning release, Thunderstrike, releasing a weak electric current to paralyze the enemy. Lightning release, Thunderball, condensing a small thunderball to attack. Limited power, low chakra consumption, focusing on basic perception, understanding the form of lightning. After reading the introduction, Yichen found the power limited and not strong at all. He remembered that his skills could be upgraded, and the power would gradually increase. Unexpectedly, the lightning release given by the system was actually a combination skill, unlocking new ninjutsu with each evolution. This was good too in the future, he wouldn't have to struggle to find lightning release ninjutsu. No need to say much about the spirit transformation fruit, he focused his attention on the evolution points. This time, after killing 10 genin and 3 chunin, he gained 420 evolution points, plus a 500-point mission reward, totaling 920 evolution points. Seeing the number, Yichen was delighted his bloodline would break through tonight. System, increase constitution to 100. Ding dong, 50 evolution points spent, constitution has reached 100. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have met the evolution conditions for the Sharingan. Would you like to evolve? Enough talk, evolve. Evolution successful, Sharingan has evolved into double Tomo Sharingan. As the prompt sound faded, a sour and numb sensation came from his left eye, energy converging there. With a roar, both the Sharingan and Byakugan appeared simultaneously. 1 Tomo in the Sharingan rapidly spun, transforming into 2 Tomo. The double Tomo Sharingan formed, the pain disappeared, and Yichen looked up, his vision and insight several times clearer than before. Although it is an auxiliary ability, it plays a great role in battle. The only regret was not activating the new talent. System, increase power to 100. Ding dong, 70 evolution points consumed, power has reached 100. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Byakugan has evolved to the second transformation. Byakugan's basic abilities have tripled, vision range expanded from 1 km to 3 km, and focusing ability extended to 6 km. The second transformation Byakugan is absolutely formidable. At this moment, the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique automatically activates within the body, and a divine eye seems to slowly open at the brow. The first layer of the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, the eye of breaking delusions, is activated. Capable of perceiving the mysterious when cultivated to the extreme, it can achieve the divine eye of breaking delusions. 3 attributes have broken through 100 points. Divine eye perception becomes more subtle, absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth accelerates, the body is nourished by primordial energy, immune to all diseases, and lifespan is extended. Yi Chen feels refreshed and invigorated, as if immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy. For the next 3 days, the ninjas rest and wait for the new batch to rotate shifts. Yi Chen continued to train, gradually consuming evolution points, and his strength rapidly increased. On the 3rd day at dawn, Yi Chen finished training, and all evolution points had been used up. Character panel displays. Host, Uchiha Yi Chen. Rank, Shunin. Skill, Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique. Combat power, 38.2. Strength, 126. Constitution, 130. Spirit, 128. Energy, 1280. Bloodline, Sharingan Double Tomo, the Ikugen 2nd stage. Talents, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 1, Space Compression Level 1, Illusion Breaking Divine Eye. Skills, Advanced Body Replacement Technique Level 9, Fire Release, Wildfire. Flaming Waves Surging Level 13, Illusionary Shackles Technique Level 5, Rasengan Level 3, Lightning Release Divine Thunder 9 Transformations Level 2. Evolution Points, 0. Illusion Breaking Divine Eye? Yi Chen was surprised this was also a kind of talent. After delving deeper, he understood its use. The illusion-breaking divine eye can help him see through the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and also discern illusory appearances. In other words, the illusion-breaking divine eye can accelerate his comprehension of heaven and earth, and also see through all illusions. However, this also depends on Yi Chen's strength. If the opponent's cultivation far surpasses his, the illusion-breaking divine eye can at most weaken the effects of illusions. Strength is the key. Even so, this talent is extremely powerful, at least he won't be easily deceived by illusions in the future. Approaching noon, the sound of wheels echoed as the relieving ninja arrived at the town stronghold. After the handover was completed, Yi Chen and his group prepared to return to the main base. They came with more than 30 people, but on the way back, hardly any familiar faces were seen. Most were reinforcements who arrived later. The survivors were mostly Chunin and Jonin, there were almost no Genin. After all, Genin are just cannon fodder on the battlefield. On the way back, the team was silent, many brothers forever left on the battlefield. Yi Chen glanced at Ito Miyuki beside him. 3 days had passed, her emotions had stabilized somewhat, but she remained taciturn. Obviously, she had not yet escaped the shadow of the deaths of her commander and comrades. Yi Chen was at a loss and could only hope that time would slowly heal the pain. Time passed second by second, and the team moved forward slowly. Since there was no need to escort supplies, the speed should have been faster, but with many wounded, progress had to slow down. Despite this, they still arrived back at the main camp early the next morning. Reporting that the mission required no concern from the Genin, Yi Chen felt much more at ease. After bidding farewell to Ito Miyuki, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to training. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Training grounds south of the main base. Yi Chen sparred with Ito Miyuki, both holding knives. They had been fighting for half an hour. Yi Chen was sparring the entire time, as he had suggested. Since that battle, Ito Miyuki had become silent and dispirited. Abe Lang's death had dealt her a huge blow. Yi Chen didn't want her to remain like this and hoped to ignite her fighting spirit through training. Unexpectedly, this method worked quite well. Ito Miyuki was panting heavily, sweat soaking her clothes, strands of hair sticking messily to her cheeks. Her condition had clearly improved. Her eyes were no longer downcast but showed more determination. Miyuki, let us stop here for today. Go back and rest well. Everything will get better. Thank you, Yi Chen. A few minutes later, the two returned to the main camp. Just as they were about to enter the camp, they encountered a team coming towards them. Yi Chen stopped, feeling that these people looked familiar. What's wrong? Ito Miyuki asked in confusion. Looking at the departing team, Yi Chen said, I think I saw those people at the town stronghold earlier. They should be the team rotating shifts. What? Ito Miyuki looked at them in surprise, but the people were already gone. Impossible, it's only been a few days, how could they be back? Isn't the rotation once a month? Could something have happened in the town? Fear and sadness flashed in Ito Miyuki's eyes. Yi Chen shook his head, they didn't look like they ran into trouble. Then why did they come back early? Not sure. Yi-Chen was only a genin, with no inside information. But this phenomenon indicated that the main base would have major activity soon. In any case, we have to be careful. My gut tells me something big is coming. All right. Ito Miyuki nodded. The two returned to the tent to rest. For several days, Yi-Chen secretly inquired about the camp's intelligence. But as a genin, few were willing to talk. He discovered that the number of ninjas at the main base was continuously increasing, many unfamiliar faces, all looking weary and dusty, obviously withdrawn from various outposts. The main base tightened external communications, personnel and supplies entering and leaving were checked multiple times. He wanted to train at the training ground but was forbidden. The atmosphere was unusually tense. The main base was surrounded by strong sensory barriers, active all day, and any slightest movement could attract patrols. These signs confirmed to him that the main base was definitely preparing for major action. Thanks to his Byakugan ability, he could monitor the movements of the ninjas at the main base, but he dared not look at the central area. His strength was too weak, and his spiritual power could not be concealed, especially with Orochimaru, one of the three legendary Sannin, still at the main base. Knowing something was wrong, he could only silently train to improve his strength. Only by becoming stronger could he escape the fate of being used as a pawn. At dusk, inside a tent, more than a dozen Konoha jonin sat on both sides, the atmosphere solemn. A pale and thin man lifted the door curtain and entered, walking straight to the main seat and scanning everyone. Everyone respectfully stood up. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru slightly nodded, signaling them to sit. Is everyone here? A jonin in the first row on the left stood up. So far, over 85% of the returning ninjas have arrived, and the rest will arrive gradually tonight. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to someone on the right. How is the information blackout going? The ninja answered nervously, no leaks have been detected so far, but... Orochimaru frowned, but what? The Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Rock Village seem to have sensed something unusual recently. Their external patrols have repeatedly found attempts to infiltrate, but we have handled them secretly. Orochimaru pondered, that's normal. We've recalled so many people from the front lines, their vigilance is understandable. As long as the operation plan hasn't been leaked, it's fine. Please rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, the intelligence is absolutely secure, the Konoha jonin assured. Good. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. He had great confidence in his subordinate's abilities. He turned to a figure in a black robe in the corner. How are preparations on your side? All eyes turned toward him. That black-robed person was from Konoha Zanbu, specifically a member of Danzo's root organization. They were cold and ruthless, willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives, for the mission, mere tools to complete the task. These people were selected by Danzo from orphans, secretly trained, brainwashed from a young age, and loyal only to Danzo. This group of root organization ninjas was transferred by Orochimaru from Danzo, with the purpose of cooperating in this mission to carry out Konoha's revenge plan. That's right, it's revenge against the previous raid by Iwagakure and Sunigakure. The previous full-scale attack was just a prelude. This operation is the main focus. At the same time, dealing with two major hidden villages, Konoha's forces in the Land of Rain are insufficient. Therefore, Orochimaru is focusing on Iwagakure, where the hatred runs deeper. Sunigakure cannot be taken lightly either. Their joint action last time indicates some form of cooperation. If Sunigakure acts, the main base will be left vulnerable, and if ambushed, Konoha's battle situation in the Land of Rain will be disastrous. Orochimaru is proud and will never allow such a thing to happen. To distract Sunigakure, trouble must be created. This is also the reason for deploying the root organization ninjas. The black-robed jonin stood up. Everything is ready. Once the operation begins, several key figures of the Sand Village and the Land of Rain will be targeted for assassination. Orochimaru's plan was simple and brutal. The root organization would assassinate one or two important members of the Sand Village, causing a brief disruption in the Sand Village's command system. By the time they react, Konoha will have completed its retaliation against the IWA village, so there is no need to worry about the main base being taken advantage of. The key to the operation was the assassination of the Sand Village. Orochimaru had great confidence in the root organization. If the Umbu ninja were sent to execute the mission, there might be problems, but root was different. They valued the mission more than their lives, and such fanatics were capable of anything. After confirming that everything was ready, Orochimaru ordered, everyone prepare. The operation starts at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Yes. Inside the tent, a dozen jonin responded in unison. The next night, in the light drizzle, a large group of ninja moved quickly. Yecheng was among them. Looking around, there were about 1,000 people. Except for the essential personnel at the main base, Orochimaru had mobilized almost every available ninja, showing the massive scale of this operation. It was not until that evening that Yecheng received the mission notice. The target was to attack a stronghold of the IWA village. Such a large-scale operation was far from an ordinary raid. Intelligence indicated that this stronghold was the largest logistics hub of the IWA village on the Land of Rain battlefield. If taken, the IWA village would find it difficult to make any major moves for the next 6 months. At that moment, Yecheng understood Orochimaru's intention. The previous all-out attack, which resulted in mutual losses, was actually designed to force the IWA village to dispatch a large number of troops to the front lines, leaving the rear vulnerable. It was precisely this gap that gave them the opportunity for a surprise attack. This is an open conspiracy. Even if Iwagakure notices, they cannot ignore it otherwise. If Orochimaru launches a second surprise attack, the front line will be pushed behind Iwagakure, which would be even more disadvantageous for them. Therefore, Iwagakure can only send more troops to reinforce the front line. After Orochimaru tests and confirms the enemy's troop movements, he quietly pulls back part of his frontline forces, creating a temporary numerical advantage. This is the confidence behind his daring to launch this attack. It's really one link after another, Yecheng sighed. No matter how good the plan is, someone has to pay with their life. Aoki Midoriya, Nakagawa Ichiryu, bro. They were all Konoha ninjas, yet merely pawns on the battlefield. Yecheng felt powerless. His strength was still insufficient to change the course of the battle. According to the plan, after approaching the stronghold, they split into 4 teams, 2 teams to block enemy reinforcements, and the other 2 to flank and attack the stronghold from the left and right. This deployment was reluctant because, although the operation was secret, such a large scale would inevitably be noticed by the enemy. By the time they arrived, Iwagakure's forces would also be on their way to reinforce. To ensure mission success, only a small number could be used to block the reinforcements. More than 10 hours later, early the next morning, Yecheng's team was stationed in the forest near the stronghold. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding dong, new mission received. Konoha plans to raid Iwagakure's supply stronghold. Iwagakure Command has dispatched elite troops to reinforce. This battle is a matter of life and death. The host must block the reinforcements and safely retreat after completing the mission. Reward, evolution points plus 1,000, spirit fruit plus 20. An hour later, after resting, Yecheng and Ito Miyuki followed the 300-strong team toward the first blocking point. This was a valley passage, surrounded by mountains on both sides, with a large river running through the middle and wide sandy banks on both sides. This road led to Iwagakure's main base and was the only route to the supply stronghold. Iwagakure's main base had strong forces and a clear home field advantage. Even if they had more troops, it would be difficult to break through the enemy camp in a short time. The blocking mission was destined to be tough. Yecheng worried about Miyuki. Miyuki, don't stray too far from me during the battle. Only the 2 of them remained from Team 7. Last time he wasn't there. This time, he couldn't let anything happen to Miyuki, or he would truly be fighting alone. Approaching noon, Yecheng looked back, thinking the battle behind might have already started. But it was too far away to hear any sounds. At this moment, the squad leader issued orders, reminding everyone to stay alert and prepare to face the enemy. Yecheng and Miyuki hid in the forest, holding kunai, breathing steadily, eyes fixed on the river channel, quietly waiting for the IWA ninja unit to arrive. Time passed by the minute, an hour went by, but no sign of the IWA ninja. Some in the team grew restless, but quickly calmed down. Another hour passed, and just as everyone thought the enemy wouldn't come and began to relax, a shadow suddenly flashed ahead and darted into the mountain forest. The squad leader immediately reported, enemy forces will arrive in 10 minutes. Everyone tensed up and prepared. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the IWA ninja reinforcements appeared. Yecheng, roughly estimated about 200 people, felt relieved, and thought to himself that Orochimaru's plan was working. 300 versus 200, the odds were more in their favor. The enemy drew closer, and Yecheng's group stood ready, waiting for the squad leader to give the order to fire. Just then, the IWA lead Jonin suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping the mountain forest on both sides. The Konoha squad leader did not hesitate and ordered, attack. In an instant, countless kunai flew out from the forest on both sides, shooting towards the IWA ninja squad like raindrops. Enemy attack! The Jonin of Iwagakure shouted loudly and finally reacted. But the attack came too fast. The IWA ninja squad had no time to use their ninjutsu and could only respond in panic. The genin were the first to bear the brunt, many being shot into porcupines, falling into pools of blood. The first wave killed 1/5 of the enemy ninjas. Yeching was even more ruthless, instantly killing a Chunin. The second wave of shuriken attacks came. The IWA ninja were somewhat prepared, some using ninjutsu, others blocking with weapons, but still several fell under the assassins. The third wave saw various ninjutsu erupting in succession, with great fireballs and water dragon bullets bombarding one after another, causing heavy casualties among the IWA ninja. Kill! The squad leader roared angrily and charged out of the forest first, with several jonin closely following. Kill! 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 The shouts of killing rose one after another, and the battlefield instantly erupted into a bloody slaughter. Yi Chen deliberately slowed his pace with Meishui. This battle was extremely chaotic, and the clashes between jonin were exceptionally dangerous. Charging too fast could easily attract the attention of enemy jonin, resulting in merciless death. At this moment, no one cared about battlefield rules. Life and death depended entirely on strength. So Yi Chen pulled Meishui closer slowly, planning to let the jonin wear each other down first, then have them, the Chunin, make their move. Be careful. Meishui nodded in agreement and, following Yi Chen's plan, went to deal with the genin. Even when at a disadvantage, they could still strive to protect themselves. Just as Ichiryo Nakagawa said, surviving on the battlefield is the most important thing. Yeching steadied Meishui, feeling slightly relieved, then his figure flashed as he directly pounced on a rock-hidden village Chunin. He didn't go after the genin on one hand, he wanted to leave the enemy genin for Konoha's genin to eliminate, reducing his own side as casualties. On the other hand, Chunin are far more valuable than genin, and killing Chunin yields greater results. For Yeching, ordinary Chunin and genin were no different, easily slain. Basic combat power 38.2, already reaching advanced Chunin level. With added potential and bloodline power, his strength could almost rival special jonin, even able to fight jonin. Therefore, he chose to prioritize killing the enemy's core forces. After more than 10 minutes, Yeching had already slain 3 Chunin in succession. Among them was a swordsmanship Chunin, which surprised him quite a bit. The terrain of the rock-hidden village was special, focusing more on taijutsu and ninjutsu, with swordsmanship traditions being rare. It was rare to encounter a swordsman, so Yi Chen was naturally full of enthusiasm. The other party was also attracted by Yi Chen's swordsmanship and was equally excited. The two kindred spirits launched into a fierce duel. Clang clang. After more than a dozen clashes, every move was a matter of life and death. At first, the other party thought Yi Chen was just a kid, and that killing a Chunin was just a sneak attack. But as the battle went on, he increasingly regretted it, having met a perverse opponent. Although Yi Chen's swordsmanship was not exquisite, he had not practiced for long. But he was strong and powerful, and every strike contained immense force that ordinary ninjas could not match. Clang! Iwagakure stared in shock as the long sword in his hand was split in two, the blade broken, and blood oozed from the tiger's mouth of his hands gripping the sword. Poochie! Suddenly, a figure flashed by, the jet-black blade bypassed his shoulder and pressed against his neck. Your swordsmanship is not bad, Yi Chen said coldly. He twisted his wrist, the blade cutting through the neck, blood gushing out. Shaking the blood off the blade, Yi Chen turned to look at Ito Miyuki. At some point, Ito Miyuki had already been targeted by a Chunin, her body covered in wounds, clearly at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Yi Chen threw a kunai. Miyuki's strength had not yet broken through the Chunin level, and she was clearly at a disadvantage in the fight. Only Yi Chen and Miyuki remained in Team 7. Yi Chen had to ensure her safety. The kunai sliced through the air. The opposing Chunin hurriedly swung his blade to block, sparks flying. The ninja's eyes suddenly narrowed. He hadn't expected the kunai to be so powerful and could only barely alter its trajectory. The kunai still pierced through his neck. Before dying, he saw Yi Chen's figure but did not understand why he would die here. Are you okay? Yi Chen asked. I'm fine. Miyuki shook her head. Looking at the wounds on her body, Yi Chen was speechless. Injuries on the battlefield were inevitable, and Miyuki was strong-willed, never easily admitting pain. In the following battle, Yi Chen stayed by Miyuki's side at all times. He understood he couldn't protect her every moment, but he couldn't bear to leave either. Team 7 had already taken root in his heart. Nakagawa, Ichiryo and Abro had sacrificed themselves, and if anything happened to Miyuki, he didn't know what he would become. As the battle was nearing its end, most of Iwagakure had been slaughtered, with only a dozen Jonin and Chunin struggling to hold the line. A special Jonin from Konoha arrived and ordered, everyone, immediately move to the second ambush point and follow the command of the third squad captain. As soon as the order was given, everyone turned toward another route. The second ambush point was another path from the Iwagakure command post to the stronghold. Although it was a detour, Iwagakure had anticipated Konoha's ambush and sent 2 support routes. They had thought the ambush battle was almost over, but unexpectedly, the real fight was just beginning. Yichen, Ito Miyuki said with a determined look, this time it won't be easy. Yichen felt heavy-hearted, quickly organized his gear, and led a dozen Konoha Chunin toward the second blockade point. The distance was not far, only 2 kilometers. Yichen and his companions passed through the forest and arrived at the second blockade point within minutes. Over 60 Konoha ninja had already gathered here, including 6 jonin. Most were chunin, with few genin, and even fewer young genin like Yichen and Ito Miyuki. Their arrival drew quite a few glances, but Yichen was already used to such looks. The group did not chat but chose to rest. Everyone had just been through fierce battles, and with enemy reinforcements yet to arrive, restoring their strength was most important. As time passed, their numbers exceeded 100. Yichen looked around and noticed many were injured. The situation was more severe than he had imagined. Wounded personnel had also been brought in, clearly indicating a shortage of manpower. He only hoped the assault in the rear would end soon, otherwise, their chances of survival were slim. At that moment, a soft hand grasped his, and Yichen was startled. He turned to see Ito Miyuki. "What's wrong?" he asked. Ito Miyuki gave a bittersweet smile. "Yichen, thank you for always protecting me. I used to fantasize about going to the battlefield, thinking I could become a heroine and protect the village with my life. But now that I'm here, I realize how small I am. Yichen, promise me, no matter what happens, you must live well." "Don't say such foolish things," Yichen said, gripping her hand tightly with a smile. "We will all live, return to Konoha together, go home together." Ito Miyuki felt his warmth and nodded solemnly. "Okay, let's go home together." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their rest. "Rest time is almost over, everyone get ready. We've received intelligence that the enemy's second wave of reinforcements is about to pass through here. To ensure we capture the stronghold, we must fight with all our might to buy time for the main force. Are you confident?" "Yes," the crowd responded loudly. Yichen and Ito Miyuki also shouted along, but their hearts felt heavy. "Next, we will split into 5 teams, each responsible for one area, ensuring the IWA ninja reinforcements cannot break through." As soon as the team leader finished speaking, the groups began to form. Yichen and Ito Miyuki were assigned to the 3rd team, responsible for the middle section, so they might not encounter the enemy immediately. But the 5 teams were closely connected, and once the battle started, no one could remain unscathed. With the groups formed, everyone concealed themselves in the dense forest. Yichen felt the atmosphere was oppressive. All signs indicated this reinforcement was no ordinary matter. The team leader's use of a delaying tactic showed the blocking mission was exceptionally difficult. Just as Yichen was lost in thought, a commotion suddenly arose ahead. Before he could react, a river of yellow sand rapidly surged forward. Where the sand river passed, the ground was swallowed up, and even the trees were knocked askew. Yichen grabbed Miyuki and quickly jumped onto a large tree, looking ahead. The sand river seemed intent on piercing through the mountain forest where they were hiding, clearing the area and forcing the Konoha ninja to reveal themselves. At the source of the sand river, a sturdy IWA ninja slowly stood up. He wore a red ninja hat, had a mushroom-shaped nose, and a long beard. He was the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage named Kodo. Yichen had seen his portrait before. That mushroom nose was very distinctive, and he recognized him at a glance. Although Kodo was not as powerful as during the 4th grade ninja war, at just over 20 years old, his strength had already reached the level of an elite jonin. His ninjutsu demonstrated this clearly. Though the team numbered fewer than 100, even the weakest among them was a chunin, clearly marking this as an elite squad. Yichen's face darkened. The upcoming battle was bound to be fierce. "Kill!" someone shouted, and the fight was about to erupt. The Konoha ninja struck first, throwing kunai, but failed to catch the enemy off guard, limiting the effect. The kunai were easily blocked by the IWA ninja, who immediately counterattacked. They quickly formed hand seals, gathering earth element stones from the ground, rose into the air and shot toward the Konoha ninja. The stones initially were as small as marbles, growing larger as they flew, eventually becoming basketball-sized rocks crashing down on the enemy. Although this move's power wasn't enormous, when there were many stones, it was as dangerous as a meteor shower. Fortunately, the frontline ninjas were strong and dodged skillfully, with no one seriously injured. After the first round of clashes, both sides realized the other was no pushover, abandoned attrition tactics, and shifted to direct combat. Soon, explosions, screams, wails, and the clashing of weapons echoed across the battlefield. Yichen focused intently on the battle, suddenly hearing a buzzing sound from the right, like the flapping wings of flying insects. "Bees?" He turned his head in surprise. A strange swarm of bees had appeared here. A bee the size of a leather ball flew from afar, followed by a slightly smaller swarm. This was clearly an artificially bred variety. Even wild bees, no matter how grown, would avoid the battlefield, but the bees here actively flew over. And the Iwagakure village had a clan skilled in commanding bees in battle. Thinking of this, Yichen recalled the Mizukami clan of Iwagakure, also called the Shanha clan. They were a ninja family specializing in controlling insects in combat. Although their reputation was on par with Konoha's Aburame clan, their strength was somewhat weaker. They had been defeated by the Aburame clan, their numbers gradually dwindling, and their clan declining. Unexpectedly, in this blocking battle, they encountered a ninja from the Shanha clan. Yichen scanned the entire scene, his gaze fixed on an Iwagakure jonin. The man was short, ugly, and somewhat resembled a bee. That wasn't the main point. The key was that beside him stood a giant bee about 2 meters tall, looking extremely fierce. The man was perceptive. He noticed Yechen's gaze after just a few glances. Recognizing Yechen's Uchiha attire, he sneered and commanded the swarm of bees to attack Yichen. Seeing this, Yichen instructed Ito Miyuki to protect herself while he jumped down from the treetop and quickly retreated. The bees flew extremely fast, but Yechen's special physique made him even faster. Watching the relentless swarm and the short Iwagakure jonin chasing him, Yichen wondered why this guy was so determined to pursue him. Soon he ran out of the battle zone and stopped not far from the team. Continuing to run offered no way out, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving Ito Miyuki there. Suddenly, the bees all raised their abdomens and fiercely shot their stingers. Normally, bees sacrifice themselves when stinging, but these bees were different. Their stingers were just an attack method. Dense stingers shot toward him, but Yichen didn't dodge. He quickly formed hand seals. Siwashin Haiwuin, fire release, great fireball technique. A ball of fire burst from his mouth, expanding as it met the air, turning into a giant fireball 10 meters in diameter that charged at the bee swarm. Although the bees were much stronger than those in nature, they were still carbon-based lifeforms, and their stingers vanished upon contact with the flames. Boom! The fire exploded within the swarm, and the fire wave spread fiercely. The bees hit directly turned to ashes instantly, and those caught in the fire wave were engulfed in flames, rapidly swelling and falling like sparks, turning into charred corpses. You brat, you're asking for death. Akabachi's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, his gaze full of hatred and fear. He had clearly seen the great fireball Yichen just unleashed but was powerless to counter it. Such a massive great fireball was difficult even for a jonin to perform. He never expected a Uchiha genin to pull it off. He was shocked and jealous. The next moment, Akabachi spread his arms, his sleeves fluttering, and more bees flew out from his robes, swirling around the giant bee beside him. Go! With a command from Chiefeng, the giant bees around him, along with their swarm, lunged at Yichen, then opened their mandibles and sprayed out globs of sticky liquid. Damn, what the hell is this? Yichen frowned. Bee stings were tolerable, but bees spitting liquid? Could it be honey? He dared not let the liquid touch him and vanished instantly with a flash escape technique. The liquid hit the ground with a sizzling sound, and the earth quickly bubbled up with pits. Yichen gasped inwardly. This bee's saliva was surprisingly poisonous. Immediately after, another wave of stings came, and Yichen quickly dodged. While leaping in the air, he cast a great fireball jutsu, blasting the swarm into pieces. Chiefeng's eyes grew even redder. If it weren't for the lack of tomo in his pupils, he would have suspected he had awakened the Sharingan. Of course, that was just a joke. Without Uchiha bloodline, how could it be possible? Although Yichen repelled 2 waves of the swarm, the Shinha clan naturally had many insects, so from now on, he could only fight head-on, dodging stings while fiercely bombing with great fireball jutsu. Uchiha brat, you've killed so many of my bee babies, how do you wanna die? Chiefeng taunted. Seeing Yichen continuously use massive great fireballs, he thought the opponent's chakra was about to run out. How is it, not much chakra left, huh? Ha ha ha. Hearing the other repeatedly mention his surname, Yichen immediately understood why the Shinha clan had declined. They hated all the major clans of Konoha. So petty, unable to compete with the Aburame clan, they spread their hatred to everyone. Oh, so this is your Shinha clan's insect control technique? Doesn't look like much, no wonder you bow before the Aburame clan. Yichen deliberately provoked Chiefeng, looking for an opportunity. Chiefeng was already furious. Hearing him mention the Aburame clan with contempt made him grind his teeth in anger. Uchiha brat, you're talking nonsense. If it weren't for the Aburame clan's dirty tricks, how could our Shinha clan have lost? Dirty tricks? What a convenient excuse, Yichen sneered coldly. Admit you're outmatched instead of making such grandiose excuses. Your Shinha clan, a major family of Iwagakure, has such a narrow mind. I truly despise it. Fine, fine, fine. Qifeng shouted angrily, then roared, Uchiha brat, you've angered me. Just wait until I catch you, let's see if you still talk back. I'll flay you alive and feed you to my bee babies. As soon as he finished speaking, Qifeng waved his hand, and the swarm of bees once again surged toward Yichen. At that moment, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes appeared before him, instantly capturing his mind and causing him to briefly lose consciousness. This was exactly Yichen's plan: first provoke the opponent to lose their rationality, then use the Sharingan's genjutsu ability to instantly pull them into an illusion. He did not use the magic shackles technique for two reasons. First, that skill relies on the Sharingan. Second, it requires hand seals and takes time, making it easy to be detected by a seasoned ninja. The Sharingan's genjutsu can be activated instantly, making it much harder to defend against. Of course, if the opponent's mental strength is strong, the power of the genjutsu is greatly reduced. But even so, as long as the opponent can be disoriented for a moment, it is enough for Yichen to strike. Sharingan, no. Akabane felt the oppressive pressure of the Sharingan and quickly closed his eyes to resist. As a Jonin who had long controlled bee swarms with his mental power, his spiritual strength was extraordinary. Although he did not immediately fall into the genjutsu, his consciousness was still affected. He bit his tongue to awaken himself with the pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yichen drew his blade. The long knife at his waist was instantly unsheathed, and faint electric currents flickered at the hilt. The first stage of Thunder God 9 transformations, Thunder's first roar, includes two lightning-style ninjutsu, one of which is an electric shock technique. Although the current was weak and could only paralyze the enemy, combined with the sword technique, its power was not to be underestimated. The blade sliced through the air, crackling with electricity. The edge cut through flesh, spraying blood. Akabane screamed in pain as his body was knocked back several steps, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep wound reaching the bone marrow appeared on his chest, the edges of the wound flickering with electric currents and emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Although Akabane was awakened, his body was paralyzed, his consciousness sluggish, and his injuries severe. Yichen had intended to kill with one strike but did not expect the opponent to narrowly escape, only retreating half a step, otherwise he would have been dead. Unwilling to give up, Yichen clenched a shuriken tightly in his hand, activating his spatial compression ability, causing it to vibrate slightly. The shuriken whistled out, drawing a thin white line as he prepared to deliver the final deadly blow. Though paralyzed, Akabane was an experienced Jonin who could control his bee swarm for defense. The swarm rushed toward the shuriken but was unexpectedly easily cut apart by the sharp force, not causing the slightest threat. Seeing that the terrifying shuriken was about to end his life, Akabane no longer hesitated. He let out a roar and unleashed the Crane Clan's ultimate technique, the human insect reincarnation technique. The next moment, a sharp roar came from the mouth of the Hive King. Yichen looked over and saw the Hive King spit out a glob of liquid, quickly wrapping the red bee, then swallowing it into its abdomen. What on earth is going on? Ding! A crisp impact sound rang out as a shuriken struck the Hive King's abdomen, causing a violent vibration. The vibration spread outward from the point of impact, making the ground tremble intensely. However, the force of the shuriken did not stop. It collided again with the Hive King's hard abdominal shell. Ding! The shuriken couldn't withstand it, shattering into pieces and scattering everywhere. The Hive King's defense was not invincible. A dent appeared on its abdomen, and its body slid more than 10 meters away, creating a pit before barely stabilizing. A strange light flashed in Yichen's eyes. He hadn't expected the Hive King to have such a hard shell. At 12th level, about 12,000 Jin of force, it still couldn't penetrate the Hive King's armor. Accompanied by a sharp screech, the queen bee flapped her wings and flew out of the pit, clearly injured, her standing posture staggering. Yichen sneered coldly, thinking it was strong, but it was nothing more than the last gasp of a strong crossbow. Since that's the case, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. Yichen raised his hand, a lightning orb gathering in his palm. Target locked, the lightning orb grew larger and larger, expanding into a 1-meter diameter lightning ball. Boom! 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 3 lightning balls slammed fiercely onto the queen bee, their momentum no less fierce than the fireballs. Lightning release: lightning ball can be thrown from a distance or used for close combat. With Yichen's Sharingan assistance, the hit rate is extremely high. The thunderclap exploded for several breaths, and a several-meter deep pit was blasted where the queen bee had originally stood. Yichen approached and saw that the queen bee had stopped convulsing, her whole body charred black, emitting a faint scent of burnt meat, obviously already dead. Ding dong, evolution points plus 400. Those bees just now could only provide a little over 10 evolution points each. The queen bee is quite powerful. Even a special Jonin would have to be cautious around her. 400 evolution points isn't actually that much. Yi Chen had just relaxed when he suddenly felt something was wrong. The evolution points from the queen bee had arrived, but what about the red bee? The evolution points from a Jonin shouldn't be less than the queen bee's, right? There was no notification of evolution points, which meant only one thing: the red bee was still alive. Yi Chen suddenly looked up at the sky. The bees flying around were still circling this area, not scattered at all, which was clearly abnormal. If both the red bee and the queen bee were dead, the hive would have lost its leader, and without anyone to command, how could they maintain such a formation? It could only mean that the red bee was still alive. Thinking this, Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the queen bee's abdomen, where several cracks slowly appeared, as if something was about to break out of the shell. The sound of the cracks widening came, and Yi Chen suddenly retreated, quickly condensing a lightning ball in his hand and throwing it out. Boom! The lightning ball exploded, electric currents wildly dancing, but thanks to his Sharingan, Yi Chen saw everything clearly and was not harmed in the slightest. Emerging from the queen bee's abdomen was Akabane, but his appearance was extremely strange. Akabane no longer resembled a human, he looked like a bee. His eyes bulged, his body hunched, limbs twisted, and a pair of transparent wings grew from his shoulder blades, fluttering slightly. If it weren't for the human features still on his face, Yi Chen almost thought he was the queen bee's offspring. Obviously, Akabane had used some secret technique to partially transform his body into a bee form, with significant side effects. Despite this, he still retained human thought, his eyes flashing with caution toward Yi Chen. 3 shurikens shot out swiftly, directly aiming at Akabane. This time Yi Chen didn't use spatial compression, wanting to see how Akabane's combat ability had changed after the transformation. Sensing danger, Akabane flapped his wings and quickly moved sideways several meters, dodging the shurikens. Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Although the opponent's speed had increased considerably, his movements were comical, like a chubby bee that couldn't fly. A dense barrage of stinger needles shot out, interrupting Yi Chen's sneer. He gathered a ball of lightning in his left palm, quickly spreading it to electrify the stinger needles, then threw the lightning ball at Qi Feng. Qi Feng's speed surged dramatically. Even with the assistance of the Sharingan, he easily dodged and counterattacked. The two sides clashed fiercely, drawing the attention of the nearby ninjas. Time passed by the second, and Yi Chen, relying on his vast energy, continuously unleashed ninjutsu. The swarm controlled by Qi Feng was driven back by more than half, no longer posing a threat. This gave Yi Chen an excellent opportunity to cast the magic shackles technique. In his anger, Qi Feng ignored the power of the Sharingan. The moment he locked eyes with Yi Chen, he had already fallen into the trap. His mind was pulled into an illusion, and Qi Feng froze in place, motionless. Yi Chen leapt up, swung his long blade down, blood splattered, Qi Feng's head fell to the ground, his life ended. Ding dong, evolution points plus 850. Yi Chen sneered, only giving this few points for leveling up to Jonin. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Although Akabane is a Jonin, his strength is not on par with those top-tier Jonin. Most of his ninjutsu and energy are used to cultivate bees. When facing the energy-amazing Yi Chen, the swarm simply cannot compete. If it were an ordinary Jonin, they would probably have retreated long ago. This is the advantage of having massive energy. After Akabane died, the remaining swarm lost control, their formation chaotic, scattering in all directions. How could Yi Chen let them go? These spirit bees were all experienced pets he personally raised. Fire release, great fireball technique was unleashed with a roar. A ball of blazing fire instantly engulfed all the bees, burning them to a crisp. Ding dong, evolution points plus 210. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy and glanced at the system information. He had earned 500 evolution points from the first sniper point. In the battle with Red Bee, just the swarm of bees alone granted him 2,000 evolution points, the Queen Bee 400, and Red Bee 850. After the 2 battles, he had accumulated a total of 3,750 evolution points. He even thought that maybe from now on, he should specifically seek out insect-raising ninjas to fight. This was much more cost-effective than fighting rock ninjas. A single fire-style ninjutsu could kill a dozen or 20 insects, but killing a ninja wasn't that easy. But this idea was destined to fail. Insect-controlling ninjas were already rare, let alone high-level ones. Killing ordinary insects, no matter how many, was useless. Only killing high-level spiritual insects granted evolution points. However, no matter what, he still profited. After the sniper battle ended, converting evolution points to increase his combat power, he believed he would become stronger. Pulling back his thoughts, Yi Chen refocused on the battlefield. The fight was not over yet. He had just killed a Jonin, but the situation remained unchanged. At this moment, the rock ninjas still held the upper hand. Although their numbers were fewer than Konoha's and they had just undergone a forced march, Konoha's side was in even worse shape. There were many wounded, and who could retain much stamina and chakra after a major battle? As soon as the two sides clashed, Konoha fell into a disadvantage. The rock ninjas were eager to support the front line and struck ruthlessly. In a short time, Konoha's casualties had exceeded 30. If reinforcements hadn't arrived at the first sniper point, this defensive line probably wouldn't have held. After clarifying the situation, Yichin began searching for Ito Miyuki. Over there. Spotting Miyuki, Yeching breathed a sigh of relief but furrowed his brows. She was seriously injured, with multiple bruises on her body, especially on her lower backside, where fresh blood was faintly seeping out, clearly a severe wound. Yeching no longer hesitated and swiftly ran toward her, simultaneously using the flash step technique and throwing 3 shuriken. The Iwagakure Chunin fighting Miyuki was about to end the life of the Konoha genin before him. Suddenly, his body hair stood on end, sensing an unprecedented danger approaching. The Iwagakure Chunin decisively abandoned his attack and used the substitute technique to escape. Boom! 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 The 3 shuriken exploded with a loud blast. The fleeing IWA ninja silently counted himself lucky, thankful for his quick reaction, or else it would have been over. What he didn't know was that Yeching hadn't let him go. With Miyuki so severely injured, Yeching's anger was hard to quell. He condensed 3 lightning spheres and hurled them forward. Boom! 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 The explosion range of the lightning ball is extremely wide. With Yeching's current strength, the core explosion diameter of the lightning ball is 3 meters, gradually weakening towards the outer edges. This is the power of the second-level Thunder God 9 transformations. 3 lightning balls formed a blockade, covering an area of 10 meters in diameter. The rock ninja was panicking, feeling threatened and unable to perform ninjutsu in time, hastily retreating, but still half a beat too slow, and was struck by lightning. Though not fatal, the body was paralyzed, making it even harder to dodge the next strike. Splurt! A kunai pierced through the rock ninja's body and was stuck in the ground, blood dripping from the wound. Miyuki, are you okay? Yeching hurriedly ran to Ito Miyuki's side, seeing her covered in wounds, feeling very worried. I'm fine. Miyuki saw Yeching appear and forced a faint smile, a long-lost blush appearing on her face, as if she had regained a sense of safety. Yeching was also stunned, not expecting her smile to be so captivating, not even noticing the enemy suddenly appearing behind him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, a kunai stabbing straight into Yeching's heart from behind. No! Miyuki screamed, hugging Yeching and turning around to use her body to block the sudden attack. Yichen only felt a sharp pain in his chest, but a warm sensation flowed into his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the kunai pierce through Miyuki's body, its tip also stabbing into his own chest. At that moment, his mind went blank. He never expected Miyuki to save him in this way, and yet, she was about to die. The enemy pulled out the kunai, and blood gushed out from Miyuki's body. Miyuki coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain, splattering it onto Yichen's face. At this moment, Yichen finally woke up in shock, shouting, Miyuki! He trembled as he held her tightly, pressing one hand hard against her chest, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Miyuki, you'll be fine. Don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep. We promised to go home together, don't forget. Yichen. Miyuki weakly raised her left hand. Yichen grasped her hand and pressed it against his face. Miyuki, you will definitely be fine. Yichen's voice cracked with tears, his heart breaking in pain. Yichen. Miyuki's face was pale, but she showed a faint smile. I remember when we first met, you were cold and ignored me. I wanted to get close to you, to give you warmth, but you always kept strangers at a distance, making people dislike you. Don't say any more. Yichen choked up. I have to say it, or there might not be another chance. Meishui coughed up a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty, if we're no longer here in the future, promise me you'll live well, and every year at this time, come to my grave and bring my favorite autumn cherry blossoms. Okay. Yichen's face was covered in tears, which kept falling. He remembered that autumn cherry blossoms symbolized happiness and pure love, representing the beautiful times they had together. Meishui, Meishui gently stopped him with her finger, promise me, live on. After saying this, her finger slipped away, and her life came to an end. Meishui Yichen cried heart-wrenchingly, memories of the past constantly flashing through his mind. That proud and willful girl, that beautiful and loyal girl, that tough and resolute girl, just like that, was gone. At this moment, his heart ached so much he could hardly breathe. When Nakagawa Ichiryu and Abe died, Yichen was not by their side. Although he was angry upon hearing the news, he only felt regret. But Miyuki died right before his eyes, and it was to save him. How could he possibly stay calm? That person's sneak attack was originally aimed at him. If Miyuki hadn't blocked it for him, he might have been the one who died. Although the opponent took advantage of his distraction to strike, Miyuki's sacrifice truly saved his life. Ah! Feeling Miyuki's life slowly slipping away, Yechen's anger flared to its peak. He howled to the sky, his crimson eyes flashing with spinning tomo. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze fierce, the Sharingan emitting a captivating light. I want you to die. He growled through gritted teeth. Sharingan. The Iwagakure Jonin opposite was first startled, then showed a look of hatred. What he hated was not Yechen, but the Sharingan. Matsuda Kyuji, who was once a genin, had also experienced a similar tragedy, with his comrades and master cruelly killed by a Sharingan ninja. Therefore, whenever he encountered a Konoha ninja wearing Uchiha attire, he would attack mercilessly, which was also the reason he targeted Yechen. Yechen put Miyuki down, stood up, and 3 shuriken rapidly spun in the palm of his hand, emitting a white light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 shurikens flew out, aiming straight at Matsuda Kyuji's vital points. Matsuda Kyuji's figure flashed, kunai flying to block. Clang clang clang. Kunai collided with shurikens, sparks flying everywhere. Matsuda Kyuji retreated several meters, steadying his stance, shocked inside, his hand trembling slightly. This guy's thrown shurikens were surprisingly powerful. Fire release, great fireball technique. Matsuda Kyuji's pupils contracted sharply. He had never seen such a huge fireball. He quickly performed the body flicker technique to retreat. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, fire waves raging all around. Matsuda Kyuji quickly formed hand seals, struck the ground with both palms, and used earth release, earth flow wall to block the fire waves. At this moment, Yi-Chin was filled with hatred, only wanting to kill the IWA ninja to avenge Miyuki. He didn't need to form hand seals with both hands. He condensed a lightning ball and fiercely smashed it toward Matsuda Kyuji. With the assistance of the Sharingan, his accuracy in throwing the lightning balls was extremely high, even able to perform curved attacks. Boom! 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 Matsuda Kyuji kept dodging. Fortunately, as a jonin, he was fast and experienced. For the lightning balls he couldn't avoid, he blocked them with defensive ninjutsu. He was in a sorry state, cursing inwardly at how strong the opponent's chakra was. After blocking the last lightning ball, Matsuda saw that Yi-Chin didn't use any ninjutsu and felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the opponent's chakra was exhausted? What a foolish guy. Die! Matsuda Kyuji's figure flashed as he threw kunai to attack Yi-Chin, then closed in. A blade-esque gleam flashed, and the kunai was knocked away. The two quickly engaged in close combat. Yi-Chen's swordsmanship was swift and precise, with incredible strength. In just a few moves, he suppressed Matsuda. Unable to use ninjutsu, Matsuda could only manage 1 or 2 low-level techniques at most. Whenever Matsuda formed hand seals, Yi-Chen's blade would disrupt his movements. Time passed bit by bit. Yi-Chen's blade flashes were like thunder, fast, fierce, and accurate, with explosive power. In less than 2 minutes, Matsuda showed a flaw. His left arm was cut off by the lightning blade. The intense pain made him scream, but Yi-Chen swore not to let him go and continued his assault. 1 minute later, a blade pierced through Matsuda's heart. Before dying, Matsuda was puzzled. How could he die at the hands of a genin? Looking at those strange Sharingan eyes, he smiled and fell. Ding dong, evolution points plus 1,200. Yi-Chen did not stop. Sitting on Matsuda, he pulled out a kunai and stabbed it fiercely into his chest, then withdrew it, blood dripping, repeatedly stabbing several times. With each stab, the image of Ito Miyuki appeared in Yi-Chen's mind. That strong and righteous girl was deeply engraved in his heart. The blades fell like rain. Matsuda's corpse was stabbed full of holes. This horrifying scene instilled fear in the ninjas on the battlefield. Such hatred, committing such a mad act. Many ninjas looked at Yi-Chen with fear. An upper ninja was brutally tortured to death by him. This strength was shocking. Yi-Chen slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding IWA ninjas, with only one thought in his mind: kill them all. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks exploded in the sky, signaling retreat. The mission was over. The surviving Konoha ninjas no longer cared about mission success or failure. Retreat became the priority. The whistle sounded sharply, and the Konoha ninjas began to withdraw. Yi-Chen glanced at Miyuki's corpse in the distance, finally giving up his killing intent and deciding to take her home. He flashed over to Miyuki's side, carried her on his back, and joined the Konoha ninjas. The IWA ninjas tried to stop them, but Konoha was prepared. Several upper ninjas blocked them, while others quickly gathered to form a numerical advantage. The IWA ninjas could not stop them at all. When Captain Huangtu reorganized his team, Konoha had already withdrawn from the battlefield. Huangtu was unwilling and wanted to continue the pursuit, but soon discovered that Konoha had reinforcements ahead, again outnumbering them. Helpless, Huangtu had to give up the chase and admit defeat. The Konoha team dared not stay, fearing encirclement, and could only quickly retreat from the Iwagakure control zone. After more than 10 hours of forced marching, Yi Chen and the others finally returned to the Konoha headquarters. 1,000 had gone on this mission, but only over 500 returned. More than 400 were left forever on the battlefield, and the camp was full of wounded. Medical ninjas were busy treating the injured. Yi Chen carried Ito Miyuki's corpse silently back to the tent. Everyone was used to the situation and said nothing. Although the ninja world was hostile, there were rules for burying the dead. Some took the bodies of their loved ones, unwilling to let them be buried in enemy territory. Yi Chen entered the tent. The system prompted that the mission was complete and rewards were granted, but he paid no attention. He put down Miyuki's body and wept uncontrollably. Having experienced so much life and death, he thought he could stay calm, but at this moment, he still could not settle down. Coming to this world, he had no sense of security, only wanting to become stronger and survive. The 7th Squad's Nakagawa-sensei, Abino, and Miyuki had long held important places in his heart, but they were all dead, and died on a meaningless battlefield. Yi Chen was furious, hating the IWA ninjas and Konoha's higher-ups. Their so-called will of fire was nothing but for their own interests, never considering the lower ranks. Yi Chen stayed in the tent for 3 days, not going out or training, only keeping company with Miyuki's body. It wasn't until the 4th day that Yi Chen's emotions slightly calmed. He stored Miyuki's corpse in the system space, which could preserve her completely. Time in the system space is frozen even after 10,000 years, the body won't decay. Yi Chen was unwilling to bury her because he hoped to truly resurrect Miyuki one day. This was no joke. Yi Chen possessed the Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, granting him the power to bring the dead back to life. As long as Miyuki's body was well preserved, reviving her in the future would not be difficult. He was still considering the side effects but was confident he could find a solution. However, Yi Chen underestimated the status of the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. Just a few days after returning, news of his Sharingan awakening spread back to the clan, and they even sent a Jonin to verify it. That person was none other than Uchiha Shirye, who had previously interacted with Yi Chen. Shirye was shocked upon hearing the news. The death of Yi Chen's parents hadn't triggered his Sharingan, but the death of a comrade directly activated the double Tomo Sharingan. What surprised him even more was that Yi Chen had grown strong enough within months to kill a Jonin. This was astonishing to outsiders, but for the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan was their foundation. Yi Chen, are you sure you don't want to join the clan's combat squad? Shirye asked after confirming. Joining the squad not only guaranteed safety but also provided more training resources. The battle achievements granted by Konoha paled in comparison to the generous treatment within the clan, which was why the big family's descendants grew rapidly. So many had died on this battlefield, yet few were from the major clans, mostly they were from collateral branches. Ordinary ninjas fought desperately, while the big family ninjas enjoyed privileges. That was the reality. But Yi Chen was different. He needed to go to the battlefield, only the battlefield could bring more evolution points. Staying in the rear or doing low-risk missions would only slow his growth. Yes, I like this kind of environment, Yi Chen answered firmly. Alright then, the clan respects your decision, Jie nodded, pulling out 2 scrolls and handing them to Yi Chen. These are from the clan, containing techniques for using the Sharingan. Make sure to familiarize yourself with them. There's also a sword technique. I heard you're good with blades, so it's perfect for you to practice. Yi Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the clan to suddenly be so generous. It seemed awakening the Sharingan really made a difference. This is a secret technique passed down in the Uchiha clan. When combined with the Sharingan, it can unleash its greatest power, Jie said proudly. Thank you, uncle, Yi Chen said as he took the scrolls. Train hard and don't let down the reputation of the Uchiha, Jie encouraged. At that moment, the clan officially recognized Yi Chen's identity. Previously, after his parents died in battle, the clan had only given him compensation. Now that he had awakened the Sharingan, their attitude was completely different. Yi Chen didn't care about these trivial matters, he just wanted to live his life well. Uchiha Jie was about to return to report back when he suddenly turned and reminded him, in just over a month, the clan will arrange for you to participate in the Chunin exams. Prepare in advance. Yi Chen nodded in response. Watching him leave, he suddenly realized he had already been on the Rain Country battlefield for half a year. At first, all the members of Team 7 were here, but now only he remains alone, a trace of sadness inevitably rising in his heart. From then on, apart from necessary patrols, Yi Chen spent almost all his time training, with his days fully scheduled. Perhaps only in this way could he temporarily forget the pain and loss. A month quickly passed. Just as he expected, due to the destruction of the logistics base, Iwagakure would not have any major actions in the coming months. Therefore, Yichen mainly carried out patrol duties, and his training progressed exceptionally smoothly. He consumed a large number of evolution points, achieving a qualitative leap in combat power. His current status is Host, Yichen. Rank, Jonin. Cultivation method, Hongmeng Devouring Heaven Technique. Combat power, 99.5. Strength, 330. Constitution, 330. Spirit, 335. Energy, 3350. Bloodline, Sharingan Double Tomo, Byakugan Second Stage. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 1, Space Compression Level 1. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 10, Fire Release Wildfire. Blazing Waves Level 15, Magic Shackles Technique Level 6, Rasengan Level 6, Lightning Release Thunder God 9 Transformations Level 5. Evolution Points, 0. After a month of intense training, his evolution points were exhausted, his combat power tripled, and his rank officially advanced to Jonin. Although he was still wearing the Genin outfit, no one dared to treat him as a Genin. With a combat power of 99.5, he had already surpassed most Jonin, and if he fully unleashed his trump cards, he could even contend with elite Jonin. Half a year after crossing over, he was only 10 years old but far ahead of ninjas his age. During this time, he diligently studied the family scrolls and gained a new understanding of the Sharingan-S application. The illusions on the scroll were actually an advanced variant of Sharingan hypnosis. With just one glance, he could drag the opponent into an illusionary world. The illusion scenes could change according to the caster's will, making them suitable for both combat and intelligence interrogation. For this reason, Yichen specially assigned 2 shadow clones to specialize in this ability. It didn't appear on the system panel, probably because it was an innate Sharingan skill that advanced with his strength. In addition, he also practiced Uchiha swordsmanship. Although it was only an improvement in basic skills, it made him more adept at using Hyarinmaru. Yichen had always kept this trump card hidden deep within, only summoning Hyarinmaru when alone. Now his strength was enough to activate Hyarinmaru's second form, Frost Sky Bloom. But he always felt that Hyarinmaru was far more than that. This sword seemed to contain endless power, and Frost Sky Bloom was just the beginning. Frost Sky Bloom allowed him to sense cold energy and use it to predict enemy movements. The blade would crystallize with ice, reflecting changes in the surrounding temperature, and its strikes could cause slowing and freezing effects. If he hit the enemy consecutively, it would trigger frost thorns, binding the opponent. Even as an initial form, it was already so powerful. The further evolution of Hyarinmaru would surely be even more extraordinary. No matter how powerful the divine weapon, Yichen never relaxed his training. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he survive in this brutal world. Although a Jonin was strong, in the later stages of the ninja world, that was far from enough. Especially when the Fourth Great Ninja War broke out, even Jonin struggled to protect themselves. Training could not stop, not for a moment. 3 days passed quickly. In the afternoon, Yichen finished his patrol and returned to the camp. According to orders, tomorrow he and some genin would return to Konoha to prepare for the Chunin exams in half a month. At night, Yichen packed his luggage and lay alone in bed but couldn't fall asleep. He recalled the thrilling and trust-filled times when he first arrived at the Rain Country battlefield. Now alone, he had felt extremely lonely over the past month, as if he had returned to the initial state after crossing over, unwilling to talk to others. Even with the ninjas he patrolled with, he rarely spoke, immersing himself in his own world. Tomorrow I'll return to Konoha. Miyuki, Teacher Nakagawa, Aburo, are you all doing well in another world? He murmured, tears unconsciously welling at the corners of his eyes. Perhaps only in this silent night would he reveal his softer side. Early the next morning, Yichen and a dozen genin set out for the village under the escort of Jonin and Chunin. Along the way, some secretly stared at him, and even the Chunin kept their distance, showing a hint of fear. This was not surprising. Yichen's performance on the Rain Country battlefield was already well known to everyone, and even the overall commander Orochimaru had remembered his name. As a genin, he had awakened the dual Tomo Sharingan and slaughtered multiple enemy jonin. Such achievements were hard to match even by ordinary jonin. What made people respect yet keep their distance even more was his Uchiha identity. In Konoha, the Uchiha's reputation was already poor. In the past, people could tolerate it, but now that they knew he had awakened the Sharingan, everyone was even more guarded. In their eyes, Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan were almost all madmen. Night Dust paid no attention to these gazes. He didn't care how others talked about him, he preferred to spend his time improving himself. On the way, he didn't idle either, using space compression to train his physical fitness and strengthen his body. Night Dust always acted very calm, which made others think he was arrogant and cold. For 4 days, no one spoke to him, and when he returned to Konoha, everyone still ignored him. He didn't mind at all, simply saying a brief goodbye to the team leader before heading straight back to the Uchiha clan. The house had been unoccupied for months, covered in a thick layer of dust. After spending some time cleaning, he finally lay back on the bed, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Months of battlefield life had drained him, constantly on guard against enemy ninja ambushes, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. Returning to this familiar little nest in Konoha, he finally felt a bit safe. He decided to have a good sleep to relieve his tense nerves. After sleeping for 2 days, he woke up refreshed, all fatigue gone. Ah, this feels so good. Night Dust stretched lazily and couldn't help but smile. His stomach growled, he rubbed it and prepared to eat a spirit fruit to fill his stomach. Suddenly remembering he was at home and didn't need to eat fruit, he pushed open the door and planned to go to the village for a proper meal. Walking down the street, Night Dust noticed the village was much quieter, and the faces of passers-by were full of worry. Half a year ago during the Chunin exams, the streets were lively, with many new shops opening. He had even eaten dumplings with Miyuki and Aburo. Now many shops had for transfer notices posted, and the remaining ones were cold and quiet, with poor business. Although Konoha had many civilians, the ninja were the main consumers. With many ninja gone from the battlefield, many never returning, it was no surprise that shops were neglected. As Night Dust strolled, he saw a noodle shop with a sign reading Ichiraku Ramen. That was Naruto's favorite ramen, and he couldn't help but walk inside. The staff, dressed in chef's clothes, greeted him warmly. "Customer, what would you like to eat?" "A bowl of chashu ramen," Night Dust answered decisively. "Okay, please wait a moment." The staff excitedly went to prepare it. Before long, a bowl of fragrant chashu noodles was placed on the table. Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. For the past few months, he had been eating either fruit or soldiers' rations. Being able to have a proper meal was truly a luxury. Faced with such delicious food, he simply couldn't resist. The waiter looked at him and immediately understood that he had just returned from the battlefield, which was why he cherished this meal so much. "Please enjoy your meal, sir," the waiter said kindly. As the waiter turned to leave, Yi Chen couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and start eating the noodles in big mouthfuls. In less than a minute, the large bowl was completely empty, not even a drop of soup left. "Delicious, no wonder Naruto likes it," he exclaimed. "Boss, another bowl, please." Soon, another bowl of chashu noodles was served, and Yi Chen finished it in just a few bites without hesitation. The empty bowls piled up higher and higher. By the 15th bowl, he let out a satisfied burp and rubbed his stomach. "Boss, the bill, please." "Thank you for your patronage, that will be 30 silver coins in total," the waiter said with a smile. Yi Chen did the math. Each bowl was only 2 silver coins, not expensive. But ordinary people couldn't afford to eat this much. After eating his fill, Yi Chen did not go home but leisurely walked toward the Hokage building. With the team leader dead, he needed to fill out the application for the Chunin exam himself. The process was simple: register a name, fill in some information, and wait 7 days to take the exam. During these 7 days, Yi Chen did not idle. He diligently practiced skills, trained his physical fitness, and worked on his Sharingan and swordsmanship. His schedule was packed, and his only pastime was going to Ichiraku Ramen to eat noodles 15 bowls each time, sometimes packing some to go. Occasionally, he changed flavors, and the hand-pulling noodle shop owner was delighted, warmly welcoming Yi Chen every time he came. In the blink of an eye, the 7th day arrived. In a mountain forest, 10 shadow clones were each training, the atmosphere intense. Yi Chen's original body stood quietly, a silver light flickering in the center of his brow, the broken illusion divine eye as if probing the mysteries of heaven and earth. At this moment, his aura changed drastically. If one didn't look carefully, it was impossible to tell he was still standing there, as if he had already merged with the world. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, forming a fierce wind that swept up fallen leaves, which then slowly drifted down. This technique is truly powerful. I had been on the wrong path before. I thought it was just about refining energy, but I didn't expect it to be a great method of divine cultivation, Yi Chen thought in shock. The Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique is not just about refining chi. Refining chi is only the entry point. It is a method of divine cultivation. Refining chi into the sea, gathering the sea into a pill. This is the path of immortality cultivation, isn't it? Today was the first day of the Chunin exam, held at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, the school was on holiday today, with only the genin taking the exam and the chunin and jonin supervising present. Yi Chen looked at the familiar campus, smiled lazily, and walked into the classroom. He took out his assessment name tag and headed toward the target classroom. The classroom was bustling with activity, many ninjas gathered together whispering. As soon as Yi Chen entered, the classroom instantly fell silent. Some people even stepped aside when they saw him approaching. Yi Chen's deeds had already spread throughout the village. Everyone said he was a merciless killer. Moreover, he had awakened the Sharingan, sparking much gossip behind his back, but more than anything, there was reverence. No matter what others thought, Yi Chen had single-handedly slain a Jonin, and in their eyes, he had long surpassed ordinary people. His participation in the Chunin exam was merely a formality. No matter how others saw it, Yi Chen lazily walked to the last row, sat down, propped his chin on his hands, and closed his eyes to rest. Only then did the others dare to whisper quietly, afraid of disturbing this killing god. "Hello, Uchiha Yi Chen." Just as Yi Chen was about to rest, he heard someone call him and opened his eyes to look. What came into view was a boy slightly younger than him, smiling cheerfully at him. The boy wore the Uchiha clan attire, clearly a member of the clan, but Yi Chen had never seen him before. He actually knew very few people from the Uchiha clan. "Who are you?" "My name is Uchiha Shursui." "You must be brother Yi Chen," the boy said with an innocent smile. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. The child before him, who was several years younger, was none other than Uchiha Shursui. This name was famous throughout the ninja world. He was known as the Swift Shursui, with speed comparable to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His phantom body flicker technique could create indistinguishable real and fake attacks on the battlefield, and the phantoms could also attack enemies. The most terrifying was his Sharingan talent, capable of activating the strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, which could permanently alter others' wills without physical contact, even twisting their thoughts, causing great fear. Although it had a usage limit, it was incredibly powerful. If it weren't for Danzo taking one of his eyes and framing him to death, the clan's tragedy might never have happened. Such a legendary ninja, now just a little brat. "That's right, it's me. What do you want from me?" Yi Chen responded coldly. Uchiha Shursui's smile faded slightly but quickly returned to normal as he said, "Nothing, I just wanted to meet brother Yi Chen. I heard you awaken the Sharingan, not sure if it's true." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Shursui's eyes flashed with a strange red light. Yi Chen suddenly felt a wave of spiritual power assaulting him, his mind shaken, and his Sharingan instantly opened. "Kid, put away your illusions. Don't try any tricks in front of me." Looking at the other's double Tomo Sharingan, Yi Chen was quite surprised. He himself had gone through many battles and, with the help of the system, finally possessed the double Tomo Sharingan he has now. Looking at Uchiha Shursui again, though young, he also possessed the double Tomo, truly a genius boy. "Brother Yecheng, why do you only have one Sharingan?" Uchiha Shursui curiously stared at Yecheng's left eye and asked. He remembered that awakening the Sharingan always involved both eyes, so why did Yecheng have only one? He was puzzled. With a thought, Yecheng's right eye also revealed the double Tomo. He possessed dual bloodlines, able to freely switch between Sharingan and Byakugan, even displaying both bloodlines simultaneously. With one red and one white eye, Yecheng was at his strongest state. "Wow!" Uchiha Shursui covered his mouth in surprise. "Brother Yecheng, you actually only activate one eye, does that save chakra?" Yecheng nodded. Although he usually didn't pay much attention, activating the Sharingan and Byakugan didn't consume much of his energy. When Shursui asked, he answered, "Really amazing, teach me." "No." After learning the other's identity, Yi Chen lost interest and pretended to sleep with his head on the table. "Why? We're clan members, teach me." "I told you, you can't learn it. This ability is my special trait." Yi Chen was annoyed and could only make up an excuse. After saying this, he ignored him. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shursui turned into a clingy child. Yi Chen ignored him, so Shursui sat beside him quietly, his eyes fixed on Yi Chen, curious. He had heard about Yi Chen. His parents died in battle before he awakened the Sharingan, and later he went with Konoha to the Land of Rain. In less than half a year, Yi Chen awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, which was very rare in the clan and a symbol of genius. Yi Chen's reputation spread throughout the family. As a fellow clan genius, Ji Shuwei took the opportunity to get to know Yi Chen. The earlier test confirmed that Yi Chen had not only awakened the Sharingan but also had significantly stronger mental power. How strange, could this guy be the future of the clan? Suddenly, a bell rang. Yi Chen looked up and saw a dozen Konoha ninjas entering the classroom. The leader was holding a confidential document bag sealed with a top-secret stamp. It was easy to guess that the written exam for the Chunin exam was about to begin. Without any extra explanation, the chief examiner directly reassigned their seats and handed out the test papers. He only gave one instruction: no cheating. Yi Chen glanced at the test paper. It wasn't very difficult since others had already started answering. But he couldn't solve one question. He had only studied the basics for a month after crossing over, and he still didn't understand many problems. Fortunately, with the Sharingan, it was easy to peek at the answers. Once the Sharingan was activated, Yi Chen quickly wrote down the answers by following others' answer patterns. Cheating was prohibited during the exam, but as long as he wasn't caught, it was considered a valid strategy. Time passed little by little. Yi Chen filled half a page of the test paper. He didn't care whether the answers were correct or not, nor whether he passed. Suddenly, the silence in the classroom was broken. "Number 32, you may leave." Everyone looked toward the left side of the classroom and saw a candidate with a pale face slowly stand up, leaving with a reluctant expression. Everyone immediately understood that this person had been caught cheating. Yi Chen ignored it and continued to observe the students who answered quickly using his Sharingan. He could distinguish good students because they answered rapidly, almost without thinking. Finding these people and copying their answers by following their handwriting was the most effective. 3 more people were caught cheating in this exam, and the first written test finally ended. According to the procedure, the results would be announced at noon, and those who passed would participate in the second assessment the next day. Yi Chen wandered around the village for a while, and when he returned to the school, the results had already been posted. He passed the written test smoothly. There were still 59 people on the list. This written test eliminated about half of the participants, a number neither too many nor too few. Early the next morning, Yi Chen arrived at exercise field number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. That's right, the second assessment was held here. The Forest of Death is a large training ground in Konoha, covering about 35 kilometers, with a tall tower in the center, surrounded by barbed wire fences. There are forests, rivers, swamps, and dangerous areas here, full of hazards. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Chen lazily stood at the door, waiting for the assessment to begin. Many candidates gathered, some in groups, some alone, but no one approached Yi Chen. Half an hour later, the chief examiner Taniguchi Mano appeared, and the venue immediately fell silent. "My name is Taniguchi Mano, and I am the chief examiner for this assessment," he introduced himself, pointing behind him. "Your second assessment will take place in the Death Forest. I will now explain the situation here." Taniguchi Mano spoke at length about the harsh environment of the Death Forest, filled with poisonous insects, fierce beasts, and miasma. A slight mistake could be fatal. After the introduction, many candidates' expressions changed, while some remained indifferent, reasoning that the battlefield is dangerous, so this environment is nothing. Taniguchi Mano observed everyone's reactions without saying more and took the documents from the Chunin. "This assessment is dangerous. All candidates must sign a death consent form. Those who do not sign will forfeit the Chunin exam." Everyone scoffed after hearing this. Who isn't afraid of danger but still comes for the assessment? Yi Chen took the consent form, glanced over the content, which basically stated voluntary assumption of risk and no relation to the village. He signed without hesitation. 5 minutes later, the candidates handed in their consent forms one after another. No one gave up. The chief examiner nodded in satisfaction. "Next, I will explain the rules for the second assessment." Taniguchi Masano took out 2 scrolls, one labeled Heaven, the other Earth. "These are the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. There are 60 of you in total, 1 scroll per person. 30 will take the Heaven Scroll, 30 will take the Earth Scroll. The assessment condition is that you must simultaneously hold both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central tower to pass." "Teacher, if some teams have more members, some fewer, or even just one person, isn't that unfair?" a candidate asked. Taniguchi Masano sneered, "Fair? Will the enemy on the battlefield talk about fairness?" Everyone fell silent as they recalled past battles. Taniguchi Mano continued, "If you feel it's unfair, form alliances, use whatever means you want, but the assessment only looks at results, not the process." Everyone began seeking partners to form alliances. Only Yi Chen remained unmoved. With his current strength, he could walk through here unchallenged. If someone came for him, he would even kill them. Yi Chen from half a year ago was no longer the same. Comrades from Konoha were just obstacles to be crushed. During this time, some teams approached Yi Chen. Although his reputation was poor, his strength was undeniable, and teaming up with him guaranteed passing the test. Without exception, Yi Chen refused. He didn't need a team. With everything prepared, the second assessment began. 60 people were divided into more than 30 teams. Yi Chen saw many teams had already formed alliances, planning to use numerical advantage to seize the scrolls. After the scrolls were distributed, Yi Chen took the heavenly book scroll, tucked it into his chest, and stepped into the forest of death. As soon as he entered the forest, his vision dimmed. Tall trees with dense branches and leaves blocked the sunlight. The environment was damp and cold, and distant beast roars created a stifling atmosphere. Yi Chen was completely unfazed. He planned to stay here for 3 days, not rushing to find the Earth Book, waiting for others to bring it to him, saving much effort. As he walked, he trained his body using spatial compression and practiced the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique during his free time. Since learning how powerful this technique was, he practiced it daily, gaining insight into heaven and earth. He found that his compatibility with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was increasing. Sometimes, even without exerting effort, the spiritual energy would automatically flow into his body. This defiant cultivation method made him curious about what it would be like to break through to a higher realm. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the nearest intersection. A quick scan revealed that someone had been here before. The Forest of Death was circular, with a diameter of 35 kilometers and an even longer circumference. There were 50 entrances on the outskirts, but they only had a little over 30 teams. Before Yi Chen arrived, it was uncertain whether anyone was here at all. Now it seemed he was lucky and about to encounter the first team. He had no intention of chasing them, maintaining his usual pace as he slowly moved through the Forest of Death. He was probably the only one who treated the assessment like a joke. After all, he was confident the Chunin exam was just a formality for him. Even if he didn't get promoted to Chunin and remained a genin, it wouldn't matter. His strength was evident. Who would underestimate him? In the forest, Yi Chen strolled leisurely. Anyone unaware might think he was on vacation. Suddenly, a kunai shot from the left side of the trees. Without looking, he drew his blade to block it. The long sword quickly sheathed, his movements fluid, showing the growth he had made recently. He stopped, his gaze sweeping the left side of the forest, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The prey had finally appeared. Immediately, a dozen shurikens flew from all directions, blocking all escape routes. It all depended on who the opponent was. Yi Chen twisted his body, his steps agile as he moved, drawing his long sword. Clang, clang, clang. He deflected the dozen shurikens one by one, finally pinning them into the tree trunk. 3 ninjas in the shadows watched in stunned silence. They had noticed Yi Chen earlier and intended to ignore him, but one of them thought Yi Chen was nothing special. Could the 3 of them really not defeat just one of him? After witnessing Yi Chen's swordsmanship, the 3 were dumbfounded. Are you coming out yourselves, or should I drag you out? Yi Chen's tone was calm, seemingly unfazed by the earlier sneak attack. The 3 in the shadows fell into an awkward silence, realizing Yi Chen was not easy to deal with and unexpectedly powerful. They wouldn't have been surprised if he had just dodged the sneak attack, but Yi Chen had deflected all the shurikens with just a few strikes, a skill that shocked them. The shurikens came from all directions in the dim surroundings, yet he could accurately judge their positions and counterattack. This composure and courage were beyond that of ordinary ninjas. The rumors were true. This man was not to be underestimated. What should we do? One wanted to back out. The test had just begun, and there was no need to clash head-on with a tough opponent. We can't retreat, said the tall ninja. If we retreat and make noise, Yi Chen will chase us, which would be even more troublesome. He looked toward Narahase, a member of the Nara clan, skilled in shadow techniques. Narahase was clever and good at setting traps. The idea for the sneak attack came from him. But in the face of such strength, these tricks were child's play. It's not time to retreat yet. I'll hold him off first. If I can't find an opportunity, I'll withdraw. The other 2 nodded, and Narahase immediately formed hand seals to cast a jutsu. Still not coming out? Yi Chen grew a bit impatient. Before he finished speaking, several shurikens shot toward him again. Yi Chen paid no attention, his right hand already on the sword hilt, ready to strike. Suddenly, he sensed a faint danger silently approaching. Yi Chen glanced around, catching a shadow moving swiftly from the darkness. Shadow imitation technique. Seeing the shadow extend, he immediately thought of the Nara clan's secret technique. Without hesitation, Yecheng's body sprang up, and with a few rolls, he easily dodged the shuriken attack. The shuriken was just a distraction. The real attack came from the shadow. Once entangled, the body would be controlled by the opponent. Of course, if the gap was large, it could be forcibly shaken off. Yecheng didn't want to leave his fate to the unknown, continuously dodging and avoiding Narahacheng's assault. The shadow suddenly stopped, less than 10 centimeters from him, unable to get closer obviously. Nara had reached his limit. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yecheng's mouth as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique was activated, and a 10-meter diameter fireball thundered toward their hiding place. Boom! The loud explosion shattered tree after tree, and the fireball rushed toward the three like a meteor. The three fled in panic, but not far before an explosion blasted a terrifying heat wave. The entire area instantly became a sea of fire, and the three were affected, thrown back and falling into the flames. Just as they struggled to escape, footsteps approached, interrupting their thoughts. They knew it was the figure of death, slowly walking toward them. Yecheng coldly looked at Nara. Hacheng, still wanna fight? Stop fighting. This is our scroll, you can take it. The three of them threw 3 scrolls from their bags. The opponents were definitely not their match, so it was better to save their strength and snatch scrolls from others. Maybe there was still a chance to advance. Yecheng glanced at the scrolls and was surprised to find they were all earth books. If a team was assigned different scrolls, the test would be meaningless, as someone could pass directly. He used his sword to lift a scroll, confirmed it was correct, and then reached out to take it. After looking at the three of them and hesitating for a moment, he finally turned and left. Only then did the three of them breathe a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. The look in his eyes just now felt like he wanted to kill all 3 of us. Yeah, the Sharingan is so scary. He hadn't even activated it yet, and we were done for. Narahase whispered, maybe he was holding back because he cares about Konoha and didn't want to be too ruthless. The two swallowed hard, cold sweat soaking their backs. They thought to themselves that they must never provoke this deadly star again. Yichen only took the scrolls he needed, the rest were useless. After all, everyone belonged to the same village, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't kill lightly. Yichen had already obtained the conditions to pass. He slowly walked toward the central tower. On one hand, it was for training, on the other, he wanted to see if anyone dared to challenge him. 2 hours later, he arrived at the central tower. Nothing happened along the way, but he felt that those people were deliberately avoiding him. Even when he entered their encirclement, they did not make a move. Some even took the initiative to dismantle traps, fearing to anger him. Seeing this, Yecheng lost all interest, quickened his pace, and pushed open the tower door. Inside, there was no one. He found a place to sit down and began practicing the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique to strengthen his body. In the temporary monitoring room set up by Konoha, Taniguchi Mano and a dozen Chunin closely monitored the Forest of Death through ninjutsu. Seeing that Yecheng had reached the central tower within a few hours, they became tense. Few had ever passed through so quickly and so calmly before. Taniguchi Mano looked at the data, frowning slightly. So it's him. Yecheng's performance on the battlefield had long been reported back to the village. How could the village's higher-ups not pay attention to a 10-year-old boy who could activate the double Tomo Sharingan? Being able to skip the single Tomo and directly activate the double Tomo Sharingan was a mark of genius in Uchiha history. Such a boy naturally became a target for Konoha's leadership to recruit. Time passed, and more people arrived at the central tower. The second to arrive was Uchiha Shisui, half an hour later than Yecheng. He saw Yecheng sitting, paused for a moment, then relaxed and also sat down to start refining his chakra. 4 days passed quickly. Shisui tried several times to talk to Yecheng, but the latter was focused on training, so he had to give up. At this time, there were 28 genin in the tower. Normally, 30 people should have passed the test, indicating that something had happened in the Forest of Death. It was worth noting that the Nara team, who had previously competed with Yecheng, also passed the test and arrived here the next day. It seemed that in this relaxed mode, it was not surprising that intelligent people passed. Suddenly, chakra smoke rose, and everyone simultaneously opened their heaven and earth scrolls. The possession jutsu was activated at the same time, and Taniguchi Mano's figure appeared. The scene immediately fell silent, everyone waiting for the examiner to speak. Taniguchi Mano scanned the crowd and said, "Congratulations on passing the second stage of the test. Rest tonight, the third stage will be held here tomorrow." As soon as the words fell, cheers erupted in the arena, especially from those teams who had arrived later. Silence. Taniguchi Mano pressed both hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Rest for today. The medical ninjas will help treat you. Strive to be in your best condition for tomorrow's exam, understood? Understood. As he left, the crowd began to make noise again, excitement barely contained. Yecheng cleared his throat twice, feeling these people were too noisy. He hadn't yet been promoted to Chunin, so there was no reason to be so happy. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent, as if their necks had been strangled. Yecheng found a corner to sit and began training. Others whispered among themselves, occasionally sneaking glances at him. "Don't look at him, or you might get killed," said a member of the Nara squad. Everyone feared him and even had nightmares during rest. People talked about Yeching, some were fellow genin from the battlefield, praising him as terrifying, not sparing even corpses, drinking blood and eating flesh. Whether true or not, they thought Yeching was crazier than Uchiha. But Yeching heard everything clearly, made no excuses, and didn't care. Training was his only persistence. Time came to the next morning. After treatment and rest, the genin were in much better condition. Suddenly, the tower door was pushed open, and the third Hokage, Yuan Firijan, led more than 20 ninjas inside. Among them were the chief examiners of the first and second rounds and the teachers leading the examinees. Sadness appeared on Yeching's face. If teacher Nakagawa were here, he would be here too. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. He saw a familiar face in the crowd, Uchiha Z. The two had fought several times before, and Z had come to watch this time. They exchanged glances and gave a slight nod and smile. Everyone stood in formation, and Yuan Firijan gave another long speech. Yeching was about to doze off. He felt those words were nonsense. Motivating others was nothing but toxic chicken soup. After the speech ended, Yuan Firijan announced the start of the third assessment. A Konoha Jonin stepped forward and said, "I will be in charge of this assessment. The rules are as follows." The entire room fell silent, listening carefully. First, the assessment will be in battle mode. 2 people will be randomly drawn each time for a one-on-one fight. The winner advances until the first place is decided. Second, no methods are restricted. The victory condition is the opponent falling to the ground dead or surrendering. Third, participation is not mandatory. Candidates who feel it is dangerous may voluntarily withdraw. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. There was actually a possibility of death. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing this, the chief examiner continued, "However, to avoid unnecessary casualties, as soon as I determine the outcome, I will immediately intervene to stop the fight. At that time, the battle must cease. Now, is there anyone who wants to withdraw?" The scene was silent. No one chose to give up. At this point, who would easily quit? Yichen understood in his heart that the chief examiner's words were just to scare people. If someone really died, it would be hard to explain. After all, every genin is a valuable asset to the village, and shunin are even more the backbone. Losing one is a huge loss. The chief examiner looked around, saw no one withdrew, and nodded with satisfaction. In that case, the third assessment begins now. As soon as the words fell, a chunin carrying a wooden box approached. The proctor reached in and pulled out 2 cards, scanning them aloud, Aoki Motoda, Young Tai. The 2 stepped out of the line, while the others moved to the second-floor corridor of the tower to overlook the battle. With the proctor shouted begin, Aoki Motoda and Young Tai drew their kunai and clashed fiercely. Blades flashed and swords clanged continuously, with both sides evenly matched in combat strength. The contest was a test of ninjutsu application and battle talent. In the end, Young Tai gritted his teeth and delivered a killing blow. Though severely injured, he emerged victorious. The proctor immediately entered the arena to announce Young Tai's win. There was nothing particularly spectacular about this match. The only highlight was Young Tai's desperate fight, trading injury for survival to advance. Next match, Takakura-lan vs Uchiha Yeching. Yeching was slightly stunned, not expecting it to be his turn so soon. But that was fine. Early fight, early rest. He lightly leapt, stepping on the railing, soaring high, and landing steadily in the center of the arena. A burst of exclamations rose from the crowd. Those with keen eyes immediately sensed something unusual. Not a single vibration was felt when the night dust fell to the ground. Such control was extraordinary. Today he finally made a high-profile appearance, no longer the mediocre night dust of the past. Now, with the strength of a jonin and the explosive power of an elite, he had confidence. This kid. Uchiha Shurye was secretly shocked. After a few months apart, night dust's strength had advanced rapidly, probably no less than his own. Others had different thoughts. Yuan Fei Nichiren frowned, considering whether to recruit Night Dust, but hesitated when thinking about his identity. Most genin just thought Night Dust was showing off, believing they could do the same. Only a few sensed the deeper mystery, their expressions complex. After waiting a moment, a 13 or 14-year-old boy appeared opposite Night Dust. Still a genin at such a young age, it was clear his talent was average. The proctor asked the 2, "Are you ready?" Both nodded in response. The proctor waved his hand, "Begin." As soon as the words fell, the proctor stepped back, giving them the space. The 2 formed hand seals, but Jichin did not rush to strike. He calmly stared at Takakura-lan. Takakura-lan was noticeably more nervous. He knew that facing Uchiha Ichen, his chances of winning were almost none. But he didn't want to admit defeat easily, fearing loss of face and being looked down upon. So he decided to adopt a defensive strategy, blocking a few moves before conceding, at least to avoid looking too bad. He focused intently on Yi-Chen, his face full of tension. Seeing Yi-Chen remain still, Yi-Chen said, "If you don't attack first, once I make a move, you won't have a chance." Takakura-lan slightly bent forward, adopting a defensive stance. "You go ahead." Yi-Chen placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, then slowly released it. He started exerting force from his waist, following through his legs and feet, and suddenly charged forward with full force. Takakura-lan tightly gripped the kunai and took a step back. Yi-Chen jumped up, delivering a flying kick straight to his face. Takakura-lan dodged to the side but couldn't avoid the following series of attacks. Yi-Chen stomped heavily with his left foot, twisted his body, and kicked Takakura-lan's side repeatedly. Bang! Takakura-lan didn't expect that although he defended well, he underestimated the force of Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen's power level is 330, with astonishing attack strength. This kick used 1/10 of his power, about 1600 Jin. A force of 1600 Jin is something ordinary genin simply cannot withstand. Takakura-lan was kicked flying over 10 meters, sliding to a stop. Fortunately, he blocked with his left hand, otherwise, a blow to the head would have had unimaginable consequences. His left arm was fractured, the pain making him break out in a cold sweat. The entire arena fell silent, and the genin finally witnessed Yi-Chen's terror. Some doubted how he was even allowed to participate in the Chunin exam, his strength comparable to a jonin. Rumors spread, and everyone prayed not to face him in the next round. This deadly star was unbeatable. The jonin knew that Yi-Chen's strength was exceptional, but the rules here prevented him from advancing directly. Thud thud thud. Yi-Chen walked forward slowly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The atmosphere was tense. No one dared to be careless. The proctor furrowed his brows, ready to intervene at any moment. Takakura-lan was so intimidated by this aura that he forgot to concede. When they locked eyes, all he felt was fear. That invisible killing intent was enough to shatter the mind of a weaker person. Uchiha Yi-Chen, victory! Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the proctor immediately rushed into the arena and stood between Yi-Chen and Takakura-lan. Yi-Chen stopped walking, his hand never leaving the sword, his gaze shifting from Takakura-lan to the proctor. A cool breeze blew, and the scene was eerily silent. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the proctor's forehead, sliding down his cheek. The tension was suffocating. After more than 10 seconds, Yi-Chen turned and walked toward the stairs. Everyone inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Even Yuan Fei Nichiren relaxed, fearing Yi-Chen might suddenly go berserk with his blade. The proctor whispered, "What a terrifying kid." Then he waved to call the medical ninja to carry Takakura-lan away. "That scared me to death. I thought he was going to draw his sword and attack someone." "Me too. I heard he doesn't even spare the dead on the battlefield." "Don't talk, he is coming." Yi-Chen ignored these comments, which was actually good. No one dared to disturb him. Meanwhile, the third match proceeded as usual. This time, two girls stepped into the arena. Yi-Chen had some impression of one of them, who seemed to be on the same team as Narahase, though he hadn't paid attention to the name back then. Their strength was insignificant to Yi-Chen, but to the audience, it was quite entertaining. Their moves were much more graceful than the boys'. After watching for a while, Yi-Chen leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. It wasn't fatigue, just that there was nothing else to do. Time slowly passed until the final match, when the name Uchiha Shursui was called out, and his opponent was none other than Narahase, who had a connection with Yi-Chen. Hearing about their duel, Yi-Chen immediately became interested. An Uchiha genius versus a direct descendant of the Nara clan. This match was quite captivating. As the two entered the arena, Narahase saw the pair of Tomo Sharingan eyes opposite him and muttered to himself, "I almost got eliminated by Uchiha Yi-Chen in the second round, and now I'm facing another Uchiha genius? Am I just asking for trouble with the Uchiha?" Although competing for rankings meant they would eventually face each other, why did it have to be in the first round? He didn't even have time to prepare. The Nara clan was clever and often used intelligence to turn the tide, but now, aside from knowing Uchiha Shursui had Sharingan, he knew nothing else. Oh, the opponent was carrying a sword on his back, so he should be skilled in swordsmanship. But he had no idea about his actual combat experience, sword techniques, or attack habits. There was no way to plan. "I can only take it one step at a time," Narahase sighed helplessly. The battle had already begun. He couldn't afford to overthink. On the second-floor corridor, Yi-Chen leaned against the railing, observing the duel below. Among the shinobi in the stands, only these two caught his interest. The others were not worth mentioning. The fight intensified as Narahase focused all his attention on strategizing. Although he didn't know much about Uchiha Shursui, he relied on his agility and adaptability to fight to the end. Using his family's secret shadow techniques and impressive close combat skills, Narahase barely held his own against his opponent. Unfortunately, this was his limit. Once Uchiha Shursui adapted to the battle's rhythm and truly unleashed his power, Narahase stood almost no chance. Yi Chen had already noticed that Uchiha Shursui hadn't used his full strength from start to finish. He hadn't activated his Sharingan or ninjutsu, relying solely on swordsmanship to contend with Narahase. It wasn't that he was holding back intentionally, but rather he was probing the Nara clan's fighting style. Once he mastered his opponent's moves, the outcome would be clear. Sure enough, after discerning his opponent's techniques, Uchiha Shursui activated his Sharingan Genjutsu and Ninjutsu, forcing Narahase into a desperate situation within a few moves and ultimately winning. Uchiha-style swordsmanship is decent, the Genjutsu was effective, and his Shunshin technique has unique aspects, but that's about it. If this is all your strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to challenge me, Yi Chen said confidently. Judging by his own abilities, his swordsmanship, Genjutsu, and Shunshin techniques were all slightly superior. Unless Uchiha Shursui hadn't used his full power before. The last match of the first round ended, with 14 advancing. After a 10-minute break, the second round began. Whether by luck or Yuan Fei's deliberate arrangement, Yi Chen still hadn't faced Uchiha Shursui. He easily defeated his opponents, showing everyone that his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Facing him, winning was out of the question. The goal was simply not to be completely crushed. It seemed Yi Chen had already secured first place, with only Uchiha Shursui qualified to challenge him. Everyone eagerly awaited the showdown between the two. The second round ended with 7 remaining. When regrouping, one person had a bye. Yi Chen didn't mind, but the other 6 hoped for the bye, as it would save energy and improve their chances of ranking higher. Unexpectedly, the one who got a bye was Yi Chen. Although disappointing, it was better than it falling to someone else. At least this round he didn't have to face Yi Chen, increasing his chances of advancing. After the third round ended, there was no rest time. The remaining 4 drew lots again. Yi Chen still didn't draw Uchiha Shursui. Clearly the two were meant to face off in the final battle. This round he faced 13-year-old Tian Yihai, who was strong in close combat and skilled in lightning release ninjutsu. To have made it this far, his overall strength was not weak. But he still fell short against Yi Chen. Begin, the proctor announced, then left. Tian Yihai looked at his opponent, feeling frustrated. He could still fight against Uchiha Shursui, but against Yi Chen, he had no chance. Make your move, Yi Chen said casually, opening his right palm as a lightning orb quickly condensed in his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lightning orbs hovered above Yi Chen's head. He could now summon 5 lightning orbs instantly without hand seals. This was the power of the 5th level lightning god 9 transformations. Yi Chen used lightning release because he had seen his opponent repeatedly use it in battle, guessing it was his main ninjutsu. Using the opponent's strongest domain to defeat him was Yi Chen's strategy. The 5 lightning orbs spun rapidly, gradually expanding to 1 meter in diameter. Standing beneath the orbs, Yi Chen looked like a god of thunder. With just a wave of his hand, the orbs would pour down, destroying the entire battlefield. Tian Yihai was completely suppressed, struggling to breathe. At that moment, only one thought ran through his mind. Yi Chen cast lightning release without any hand seals, and before he even made a move, the ninjutsu was already bearing down on him. How was he supposed to fight? Ready? I'm about to make my move. Yi Chen raised his hand, the lightning sphere stopped spinning, ready to fall at any moment. Stop! Tian Yihai suddenly snapped back to his senses and shouted urgently, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. His voice was full of reluctance, but facing 5 huge lightning spheres, he didn't have the courage to continue fighting. Life is more important than pride. Uchiha Yi Chen, winner. The proctor immediately announced the result, eyes fixed on the lightning spheres still hovering in the air, heart racing. Uchiha Yi Chen quickly dispelled the ninjutsu. Boring. Yi Chen sneered coldly, clenching his right fist, electricity flickering between his fingers. The 5 lightning spheres rapidly merged. Boom! The lightning spheres exploded, strong electric currents spreading in all directions. The continuous explosion sounds echoed, and except for Yi Chen's position, countless craters were blasted within a 10-meter radius, dust filling the air, shaking the entire arena. If the proctor hadn't promptly evacuated Tian Yihai, he would probably have died under the lightning. Everyone was shocked. This guy's guts were just too big. Daring to make a move even after the match ended, wasn't he afraid of disqualification? Uchiha Yi Chen, madman. This title was etched in everyone's minds. Just as everyone thought Yi Chen would be punished, Yuan Fury coldly said, "The match continues," surprising everyone. Yi Chen sneered and turned to walk upstairs. He had gambled correctly. His outstanding performance recently had attracted jealousy and schemes, especially because of the Sharingan. His earlier action was a warning to those who wanted to move against him: don't act rashly, or bear the consequences. In Konoha, being too talented makes one an easy target without background or backing. One can be schemed against at any time. He refused family protection, which only gave his enemies an opportunity. Think about a genius like Uchiha Shisui. Even with family support, what was his fate? Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Only by being strong can one be fearless of conspiracies. What a clever kid, using this way to warn those stinky rats, hee hee. Seeing Yi Chen's performance, Uchiha Zi nodded in praise. Rather than saying Uchiha Shisui is a genius, he favors Yecheng more. This temperament and skill are unmatched by his peers. Next is the battle between Uchiha Shisui and another genin. Without any suspense, Shisui wins after 1 minute. Now only 2 remain, the 2 Uchihas competing for first place, and their duel is highly anticipated. The final match, Uchiha Yecheng vs Uchiha Shisui. Please enter the arena. The whole audience is excited. The long-awaited decisive battle is finally beginning. Everyone knows Yecheng is the strongest, but Shisui's performance is also impressive. A battle between clan members is sure to be spectacular. "Are you ready?" the proctor asked. Yecheng did not answer, only looking at Shisui. "Want to take a break? I can wait for you." After all, Shisui had fought all the way here, while Yecheng himself had barely exerted any effort. Being able to face the swift Shisui, Yecheng was very excited. Although Shisui had not yet reached his peak, the two were similar in age. Yecheng hoped the other could regain his form and have a good fight. Shisui was somewhat surprised the aloof Yecheng actually said this. But his consumption was minimal, and he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Yecheng, but no need." The proctor heard this and announced the start of the match. The two formed hand seals, and the next moment, with a ding, their swords were drawn simultaneously, clashing fiercely. Shisui reacted quickly, his speed excellent, but his strength was far inferior to Yecheng's. At the moment of impact, Shisui was knocked back. Unwilling to show weakness, he continued to press closer to Yecheng. The clash of blades rang out across the arena, sparks flying, the battle extraordinarily intense. Shisui realized he was no match for Yi Chen's strength and switched to a flanking tactic, looking for a chance to deliver a killing blow. But Yi Chen's swordsmanship was wild and fierce, relying solely on brute force to break all techniques. No matter how cunning the opponent, he used sheer strength to overcome. This was the essence of his swordsmanship. Although he had practiced swordsmanship for a short time, he was clear about his own advantage: great strength. Complex techniques were not suitable for him, only overwhelming power was his path. Slash! Yi Chen raised his sword and struck fiercely, the air bursting with a loud crack. Shisui raised his sword to block, but his dagger snapped in two on the spot. He was violently thrown into the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Uchiha Shisui had failed to force out Yi Chen's true strength. Uchiha Shigeki on the high platform did not move. He knew the battle was not over yet. After all, neither of them had activated their Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. His eyes turned cold as he looked at Yecheng approaching him. With his left hand tapping the ground, he twisted his body, pushing off with both feet to quickly retreat and create distance. Yecheng stopped, not rushing to end the fight. He wanted to see what other techniques this Sharingan-wielding ninja had. Uchiha Shisui took out a pitch-black object from his ninja tool pouch and scattered it on the path ahead. He quickly formed hand seals, and the double Tomo Sharingan appeared. The battle had escalated. A slight smirk appeared on Yecheng's lips as he also revealed his double Tomo Sharingan. He looked down at the black objects on the ground and recognized them as caltrops, a type of ninja tool covered with sharp spikes that greatly reduce mobility when stepped on. Yi Chen sneered disdainfully, using this kind of thing to disgust people? It might work on ordinary people, but it was nowhere near enough for him. He lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. Everyone was stunned. The iron caltrop was actually crushed flat by his single stomp. There was only one thought in their minds: is he even human? Yuan Fei Raizen witnessed this scene, his eyes nearly popping out. From what he knew about physical strength, such performance was rare in the current ninja world. Yi Chen was not a pervert. He had used spatial compression ability to achieve such an effect. Uchiha Shisui dared not overthink it. The battle had to continue. He flipped several somersaults to create distance, then suddenly raised his hand and quickly formed hand seals. The next moment, he took a deep breath and exhaled a ball of fire. This is a C-rank ninjutsu fire release, great fireball technique. The flame rapidly expanded the moment it was expelled. Yi Chen did not dodge instead, his hand signs were even faster than Ji Shui's. The fireball he spat out was several times larger than Ji Shui's. Everyone, run! The Nara team shouted immediately upon seeing Yi Chen's super large fireball. The others were confused, and two team members ran even faster than Nara Heisei. Everyone finally understood that this fight was just meant to intimidate. Since when could a C-rank ninjutsu be this terrifying? Uchiha Jishui was stunned when he saw Yi Chen's fireball was several times larger than his own. Boom! The two fireballs collided, and the large fireball instantly engulfed the smaller one. Damn it! Uchiha Shigeki was about to make a move. At that moment, the proctor near the arena rushed in first, casting water release, water formation wall, trying to block Yecheng's fireball. The fireball collided with the water wall, and the explosion echoed all around. Immediately, mist quickly rose, filling the entire arena. The scalding steam made everyone feel like they were in a sauna. The boys were fine, their clothes were wet, but it wasn't too embarrassing. However, the girls were in trouble, their clothes clung tightly to their bodies, revealing every curve, causing the boys' eyes to heat up. Ah! Screams erupted one after another, followed by slaps. The arena instantly descended into chaos. Yuan Fei Ryzen took off the pipe from his mouth, shook out the soaked tobacco, and sighed, "This kid is really something, able to cast such a powerful great fireball. His chakra must be incredible." For these Kage-level experts, the rank of ninjutsu was no longer that important, what mattered was combat skill and chakra control. To cast such a massive great fireball, one not only needs a large amount of chakra but also extremely strong control, something no ordinary genin could achieve. Yuan Fei Ryzen couldn't help but feel that he might be getting old. 5 minutes later, a few ninjas finally dispersed the steam, and the scene calmed down a bit. Everyone felt damp and extremely uncomfortable. At this time, Uchiha Shursui was led away from the arena by the proctor. The earlier collision had left both of them feeling unwell. In contrast, Yecheng stood calmly in the center of the arena, radiating an invisible pressure that blocked all energy from approaching. Yuan Fei rubbed his nose. "I thought I could play a little longer, but I hit too hard and ended it immediately." The final match, Uchiha Yecheng wins. That's right, Yecheng won. The moment the proctor blocked the ninjutsu, it meant Ji Shui lost. There was no cheering on site, everyone cast complicated glances. Yecheng was too strong, not even in the same league. He didn't care what they thought. But suddenly, he sensed a clear malice, completely unhidden. He frowned and followed the gaze, seeing a familiar yet strange figure in the corner of the second floor. The person was lean and sturdy, wearing a gray-brown kimono, brown hair, with 2 cross scars on his face, his right eye bandaged, and the remaining left eye sly and sinister. A name flashed through Yecheng's mind: Shimura Danzo. Danzo was a selfish man who once led the Uchiha clan massacre, using everyone for his own desires, coveting the Sharingan. Being targeted by him was never a good thing. When did this troublemaker arrive? Yi Chen thought to himself. He had long known that after the news reached the village, this day would come, just not expecting it to come so soon. He was not afraid. Although Shimura Danzo had shadow-level strength, Yi Chen had not yet obtained the Sharingan he wanted, and his own body was damaged, so he was not a threat for the time being. In the future, special caution must be taken against the root organization. These people were like sewer rats, capable of sudden attacks at any time. For now, he would not act rashly against the village's high-up. Steadily increasing his strength was the key. Before tonight, I want the information on these two people. That one called Uchiha Yi-chan is to be a key focus, Shimura Danzo said to the root ninja behind him. The root ninja responded and then disappeared. Yuan Fei Ryzen took the stage and said some encouraging words, announcing the end of the assessment, with results to be released in 2 days. The examinees followed their teachers and left one after another. Yi Chen was still standing when Uchiha Shurye and Uchiha Shursui approached him. "Let's go back together." Yi Chen nodded and left with them. Danzo's appearance made him more alert. Going back with Shurye could avoid a lot of trouble. Now was not the time to tear things apart. Half an hour later, the three returned to the Uchiha clan territory. Yi Chen said little and headed straight home. Shursui called out to him, "Wait a moment." Yi Chen turned around. "How much of your strength did you use in the fight with me today?" Shursui asked. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "Would you believe I only used 10%? "I believe you, but I will work hard to catch up to you," Shursui said before running off, probably to train. Yi Chen shook his head. Shursui was still just a naive kid, so a bit of innocence was normal. 2 days later, Yi Chen received notification of his promotion to Chunin. He went to the Hokage Hall to register and received 2 sets of Konoha Chunin vests. From then on, he was officially a Konoha Chunin on the surface, occasionally able to act covertly. He also received orders to return to the battlefield in a month. During this time, he could focus on training. Yichen set a training plan for himself. Except for eating and resting, all his time would be spent practicing the 3 bodies technique: fire release, lightning release, Rasengan, and Genjutsu, especially the 3 bodies technique, which was crucial for his future progress. The body was not idle either. During rest, he practiced the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, comprehending the origin of heaven and earth. The remaining time was spent strengthening his physique. Spatial compression was his important talent, which not only enhanced his power but could also be used for self-training. It was somewhat like a gravity chamber, allowing him to double his own gravity. If an enemy came within 1 meter, he could also use this ability to catch them off guard, with astonishing effect. He would never reveal this ability lightly. Once it appeared, it would surely kill the enemy in one strike. In short, this would be another trump card for him. The system panel displayed. Host, Uchiha Yecheng. Rank, Jonin. Technique, Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique. Combat power, 102.5. Strength 335, Constitution 340, Mental power 350, Energy 3500. Bloodline, Sharingan double Tomo, Byakugan second stage. Talent, Energy conversion, Amaterasu level 1, Space compression level 1, Illusion breaking divine eye. Skills, Advanced 3 bodies technique level 15, Fire release wildfire blaze inferno waves level 17, Magic shackles technique level 7, Rasengan level 9, lightning release thunder gods 9 transformations level 7. Evolution points, 0. After a month of hard training, combat power broke through 100 points, strength leapt forward. 3 bodies technique increased by 5 levels, fire release rose by 2 levels, Rasengan increased by 4 levels, lightning release rose by 2 levels, magic shackles advanced by 1 level. All the results of effort. The higher the level of the 3 bodies technique, the faster the skill improves. He focused on it. Rasengan has reached level 9. It's unknown if it can evolve after level 10. No time to think about this now. Today he must gather in the village and look for opportunities on the battlefield. Impossible to practice on the way. Fearing to reveal his trump cards, only at the camp can he train with peace of mind. Only the magical shackles gave him a headache. Cultivation required a target, and one skill took up 2 shadow clones, making progress slow. He hesitated whether to give up. With his eye power, ninjas with weak mental strength were easily drawn into illusions. But this ninjutsu could create an illusionary space, both powerful and useful. Yichen had not yet decided. In the early morning, he quickly washed up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and wanted to eat a bowl of ramen before leaving. Ichirako ramen, he missed it very much. Little brother, eating noodles so early? Yeah, I'm heading out with the team soon, going to the front line. Eating a few bowls before leaving, same as always. Uncle Handmaid, please serve me extra. Handmaid was stunned for a moment. Though not very talkative, he had taken care of him a lot over the past month. Hearing he was going to the front line made him feel sad. It wasn't fear of losing business, but sadness that someone so young was going to the battlefield to protect Konoha's peace. Little brother, today it's on me, eat as much as you want. Yichen smiled and said, alright, just hurry up, I'm in a rush. Shode also smiled and went back to the kitchen to busy himself. Before long, bowls of noodles were served one after another. When he reached the 14th bowl, Yichen stopped, placed down 15 silver coins, and turned to leave. Little brother. After finishing his tasks, he came out, intending to say a few words to Yichen and remind him to be careful on the front lines. But when Yichen stepped out of the front hall, he found it empty. On the table lay 15 silver coins and a steaming bowl of noodles. Quietly, and his eyes immediately welled up. He walked to the seat where Yichen had been sitting before, silently staring at the ramen in front of him, sitting quietly for a long time, as if savoring Yichen's mood every time he came to eat noodles. After finishing the noodles, Yichen returned to his usual cold demeanor. Perhaps his smile would only bloom for those warm-hearted people. This time, the assembly point was the square in front of the Hokage building. From afar, he saw the figure of Uchiha Shursui in the crowd. Over the past month, he often saw this kid training hard at the training ground, occasionally pestering Yichen to ask about swordsmanship. They were not strangers to each other. Yichen quite liked Uchiha Shursui. Although he was a bit naive, his cheerful attitude when facing situations was very infectious. At least Yichen was willing to interact with him, unlike those old-fashioned clan members he didn't want to deal with. These thoughts flashed through Yichen's mind, and before he realized it, he had already walked into the crowd. Many ninjas saw Yichen and quickly kept their distance, afraid of provoking him. Only Uchiha Shursui came over to greet him, appearing warm and natural. "Brother Yi Chen, you're here. From now on, we're teammates." Half an hour later, the team heading to the Rain Country battlefield was fully assembled. At this moment, a Konoha Jonin stepped forward. Yi Chen recognized him as Taniguchi Mano, the examiner from the second round. He was now the team leader, leading everyone to the Rain Country battlefield. Taniguchi Mano stood firm, cleared his throat, and signaled everyone to be quiet. Most of you have experienced the Rain Country battlefield, and some are going into battle for the first time, but as he spoke, his tone suddenly grew serious. "No matter if you are veterans or newcomers, I hope you all can follow orders and obey commands in the coming period." "Understood?" "Understood." The group answered in unison. Besides Jonin Taniguchi Mano, the team also included 3 special Jonin, with the rest mostly Chunin and Genin. No one dared to oppose his orders. Only Yeching felt something was off, as if a secret he didn't know was unfolding. In fact, Konoha village had indeed experienced quite a few incidents recently. For the past half-month, various teams departing from Konoha had been ambushed one after another, suffering heavy losses. This information was deliberately concealed by the higher-ups, with only a few Jonin aware of the truth. Logically, the village should have taken this matter seriously, either by sending reinforcements for protection or suspending support until the threat was eliminated. But the situation was urgent, Konoha was short on manpower, and the front lines couldn't be left unmanned, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and go into battle. Therefore, the several Jonin leading the team appeared unusually tense. "Since there's nothing else, let's set off." As soon as the words fell, Taniguchi Mano was the first to rush toward the village entrance. Seeing this, the others closely followed. Before long, the group had left the village. Root headquarters base, Danzo's office. Knock, 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 the sound of knocking. "Come in." Shimura Danzo was looking at a file, his eyelids not lifting, he said faintly. The door opened, a root ninja walked in and respectfully reported, "Sir, Uchiha Yoshiro and Uchiha Shursui have left the village." "Are they escorted by an Uchiha Jonin?" Danzo looked up and asked. "No." The ninja replied. Danzo pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Notify the Namida squad to act according to plan. Failure is absolutely not allowed." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The ninja took the order and left. Danzo's gaze was sinister. "Uchiha, just wait." Yoshiro sensed unrest on the road, reduced training time, and maintained peak physical condition. Receiving the new mission confirmed his suspicions. Ding dong, new mission generated, successful breakthrough. Reward evolution points plus 500. The content shows that there will be dangers ahead. Yi Chen reminds Ji Shuei to proceed with caution. He suspects this matter is related to Danzo. After a month of silence, they left the village directly for the battlefield. How could Danzo easily let them go? Especially since both Yi Chen and Ji Shuei are targets Danzo has been watching. Yi Chen is unafraid. Even if Danzo takes action, he is confident he can escape. After leaving the village, the past few days crossing the Land of Fire were peaceful. Just upon entering the Land of Rain, they were ambushed by IWA shinobi. Yi Chen calmly analyzes that the IWA shinobi's ambush was no coincidence. Last time it was a must-pass canyon, this time the route was different. How could the IWA shinobi have guessed? Moreover, this place is close to Konoha's main base. Without prior intelligence, an ambush would be impossible. The only possibility is that someone leaked information and the IWA shinobi set up an ambush in advance. Only a few Jonin and Konoha's higher-ups could know the route. Yi Chen is clear in his mind that the traitor is only one person, Shimura Danzo. Konoha's team was caught off guard by the ambush, falling into a disadvantage within minutes. Many were injured, and several genin even lost their lives. In the chaos, Taniguchi Mano hurriedly shouted, "Uchiha Yechen, defend the left side. Shursui, watch the enemies on the right." Without waiting for a response, he ordered, "Break through with me." Yechen had wanted to wreak havoc, but being called out, he had no choice but to follow orders. He scanned the enemies and found their actual combat strength was not strong. Their victory relied entirely on surprise attacks. What concerned him more was the traitor, especially the enemies sent by Danzo. Thinking of this, he no longer held back. His blade flashed, instantly killing a Chunin, and he quickly moved to the left wing. Then, he threw a thunderball, and a lightning net quickly covered the enemies on the left side. Thunder exploded, enemies screamed in agony, and bodies fell one after another. At the front, a rock ninja was so terrified that his soul seemed to flee. By the time he reacted, he was already slain by a Konoha ninja. The rock ninja team fell into chaos, not expecting that just moments ago they had the advantage, but in the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Hidden within the Konoha team was a powerful Jonin capable of unleashing area-covering ninjutsu. Shursui was not to be outdone wielding a short sword. He used the body flicker technique to move like a phantom through the enemy ranks, disrupting formations and killing several genin. Seizing the opportunity, Taniguchi Mano blocked an enemy Jonin and led the main force to break through. About 15 minutes later, the Konoha team successfully broke through. Although still pursued, they were no longer on the defensive. After a brief rest, Taniguchi Mano counted the numbers. Their strength was still sufficient to resist the enemy. But his mission was to lead everyone to the Konoha main base in the Land of Rain. If the entire army were wiped out along the way, he would have no face to return to the village. The immediate priority was to reorganize the troops. He sent a special Jonin to lead the group forward, while he stayed behind with 2 special Jonin and 5 Chunin to hold off the enemy. Yeching and Ji Shuei were among these 5 Chunin. Taniguchi Mano had personally witnessed their performance during the Chunin exams. Their strength far exceeded that of ordinary Chunin, even rivaling special Jonin. Especially Yechung, who made him feel unpredictable. The panic in his gaze was not something an ordinary Chunin could evoke. Leaving these 2, whose strength far surpassed that of Chunin, would greatly aid the subsequent blocking operation and increase the chances of success. This was a decision Taniguchi Mano made after careful consideration. Yeching and Ji Shuei did not object. In fact, they wanted to stay. On one hand, to kill more IWA ninja and earn evolution points, and on the other, to see exactly who Danzo had sent. Since the intelligence could be sold to the IWA ninja, someone would definitely come to assassinate them. As long as it wasn't a Kage level expert, anyone who came would be a source of evolution points. Kage level experts wouldn't surrender easily even if controlled. They would be Danzo's elite. Danzo wouldn't send such a strong opponent against 2 Chunin. Sending a Jonin squad showed he still respected them somewhat. This was also because Danzo didn't understand Yeching's true strength. The result was obvious. Yeching had been hiding his power all along, and now someone had fallen for it. Fine rain fell through the forest, droplets hitting the ground with a pattering sound. The IWA ninja pursuit team was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, the lead Jonin sensed danger, stopped, and whispered in panic, "Everyone, fall back." No sooner had he spoken than he quickly retreated. The others, though confused, had no choice but to trust their comrade. Immediately after, an explosion sounded ahead. Several crimson flames rose, the high heat drying the raindrops and igniting the trees. "It's an explosive tag," an IWA ninja exclaimed. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later and it might have been over. The blocking fight continued. Dozens of shuriken shot out from the shadows, striking the IWA ninja squad. The lead IWA ninja shouted, "Watch out!" drawing his kunai to deflect the incoming shuriken. Others followed suit, and the scene descended into chaos. But casualties were few, mostly caused by Yeching's sneak attacks. The pursuing IWA ninjas' overall combat strength was not weak. The worst among them were Chunin. Genin simply couldn't keep up. Yechin was precisely targeting this point, secretly ambushing 2 IWA Chunin. The first wave of resistance had limited effect, so Taniguchi Mano decided to change tactics and implement guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare meant luring the enemy into the forest, making it easier for the main force to retreat. They used the terrain to maneuver against the enemy. After creating distance, the enemy dared not pursue because this was the rear of Konoha's main base, where reinforcements could arrive at any time. The IWA ninja would not risk a losing battle. Orders were given, and the blocking team split into several groups, dispersing into the forest. Soon, fierce fighting broke out among the trees. On Yechin's side, 3 IWA Chunin were also in close pursuit. This was exactly the situation he wanted to see. Not because of these 3 IWA ninja, but because after he was isolated, enemies hiding in the shadows might reveal themselves. This was his true objective. After running a certain distance, Yechin stopped and turned around. A pair of crimson Sharingan eyes stared directly at the 3, like watching prey delivered on a silver platter. The moment he opened his eyes, he activated the Sharingan not to deal with the 3 IWA ninja, but to secretly observe the enemy's hiding place. Compared to reconnaissance ability, the Byakugan was stronger, but Yechin would not easily reveal his Byakugan bloodline. If others knew he possessed both Sharingan and Byakugan, the entire ninja world would go mad, with assassinations following one after another. It would be nearly impossible for him to train in peace. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Yechin would never reveal his Byakugan ability. The 3 IWA ninja shivered instinctively when they saw Yechin's eyes. "Ishida, this guy has Sharingan," a rock ninja said, trembling. Another person was even more shaken, thinking of someone. Could he be Enma Yechin? En represents Flame Yechin once unleashed powerful fire-style jutsu on the battlefield, shocking the ninjas. Manin's madness, his crazed appearance was even more terrifying. Combined with his achievements, the rock ninja gave him a title Enma. Ninjas with titles left a great reputation in the ninja world. It symbolized strength and inspired fear. Yechin's lips curled slightly. He was surprised to hear the title but found it fitting. Since he's a demon, then he must be completely mad. Run quickly. Faced with the flame demon, the three IWA ninja had no fighting spirit and turned to flee. But how could Yechi easily let them go? A cold gleam flashed, the long blade unsheathed, its edge slicing through the air. Ishida wanted to turn and throw a kunai to buy time to escape, but he got lost in the genjutsu of the Sharingan, never waking until death. Ishida! The other two shouted in terror. Everything happened too fast. One comrade had already died under the blade. The rumors were indeed true. The titled ninja were no ordinary people. Clang clang. A horizontal slash. The two IWA ninja blocked with kunai, but could not withstand that destructive force. Bang bang bang. The two collided with a tree branch and fell heavily into the pit. Whoosh whoosh. Before they could react, two shurikens followed, piercing their flesh. Immediately, two muffled groans sounded, then abruptly stopped. Ding dong, evolution points plus 110 plus 90 plus 85. The prompt sounded. Yichin confirmed the three were dead, but remained vigilant, sensing someone lurking in the shadows. Come out, 3 small fries can't kill me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several kunai were shot from the forest on the left side. Yichin immediately sensed danger, his peripheral vision sweeping, the Sharingan spinning rapidly, his whole body bursting with explosive power like a cannonball, his legs pushing off the ground, suddenly springing forward. The enemies hiding in the darkness had no intention of letting him go. Just as Yichin stepped onto the tree trunk, several shurikens flew swiftly toward him. These shuriken came at tricky angles, their view blocked by trees. Yichin swung his blade but couldn't block them all, so he had to leap again to dodge. After dodging 4 times in a row, Yichin finally found the right moment to counterattack. Thud thud thud. Using the trees to block some of the kunai, he swung his blade to deflect the remaining kunai. Then he stood steadily on a tree trunk, sheathed his blade, quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and cast fire release, great fireball technique toward the enemy's direction. The fireball tore through the night sky, a scorching heat wave sweeping through, breaking several large trees and crashing into the dark forest. Boom! A loud explosion deafened the ears as the blazing fire spread out in all directions. Suddenly, a figure leapt out from the sea of flames. Yichin felt a surge of joy. Finally caught you. With a flick at his waist, several shuriken spun between his fingers and were thrown casually. Whoosh! 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 The shuriken sliced through the air, cutting through tree trunks along their path. The opponent was alert, avoiding a direct clash, threw several shuriken back with a reverse hand motion, and turned to dash into another patch of forest. Boom! 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 Shuriken struck into the forest, an explosive sound erupted, trees toppled one after another, grass flew up, and the enemies took the opportunity to hide their tracks. Yichin drew his blade to pursue, when suddenly his Sharingan caught an astonishing scene. Behind those kunai and shuriken, there were steel wires as thin as hair connected. A single steel wire was harmless, but so many wires intertwined formed an invisible large net covering this place. If not for the Sharingan, it would be difficult to detect during battle. Rushing out recklessly would surely be cut to pieces, with the cause of death unknown. Yichin drew his blade, leapt up and spun, the blade light like a whirlwind cutting through the blocking steel wires. Steadying his stance, he looked around. Come out, hiding in the dark won't kill me. Before his words finished, faint footsteps sounded, and 2 figures gradually came into view. Yichin frowned. Although these 2 wore IWA ninja headbands and IWA ninja uniforms, their aura was cold, like lifeless machines. This feeling, he had only seen it in root ninjas. As expected, those tumors, Shimura Danzo has made a move. No time to hesitate, the 2 root ninjas had already launched their attack. Yichin raised his blade to meet the enemy, the sound of weapons clashing echoed through the forest. After several rounds, both enemies had multiple wounds on their bodies. To Yichin's disappointment, although they were stronger than the previous 3 IWA ninjas, their strength was only at the level of Special Jonin. Danzo really underestimated people, sending 2 Special Jonin to kill me and steal the Sharingan. The plan is doomed to fail. Yichin lost the mood to play around. Special Jonin were not worthy to fight him at all. After fighting for so long, he just wanted to see what was special about root ninjas, only to find that besides being insensitive to pain and fearless of death, there was nothing special. These people are nothing but obedient machines. No matter how strong, they pose little threat. Just as he was about to stop, he stepped on something wet. Looking down, the ground was covered in bloodstains. The bloodstains formed a formation pattern. Yi Chen muttered in alarm, realizing he had been tricked. These two had no intention of fighting head-on, they were just stalling for time, using blood to set up a sealing formation. A root ninja desperately pulled him away from the center of the formation, while the other quickly formed hand seals. Blood gushed rapidly from the wounds, outlining the formation's pattern. The blood pattern quickly took shape, connecting with the bloodstains on the ground. The blood writhed, transforming into a precise sealing jutsu. Blood binding ghost devouring barrier activate. The jutsu casting ninja suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. In an instant, a blood-colored circular light screen rose, forming a barrier 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters high. Die! Yecheng slashed through the blocking ninja, and upon seeing the barrier rise, his face darkened. He had thought victory would be easy, but he was outwitted. Sealed within the barrier, he didn't know what would happen next. He didn't rush to act, using his Sharingan to observe the formation. Hearing the name Blood Binding Ghost Devouring Barrier, it should be related to spirits ghosts were coming. While pondering, a strange scene appeared. The ninja whose head he had just cut off slowly dissolved into a pool of blood. Even stranger, the barrier's sensor lit up, and the pool of blood writhed, returning to the ninja's form. There were no cut marks on the neck, as if reborn. This is Ghost Devour? Yi Chen wondered, then cut off the opponent's neck again. The other party picked up the severed head from the ground, reattached it to the neck, twisted it around, and it returned to its original form. This ghostly thing can't be killed by cutting. Yi Chen steadied his mind, preparing to use ninjutsu to burn it with fire. Suddenly, a roar that was not human sounded. The ghostly shadow leapt up like lightning, a kunai stabbing straight at his chest. Outside the barrier, the root ninja also threw kunai, sealing off Yi Chen's escape route. Normally he could dodge, but the space here was limited, so he had to take it head-on. The Sharingan spun rapidly, and the world seemed to slow down several times. Yi Chen swung his blade down, blocking all incoming attacks. The root ninja transformed by the demon bite, although able to instantly recover from injuries, did not become stronger and was temporarily unable to harm Yecheng. But dragging out the time was extremely unfavorable to him. He could not be trapped inside the barrier forever. Just as Yecheng was pondering a way to break the formation, the root ninja outside launched another attack, using the demon bite as cover to continuously assault Yecheng. Relying on his powerful combat strength, Yecheng dodged the successive attacks and slew countless demon bites, but the opponent remained stubbornly undefeated. He tried burning them with fire release and confusing them with illusions, but all were ineffective. Only by destroying the barrier's seal could he completely get rid of the demon bite's entanglement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens shot rapidly toward him. With a flash of his blade, Yecheng not only deflected the shurikens but also sliced off the demon bite's head. He quickly kicked the head far away. The severed head caused the demon bite's consciousness to become confused, and only by retrieving its head could it regain completeness. Seizing the opportunity, Yecheng stared at the barrier. Breaking the formation was actually not difficult. The root ninja on the outside sensed his intention and launched another attack. Yi Chen leapt up, sheathing his long knife, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, wildfire blaze, inferno waves. Flames surged forth, instantly engulfing the interior of the barrier, fierce waves of fire battering the shield. Crack! Fine cracks appeared on the barrier. Though strong, the barrier had its limits exceeding its tolerance, caused it to break. The root ninja, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly stabilized the formation with blood. He picked up a kunai and stabbed it into his chest, letting his blood flow into the formation. The barrier was repaired and reinforced once more. That suicidal ninja also transformed into a ghostly fiend and returned inside the formation. Truly ruthless. Yi Chen silently praised Danzo, who actually turned his subordinates into undying death soldiers. The barrier was stable. With an added ghost devourer, Yi Chen was unwilling to delay any longer. He decided to reveal his trump card and completely break the formation. Amaterasu. The Sharingan's twin tomo spun rapidly, and a scorching black flame ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. The Amaterasu flames never extinguish, capable of burning through the entire blood-red barrier. The black flames immediately burned a hole through the barrier upon contact, spreading rapidly like bone-eating worms, eventually engulfing the entire barrier. As the barrier vanished, the blood-bound Ghost Devourer's seal was also broken, and the two Ghost Devourers turned into pools of blood, the scene instantly calming down. Yi Chen exhaled deeply. The Amaterasu black flames were truly formidable. Without special countermeasures, it was difficult for enemies to evade such scorching fire. But this move consumed a great deal of energy, even more than a level 17 fire release. If he hadn't cultivated the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, facing this kind of ninjutsu, Yichen could only watch helplessly. He scanned the surroundings, finding a scene of chaos. Confirming the timing was not right, he quickly moved toward the designated rendezvous point. Upon reaching the first meeting point, he saw 3 IWA ninja corpses, with obvious signs of battle around them, clearly discovered by the enemy. Yichen had no choice but to continue to the next rendezvous point. Along the way, he encountered a small team of IWA Chunin, 4 people led by a special jonin. All bore wounds, obviously having just fought Konoha ninjas. Yichen smiled, his blade flashing. In less than 3 minutes, all 4 IWA ninjas fell. Because they scattered to flee, it cost Yichen some time. The evolution point arrived, lifting Yichen's spirits as he continued on. An hour later, he reached the second rendezvous point. This time, the Konoha ambush team was resting as he approached. Kunai were shot at him, embedding in front. Password, a voice came from the forest. Yichen was slightly stunned and asked, "What password?" The person in the dark sighed with relief and said, "We're on the same side, come over." Yichen was speechless. This time the ambush team was hastily assembled and had no password at all. This method was clever. If the enemy hesitated or gave an irrelevant answer, they could be exposed. Yichen directly asked to confirm the identity, and after a brief exchange, both sides could enter. "Uchiha Yichen, welcome back." The lead jonin, Taniguchi Mano, smiled and greeted him. "When do we depart?" Yichen was straightforward. "In an hour. If anyone hasn't returned by then, we have to withdraw." Yichen nodded without further words and headed straight to the temporary camp. Seeing Uchiha Shursui safe and sound, he finally relaxed. They hadn't let Danzo succeed. Luckily, Danzo only sent a small team this time, making Yichen the main target, which in turn protected Shursui. Yichen knew that Shimura Danzo wouldn't let them off easily. This time they failed, but next time would be even more dangerous. He found a corner to sit down, and Uchiha Shursui immediately came over. "Brother Yichen, are you okay?" Yichen glanced at him, feeling a bit suspicious. Since Danzo made a move against him, why would he let Shursui go? The reason for the failure was probably underestimating their strength. Shursui's question clearly showed he had noticed something. "Were you attacked too?" "Sort of." Shursui noticed Yichen's choice of words and asked, "Do you suspect who was behind it?" "You probably have someone in mind." Yichen recounted the events. After hearing it, Shursui looked surprised. "I haven't encountered the blood-binding ghost-devouring barrier before, but indeed 2 ninjas attacked me. They fought desperately without fear." "Do you know who sent them?" Yichen asked. Shursui shook his head, "No idea, but definitely not IWA Shinobi." "Whom?" Yichen decided not to hide it and raised his guard. "Have you heard of the Root Organization?" "Root Organization?" Shursui didn't understand. "Konoha Umbu, secretly trained assassins." Shursui screamed in shock, then quickly whispered, "Are you saying the attackers were our own people? You suspected it all along, didn't you?" Shursui was silent for a moment. "I never believed the village would turn against us. Before leaving, the elder told me to beware of hidden demons when outside. External enemies aren't scary, the most frightening are betrayals from those close by. At that time, I didn't understand why would people from the same village kill each other." He still held on to illusions about the village, believing peace was real. But now, that dream was shattered. "How do you know they were our own?" Yichen asked. "A feeling. They were familiar with my fighting style. Outsiders wouldn't know it. Only those who watched the Chunin tournament would understand. Luckily, I didn't use my full strength in that match, thanks to you." Shursui changed the subject. "If Danzo did this, didn't the third Hokage know? What do you think?" Yichen sneered. "Danzo is cultivating the Root Organization. How could the Hokage not know? But he turns a blind eye. If Danzo attacked us, that person definitely knows too. Why aren't you afraid the village will fall into chaos?" Shursui felt that the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. "Why?" "It's just about interests," Yichen warned. "We need to be careful from now on. There are quite a few people watching us. For the sake of our clan, I'm giving you a heads up." After speaking, Yichen leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest. "Thank you, Brother Yichen, I understand." An hour passed, and the team members did not reappear. Taniguchi Mano announced the end of the mission and led everyone back to the main base. The ambush battle officially ended. Ding dong, host has completed the mission, reward evolution points plus 500. On the road, Yichen heard the notification sound and smiled. This time ambush mission brought in quite a few evolution points. He glanced at the evolution points received. The IWA ninja killed 14 people in total, earning 1320 evolution points. 2 special ANBU from Root earned 1250 points. Mission reward was 500 points, totaling 3070 points. Seeing this number, Yichen was very satisfied. Doing a few more missions like this, reaching shadow level combat power would be just around the corner. Only then would he have the confidence to survive in the ninja world. Konoha, Root Organization Headquarters. Danzo's office. A Root ninja came to report. Sir, the information is confirmed. 2 days ago, the Kyu Squad's mission to attack Uchiha Yi-chan and Uchiha Shursui failed, he said as he handed over the report. Danzo glanced at it and angrily tore the report to pieces. They are all useless, can't even handle 2 little kids, truly worthless. For this operation, he deployed spies who had been undercover for a long time, arranging everything a month in advance, leaking intelligence about the village's support squad to Iwagakure to gain their trust. Unexpectedly, it still ended in failure. And Iwagakure's side is useless too, they missed such a great opportunity. Danzo grew angrier as he spoke. The originally perfect plan was now shattered. He leaked information to Iwagakure partly to create chaos, allowing his subordinates to deal with the 2 Uchiha prodigies amidst the confusion, partly to pressure the village and Hiruzen Sarutobi, as he had been eyeing the Hokage position for a long time. Danzo's anger had not subsided, but the Root ninja kneeling before him showed no reaction. After Danzo calmed down, the ninja asked, "My lord, shall we continue sending assassins?" Danzo pondered for a long time, then sighed and said, "Hold off for now. The Hidden Cloud has been gathering forces recently. It seems they are planning a major move. Your primary task now is to keep a close watch on the Hidden Cloud." "Yes, my lord." The Root ninja withdrew. Yichen unknowingly escaped a disaster. By the time Danzo focused on him again, he had already reached an awe-inspiring height. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was September. It had been more than half a month since leaving the village, and 10 days since arriving at the Rain Country's main base. During this time, Yichen carried out a patrol and encountered no incidents. After several setbacks, the IWA shinobi were also exhausted and would not make any major moves in the short term. During this period, he was either on patrol or training. In 10 days, his evolution points were completely used up. This time, he did not spend all the evolution points on basic attributes but prioritized upgrading 2 major talents to level 2. Level 2 Amaterasu can release 2 black flames simultaneously, with power far exceeding a simple sum, though energy consumption also increased significantly. The range of level 2 spatial compression expanded to 2 meters, and its power increased threefold. Seeing these prompts, Yichen was convinced he had made the right bet. Upgrading talents greatly enhanced his combat power. The last time, the blood-binding demon-devouring barrier had put pressure on him, prompting him to upgrade his talents, and the results far exceeded expectations. Amaterasu's power doubled, and spatial compression surprisingly increased threefold. This means his basic combat power can explode to 3 times its strength. Although it hasn't reached the Kage level yet, it is already very close. If it weren't for the exhaustion of evolution points, he would even want to continue enhancing space compression. Character Panel. Host, Uchiha Yichen. Rank, Jonin. Technique, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat Power, 112.7. Strength, 372. Constitution, 375. Spirit, 380. Energy, 3800. Bloodline, Sharingan Double Tomo, Byakugan Second Stage. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 2, Space Compression Level 2, Illusion Breaking Divine Eye. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 16, Fire Release Wildfire Blaze Inferno Waves Level 17, Magic Shackles Technique Level 7, Rasengan Level 9, Lightning Release Thunder Gods 9 Transformations Level 7. Evolution Points, 0. Next, Yichen focused on the Rasengan, aiming to raise it to level 10, preparing an additional trump card. Today was supposed to be calm as usual, but suddenly he received a distress signal from a subordinate. Since his promotion to Chunin, he was no longer cannon fodder and had become a Chunin squad leader, leading 3 Chunin. By the time he arrived at the scene, the subordinate had already fallen. The 3 immediately became alert, and Yichen activated his Sharingan to keep a close watch on the surroundings. The enemy is powerful, able to silently kill a Chunin in less than a minute. After confirming safety, Yichen had the team check the body. A moment later, a team member reported seriously, "Captain, the one who killed Yuan Yi is very likely a puppeteer from the Sand Shadow village." Hearing puppeteer, Yichen immediately focused and signaled to continue. The wounds on Yuan Yi's body are very neat, as if inflicted simultaneously. Although a person could do it, there is no need. Yecheng understood. If a single strike could be fatal, why leave such neat wounds? Only puppet mechanisms can achieve such precise killing. Wounds like these can only be done by a puppeteer from the Sand Shadow village. Look here, Ichiro Okamoto pointed to the skin on both sides of the victim's wounds, where it was faintly blackened. The killer likely applied poison on the blade. This effect is exactly the method puppeteers like to use. No other traces of people were found nearby, so the killer is very likely the puppeteer. He ambushed in the shadows and killed the passing Yuan-E with a puppet. After hearing his analysis, Yecheng found it very reasonable. The opponent was an experienced veteran Chunin with deeper insight than him. After a moment of thought, Yecheng ordered, Ichiro Okamoto, continue searching the perimeter. The opponent is very likely a puppeteer, so be sure to be careful. If you find the enemy, do not fight head-on, try to delay as much as possible. Yes, Captain. Okamoto Ichiro acknowledged and left. Yecheng looked at another person, Uenochiko, immediately notify the nearby patrol squads to encircle from the outskirts. That person must not be allowed to escape. Uenochiko immediately bit her finger, performed the summoning technique, and summoned a parrot-shaped summon beast. Yo-ho, Miss Chico, what did you call me out for? Don't expect me to obey without benefits. The parrot chirped as soon as it appeared, like a little adult. Seeing Yecheng's Sharingan, it immediately fell silent. Uenochiko blushed but didn't dare delay. She quickly formed hand seals and transmitted the information to the summoned beast. The parrot seemed afraid of Yecheng and, after receiving the information, didn't hesitate and spread its wings to fly far away. This summoned beast is really disobedient. Should I roast it and get a more obedient one? Yecheng laughed. Uenochiko shivered all over and said tremblingly, Captain, the little parrot is quite obedient, just talkative. I will train it well. Hope so. Yecheng watched the parrot fly away, thinking he should get a summon beast too. It would be convenient for transmitting information and assisting in battle. But he was picky, not just any summoned beast would catch his eye. Captain, a discovery. Okamoto Ichiro sent a signal from not far away. Yecheng used a flash step and instantly arrived beside him. Okamoto Ichiro was secretly amazed. The captain's teleportation technique is really fast. What did you find? Yi Chen asked. There are signs that someone stayed here for a long time. Following the direction he pointed, Yi Chen saw faint but clear footprints on the ground. Thanks to the constant drizzle in the land of rain, the soil was moist and the vegetation lush, allowing the marks to be preserved. Yi Chen looked back. This was about 20 meters from Yuan-E's death spot. To kill a Chunin with puppetry from such a distance, the culprit's strength was formidable. Captain, there are new tracks here too, came the voice of Uenochiko from nearby. Yi Chen walked over to take a look. It was a fresh footprint, showing that a sand ninja had left in this direction. He no longer hesitated and continued the search with Okamoto Ichiro and Uenochiko. During the pursuit, Yi Chen suddenly stopped and made a stop gesture. At that moment, the sound of something slicing through the air came from ahead. Yi Chen's sharp hearing made him turn his head, only to see countless tiny steel needles shooting out from the forest on the left. The speed was extremely fast and dense, definitely not the work of human strength. Be careful! Yi Chen shouted, swiftly drawing his long knife, his eyes fixed on the flying steel needles. He swung his blade to cut them down, the shadow of the knife flashing repeatedly, blocking all the steel needles. The two behind only saw Yi Chen's figure flicker, then stand steadily in place, the ground scattered with steel needles. If they hadn't seen the ground, they would have thought Yi Chen was performing a knife technique. Such rapid blade work came from years of training. His knife style emphasized speed and power, able to break through any obstacle. He despised flashy moves, only pursuing the ultimate speed and strength. Clap clap applause sounded from the forest, followed by a mocking voice. Truly worthy of the flame demon Sharingan Yi Chen, able to block such dense attacks. Your eyes are really enviable. Yi Chen looked toward the voice and saw a 15 or 16-year-old sand ninja slowly riding out on a puppet. That boy gave him a strange feeling. After observing with the Sharingan, Yi Chen understood clearly. Since you know I have the Sharingan, you still use this trick to appear, thinking you can fool me? The boy's playful smile stiffened. What do you mean? Puppeteers fear death, sending out two puppets, thinking I can't see through it? Both humans and puppets are creations of puppetry. The opponent wanted to use puppets to confuse them and hide their true form. Yi Chen immediately saw that the boy had no chakra inside. He was controlled by chakra threads just like the puppets. Others couldn't see the threads, but the Sharingan could clearly see them. The threads extended from the puppets into the forest. These signs allowed Yi Chen to make an accurate judgment. What the hell? The two behind were stunned, especially Ueno Chico, who rubbed her eyes and looked carefully at the boy. No matter how she looked, he seemed like a real person. If observed closely, one would notice the clues. The boy's expression was stiff, with no sign of life. Being stared at like cargo, the hidden puppeteer burned with rage, preparing to control the puppet to launch an attack. Someone beat him to it. Yi-Chen was well prepared, quickly forming hand seals, and suddenly unleashed a huge great fireball. The whole scene was shocked and confused. Why did the fight start right away? The puppeteer behind was ready to counterattack but was intimidated by the fireball, finally understanding why Yi-Chen was called the Flame Demon. The fireball was enormous, like the sun descending, far beyond ordinary ninjutsu. Boom! The fireball instantly turned a person and a puppet into ashes. The fire raged fiercely, rushing into the forest. The woods trembled, and the flames spread rapidly, turning a large area of forest into a sea of fire. Behind, Ueno Chico and Okamoto Ichiro nervously swallowed, finally realizing the captain's strength. The Flame Demon's reputation was no exaggeration. Under the firelight, Yi-Chen's profile looked somewhat stern, and Ueno Chico couldn't help but stare. Amid the flames, three figures fled the fire scene in a sorry state. Yi-Chen flashed forward and blocked them. The three sand ninjas, seeing the boy holding the sword hilt, were shocked. Rumors did not compare to the real terror before them. Yi-Chen sneered coldly, "Three friends from Sunigakure, why aren't you hiding in the shadows? Showing your true faces? Do you have confidence now?" The sand ninjas were furious. "Yi-Chen, you're strong, but we sand ninjas have geniuses too." Before they finished, Yi-Chen had already used Shunshin no Jutsu, instantly appearing behind one sand ninja with the blade at his throat. The two shouted, "Huang Mu!" The blade sliced the neck, blood splattered, and Huang Mu fell. Another sand ninja cried out his name in pain, clearly close to him. Yi-Chen's gaze was cold and sharp, his red Sharingan fixed on the remaining two. "Prepare to die." The female sand ninja shouted angrily, "You're a demon," and crazily charged at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen's blade flashed, blood appeared on her neck, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She showed no fear or hatred, only looking at Huang Mu's corpse, a faint smile on her lips, full of deep affection. "Your turn," Yi-Chen said coldly. The last sand ninja refused to surrender, quickly forming hand seals, opening his backpack with a clicking sound. In just a few seconds, a 2-meter-long spider-shaped puppet appeared before everyone. Ueno Chico and Okamoto Ichiro saw this and quickly rushed to Yecheng's side to help. "No need." Yecheng waved his hand, "You two just secure the scene and don't let him escape." Yecheng said this with full confidence. With the Sharingan in hand, unless the opponent is an elite Jonin, they simply can't escape. Unfortunately, this guy is at most a special Jonin. If he weren't a bit interested in puppet techniques, this sand ninja would have died before even summoning the puppet. "Yes, Captain." The two responded and quickly formed a surrounding circle on the outskirts. "Yecheng, you're really arrogant. I'm Chisaki Akiko, not someone to be trifled with. What's your name?" "I'm not interested." Facing Yecheng's cold and contemptuous gaze, Chisaki Akiko could no longer bear it and shouted angrily, "Go to hell." He quickly formed hand seals, chakra threads extended from his 10 fingers, connecting to the spider puppet's body, controlling the puppet to launch the first wave of attacks at Yecheng. Crack! The spider puppet opened its mouth, shooting out hundreds of flying needles. Although these flying needles lacked variation, their speed and quantity were too much for an ordinary person to withstand. But Yi-Chen had the Sharingan, easily seeing through the flying needles' trajectories, treating this attack as a drill. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of flying needles without a single miss were all blocked by Yi-Chen. To onlookers, this was almost impossible, but with the Sharingan combined with Yi-Chen's ultimate swordsmanship, this scene naturally made sense. Seeing this, Shizuo Akiko refused to believe it and fired several more waves of flying needles, which were still easily blocked by Yi-Chen. "Is that all you've got? Then you deserve to die." Shizuo Akiko's face twisted with ferocity as she prepared to use her final move. Accompanied by the sound of kaka kaka, the parts of the spider puppet scattered apart. Yi-Chen focused and saw that these were not parts, but thumb-sized spider puppets. Chiesa Akiko revealed a cold, sinister smile, her 10 fingers moving swiftly and subtly. The chakra threads split into 2 strands, then 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, all the spider puppets were tightly connected by the threads. Yi-Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This guy was only a special Jonin, yet he could precisely control so many chakra threads? Even Granny Chio could only control one puppet with a single finger. Was this guy defying the heavens? He glanced at the small puppets on the ground. There were hundreds of them. To simultaneously control so many puppets, probably only Sasori when he transformed into a human puppet could achieve that. Yichen simply did not believe that this unknown nobody in front of him was stronger than Granny Chio. His suspicion was reasonable. Controlling a large number of chakra threads not only required ultimate mastery over chakra but also immense mental strength. And this guy was only a special jonin, without systematic training it was impossible. Just as he was pondering, the spider puppets on the ground suddenly jumped up, quickly crawling and lunging toward him. A flash of cold light, the knife in Yichen's hand swept horizontally, cleaving the foremost puppet in two. Under the Sharingan's insight, he discovered a familiar explosive talisman hidden inside, the paper already ignited. Damn it, Yichen cursed silently, quickly performing Void Flash, blinking several times as he retreated over 100 meters away. A small explosive talisman was nothing on its own, but if all these spider puppets were rigged with explosives, hundreds detonating simultaneously, even with his strong physique he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, he hadn't reached the level to endure explosions head-on. Sure enough, the severed puppet exploded one after another. Although their power was less than that of a real explosive talisman, the sheer number still made the blasts formidable. This guy is truly sinister, setting traps everywhere. Yichen sneered coldly. Dozens of spider puppets quickly crawled toward him, while another group guarded Shinzua Kyuko, clearly to prevent Yichen from launching a sneak attack. Chisa Akiko knew that the spider puppets couldn't catch up with Yichen. This move was merely to buy time and wait for an opportunity to escape. The nearby puppet exploded before Yichen could react. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted continuously. Yichen had already retreated more than 10 meters away, but the puppet still pursued relentlessly. Is this your tactic? Yichen sneered, sending a lightning ball flying from his hand. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, hundreds of puppets turned to ashes in an instant. Chisa Akiko's face darkened as he stared at Yichen, hesitating to speak. Yichen gave him no chance, flashing in front of him. His long blade slashed diagonally, aiming straight for the neck. Chisa Akiko hurriedly raised his kunai to block. Clang! The blade clashed with the kunai. Then Yichen released the hilt, spinning the long blade once, slicing across his opponent's neck. He then swung the blade back into its sheath, his movements as graceful as a dance. Chisa Akiko clutched his throat, his eyes dimming, and gradually collapsed to the ground. Yichen glanced over the two dead sand ninjas and said coldly, "Bury them together." After speaking, his figure vanished without a trace. Captain is really handsome, but a bit cold, Ueno Chico sighed as she looked at the bodies. Don't say it too loud, don't let the captain hear, Okamoto Ichiro warned. Haven't you heard how he awakened his Sharingan? Apparently, it was because a teammate died in front of him. That teammate was his lover. Now you understand, right? Ah. Ueno Chico covered her mouth in shock. Yichen made a round of inspection but found nothing unusual. He needed to organize and report the issues that arose during this patrol. Being a captain was troublesome, with many worries and no ease. He took the opportunity to check the dossier on Chisa Akiko and was surprised to find actual information. She was not an ordinary civilian ninja but came from a declining clan in the hidden sand village. According to intelligence, the clan leader was once a disciple of the second Kazekage shaman, mastering the art of puppet creation and controlling mechanical puppets. Unfortunately, the two great ninja wars caused heavy losses to their clan, leading to its gradual decline. It wasn't until recent years, with the emergence of the genius Chisaki Akiko, that the clan saw a glimmer of hope for revival. But this also placed the weight of the clan's expectations on Chisaki Akiko, leaving no freedom in life. No matter what he did, someone was always watching, and most of the time he was confined to studying puppet techniques within the clan. Chisaki Akiko was very capable, able to create giant spiders and humanoid puppets at a young age. It was precisely his strength that recently earned him his freedom. Perhaps repressed for too long, he always liked to challenge high-difficulty tasks during missions, seemingly trying to prove himself. Like this time, even though he could have spared Yuan Yi and avoided revealing his whereabouts, he acted alone without hesitation, which ended up attracting the Night Dust squad. He also knew Night Dust's abilities and arrogantly attempted a sneak attack, aiming to take down this renowned flame demon. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself and ultimately met his end here. After reading the file, Night Dust could only mutter in his heart, "Brat." In the following 3 days, Night Dust focused on training the Rasengan and finally received a promotion notice. Ding dong, Hostess Rasengan has reached basic perfection and evolved into Gale Wind, Thousand Blade Rasengan. Gale Wind, Thousand Blade Rasengan is a manifestation of wind attribute energy, possessing unstoppable cutting and explosive power. Night Dust quickly formed hand seals, concentrating a high-speed rotating energy vortex in the palm of his right hand, white light flashing, exuding an imposing aura. This is the first form of the Rasengan, the vortex state. As the will merged, the cyclone turned cyan blue, its edges sharp as blades, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing whistle. He carefully sensed that the rotating wind blades of the fierce wind, thousand-blade Rasengan could cut through steel at will, tear through the airflow, forming a wide-range wind blade storm. The internal energy was stable without fluctuation, with tremendous power. This evolution was almost comparable to Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken. At this moment in the camp, it was inconvenient to use it, so Yi-Chin dispersed the energy and continued to immerse himself in training. 3 more days passed, and Yi-Chen's squad received a temporary mission, still patrolling, but in a different area. He was puzzled, not understanding the intentions behind the constant changes from above. Later, he learned that the higher-ups were reorganizing, splitting the original team into multiple squads. The reason was simple: familiar teammates allowed ninjas to exert stronger combat power. Usually, the tasks assigned to a squad wouldn't differ much. "Everyone, move out." The leader's voice came from the front. Everyone proceeded along the predetermined route, heading toward the mission location. In the afternoon, Yi-Chen's squad carried out their final patrol mission. Suddenly, a husky came running from afar, braking sharply in front of the team. Yi-Chen recognized it as the summoning beast of squad leader Uchida Yuta. The name made Yi-Chen chuckle. He always felt this husky was both rustic and funny. "Captain Yi-Chen, you always make that face when you see me. Do you find it funny?" Stinger said discontentedly. "Hee, nothing, squad leader. Any orders?" Yi-Chen quickly changed the subject. After all, Saya's identity was special and couldn't be offended lightly. Humph. Although Saya was proud, having seen Yi-Chen's Sharingan, he held back. "Yi-Chen's squad, Lord Yutai orders you to immediately head to District 16. That area has been attacked by sand ninjas and needs support." District 16 was right next to their patrol area, so rushing to assist was reasonable. "Understood. Saya, you may leave now." "Woof." Saya barked discontentedly. Other ninjas respectfully called him Lord Saya, but only Yi-Chen dared to address him like this. Seeing Yi-Chen's heterochromatic eyes flash, he immediately restrained himself. "Then you better go quickly. I'm heading back to report." With that, he dashed away swiftly. Yi-Chen shook his head and sent a signal to gather his teammates. In less than 30 seconds, 3 Chunin arrived. 1 original team member had died, and 1 new member joined. "Captain, what happened?" Yi-Chen briefly explained Lord Yotai's orders and immediately commanded, "Get your gear ready and depart at once." In fact, everyone was already fully armed and ready for battle at any time. Night Dust's squad rushed swiftly towards District 16, encountering a sand ninja ambush along the way. Wind release, Kamaitachi technique. A fierce wind howled through the forest, trees were cut down, leaves scattered everywhere, creating a stunning scene. Night Dust's squad quickly retreated, and after the wind stopped, they appeared again. The attacker looked about 20 years old, slender, with triangular eyes, a cold aura, and wielded a giant fan. Night Dust recognized it as the special ninja tool of Sunagakure, the 3-star fan. Using this fan to perform wind release greatly enhances its power. It was just unknown how strong the wind release, Kamaitachi technique just now had been. While pondering, Night Dust's gaze swept over the other 3 sand ninjas, feeling they were like a Jonin squad. All 3 are Chunin, with the leader being the only Jonin, whose strength is unknown. One of them has green paint on his face and carries a huge cylindrical object on his back, looking like Kankuro. The emblem on his clothes is the same as Chisa Akiko's, clearly from the same clan. Yi-Chen sneered puppeteers again. He had long lost interest in puppeteers, as beast tamers were better at helping him earn evolution points. Puppets have no life, killing them is useless. So his gaze shifted to the remaining 2. One was about 16 or 17 years old, muscular, obviously trained in taijutsu. The other was a 12 or 13-year-old female ninja, with no apparent special abilities. They were also observing Yi-Chen. The sand ninja captain leading them narrowed his eyes. "So you are the famous flame demon Sharingan, Yi-Chen. The Sharingan is renowned throughout the ninja world, and once the title of flame demon spread, no one was unaware of it." Yi-Chen said lightly, "I'm not interested in men, but the young lady in your team is quite nice." As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned, and the female ninja's face flushed with shyness. Yi-Chen was naturally handsome, and his cold aura made the girls' hearts flutter. It's just a pity that he was still young, otherwise, who knows how many people he would have captivated. "Humph, you're arrogant," the leading man snorted coldly. "Kid, having a title doesn't mean you're invincible. The one who will kill you is the sand hidden Jonin Sunaku." Before he finished speaking, Sunaku unfolded his 3-star fan, quickly formed hand seals, and activated wind release Kamaitashi technique. Fierce wind blades mixed with a gale rushed toward Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen squinted, then suddenly opened his double Tomo Sharingan. The opponent was a Jonin. He couldn't be careless. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Leave the opposing Jonin to me, others hold them back and defend the position. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for a response from his subordinates, he leapt into the air, a white spiral light ball forming in his hand, the first form of the Rasengan Cyclone. Boom! The spinning Rasengan exploded, shattering the Kamaitashi wind blades. Sunaku's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never seen such a direct ninjutsu before. He quickly retreated 3 steps, the 3-star fan unfolding, the second light point shining. Swiftly forming hand seals, a large amount of chakra was infused into the fan, then with a sudden swing, he shouted, "Wind release, great Kamaitashi technique." A stronger gale howled out, the vacuum wind blades becoming even denser. Wind release? Let's see mine. Yi-Chen formed hand seals, raised his right hand high, and the Rasengan Cyclone gathered again, the blue-green energy rapidly appearing. Raging wind, 1000-blade Rasengan. Buzzing, the outer ring of the Rasengan's wind blades erupted with a roaring sound in the air. As the storm approached, Yi-Chen suddenly threw the 1000-blade Rasengan in his hand. That's right, just like throwing a shuriken, the 1000-blade Rasengan swiftly cut through the storm, heading straight for Sunaku. Sunaku was stunned. The great Scythe Itachi technique he prided himself on was easily broken. When he regained his senses, the 1000-blade Rasengan was already close, its powerful spatial cutting force preventing Sunaku from using any ninjutsu. "Don't!" he shouted hoarsely. Boom! The 1000-blade Rasengan unleashed earth-shattering energy, forming a terrifying wind blade storm, turning the area within 10 meters into a vacuum zone. Everything was torn apart, reduced to dust. Such power even surprised Yi-Chen himself, rivaling Naruto's wind release Rasengan. 3 Jonin. 3 Sand Hidden Village Chunin stood in shock. Their Jonin captain was killed with a single strike. The title of ninja is truly formidable. Trying to escape? The 3 understood the situation. With their captain dead, scattering to flee might still offer a chance to survive. The Yecheng squad reacted swiftly, engaging them in combat. Yecheng stood aside, waiting until the battle reached its peak intensity, then decisively struck, slaying 3 sand ninjas. Not even the female ninja was spared on the battlefield. There is no distinction between men and women, nor is there any mercy. 10 minutes to rest. Yecheng ordered. Yes, Captain. The 3 obeyed and sat down, their eyes still fixed on Yecheng. The earlier scene was unforgettable. The captain's strength was immense, worthy of the title. Yecheng was not idle either, checking system information and discovering 1 Jonin had earned 1300 evolution points, and 3 Chunin each had 670 points. Impressive strength. Unfortunately, they had encountered the flame demon Yecheng. 10 minutes later, Yi-Chen's squad continued advancing toward District 16. The patrol squad also arrived to support, but the sand ninja showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they fought desperately. Yi-Chen was puzzled. Had these sand ninja gone mad? What could such a senseless battle achieve? Was it to avenge some important figure? Before he could think further, several sand ninja charged forward. Seeking death. Yi-Chen gave the order, and the squad split into groups to fight. He drew his long blade to meet the enemy. Relying on his formidable strength and the assistance of the Sharingan, he consecutively killed 10 sand ninja within half an hour. The battlefield was chaotic, making it difficult for Yi-Chen to fully display his skills. If he unleashed a few powerful ninja techniques, he could have wiped out a large number of enemies. Yi-Chen's killing eased the pressure on the nearby Konoha ninja but attracted the attention of a sand-hidden Jonin. This opponent was even stronger than Sunaku. The 2 fought fiercely for over 10 minutes, finally separating with a clash. Flame Demon Sharingan. Yi-Chen truly lives up to his reputation, the opponent said coldly. Then, a sharp whistle sounded, and the sand ninja quickly abandoned the pursuit, rapidly forming ranks to retreat. Led by several Jonin, they broke through the encirclement and withdrew swiftly. As he was leaving, the sand ninja sneered coldly and threatened, "Yecheng, our fight isn't over yet. Next time, I will definitely take your life." Yecheng ignored him, knowing that pursuing would only lead into the enemy's ambush. The Konoha leader also realized this and, after chasing for a while, left behind several sand ninja corpses and gave up the pursuit. An hour later, the relief troops arrived here, stayed briefly, and then continued rushing to the western front. That was the focal point of the battle between Konoha and Sunigakure. Yechen's squad then received new orders: cancel all leave for the next month, increase patrols to prevent Sand Ninja sneak attacks, and ensure the safety of the main camp. Yechen also learned the latest frontline intelligence from squad leader Uchida Yuta. The situation was tense. 2 strongholds had been breached by Sand Ninja, and other strongholds were struggling to be retaken. The support team just now was heading to the front line. However, Yechen felt manpower was definitely insufficient, and Sunagakure would not easily give up their strongholds. The support team might be increased, and he and his teammates would soon be sent to the front line as well. Yechen thought to himself, stop overthinking. As long as strength improves quickly, any danger can be easily handled. With that in mind, he greeted the relief squad and returned to the camp tent to focus on training. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and the evolution points were used up again. The character panel displayed. Host, Uchiha Yechen. Rank, Jonin. Skill, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat Power, 147.7. Strength, 490. Physique, 492. Mental Strength, 495. Energy, 4950. Bloodline, Sharingan Double Tomo, Byakugan Second Stage. Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 2, Spatial Compression Level 2, Illusion Breaking Divine Eye. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 19, Fire Release Wildfire Blaze Inferno Wave Level 17, Magic Shackles Technique Level 7, Gale Wind Thousand Blade Rasengan Level 11, Lightning Release Thunder God 9 Transformations Level 8. Evolution Points, 0. During these 10 days, the 17th district under Yechen's squad's responsibility was very quiet. The entire western defense zone was almost peaceful and uneventful. Everyone's attention was elsewhere. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and other forces concentrated on the 2 frontline strongholds. The battles were extremely fierce, with Konoha and Sunagakure continuously dispatching reinforcements. Yechen's squad had just sent off the 4th wave of reinforcements. He was well aware of the situation because he saw these people leave with his own eyes. He sighed inwardly. So many sent to the front lines, how many would return alive? 7 days passed. News from the front line indicated that Konoha barely recaptured the 2 strongholds but was clearly showing signs of fatigue. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have dragged on so long. Sunagakure took the opportunity to strengthen infiltration. Yechen's squad discovered 2 waves of Sunagakure squads during patrols and killed several before the situation temporarily calmed. The Sunagakure ninjas seemed to know that the 17th district was not to be trifled with and deliberately avoided it. Afterwards, the 17th district returned to quiet, while other areas frequently requested reinforcements. Yechen was happy to go support them, both to earn reputation and gain benefits. When he had no missions, he didn't idle. He practiced the advanced 3 bodies technique and broke through to level 20. Although it didn't trigger evolution, the improvement was obvious. The higher the level, the greater the distance and speed of the Void Flash technique, and the Shadow Clone also accelerated his training speed. After another 7 days, Thunder God 9 transformations reached level 11 and evolved into its second form, Thunderbolt Dash. This combined his lightning release energy with mobility, doubling his speed, like a swift thunder snake, hard to catch. Thunderbolt Dash not only increased speed and maneuverability but also allowed him to comprehend the speed of thunder. Yechen also mastered a new skill, Lightning Release Thrust, which could imbue his fists, feet, and weapons with lightning release energy, enhancing piercing power and speed. This skill made his burst power even more terrifying. 3 days later, Yechen received a secret mission from the main base to go to the land of Earth, gather intelligence on the battle between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, record battle losses, especially those of Iwagakure, to prepare for a counterattack. He smiled upon hearing this. This battle seemed like Kumogakure caught Iwagakure off guard, rapidly advancing almost to their doorstep. In fact, Iwagakure had long been prepared. They just let the enemy penetrate deeply. Currently, Anoki was deploying troops, preparing to encircle and annihilate this elite Kumogakure force personally led by the 3rd Raikage. If his presence didn't affect that side, the 3rd Raikage would fight desperately next, leading over 10,000 IWA ninja in a fierce battle to cover the retreat of Kumogakure's elite. The Kumogakure elite successfully withdrew, but the 3rd Raikage remained there forever. This severely dampened Kumogakure's morale. On the contrary, Iwagakure's morale soared because they had killed the 3rd Raikage and quickly launched a large-scale offensive. Yechen shook his head and sighed with Konoha's current situation, still thinking about counterattacking. Just holding off Iwa's offensive would be good enough. But none of this was his concern. This was a secret mission assigned by the main base, and he could only carry it out. Receiving such a mission meant Orochimaru had been watching him for a long time. After preparing his equipment and briefing his subordinates, Yechen sneaked out of the Konoha stronghold. Carrying the main base's secret orders, any ninja hiding in the shadows along the way would let him pass. 2 days later, about 300 kilometers southeast of Iwagakure in the land of Earth, Ichen stood on a giant rock, coldly watching the fierce battle in the valley below, his expression calm. Although the IWA ninja were numerous, they remained defensive, while Kumogakure's fewer forces were attacking. Because Kumogakure's side was all elite, with the 3rd Raikage charging at the front lines. The opposing side had dispatched 3 top-level jonin to restrain them, yet they were still at a disadvantage. Lightning flickered around the 3rd Raikage's body, his speed as fast as lightning, even able to kill or severely injure one opponent. Yichen thought to himself, if he fought him, what were his chances of winning? After thinking for a long time, he bitterly smiled. If it came to a real fight, escaping would be good enough, winning was almost impossible. The 3rd Raikage's lightning release armor had extremely strong defense unless he used Amaterasu combined with spatial compression, he couldn't try. The opponent's speed was so fast that even the Sharingan struggled to track him. Only if the Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomo might there be a chance. Ordinary methods couldn't break the defense, strong ninjutsu couldn't hit him. After calculating, Yichen had little chance of victory. It seems I still have a gap to the top of the ninja world. Actually, there's nothing to compare. He has been training for less than a year. If he endures a few more years, what's the 3rd Raikage? Even Uchiha Madara might not necessarily be afraid of him. He formed a seal, left behind a shadow clone, and Night Dust left the battlefield. 3 kilometers away, he found a cave and slipped inside. His shadow clone's maximum range is 10 kilometers. Beyond that, it automatically disintegrates. After all, his spiritual power is only at the Jonin level. But that's enough. Leaving a shadow clone to watch the battlefield means even if it's discovered, his real body won't be exposed unless it's a sensory ninja. Even if discovered, he still has time to escape. He began training inside the cave but didn't dare expend too much energy, only summoning 1 or 2 shadow clones to practice. After all, he wasn't far from the battlefield, and any slip-up could be very dangerous. The real body and shadow clones continuously transmitted information and conducted in-depth analysis. An hour later, Night Dust's shadow clone discovered a suspicious rock ninja. In the valley, the Cloud Ninja and Rock Ninja were fiercely battling, but the Rock Ninja's movements were exactly the same as Night Dust's. Night Dust grew suspicious, thinking he might be an imposter from another village sent to spy. He immediately decided to capture this person to gain more information. Just as he was about to approach, Night Dust thought again that the other party might also be a scout, possibly using shadow clones to investigate, and acting rashly would alert them. So, he calmly thought it through and finally came up with a plan. Night Dust's 10,000 Faces clone had already reached level 20, each clone possessing 20% of his combat power, more than enough to handle a chunin. He performed the 1,000 Faces illusion technique, transforming the clone completely into a rock-hidden chunin. Not only appearance but also aura, voice, and chakra fluctuations were identical. After the transformation, Night Dust appeared and ran toward the suspicious rock ninja. Before getting close, he shouted loudly, "Hey, kid over there, the operation is about to start. Why aren't you with the team? What are you doing running around here?" These sudden words stunned the IWA ninja, who thought, what plan? How come I don't know? Could there be a secret mission I wasn't assigned? He looked confused, giving Yichen an opportunity. Yichen approached, pretending to scrutinize him, then suddenly exclaimed, "Who are you? You don't seem to be one of us." As soon as the words fell, Yichen showed a look as if he wanted to be discovered, then turned and ran. Only then did the other party react. The person just now was very likely also here to spy, mistaking him for an ally. Thinking of this, he disregarded the risk of exposing his identity and immediately gave chase. The previous conversation confirmed to him that the person was hiding important information and had to be caught. Yichen deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the other party to catch up. The other party did not hesitate to make a move to capture him, trying to extract secrets. Yichen struggled desperately, but it was all an act, deliberately making him think that his combat power was weak. A few minutes later, Yichen seemed to muster all his strength and suddenly stabbed a kunai into the opponent's chest. Bang! A cloud of chakra smoke rose, and the figure disappeared without a trace. Yichen reined in his frenzy and said softly, as expected, it was a shadow clone. He stood up, found a hidden spot to hide, and waited quietly for the other party to take the bait. Sure enough, before long, a figure in a black robe and mask quietly approached, carefully inspecting the scene, trying to find the direction Night Dust had left. Everyone was here to gather intelligence. Whoever could get more useful information from the other would not give up easily. Seeing this, Night Dust felt a surge of joy. It seemed the other party had truly fallen for it. The shadow clone quickly dissipated, and the original, hiding in the cave, opened his eyes, put on a mask similar to those worn by Konoha Esambu, and swiftly left the cave to head to the scene. The man in the black robe was quite strong. The shadow clone wasn't too confident in taking him down, so the original had to handle it personally. The man in the black robe followed the trail, moving steadily toward Yechung. This was all part of a pre-arranged trap. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up to see a figure on the treetop staring at him, his heart tightening. Konoha Ambu? Seeing the man in the black robe's pale mask, which had 4 flowing lines, Yechung immediately understood it was an Ambu ninja from Kirigakure. Perfect, he must be carrying intelligence about the IWA ninja. Better to capture him first and deal with it later. Whoosh! The long blade was drawn, electricity flickering along the blade. Yichin gripped the hilt tightly and threw it toward the man in the black robe. The blade sliced through the air, a faint explosive sound echoing. The mist-hidden ninja flipped backward and jumped onto another tree to evade. The tip of the blade embedded into the tree trunk with a sharp crack. Yichin sprang forward, toes lightly tapping the trunk, drew his blade, and leapt up, raising both hands high as the long blade chopped down from above toward his opponent. Clang! The blade clashed with a kunai. The mist-hidden ninja surged forward, breaking the tree trunk and falling toward the ground. At the moment of falling, he quickly performed a ninjutsu, using momentum to stabilize himself and darted into the forest ahead. Impressive tactics, sir. Disguising as an IWA ninja to lure me here. What do you want? The mist-hidden ninja asked coldly. He wouldn't give up easily before the final moment. From their earlier fight, he knew the other was strong but not invincible. What else? Naturally, I want you to cooperate. Yichen's eyes flashed crimson. Sharingan. The mist-hidden ninja thought, this is bad, and hurriedly looked away, but it was too late. Their eyes met, and the genjutsu instantly invaded his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Yichen's figure flickered, the long blade slashed upward, fiercely cutting off the opponent's arm. Why not just kill him outright? That would have made all the previous efforts pointless. Ah! The mist-hidden ninja screamed in pain, the agony bringing him back to clarity. He quickly retreated, trying to turn and flee. You think you can run? Yichen threw 3 shuriken from his hand, blocking the escape route. Bang bang bang! The shuriken exploded with a loud bang, and the mist-hidden ninja could only turn around. He knew he was no match for the opponent now, let alone the Sharingan, so he could only try to escape. He took out 3 smoke bombs and threw them in front of Yechung, hoping to confuse his vision and buy time to flee. This is the only way. Yechung raised his hand to form a seal and threw a fireball into the thick smoke. The fireball exploded, instantly dispersing the smoke. The flames flickered and died out quickly, and a thick white mist rapidly spread around. Water release, mist technique of the mist-hidden village. The white mist obscured vision, making it difficult even for the Sharingan to discern. Clearly, the opponent had rich combat experience against the Sharingan. Yechung couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the opponent but could clearly sense he was nearby. He knew that rashly fleeing would only reveal his position, so he sneered coldly, "You think I can't find you like this?" Suddenly, a white light appeared in his right eye, revealing everything within a 3-kilometer radius. He quickly locked onto his target, behind a large tree 100 meters away. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, the long knife in his hand flashing with electric light, emitting a low hum. He shouted, "Lightning release, thrust!" His figure darted through the forest like lightning. The speed enhanced by lightning release far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The tip of the knife, charged with electricity, suddenly stabbed into the tree trunk, striking the ninja hiding behind it in the right shoulder. The electric current surged, and the ninja groaned softly, his body instantly paralyzed and unable to move. If not for the long knife holding him back, he would have already fallen. The tree trunk was pierced, bursting a large hole. Yechung stood steadily, slowly withdrawing his knife and sheathing it. Retracting the white eye, he circled to stand in front of the ninja. Through the mask, those eyes were full of disbelief. How was I discovered? The ninja wondered in his heart. He couldn't understand how Yechung's Sharingan could see through his concealment. Yichen smiled faintly, "I told you, you can't escape." With a single palm strike, he knocked the opponent unconscious, then summoned a shadow clone and carried the ninja away. This place was close to the battlefield, and the recent commotion had already alerted IWA and Kumo, so it was not suitable to stay long. Soon, scouts from Kumo, IWA, and other factions arrived one after another. Unfortunately, they found no traces and had no choice but to leave helplessly. Yichen had prepared in advance. He destroyed all traces when leaving, making it impossible to track. He found a hidden cave, far from the battlefield, convenient for hiding. He ordered the shadow clone to put down the unconscious ninja and sent it out to stand guard. At this moment, he was going to properly entertain this guest. After more than 10 minutes, Yichen opened his eyes and looked at the ninja on the ground. Awake, let's have a good talk. The ninja was seriously injured. Yichen only did simple treatment to ensure he wouldn't die in the short term. What exactly do you want? The ninja asked coldly. Yichen said calmly, it's simple. As long as you cooperate, my goal will be achieved. This time Yichen miscalculated. The opponent was a ninja from the Kiri Umbu. Loyal and steadfast hypnosis failed to extract useful information. He simply cut the opponent's neck with a single stroke, both to ease the pain and to mark the end of the previous plan. Although he didn't get the intelligence, he gained quite a few evolution points, which was some consolation. Suddenly, Yichen thought, why bother searching for intelligence? There was a large group of Mianyang waiting to be harvested here. Wouldn't it be better to use evolution points to enhance strength? As for how to report back, he could just make up some excuse, and Orochimaru wouldn't ask too much. Having figured this out, he began to consider the next move. He couldn't kill blindly. Being surrounded by enemy forces would be troublesome. He decided to target the spies of various factions first. Spies had special identities, and secret assassinations were less likely to be noticed. He wasn't afraid of strong opponents as long as they weren't elite jonin. He was confident in quick victories. Suddenly, he had a bright idea, patted his head, and cursed himself for not thinking of a simpler method earlier. He had the Thousand Faces transformation technique. As long as he had seen the opponent and remembered their aura, he could perfectly disguise himself. This way, he could impersonate anyone to carry out assassinations, continuously gaining evolution points. As for morality? Who cares about that on the battlefield? Night fell, and in the mountainous forest 10 kilometers from the main battlefield, two squads clashed fiercely. The daytime was for large-scale troop engagements, while the night belonged to the skirmishes between the cloud-hidden and rock-hidden patrol squads. Both sides dispatched many patrol teams to scout and spy. The battlefield at night was exceptionally lively, and encounters meant fighting desperately. Yichen hid in the shadows, revealing a sly smile. It was time to perform. He formed hand seals and activated the Thousand Faces transformation technique, turning into the appearance of a recently deceased rock-hidden ninja. He silently infiltrated behind the rock ninja squad, his chakra fluctuations identical to that of the deceased. The battlefield was chaotic, and no one suspected his identity. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came. The rock ninja sensed something amiss and tried to dodge. After recognizing him as a comrade, he relaxed his guard. You scared me. I thought a cloud ninja had flanked us. Don't worry, no one is behind us. 2 meters away from him, Yichen suddenly struck, silently driving a kunai into the throat of a rock-hidden shunin, eliminating him without a sound. Ding dong, evolution points plus 80. During the battle, both sides' members kept a distance of 3 to 4 meters, spreading out their formations and heightening their vigilance. First, to avoid being attacked by multiple enemies with a single ninjutsu. Second, to facilitate the use of various tactics. This also gave Yichen room to maneuver at close range. He could instantly kill his target. However, it was not always possible to remain undetected. When assassinating the second IWA ninja, he was noticed by 2 nearby IWA ninja. What are you trying to do? The two shouted in alarm, realizing Yichen had transformed, and his presence was terrifyingly exposed. They suspected there was a traitor in their team. Otherwise, why would someone kill their own people? Hey, Yichen sneered coldly, this guy is a traitor, trying to ambush me. I'm just fighting back, no need to make a fuss. Look over there. As the 2 IWA ninja turned their heads, a flash of a blade passed by, and their heads fell to the ground. Getting distracted on the battlefield isn't that just asking for death? Yichen sighed. Suddenly, a shout came from the forest on the left, this man is a traitor, kill him everyone. 4 IWA ninja rushed over quickly. Discovered so quickly? Yichen quickly retreated, forming a lightning ball in his hand and throwing it. Boom! Amid the explosion, his figure disappeared into the night. He once again became a cloud-hidden middle ninja, quietly infiltrating behind the cloud-hidden. This time, he assassinated 5 cloud-hidden middle ninjas and quickly retreated after being discovered. As a result, both sides ceased fighting. Spies appeared on both sides, and neither dared to be careless, feeling uneasy. 3 days passed, and Yichen went on 3 missions, assassinating 25 people, including 18 middle ninjas and 7 lower ninjas, targeting both rock and cloud ninjas. Because of this, the rock hidden and cloud hidden temporarily reached a ceasefire agreement. Yichen also took this opportunity to rest for 2 days, using the 3850 evolution points he earned to enhance his combat power. The 3 basic attributes were comprehensively improved. Strength 620, Constitution 624, Mental Power 630, Combat Power 187.4. Combat power reaches the level of a mid-level Jonin, not far from an elite Jonin. Training completed, Yecheng dispelled the shadow clone in the dark. During training, he sent shadow clones to closely scout the battlefield. After receiving the news, he roughly understood the situation. In the past 2 days, Iwagakure and Kumobakure have been investigating internal spies but found nothing. The high-ranking officials on both sides dare not act rashly, fearing it would shake the morale of the troops. But they cannot delay indefinitely, especially since Kumobakure is within the land of Earth's borders, consuming a huge amount of supplies. The longer the time, the more disadvantageous it is for Kumobakure, and they must also guard against Iwagakure's main forces coming to reinforce. They cannot wait any longer. After the third Raikage finished reorganizing, Kumobakure launched a fierce attack on Iwagakure's defensive line. As Yichen predicted, the forces of the Cloud-Hidden Village advanced like a hot knife through butter, steadily approaching the final line of defense of the Rock-Hidden Village. Yichen couldn't help but admire Inoki's boldness. The last line of defense was less than 50 kilometers from the Rock-Hidden Village. To lure the third Raikage and the elite forces of the Cloud-Hidden Village, he actually used the village as bait. Once this line of defense was broken, the elite troops of the Cloud-Hidden Village would enter the village. Even if the Rock Ninja army surrounded them from the outside, the Rock-Hidden Village would have no choice but to surrender. After all, who doesn't have loved ones? If the Rock-Hidden Village refused to surrender, the Cloud-Hidden Village would take villagers hostage to delay the attack. At the same time, more troops would be dispatched to attack the Land of Earth from the outskirts, creating a pincer attack. The Rock-Hidden Village would face total annihilation. This shows just how vast the battlefield Inoki has set up is. It was precisely because the bait was big enough that it attracted the third Raikage to take action. The third Raikage was not foolish. He guessed that the main force of Iwagakure was surrounding them. This was a gamble of speed. Theoretically, his choice was correct, but the premise was that Iwagakure did not know about this raid and was unprepared. Now, the Iwagakure army had long since surrounded them, yet he was completely unaware. From the moment the intelligence was leaked, the third Raikage's fate was sealed. The initiative in the battle returned to Iwagakure's hands. Should they keep the third Raikage or keep the elite of Kumobakure? According to Yecheng's understanding, Iwagakure ultimately chose to keep the third Raikage. None of this concerned Yecheng. He only wanted to profit from it. With this in mind, he ended his seclusion and rushed to the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to kill isolated ninjas, unwilling to miss this good chance. At Iwagakure's last line of defense, the third Raikage was wrapped in lightning, once again charging forward barehanded. Blocking him were 5 Iwagakure Jonin, all powerful experts. Although the 5 joined forces, they dared not confront him head-on and could only use various ninjutsu to restrain him. The battle was extremely fierce. The third Raikage's explosive power was famous in the ninja world. Once given a chance, it would mean death or serious injury. The 5 were extremely nervous, fearing that a single mistake would lead to their defeat. Minute by minute passed, and the third Raikage noticed nothing unusual, nor did he realize the 5 were deliberately restraining him. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Third Lord, there is urgent intelligence. Please return to the command post immediately." The voice came from one of his subordinates, transmitted through a mind technique that could convey sound within a certain range. Hearing it was urgent intelligence, the third Raikage didn't hesitate and prepared to withdraw from the battle first. He trusted this subordinate and believed there would be no unnecessary disturbance. So he unleashed his power, punching back 5 opponents, and quickly retreated from the battle zone, rushing back to the command center. Unexpectedly, as soon as he thought about retreating, those 5 immediately changed their demeanor, desperately blocking his path. The third Raikage then realized something was wrong. When they had fought him before, their movements were cautious and never reckless. Now, seeing him want to retreat, they blocked him with desperate force, even disregarding their own safety. Alarm bells rang loudly in the third Raikage's mind. He shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Then his entire body erupted with lightning, forming a solid lightning release armor. This was his strongest lightning release chakra mode in his full power state, the lightning release armor. At this moment, ordinary weapons and ninjutsu could not harm him, not even wind or lightning attacks. This was not only due to his powerful physique but also his extremely high mastery of lightning release. His figure flashed, instantly appearing before 2 rock ninjas. Before they could react, he slammed into them, sending them flying. They died before hitting the ground. The overwhelming destructive power of the lightning instantly took their lives. The remaining 3 rock ninjas stopped immediately, terrified. Although their mission was to hold back the third Raikage, they needed a chance to succeed. Facing absolute power, they could not stop him. They didn't want to die. Dying was meaningless. At most, they could delay him for a few seconds. They were not suicide soldiers and feared death. The third Raikage snorted coldly, no longer lingering, and turned to sprint backward. In the distance, Yicheng witnessed everything, marveling at his strength. Even he had to avoid the lightning release armor when encountering it. Seeing the third Raikage leave, he judged that the Cloud-Hidden Village might have discovered the Rock-Hidden Village's conspiracy and hurriedly notified the third Raikage to return. The other side, upon receiving news of being surrounded, had only two choices. One was to fight desperately, breaking through the last defense line before the Rock-Hidden Village's army fully encircled them, capturing the Rock-Hidden Village and regaining the initiative. The other was to retreat immediately, breaking through any gaps before the encirclement was complete. The former required time, and if they couldn't break through before the encirclement, they would be caught in a pincer attack. Although the third Raikage was powerful, the Rock-Hidden Village also had experts, such as the third Tsuchikage Inoki, whose understanding of dust release was no less than the third Raikage's mastery of lightning release. It was almost impossible for the Cloud-Hidden Village to break through the defense line in a short time, so retreat was the only option. But now, even running was difficult. Not to mention whether they could find an opportunity to break through, the rock ninja forces before them would never let them pass easily. This time, the Cloud-Hidden Village would likely pay a heavy price. Yicheng was calculating in his mind what benefits he could gain from this. After thinking for a moment, he quickly came up with an idea. In the upcoming battle, both sides would inevitably restrain each other, and he could take advantage of this chaotic situation to act. The Cloud-Hidden Village would not let the third Raikage cover the rear at the start. Surely everyone would retreat together, even sacrificing some Cloud Ninjas to cover the main force. Only when there was no way to escape would the third Raikage cover the rear alone to buy time for the Cloud-Hidden Village to withdraw. Even so, the third Raikage could not hold off the pursuit of an army of 10,000. This chaos was exactly the opportunity for Yicheng to make his move. He could seize the chance to gain a large number of evolution points and accelerate his growth. Having made up his mind, he began to act. Using the Thousand Faces illusion technique, he specialized in assassinating mid-level ninjas with slightly weaker strength. Within 3 hours, he killed 20 mid-level ninjas and 10 lower-level ninjas. If he hadn't feared causing a commotion and being surrounded, his record would have been even more impressive. The battlefield thus fell into chaos, and suspicion arose among the teams, wondering, hadn't the traitors already been eliminated? Why were so many still dying? The news reached the upper echelons of the Rock-Hidden Village, causing them great headaches. They suspected that the Cloud-Hidden Village had already infiltrated, and their plan was likely exposed. Meanwhile, the Cloud-Hidden forces began to retreat. As Yicheng had predicted, the third Raikage did not immediately cover the rear but first organized some people to hold off the Rock-Hidden Village's last line of defense, while the rest quickly withdrew. The retreat went quite smoothly. The Rock-Hidden Village did not mount a strong resistance, and Yicheng inadvertently helped the Cloud-Hidden Village. After the main Cloud force withdrew, Yicheng did not rush to pursue. He set his sights on the wounded soldiers behind the Rock-Hidden lines. After battle, the injured would be sent to the rear to recuperate, which was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Having thought it through, Yicheng no longer cared about heroic reputation. He only wanted to strengthen his power, regardless of the means. He transformed into a rock ninja, disguised as an injured soldier, and blended into the large group of wounded, being sent to the rear. Perhaps because of the frontline victory, the rear defenses were lax, and he easily slipped in. A rock-hidden mid-level ninja saw him limping over and asked, "Name?" Previously, there was no need to register injured soldiers, but after several chaotic incidents, the rock-hidden upper ranks had strengthened inspections to prevent spies from causing damage. Shinmu was a name Yicheng made up on the spot. There are so many people in Iwagakure. Even if there is a registration, it's impossible to verify identities on the spot unless someone recognizes his current appearance. Besides, he deliberately disguised himself as a long-haired genin, covering most of his face. Being recognized now would really be bad luck. Go in. The medical ninja at the registration didn't notice any flaws. As soon as he entered the tent, a strong smell of blood hit him. More than a dozen Iwagakure chunin lay on makeshift beds, occasionally groaning in pain. Their wounds were bandaged but still bleeding continuously. The injuries were severe. Iwagakure's medical ninjas were few, and their medical skills couldn't compare to Konoha's. Clearly, they were overwhelmed trying to treat so many people at once. This tent hadn't yet received proper treatment. Only simple bandaging had been done, and the wounded were in unbearable pain. "Forget it, I'll help you guys out." Yicheng sighed and threw more than a dozen shurikens with both hands. Tui, tui. The shurikens accurately hit the throat of each IWA ninja, and without even making a sound, they died. Ding dong, evolution points plus 85 plus 90 plus 90 plus 100. Hearing the evolution points credited, Yi-Chen smiled. Helping you escape the pain, charging a little interest isn't too much, right? Enough talk, I have the next battle. After saying that, he pretended to be weak, limped out of the tent, and headed to the next place. These were all injured genin, and Yi-Chen didn't spare them. Ah, I'm just too kind. Listening to your howling is too painful. Have a good journey, I want to see you off, bye-bye. That limping figure moved as if no one was around, weaving through the wounded soldiers' camp. By the time he reached the fourth tent, the slain IWA ninja was finally discovered. In a moment of resolve, he decided to go all out. Yicheng dropped all pretenses, unleashing a level 17 fire release technique, instantly turning the wounded camp into a sea of flames. He disguised himself as another IWA ninja, blending into the crowd and escaping amid the chaos. The severely injured IWA ninja suffered heavy casualties. Many died on the spot when the fire release erupted. Fire release, wildfire, with raging flames that can continue burning even using water release techniques, struggles to extinguish the fire. A level 17 fire release is beyond what a chunin can handle. Even jonin are powerless to put it out quickly. Yicheng escaped, mingling with the crowd, while several IWA jonin were seen trying to extinguish the fire. The notification sounds of evolution points arriving came one after another, non-stop. Hee, goodbye to you. Yicheng blew a kiss and waved, then his figure flashed away. He quickly headed to the battle site between the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock villages based on his memory. Not far into his run, an angry roar came from behind. Hidden Cloud Village, I'm going to fight you to the death. At this moment, everyone was convinced that only the Hidden Cloud Village would dare to do such a thing. Chaos broke out behind the Hidden Rock Village, allowing the main force of the Hidden Cloud to escape by taking advantage of the situation. No one expected that all of this was the doing of Yi-Chen. Throughout the entire operation, he kept his identity hidden, and no trace of him could be found afterward. The night was deep, and the starlight sparse. Yi-Chen rushed to the place where the shadow clone had stopped. His main body did not follow, only the shadow clone stealthily tracked. There were no cloud or rock ninjas here, only traces left from their battle. Yi-Chen paused for a moment, recalled the shadow clone, and information immediately flooded his mind. The rock village had already formed a siege around the perimeter, but the siege area was too large and forces were scattered, giving the Cloud Village a chance to break through. To completely annihilate the Cloud Village elite, the siege circle had to be tightened and forces concentrated. For this, the Rock Village dispatched elite troops to block the Cloud Village's retreat. It was expected that the decisive battle would erupt soon, but unexpectedly, the third Raikage suddenly unleashed immense power, tearing through the Rock Village defenses alone. After that, there was no further news. The shadow clone could not continue tracking due to distance limitations. Fortunately, I still have an impression of the direction in which the Cloud Hidden escaped. As long as I investigate along this direction, I will eventually find the main force of the Cloud Hidden. So many people cannot have disappeared without a trace, and the Rock Hidden will not let them go. It is only now that Yicheng has time to check the evolution points received. He was shocked at first glance. A total of 106 rock ninjas were killed, including 35 chunin and 71 genin. The final use of the level 17 fire release technique burned many rock ninjas to death. Most of the wounded soldiers were seriously injured when the flames spread. There was no chance to escape. Fortunately, they died quickly and did not suffer much. Adding the 30 rock ninjas killed in the chaos on the battlefield earlier, a total of 136 were killed today. Glancing at the system panel, 9,150 evolution points. Seeing this number, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up, then he was ecstatic. With so many evolution points, refining them all would surely greatly increase his strength. As for whether he could evolve his bloodline again, he was unsure. The system did not indicate the required amount for the next evolution. Now was not the time to train. Yi-Chen continued to track in the direction of the shadow clone. Until midnight, he finally found the main force of the Cloud Hidden Village. If he hadn't deployed shadow clones to search from multiple directions simultaneously, it would have been impossible to find them so quickly. The Cloud Hidden Village's evacuation locations were extremely secretive. At dawn, the main force of the Cloud Hidden Village finally stopped to rest briefly. Yi-Chen was also able to catch his breath. A whole day of wits and courage left Yi-Chen exhausted, especially with the constant traveling, not to mention those cloud ninjas. After resting for less than an hour, the main force started moving again. This time, Yi-Chen didn't follow behind but disguised himself as a cloud ninja to blend into the group. During the earlier patrol, he had already ambushed and taken out that cloud-hidden ninja. Time flew by quickly, nearing noon. Yi Chen silently followed along, not speaking to anyone, pretending to be tired to avoid suspicion. Everyone was busy trying to find a way to escape the rock ninja encirclement, so no one noticed his unusual behavior. Suddenly, the main force stopped. Yi Chen felt a sense of oppression and looked up. The sky had changed abruptly, dark clouds gathering densely. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, thunder roaring, causing everyone to feel fear. This was the power of heaven and earth, beyond human strength. The lightning illuminated the front, revealing countless rock ninjas who had climbed the hilltop, rapidly closing in. On both sides, rock ninjas surged like a tide, stretching as far as the eye could see. Yi Chen was shocked. Usually, battles involved dozens or hundreds, but this time they were surrounded by tens of thousands of rock ninjas. Raindrops fell, hitting his face, and he whispered, "It's raining." The distant mountains and waters merged into a single line. Suddenly, a rough laugh echoed. A figure surrounded by lightning burst out from the cloud ninjas, charging straight at the rock ninjas. That deep, thick lightning chakra could only belong to the third Raikage. Charge! Let us break through together! More voices erupted, and the team surged toward the rock ninja army. Shouts and battle cries filled the air as fierce fighting broke out instantly. Watching them charge, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment before following, blending into the chaos. After killing a rock ninja, he caught sight of a sneaky figure in a black robe wearing a mask, clearly an Umbu ninja. Yi Chen glanced at the other's mask. There were no markings, making it impossible to tell which faction he belonged to. Just as he stared at the figure, the person seemed to sense it, turning his head to look over. His steps paused, clearly noticing Yi Chen's attention. Yi Chen was about to step forward to inquire, but the man in the black robe suddenly used the body flicker technique and vanished in an instant. Watching the enemies retreating back, Yi Chen lost the thought of pursuit. Although these Umbu ninjas had average combat power, each had their specialty. To give up an entire force for a single scout was really not worth it. At this moment, he was acting under the guise of Uni, so he did not ambush his own people. Because Uni was already at a disadvantage, causing disruption would only hasten defeat, which was not what he wanted to see. Killing the IWA ninja was different. His identity was legitimate, and his disguise would not be uncovered. The battle had lasted for an hour, with corpses strewn across the forest and the ground stained with blood, yet it still had not ceased. Yi Chen moved through the crowd, employing guerrilla tactics, never engaging in direct confrontation. Wherever there was conflict, he would go to ambush and snatch kills. He understood that head-on clashes would only lead to mutual destruction, while snatching kills could easily yield profit and win hearts. Just now, a Uni ninja was severely wounded in a fierce fight with an IWA ninja, on the brink of death. Yi Chen suddenly appeared, slashed the IWA ninja with one stroke, and saved the Uni ninja. That cloud ninja was moved to tears with gratitude. "Brother, thank you so much." Yi Chen replied calmly, "Do good deeds without leaving your name." The cloud ninja was so excited he was almost in tears. Half an hour passed, and although the third Raikage was unmatched in strength, he still couldn't break through the rock ninja's encirclement. The cloud village suffered heavy losses, the number of rock ninjas kept increasing, and the pressure grew greater and greater. The third Raikage repelled several rock ninja Jonin, looked around, but saw enemies flooding in like a tide, impossible to kill them all. His heart sank, convinced that the cloud village was bound to lose this battle. But these elite warriors could not fall here, or the cloud village's vitality would be severely damaged. Realizing this, the third Raikage immediately made a decision, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes as he unleashed powerful lightning-release chakra throughout his body. Amid the roar of thunder, a suit of lightning armor enveloped him, radiating an imposing aura. He hesitated not at all and charged into the encirclement again, launching a frenzied slaughter. In just over 10 minutes, dozens of IWA shinobi were knocked down by him. Seeing this, Iwagakure dispatched more IWA shinobi to surround the third Raikage. As a result, the pressure on the main force of Kumogakure was greatly reduced. The troops were able to slowly advance, attempting to break through the outer defensive line. The tactic worked. The third Raikage began to kill the IWA shinobi with full force, drawing their attention and no longer rushing to break through the defenses. Soon, the battlefield was divided into two areas. On one side, the main force of Kumogakure confronted the IWA shinobi, while on the other, the third Raikage fought fiercely against the IWA shinobi. As time passed, the distance between the two sides gradually widened. The third Raikage successfully attracted most of the IWA shinobi forces, and the main force of Kumogakure nearly broke through the encirclement. At this moment, a subordinate's voice echoed in the third Raikage's mind, "Lord Third, we are about to break through. You should also break out now." but the third Raikage remained motionless. Hurry and break out, this is the last chance. The subordinate urged anxiously. The third Raikage gazed into the distance at the elite of Kumogakure, then glanced at the surrounding IWA shinobi and said softly, Sith, you lead them to break through. What? Third Sama, what do you mean? Sith was stunned, unable to believe it. Third, we can still fight. Sith insisted. No, the third Raikage interrupted, we've lost. Someone has to pay the price, either you or me. Sith fell silent, finally understanding. You saw it too, the third Raikage continued, if I run, they'll send troops against you. I can't let that happen. You are the future of Kumogakure. But. No buts, the third Raikage roared. Sith, take them and go. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. After speaking, he dispelled Sith's thoughts and unleashed a powerful force. Yechin observed that the main force of Kumogakure had just paused for a moment, then suddenly burst through with astonishing speed. He guessed that the third Raikage had already decided to trade his life for their chance to survive. However, Iwagakure would definitely send troops to pursue and kill the Cloud Nin, so the situation remained perilous. Yichen had two choices, stay and wait for the right moment, or follow the main force and blend in. After a moment of thought, he summoned a shadow clone, arranged for it to stay behind, and report back intelligence at any time. He ultimately chose another battlefield, but here he would never give up easily. At a critical moment, he still wanted to see if there was a chance to save that third Raikage. It wasn't out of kindness or sacrifice, but because that guy was a super shadow-level powerhouse. If he could recruit him, it would definitely become a strong asset in the worst case, killing him would yield extremely valuable evolution points. Just these two reasons made it worth the risk to try. 10 minutes later, Yichen arrived at another battlefield. As soon as he approached, he spotted a lone IWA Nin Genin. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately pounced, slaying the opponent and transforming into that IWA Nin's form. Following the trail forward, he encountered many corpses along the way, both Cloud and IWA Nin, but saw no one injured. This made him a bit regretful, wondering why no one was left alive to practice on. Feeling upset, he continued forward, suddenly sensing an unusual atmosphere around him. He hurriedly stopped, his gaze fixed on a patch of woods. Faint moans of pain came from there. Yichen's heart leapt with joy recognizing the sound. He without hesitation moved toward its source. Before he could get close, a whooshing sound came from the forest, and a kunai was pinned to the tree trunk in front of him. Yichen was stunned and looked in the direction of the kunai, only to see a Iwagakure Jonin standing on high ground, staring at him coldly. Which team are you from? What's your name? Why are you here? Yechin transformed into the appearance of an IWA ninja. Even his own parents wouldn't recognize the flaw. The other party was extremely cautious, as too many accidents had happened recently. My name is Ishida Ichiro, belonging to the 78th Squad. During battle, I was knocked unconscious by an explosive tag thrown by the enemy. When I woke up, I wasn't dead, so I tried to catch up with the team. Sir, I didn't mean to intrude here. The IWA Jonin silently assessed the truthfulness. After a moment, he said coldly, if that's the case, Ishida Ichiro, I order you to immediately follow the main force along this path and continue the fight. Understood? His tone clearly carried suspicion. There were so many IWA genin that he couldn't know them all. If this was a Cloud Ninja in disguise, it would be troublesome. Unable to tell truth from falsehood, he decided to send him away first. Why yes. I'll leave immediately. As he turned, Yeching suddenly activated his Sharingan, then turned back and shouted, Sir, which way should I go? You. The IWA Jonin was about to get angry, but when he saw the Sharingan, his mind was thrown into chaos. Taken by surprise, he completely lost the ability to resist. Shoo shoo shoo. 3 shuriken shot out instantly. The IWA ninja, sensing danger, broke free from the genjutsu, but it was too late. The 3 shuriken were already close. Poochie. As expected of a Jonin, he still blocked the fatal strike. The other 2 kunai, one pierced his right shoulder, the other pierced his left shoulder. Originally, there was one aimed at his heart, but at the last moment, he used a kunai to deflect the bullet. Even so, the outcome could not be changed. Yeching used the body flicker technique, instantly appearing in front of the IWA ninja, and with a swift strike of his blade, ended his life. Thousand Faces Illusion Technique. Yi Chen transformed into the appearance of that Jonin and walked into the forest. After just a few steps, 3 figures appeared again. Captain, what just happened? Among the 3 ninjas, 2 were Chunin and 1 was a special Jonin. Oh, a spy. I dealt with him easily, right over there. Yi Chen silently appeared behind the 3. They looked at the captain in front of them, completely unguarded. When they turned to look at the corpse on the ground, they exclaimed in shock, "Captain?" Suddenly recalling who that person was just now. Before they could react, two kunai stabbed out from behind. The kunai instantly pierced the backs of the two Chunin's necks, killing them on the spot. You. The special Jonin was about to move, but Yi Chen had already formed hand seals, gathering a whirlwind in his palm, and struck his chest with a palm strike. The powerful whirlwind sent him flying. The Rasengan's power exploded in midair, tearing his jacket and leaving a dent in his chest. Fell to the ground and died instantly. Yi Chen first moved behind the three, summoning two shadow clones. The shadow clones used kunai to deal with the two Chunin, while the original performed a Rasengan against the special Jonin. The three IWA ninja never figured out who exactly killed them until their last breath. Yi Chen paid no mind to this, packing their ninja tool bags into space and continuing deeper into the forest. There was a cave there, inside which lay 35 wounded. Among them, 1 Jonin, 20 Chunin, and 14 Genin. Seeing them, Yi Chen showed a faint smile. "Captain Kimura, what happened outside?" asked the injured IWA Jonin. They had heard the commotion outside. "Don't worry, a lone Kumo ninja squad accidentally wandered in just now and has been dealt with. Support troops will arrive soon to transfer you to the rear," Yi Chen explained calmly. "I see, thank you for your trouble, Captain Kimura." Everyone expressed their gratitude for Yi Chen's protection. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen felt somewhat heavy-hearted. But to end their suffering, he had to be the villain. "Everyone, rest for now. When you wake up, we might already be home. Captain Kimura, thank you for your hard work." Yi Chen nodded and turned to walk out of the cave. After leaving 10 meters, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! Boom! An explosion erupted inside the cave, flames soaring into the sky. In moments, the cave collapsed, burying all the rock ninjas under the rubble. The alert sound kept ringing. Yi Chen sighed, "I am still too kind. Rest in peace." As soon as the words fell, the figure vanished instantly. In front of the collapsed cave entrance stood a wooden plaque with the words "Grave of the IWA Ninja" written on it. Before long, a dozen or so IWA Ninja medical team members arrived, obviously to pick up the wounded. Seeing the camera squad dead in a massacre and the collapsed cave, their faces changed drastically. "Grave of the IWA Ninja? Bastards!" An IWA ninja angrily smashed the wooden plaque, his fury evident. This was simply an insult to them. While they were busy searching for traces of the thieves, Yi Chen had already locked onto the second target. It was a 4-man squad, all Chunin, anxiously hurrying along, destination unknown. After tailing them for a while, Yi Chen gave up the pursuit and struck directly, taking out all 4. Afterwards, he understood why they were in such a hurry and also knew their target. It turned out they were delivering intelligence. Yi Chen took from one of them a scroll sealed with a sealing rune, instantly dismissing the idea of opening it. If this scroll is forcibly opened, it will trigger destructive energy, yielding nothing. He stored the scroll in his space, preparing to hand it over, considering it a gain. Then, he hurriedly headed toward the area near the battlefield to find the next target. He knew the third Raikage could hold out for at most 3 days, after which he would inevitably perish from exhaustion. The IWA Nin couldn't kill him, they could only drain his strength. By then, Yi Chen would find a way to take advantage of the chaos. For now, he had no solution against the third Raikage. Time reached the 3rd day. During this period, Yi Chen defeated 3 teams, then gave up on taking advantage of the confusion and returned to the battlefield to look for a chance to rescue the third Raikage. If it didn't work, he would retreat immediately. With the Thousand Faces illusion technique, he wasn't worried about escaping. By the next day, he had already infiltrated the edge of the battlefield. Explosions roared ahead continuously, and a barrier covered the area, clearly to prevent the third Raikage from escaping. In fact, Anoki was overthinking it. If the third Raikage really wanted to leave, not even an army of 10,000 could stop him. The reason he stayed was his own choice. Yakin hid on the outskirts, disguised as an Iwagakure Chunin. Even if discovered, it wouldn't be a big problem. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. In the distance, smoke and dust spread, the ground cracked, and the once lush vegetation was burned to ashes by the erupting energy. A tall figure clad in thunder armor charged at the IWA ninja army, stabbing relentlessly. Any ninjutsu that struck him was ineffective. The IWA ninja's earth-style hardening was as fragile as paper before him, breaking with a single poke. The fierce battle raged from dawn until nightfall. The rock ninja attacked repeatedly but could not break through the third Raikage's lightning-style armor. Instead, he turned and charged into the ranks, slaughtering wildly. The third Suchikage, Anoki, watched the third Raikage grow braver with each fight and was stunned. If he remembered correctly, the opponent was about the same age as himself, both half buried in the earth. How was it that each one was so robust, while he was always holding his back, afraid of straining it? This was the difference. The full moon hung high, corpses piled up like mountains in the field, and blood pooled in vast patches. At this moment, the rock ninja had suffered over 1,000 casualties, and even Inoki could no longer sit still. These were the elite reserves of Iwagakure, and the opponent was only one person, yet they had lost a tenth of their forces. Even as Tsuchikage, this was hard to explain. So Inoki changed tactics, no longer letting the rock ninja fight head-on, instead adopting a kite strategy, using long-range ninjutsu to attack the third Raikage. Inoki also took action, using dust style to hinder the third Raikage's movements, while the ninja army launched a coordinated assault with various ninjutsu. For a time, an overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu rained down on the third Raikage, who could not dodge in time, and the rock ninja smiled on their faces. But when the smoke and dust cleared, the third Raikage stood unharmed in the crater, mockingly surveying everyone. Inoki's heart tightened. The third Raikage's defense was astonishing, and even dust release couldn't harm him. He had intended to use more dust release techniques to stop the attack, but the third Raikage saw through it. The Raikage picked up a huge boulder and threw it at Inoki, interrupting his hand seals. After succeeding, the third Raikage ignored Inoki, knowing he was a tough opponent, and turned to continue slaughtering the IWA shinobi. Amidst the wails, the third Raikage moved like a force of nature, rampaging through the IWA shinobi army. The IWA shinobi faced the most terrifying enemy of their lives. The battle raged under the moonlight throughout the entire night. Watching their comrades fall one after another, the IWA shinobi's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with hatred as they stared at that towering figure. After 3 days of fierce fighting, nearly 3,000 IWA shinobi were killed or wounded, with even more injured. Inoki himself was also wounded. The third Raikage's record is truly terrifying. After 3 days of intense battle, his chakra is almost depleted, and the lightning release armor on the third Raikage has long since dissipated. His ability to hold on until now relies entirely on his strong will and robust physique. Yecheng, hiding in the shadows watching the battle, couldn't help but admire him, and his desire to recruit the third Raikage grew even stronger. Such a master will surely be of great use in the future. Then let's take action. If he doesn't act now, the third Raikage could collapse from exhaustion and die at any moment. A corpse is of no value to him. Yecheng leapt into the air, activating his Sharingan, and immediately unleashed the Amaterasu black flames. The barrier before him was burned open by the black flames. Yecheng used Shunshin to dash into the battlefield. Enemy attack. The voice of the barrier squad leader rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Fire released scorching flames, waves of fire. A fire dragon swept through, and most of the surrounding IWA nin were genin or already exhausted. Facing the fierce attack of the fire dragon, they didn't even have the chance to counterattack. Their strength was insufficient, their chakra depleted, and they could only watch helplessly as the waves of fire approached. The fire waves burned fiercely, tearing open a gap. Yecheng took the opportunity to continuously use body flicker technique, quickly reaching the third Raikage. Everyone was dumbfounded and confused to see the suddenly appearing IWA nin. Inoki roared, "You are that traitor!" Not long ago, IWA nin had been killing each other on the battlefield, the wounded camp was destroyed, and the Ambu investigation found that the enemy could change identities, making it impossible to detect even with special methods, resulting in many casualties. Seeing Yecheng, Inoki recalled those tragedies, his anger burning fiercely, full of hatred. One person alone almost disrupted the entire situation. If it weren't for thorough preparation, the plan would have been ruined long ago. His hatred for Yecheng even surpassed that for the third Raikage. "You sinister brat, who exactly are you?" Inoki questioned. Yecheng sneered coldly, Sharingan. He clenched his right fist and raised it high, shouting loudly, "Brothers of the IWA nin, you have worked hard. From here on, leave it to me. You all go back and rest." The IWA nin exchanged glances, full of shock. Inoki cursed angrily, "Damn Uchiha, what are you trying to do?" Yecheng turned to look at the weakened third Raikage, baring his teeth in a smile. "The target is, of course, him." Though the third Raikage was weak, he refused to submit. With a roar, he unleashed his last strength and threw a punch. Yecheng reached out to block the punch. The powerful force surged between them, forming a hurricane that spread outward. If it were the third Raikage at his peak, Yecheng would have been impossible to stop. But now the Raikage is powerless, and with Yecheng himself being strong, blocking the punch is not surprising. This scene shocked everyone. Everyone knew how strong the third Raikage was. No one dared to take a punch from him head-on, not even the third Tsuchikage avoided his strike. Yet this inconspicuous young man in front of them easily blocked it. The third Raikage was equally stunned. Although his strength had waned, he knew no one could easily take a punch from him. Who exactly was this person before him, and why was his power so terrifying? Yecheng whispered softly, "Uncle Raikage." The twin Nagatama spun rapidly, the demonic shackles technique activated, and a voice echoed in the Raikage's mind, "Be good and come with me." At his peak, the Raikage could instantly break free from illusions, but now he was extremely weak, unable to resist, his eyes closing slightly as he fell into the illusion. Yecheng moved swiftly, knocking the other unconscious with a palm strike, hoisting him onto his shoulder, then using the void flash technique to leap hundreds of meters away in an instant. "Anoki, what exactly are you doing? Stop them quickly." Anoki snapped back to his senses, shouting orders to his subordinates to give chase. He himself was injured, with a strained waist, unable to pursue at full speed. This shout awakened everyone in just a few seconds, it overturned their understanding. That suddenly appearing youth not only broke through the outer barrier but also knocked out the third Raikage, forcibly escaping with someone amidst the siege of thousands. Normally, no one would believe it. Rumble. Several thunderbolts fell from the sky, exploding continuously, lightning flashing everywhere, and the scene was in chaos. After 3 days of entanglement with the third Raikage, Anoki and many Jonin were already exhausted, with only a few experts left able to fight. It was precisely because of this that Yecheng had the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and abduct the Raikage in one fell swoop. Carrying the Raikage on his back, he did not retreat to the hidden cloud village but instead rushed toward the battlefield in the land of rain. His Sharingan had already been exposed. The IWA ninja knew he was sent by Konoha, but as long as his identity remained unclear, it was still manageable. Settling scores later didn't matter whether they killed or captured him, Yecheng could still continue to lurk. The most important thing now was to shake off the pursuers and find a place to hide. The IWA ninja had already dispatched multiple elite teams in pursuit. Facing this humiliation, how could Anoki remain silent? Months ago, he had begun planning a strategy against the Hidden Cloud Village, willing to risk the danger to the Hidden Stone Village to eliminate this group of Hidden Cloud elites. At the critical moment, he chose to leave behind the third Raikage. With the death of the Raikage, the Hidden Cloud Village is bound to collapse, allowing the Hidden Rock Village to fully concentrate on attacking Konoha. To protect the Raikage, the Rock Shinobi sacrificed over 1,000 lives, a tremendous loss. Victory seemed within reach, but unexpectedly, Yazuchi, this Chunyao Jin, appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he save the Raikage, but he also ruined the entire plan. That kid turned out to be the Konoha spy who stirred up trouble a few days ago. Thinking of this, Anoki was almost furious enough to vomit blood. He ordered the elite to pursue Yazuchi and the Raikage to the death, regardless of life or death, capturing them alive or bringing back their bodies. In the direction Yazuchi fled, several elite squads were in close pursuit, with more than a dozen Chunin teams cooperating to prevent being deceived by shadow clones. "Report to Captain Morita, shadow clones spotted on the right," a Chunin team reported. "There are shadow clones here as well," another team immediately reported. As more teams reported back, Morita's expression grew increasingly grim. They had received Anoki's death order and had to capture the targets and bring them back, but now they were only chasing a trail of shadow clones with no way to proceed. All teams continue the search. Once the target is found, immediately notify all squads to provide support. "Got it," Morita Shoichi said to the female IWA ninja Eiko beside him. "Understood, Captain." Eiko quickly formed hand seals, her lips slightly parted, and an invisible sound wave spread forward. Then, she closed her eyes, her ears twitching gently, focusing on the changes in the sound wave. After a moment, she opened her eyes, shook her head, and said to Morita Shoichi, "That person is extremely fast and has already moved out of my sensing range. Summon your summoned beast to expand the search area." "Yes." The magic array rose, and Eiko's summoned beast appeared, a creature resembling a bat. Night Dust, running ahead, suddenly sensed something unusual. He scanned the surroundings with his Byakugan. Within 3 kilometers, there was no movement. It was this ability that allowed him to cleverly evade the IWA ninja's tracking multiple times, using shadow clones to mislead the enemy. But now, he felt like someone was watching him. After careful checking, that feeling disappeared again. Could it be an illusion? Yecheng trusted his instincts unless the enemy could locate him from over 3 kilometers away, but was that possible? Shaking his head, he continued to carry the third Raikage as he sped forward. Half an hour later, that feeling struck again. If the last time could still be considered an illusion, this time it definitely was not. The two similar sensations made him certain someone was tracking him. He made a quick decision, turning to flee and sending shadow clones to erase the traces. Soon, the feeling disappeared. But an hour later, that sense of being tracked returned. Yi Chen knew the enemy was using some method to keep an eye on him continuously, and if he didn't resolve it, escape would be difficult. He decided to have the shadow clones take the third Raikage ahead while he stayed behind to block the sensory ninja. 10 minutes later, 3 figures appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. No need to guess, the sensory ninja was among them. He withdrew his white eyes and waited quietly. "Captain, that person has stopped." "Good, let's go." The 3 quickly approached Yi Chen. 2 men and 1 woman. The female ninja had a bat summoning beast on her shoulder. Yi Chen immediately understood that she was the target and prepared to find an opportunity to take out her summoning beast. Morita Shoichi looked carefully at Yi Chen, found nothing unusual, and saw no sign of the third Raikage. He frowned and said, "Konoha spy, I advise you to give up resistance and hand over the third Raikage. Maybe then you'll be spared." "Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability." Yi Chen quickly focused his mind, and the Sharingan instantly activated. The rock ninja, seeing this, hurriedly looked away. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Chen crossed his hands, and 6 shurikens were swiftly thrown, shooting from both sides toward the female rock ninja and her summoned beast. His goal was clear: eliminate the sensory ninja first to find a chance to escape. Sensing danger, Engzi instantly dodged, trying to avoid the attack. Her movements had already been predicted by the Sharingan. 2 shurikens flew rapidly toward her. This time Yi Chen gave it his all. Although he didn't use space compression, the power of the 36th rotation made the shurikens explode loudly in midair. Engzi had just landed and it was too late to dodge. She could only pull out a kunai to block. An accident happened. The shuriken directly cut through the kunai and pierced her neck, and the large tree behind her was also struck and exploded. The summoned beast fared worse. Its head was shot apart, dying a tragic death. Eiko. 2 companions screamed in shock. The event happened too fast, and Eiko was instantly killed. "Damn it," another Jonin shouted angrily, rushing toward Yecheng with a kunai. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball erupted, fierce flames rushing toward the rock ninja. "Get out of the way." Morita Shoichi shouted loudly, retreating rapidly while using water release to block the fire wave. Boom, the explosion instantly turned dozens of meters around into a sea of fire. Yecheng ignored the fate of the 2 and quickly escaped. His goal was to sense the ninja, and after achieving it, to retreat first to avoid being trapped by the rock ninja. "Hanada Kori." Morita Shoichi called anxiously, looking at the burning forest, worried about his companion's safety. "Captain." Hanada Kori crawled out from the grass pile, angrily pounding the ground. They finally understood that Yecheng had stopped just to deal with Eiko. Eiko was dead, Yecheng disappeared, making the pursuit difficult. After blocking the IWA ninja squad, Yecheng sprinted in the direction where the shadow clone had left. Suddenly, he felt a pressure, stopped, and looked up at the sky behind him. A short figure clad in yellow armor, an IWA ninja, was rapidly flying over. There was only one person who could cultivate earth release to such a level: the third Suchikage, Anoki. "Kid, don't think about running." Yecheng didn't expect the pursuer to arrive so quickly. A battle was now unavoidable. "Old man Anoki, you personally came after me? You must think too highly of me. I'm just a small-time ninja. It would be embarrassing if this got out. Don't talk nonsense. Hand over the third Raikage to me and come back quietly. You seem talented. If you join Iwagakure, I can overlook what happened before." The Sharingan made all the villages wary, and Anoki also wanted to possess it. As long as Yi Chen agrees, he is willing to spare his life, and even allow him to marry a woman from the village in the future. His goal is to seize the Uchiha bloodline. But if Yi Chen agrees, the only path waiting for him will be to reproduce offspring. Anoki is scheming and deep-minded, planning to eliminate the third Raikage, weaken the fortune of the Hidden Cloud Village, and also wants to control the Uchiha bloodline to lead the Hidden Rock Village. Will Yi Chen agree when faced with him? "Old man, if you want to win, you have to get past me first," Yi Chen said coldly. During the previous siege on the third Raikage, Anoki suffered heavy losses and was injured. Yi Chen had been watching all along. The opponent didn't stop him immediately, obviously not in good condition. A wounded Suchikage, he was confident he could escape and wanted to test his judgment. "Old man, taste my blade." Yi Chen unleashed his full power. Facing that Suchikage, he gave it his all. Using level 1 spatial compression, each strike had 62 turns of force, about 62,000 Jin. Combined with Thunder Run, his speed, and piercing power surge, and the thunderous blade slashed Anoki repeatedly. "Not bad, kid, but unfortunately, you are the enemy of the Hidden Rock. In that case, let me end you." Anoki quickly formed hand seals. Earth Release Rock Golem Gorin. He created a giant humanoid golem to block the thunder blade. Boom! The thunder blade cleaved through space, its blade light colliding with the golem, leaving a long crack on the golem. Slash! Yi Chen shouted angrily, striking again. The golem was cleaved in two, and the blade's energy dissipated. Taking advantage of the golem's collapse, Yi Chen swiftly teleported beside Inoki. A swirling energy orb had already formed in his hand, and the Rasengan slammed into Inoki's chest. The spinning airflow was powerful, but at the moment of impact, Yi Chen sensed something was wrong. The Sharingan opened, and Inoki instantly transformed into rock. A disturbance came from behind. Earth Release Rock Fist Technique, Earth Release, Heavy Rock Technique. Inoki's Earth clone was shattered by the Rasengan, and before the new clone could take effect, he attacked from behind. Ha, kid, you're too inexperienced. Inoki laughed wildly. The Rock Fist enhanced with Heavy Rock was about to strike Yi Chen. For him, easily defeating the Uchiha genius was a pleasure. With injuries on his body, quickly ending the fight was advantageous. Is that so? You think you can dodge my Sharingan? Yi Chen sneered coldly. He had already seen through the Earth clone and withdrew his strength to avoid the attack. Level 2 space compression activated. The original 36 rotations of force instantly exploded threefold, reaching 108 rotations. Yi Chen's body spun at high speed, the muscles in his right arm tense like steel, his fist clenched tightly, and he shouted explosively, lightning release, piercing thrust. A punch was thrown, carrying the immense force of 108,000 Jin and the piercing energy of lightning release. Bang! A deafening impact echoed above the forest. Inoki, he roared in terror, feeling a powerful force rivaling that of the third Raikage. The weighted rock fist he unleashed shattered instantly, the intense impact sending him flying backward. Boom! Inoki broke several large trees upon collision, creating a deep crater where he landed. This scene shocked Yi Chen as well. Being able to send an opponent flying with a single punch meant the power had reached the level of a Kage. However, his body was under immense strain. Although the level 2 space compression tripled his strength, the burden on his body also increased exponentially. He hadn't noticed this when using level 1 space compression before, but now it was clearly beyond his physical limits. As long as his physique improved, this problem could be resolved. Crackling sounds. Inoki slowly rose from the crater, his expression no longer relaxed, revealing signs of fatigue. His old injury, which had not yet healed, combined with this heavy blow, made his embarrassment obvious. Old man, you're still fighting at your age? Be careful not to sprain your waist, or you won't even be able to carry your wife. You! Inoki roared angrily, then suddenly his expression changed drastically as he held his waist. Yi Chen's words hit the mark. Kid, I underestimated you. Now I'm going to get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Inoki furrowed his brows tightly, but Yi Chen's figure had already disappeared. Earth Release, Ultra Light and Heavy Rock Technique. Feeling the gust of wind approaching, Inoki used the light and heavy rock technique to lighten his body weight and increase his speed, preparing to dodge Yi Chen's attack. Old man, not bad moves. Yi Chen's figure appeared behind him. His heavy punch was just now skillfully dodged. Right-on, thrust. With a roar, lightning energy enveloped Yi Chen, and his speed surged once again. Boom! 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 He darted around Inoki like a thunder giant, each punch incredibly powerful. Although he only activated first-level space compression, his strength had already reached 62 turns. Inoki could only defend passively. As time passed, the battle grew more intense. He realized that although Yakin was not on the level of the third Raikage, he was already an Umbu-level strong ninja who focused on taijutsu. Judging by his voice, Yakin was not very old, yet possessed such combat power. His future potential was astonishing. Thinking this, Inoki suddenly erupted with a fierce killing intent. He decided that no matter what, he would use his strongest ninjutsu to kill Yakin. Ultimate Technique Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Inoki clasped his hands together, gathering dust release chakra in his palms, and a transparent cube quickly took shape. Yakin's heart tightened. He was very familiar with this move. It was the bloodline elimination ninjutsu of the second Suchikage Mu. This technique could create clones to attack in coordination, with each clone inheriting half the chakra. Together with the original, they would fire dust release beams from above and below, forming an all-around attack. Once locked on, the chakra would be stripped down to atomic form and vanish into dust. With Yakin's strength facing Inoki's dust release, he could only try to escape. His only hope was that second-level Amaterasu could break through this technique. But with a gap of one realm between them, Yakin was not sure he could succeed. Just as Yakin prepared to unleash Amaterasu with all his might, the unexpected happened. Anoki's expression suddenly changed, the corner of his mouth twitched, his eyelids fluttered wildly, and he looked extremely pained. Immediately after, the dust release beams dissipated, and Anoki collapsed, clutching his waist and gasping for breath. Yichen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Old man, I told you not to overexert yourself. Did you strain your back? Your wife would be frantic if she saw this." He laughed heartily, then his figure flashed, quickly fleeing into the distance. Although Oyagi was seriously injured, he was after all the third Tsuchikage. How could he not have life-saving measures? He didn't dare take risks, knowing that there were still IWA ninja pursuers. If he got surrounded, it would be a big problem. With the objective achieved, there was no need to fight desperately. "Oyagi, come back. Leave the third Raikage behind." Just as he was about to give chase, a crisp snap came from his waist. "Ouch, my old back. If it weren't for the third Raikage, I wouldn't be this miserable, and now I'm even being bullied by some junior." Not long after, several subordinates arrived. "Third Hokage, what is wrong with you?" Anoki gritted his teeth against the pain and stood up straight. "Everyone, listen up. Seal off the key border routes between the land, rain, and fire countries. Dispatch elite squads to track them down, and make sure to bring back the third Raikage's body." "Yes." The IWA shinobi received orders to leave, and Anoki painfully leaned against a rock, cursing Yakin in his heart. "Damn Uchiha brat, I will definitely settle the score with you." The shadow clone couldn't stray too far from the original body. Yakin quickly caught up, using the Byakugan ability to evade the pursuing IWA shinobi all the way. Half an hour later, Yakin suddenly stopped, noticing that the number of pursuers surrounding him was increasing. The frontline troops were also pulled back, which was normal. They had paid such a high price just to keep the third Raikage. There was no way they would let Yakin easily escape the land of Earth. If this continues, there's no way out. The front is already sealed off. The routes to the land of rain and the land of fire are probably blocked. On the land of lightning side, there are also many IWA shinobi pursuers. The only safe place now is probably there. What Yakin feared was not the pursuers, but that the third Raikage wouldn't last much longer and could die on the road at any time. It wasn't just simple exhaustion. After fighting for 3 days and nights to hold off the IWA shinobi, his body had exhausted all potential, his cells severely damaged by lightning power, and many tendons torn. This was also the reason why the third Raikage would die from exhaustion in the storyline. The situation was slightly better now, but still dangerous. Without timely treatment, his life was at risk at any moment. Yakin didn't want the other party to die, so he fed the third Raikage a spirit fruit to temporarily sustain his life. The spirit fruit cannot heal wounds, but it can strengthen the body and stabilize injuries, at least preventing death in the short term. At this moment, Yichen changed direction and headed towards Iwagakure. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Iwagakure would never expect Yichen to head in their direction. This is the darkness under the lamp. Yichen dared not be careless, constantly watching his surroundings with his Byakugan as he steadily approached Iwagakure. 3 hours later, he entered the mountains less than 100 miles from Iwagakure, ordered his shadow clone to dig a simple cave to hide in, and covered the entrance. Only after everything was settled did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can catch my breath. I almost lost my life to save you. If you don't repay me, I won't let it go." A month passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them stayed hidden in the cave without going out. When hungry, they ate spirit fruit and soldier rations. The third Raikage repeatedly woke up and then fell unconscious again, severely injured. If it weren't for the signs of life, Yichen would have thought he was about to die. Outside, Iwagakure searched all over the land of Earth but found no trace of them. The main force of the hidden cloud village withdrew and was also searching for the third Raikage. Upon hearing the news, the major nations secretly sent ninjas to the land of Earth to investigate. The news that the third Raikage was severely injured and rescued by a Konoha Uchiha ninja had long spread throughout the ninja world. Yeching showed no concern for the outside world and focused on training. 20,500 evolution points were enough for him to digest for a long time. 3 days later, the long-awaited bloodline evolution finally arrived. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the Sharingan, 3 Tomo Sharingan, activating the talent Tianshin. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the Byakugan, 3-stage sky-splitting eye, activating the talent Void Slash. Core ability, memory alteration. Effect, can completely change the target's thoughts, cognition, stance, and even emotions. The controlled person will not notice that their memories have been altered and will regard the implanted memories as their own true memories. Their actions appear completely autonomous, with no traces of genjutsu. As long as the caster does not actively it, or the target is not dead, the rewritten memories will be permanently retained. Note, level 1 Tianqian can only control one target, and the target must be mentally weak or have a lower mental strength than the caster. Void Slash. Effect: within the Byakugan's field of vision, slashes out a 1 meter long spatial cross blade. The hit area S space collapses, causing tearing damage to enemies. Note, the power of Void Slash increases with level. Seeing the two major talents he activated, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Others' Tianqian abilities were often godlike. The strongest Genjutsu was said to awaken when Uchiha Shisui reached the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yi Chen awakened a different Tianqian talent with just 3 tomo, and his Tianqian was different from Shisui's. Shisui's Baishinshin can alter others' thoughts and wills, while Yichen's Baishinshin can tamper with memories, freely modifying the target's memories and easily turning people into his subordinates. The limitation is the level. A level 1 Tianqian can only control one target, so choosing the person must be done carefully. Yichen's gaze swept toward the third Raikage standing nearby, a cold and sinister smile appearing on his face. The third Raikage holds a prominent position in Kumogakure, which is also why Yichen wants to recruit him under his command. Previously, he wasn't confident in persuading him, so if necessary, he would kill him to gain evolution points. With Baishinshin, control becomes much easier. Third Raikage, I hope you cooperate, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yichen looked at the evolution points. 9,600 points remained until the evolution condition was met. System, upgrade Void Slash, Baishinshin, and Spatial Compression each by 1 level. Ding dong, 7,000 evolution points consumed. Void Slash upgraded to level 2, Baishinshin level 2, Spatial Compression level 3. Level 2 Void Slash can slash out a 3 meter long spatial crossblade. Level 2 Celestial God can control 2 targets. Level 3 Spatial Compression, control range of 9 meters, power increased by 9 times. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. 9 times the power is extremely strong, and even if his constitution reached 1,000, it would be difficult to withstand. But at a critical moment, this is definitely a trump card. Character Panel. Host, Uchiha Yicheng. Realm, Shadow Level. Skill, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat Power, 300. Strength, 1,000. Constitution, 1,000. Mental Strength, 1,000. Energy, 10,000. Bloodline, Sharingan 3 Tomo, Byakugan 3 Stage Ripping Sky Eye. Talents, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu Level 2, Space Compression Level 3, Illusion Breaking Divine Eye, Bentenjin Level 2, Void Slash Level 2. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 25, Fire Release, Wildfire Blaze Raging Flames Level 17, Magic Shackles Technique Level 8, Gale Wind. The Thousand Blade Rasengan and Lightning Release Thunder God 9 transformations both reached level 11. After using up the evolution points, Yicheng's combat power soared to the shadow level, and his spirit soared with pride. He finally had the confidence to protect himself and no longer lived in constant fear. Shadow level strength is considered top tier in any hidden village. Coupled with his various techniques, even if he encounters a super shadow level expert, he still has a slim chance of survival. This is the source of Yi Chen's confidence now. Another 2 days passed, all evolution points were used up, and combat power significantly increased. Strength 1086, Constitution 1088, Spirit 1088, Combat Power reached 326.2. Not only that, the cultivation method he practiced also broke through to the second level, Source Tracing Vortex Chi Si Rising Tide. This level allowed his Dantian to open up the primordial Chi Si, forming a small source tracing whirlpool that could actively absorb the primordial Chi from heaven and earth. In other words, Yi Chen no longer needed to deliberately cultivate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth would automatically enter his body. His energy reserves were several times richer than before, and his endurance in battle would be much stronger. 5 days passed, and Yi Chen had been cultivating in the cave for 40 days. He looked at the third Raikage beside him and said lightly, "Old Raikage, if you keep pretending to be asleep, I'll throw you to the IWA Shinobi." The third Raikage slowly opened his eyes. His injuries showed no sign of improvement. If it weren't for the spirit transforming fruit saving his life, he would have been dead long ago. He forced himself to sit up, his gaze confused. The IWA Shinobi who knocked him out that day was completely different from this child in front of him. Because Yi Chen had dispelled the Thousand Faces illusion technique, his true form appeared a child. Third Raikage, who are you? Why did you save me? He activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo slowly turning, his whole body trembling. Uchiha, were you the one who knocked me out that day? Yi Chen wiggled a finger. Wrong, I was the one who knocked you out that day. My name is Uchiha Yi Chen, pleased to meet you. The third Raikage pondered for a moment, his pupils suddenly contracting. And my Yi Chen? Oh, my reputation is quite big, huh? Yi Chen rubbed his nose and gave an awkward smile. Now let's get down to business. Please speak. The third Raikage showed a respectful attitude, honoring the strong. I saved you for a purpose. How do you intend to repay me? Yi Chen asked directly. The third Raikage thought for a moment and replied, You set the conditions. As long as I can fulfill them, I will do so without hesitation. All right. Yi Chen patted his thigh and smiled, I've been waiting to hear you say that. I'm planning to start a sect for fun and want to invite you, Raikage, to join. Interested? Yi Chen's tone was casual but left no room for doubt. Well, what is the purpose of you starting a sect? The third Raikage pondered and asked. Of course, to achieve world peace, so there will be no more wars. Yi Chen answered without hesitation. In fact, this was just a pretense, peace had nothing to do with him. But the appearance still had to be maintained. Third Raikage, forgive me, but I cannot agree. If you want to refuse, you need to think it through. He smiled faintly, having expected the other party wouldn't agree easily, saying this was actually a test. As the third Raikage, I bear great responsibility. If I join someone else's organization, I will inevitably lose autonomy. As long as the conditions do not go against the village, I am willing to consider it. It seems you have refused. Yi Chen stood up and slowly approached. Although mentally prepared, he still couldn't hide a trace of unwillingness. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Third Raikage, let's begin. He knew the consequences of refusal, but his conviction was firm. There were people in the village he wanted to protect. Don't, tension. Persuasion failed, so it had to be a direct confrontation. The third Raikage was worthy of the title Tenshin. The three Magatama spun rapidly, and a powerful spiritual force emanated from his eyes, casting an illusion technique. Yi Chen's spiritual power has reached the shadow level. Although not as strong as the Raikage, the difference is small, and the opponent is weak and unable to resist. Third Raikage AI, reporting to my master. Yi Chen altered his memory, making him recognize Yi Chen as his master, gaining a subordinate. AI. Yi Chen waved his hand, from now on, call me Divine Lord. I will establish the greatest sect, the Alliance of Gods. You are the first disciple. I grant you the position of elder, called Elder Lei. Thank you, Divine Lord. I will surely repay your kindness. The third Raikage wanted to stand up, but Yi Chen waved his hand to stop him. You are injured, no need for formalities. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for establishing the first sect, Alliance of Gods. You have received a sect gift pack. There's a reward too? Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. He let the third Raikage rest and opened the gift pack himself. Gift pack contents. Cultivation method, myriad phenomena converge into one technique. Main God token. Sacred realm Jiuxia Yantian Palace. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen, seeing how formidable these seemed, quickly checked the details. Myriad phenomena converge into one technique, the sect's core cultivation method, bestowed by the main god for disciples to practice. Main God token can generate multiple divine tokens. Each holder of a divine token represents the will of the divine alliance. Ability: the main God token is the primary token, allowing free travel between each subtoken, transmitting information, and is also the key to unlock Jiuxia Yantian Palace. Jiuxia Yantian Palace, an independent small world with its own rules, abundant in spiritual energy, a sacred realm accessible only to holders of the main God token or divine tokens. With this thought, Yi Chen did not hesitate and summoned the main God token with his mind. A white vortex immediately spun in the void before him, and the portal slowly opened. Yi Chen grabbed Elder Lei and directly entered. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in a world rich with spiritual energy, the air thick with it, surpassing the outside world by tenfold. There were spiritual springs and waterfalls, exotic flowers and herbs, and a river of energy flowing through the sky. At the core was a palace complex floating above a sea of clouds, with the magnificent myriad phenomena hall at its center. This will become Yeqing's residence, as well as the domain of the Divine Lord. Around the Wanshan Hall are 5 distinct zones, designated for the elders and disciples to live in. This is the Jiuxia Yantian Palace. Excitement sparkled in Yeqing's eyes. The blessed land here far surpasses Niamu Mountain, Shirgu Forest, and Longdi Cave. From now on, Jiuxia Yantian Palace will be my dojo. His laughter echoed above the heavenly palace. Elder Lei was stunned, secretly sighing that this place was far superior to his hometown Yunying village, practically a fairyland. Divine Lord, this is the foundation of our sect. Of course, let's go inside and take a look. Yeqing said, stepping forward, with Elder Lei following closely behind. After arriving here, Elder Lei found his injuries rapidly healing. This power left him dumbfounded. They proceeded onward, moving from the outer cottages to the palace, advancing step by step with clear social hierarchy. Passing through the 5 major zones, a huge hall of the gods appeared before them, where the gods discuss important matters. Behind the Hall of the Gods stood the Wanxian Hall, surrounded by prohibitive formations, clearly only accessible to the Divine Lord. Elder Lei, let's stop here for now. Find a place to rest in the first row of palaces, Yeqing said, pointing at Elder Lei. A beam of light flowed into his body, imparting the core technique of the Divine Alliance, the Wanxian Unity Art. Then, he split off a divine token from the main god order and handed it to Elder Lei. Forget about practicing the old chakra refining technique, this skill is stronger. This divine token is the symbol of the Alliance. Thank you, Lord God, for your grace. I will surely cultivate diligently and remain loyal to you. Elder Lei bowed and saluted. All right, you go heal your injuries first. I will summon you if there is anything. After Elder Lei left, Yi Chen's gaze locked onto the Wanxian Hall as he stepped inside. The barrier posed no obstacle, he instantly arrived in another space. Here, the halls were even more magnificent, surrounded by immortal aura, yet completely devoid of human voices. There was the main hall, more than a dozen branch halls, and 3 special places, the Wanxiang Mall, the martial arena, and a mysterious vortex. Indeed, that was an unknown vortex, hidden in the deepest part of Wanxiang Hall. No one knew where it led, the system showed all information is unknown, and even he could not enter it. He asked the system, and the only explanation he received was that his strength was still insufficient, so he could not enter there for the time being. This made Yi Chen very frustrated. His shadow-level strength was still not strong enough. How powerful did one have to be to get in? Putting aside his doubts, he first entered the training arena. It was a self-contained space, a place for regular practice, where even if there was loud noise inside, no sound could be heard from outside. This place is pretty good, there's no need to hide when training anymore. After leaving the training ground, he walked into Wanxiang Mall. As soon as he entered, Yi Chen was stunned. This place, like the training ground, is an independent space, specifically for selling various items. Daily necessities, weapons, cultivation skills, and many special items are all available. 2 types of currency are used here. One is the universal currency of the ninja world, which can be used to buy ordinary items such as kunai, shuriken, and soldier rations. Common items in the ninja world can all be purchased. Special items need to be exchanged using evolution points. Special fruits, forbidden spells, talismans, divine weapons, there is a wide variety, and higher level items require more evolution points. He found the spirit fruit, which requires 10 evolution points, the cheapest option. There is also the vitality fruit, which can instantly restore stamina, but you can only eat one within 10 hours, and it costs 100 evolution points. Thunder Talisman does not consume energy, equivalent to the lightning release of a shadow level expert, 5,000 evolution points. The skill Shadow Killing Technique, once perfected, allows one to merge with shadows and instantly kill enemies, requiring 50,000 evolution points. Various things dazzled Yi Chen's eyes. Unfortunately, my pockets are empty, and I can't afford anything. Even if I had money, the top priority right now is still to improve my strength. If in the future there are more disciples in the sect, it won't be too late to buy more things for them to exchange. With this thought, Yi Chen's mindset began to change. Rather than letting this world continue in chaos, it would be better to bring order himself. Perhaps one day, the ninja world would be different because of him. 5 days later. Southern border of the Land of Earth. Yeqing carefully crossed the last line of defense and entered the Land of Rain. He stayed at Zhouxiao Yintian Palace for 2 days, and the 3rd Raikage's injuries had somewhat improved. After returning, with some rest and the spirit-transforming fruit given by Yi Chen, recovery was only a matter of time. Yi Chen also assigned him a task, to continue serving as his Raikage. The reason for this decision was that Yi Chen needed to return to the Rain Country battlefield, and it was inconvenient to bring the 3rd Raikage alone. It was better to let him go back with the Raikage identity, he could still help in the future. After entering the Rain Country, he spent half a day crossing through the IWA Ninja-controlled area and entered the Konoha Actual Control Zone. Here, he finally escaped the threat of the IWA Ninja. Even if the IWA Ninja encountered him, they would not recognize him as the one who kidnapped the Raikage. Because on that battlefield, he had never revealed his true identity. Even if he was discovered later, he was not afraid after all, his strength was undeniable. The worst outcome would be defecting from the village and joining the Akatsuki organization. Who is it? Just as Yi Chen stepped into the Konoha Actual Control Zone, a youthful voice came from the shadows. Immediately after, a kunai flew out and pinned itself on the path in front of him. Yichen stopped and immediately activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, looking toward the depths of the forest. To his surprise, there was also a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan eyes opposite him. A slightly younger Uchiha ninja stepped out. Yichen exclaimed, "Shursui, is that you?" Indeed, it was Uchiha Shursui. What surprised him even more was that the other party had also activated the 3-tomo Sharingan. He struggled hard to reach this level, yet the other person possessed it effortlessly, truly worthy of being an Uchiha genius. Behind Shursui were 3 Konoha Chunin, clearly members of his squad. Yichen only glanced at them briefly, his gaze quickly returning to Shursui. Months of battlefield experience had greatly changed Shursui's demeanor. Although he still looked young, he had gained a sense of composure. Yichen Shursui sized him up, his eyes full of doubt. Both were Chunin squad leaders, but their jurisdictions differed, so they rarely met. Yeching's direction of approach was from the IWA ninja side, which didn't match previous intelligence. Shursui didn't doubt his identity. The Sharingan doesn't lie. It's me. Didn't expect to run into you here. Yeching smiled as he approached. Shursui raised his hand to signal everyone to relax. He was one of their own. How did you come back from outside? On a mission? You know the rules, why ask? Hearing this, Shursui didn't press further. The two exchanged a few words, confirmed identities, and then let him pass. Watching Yichen leave, Jishui's eyes flashed with a strange light. When they made eye contact just now, he felt a strong pressure, indicating that Yichen's dojutsu was even stronger than his own. How fast was his progress? Compared to other Uchiha Jonin, Jishui was clear that his training speed was extremely fast. And what about Yichen? Both had advanced from double tomo to triple tomo, so why was there such a big difference in their dojutsu power? This made Jishui feel both comforted and somewhat competitive. Then he recalled something, his pupils contracting. Could it be you who saved the third Raikage? After another half day, passing through several checkpoints, Yichen finally returned to the Konoha headquarters in the Land of Rain. After returning, he first wrote the mission report and submitted the intelligence scroll. Whether his superiors believed it or not, he didn't care. In a word, believe it or not, it's up to you. After finishing the report and submitting it, he took a refreshing shower and immediately fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. After sleeping so long, he finally woke up clear-headed. After washing up, Yichen was about to go out and check on the squad's situation. After all, he had been away for over a month and didn't know how they were doing now. At that moment, a Chunin brought a message saying the commander wanted to see him. Commander-in-Chief? Isn't that Orochimaru? What does he want with me? Yichen thought to himself. Recalling the time when the third Raikage was rescued, there were so many IWA shinobi on the scene, the news couldn't have been kept secret. An Uchiha ninja stepping in to save someone, this would definitely spread. Besides, he was on the battlefield at the time carrying out data collection missions. If Orochimaru suspected him, he would have investigated secretly. No evidence, he can't do anything to me. After breaking through to the Kage level strength, Yichen felt more confident. No matter how powerful Orochimaru was, he wouldn't dare to act rashly against him. He arrived at the central area of the main camp. Normally, he wouldn't have the qualification to enter here. After all, he was only a Chunin, not a core member. This visit didn't cause any unusual reaction. Obviously, someone had already been informed. Yichen proceeded smoothly without any obstruction. The largest tent in the center was the high-level council chamber, where Orochimaru was waiting for him. Calming his mind, Yichen pulled aside the curtain and walked in. He saw Orochimaru dressed in combat gear, discussing battle plans in front of a map with 2 Jonin. Yichen stood at the doorway, not approaching or interrupting. He didn't care what they were talking about. After more than 10 minutes, the three stopped talking. Orochimaru dismissed the 2 Jonin first, then turned his gaze toward Yichen. Feeling the pressure and killing intent radiating from Orochimaru's eyes, Yichen's pupils flashed a trace of scarlet. The 3-tomo Sharingan activated, instantly suppressing Orochimaru's aura and unknowingly plunging him into an illusion. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, his vertical pupils returning to normal as he quickly broke free from the illusion, shocked in his heart. He had seen the Sharingan before, but Yichen's 3-tomo power stunned him. Are all Uchiha this strong? Or is it only this young man before him who is so outstanding? Greetings, Lord Orochimaru. Yichen retracted his Sharingan and gave a slight bow. Orochimaru came back to his senses, showing a faint smile, already having plans in mind. Yichen, the Flame Demon Sharingan, I've long wanted to meet you. I was busy with affairs before, but today I finally see you. Indeed, you are a young genius and a fortune for Konoha. Orochimaru walked to the table and gestured for Yichen to sit down. I called you here today because I have already reviewed your mission report and it was well done. Yecheng remained silent, waiting for him to continue. The command center has reviewed and confirmed your report is accurate. Considering the overall mission difficulty and your performance, it has been decided that you are qualified to become a Jonin. The headquarters has decided to promote you to Jonin. Upon hearing this, a trace of excitement appeared on Yecheng's face, but his heart remained calm. He understood that Jonin was just a title. What truly kept him alive was his own strength. After being promoted to Jonin, the responsibilities would be heavier, and the dangerous missions more frequent. The benefit was greater freedom in missions and participation in major decisions. After all, Jonin are the elite and backbone of the ninja village, and the Hokage relies on their support to implement policies. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I will do my best to contribute to the village. Yecheng's attitude was clear, putting on a good show. Orochimaru nodded. Second matter, Uchiha Yecheng, were you the one who rescued the third Raikage? Yecheng chuckled lightly. Lord Orochimaru, I don't have that kind of strength. My mission was to gather intelligence. Once I detected abnormalities, I hid. Later, I heard the third Raikage was rescued by Uchiha Ninja, definitely not me. Orochimaru's suspicion was reasonable. Rescuing the third Raikage was a great achievement and could be used to negotiate cooperation with the Hidden Cloud Village. That ninja used powerful fire release techniques, and Yecheng had the title of Flame Demon and the Sharingan, so suspicion was justified. But Yecheng firmly denied it, and Orochimaru did not press further. Alright, understood. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow morning there will be a meeting at the command center to officially announce your promotion to Jonin. All Jonin without missions will attend, a good opportunity to get to know each other. Understood, I'll head back first. Yecheng stood, saluted, and left the meeting room. Watching Yecheng's back, Orochimaru pondered, this kid is terrifying, his mental strength probably already at the Kage level. Ha ha! Whether it was you or not, as long as you don't harm Konoha, I can turn a blind eye, even be friends. Otherwise, HM. He flicked his tongue across his face, revealing a sinister smile. Not long after returning to the camp, the Jonin uniform was delivered. Yecheng smiled knowingly. Orochimaru acted quite fast. Nothing happened throughout the night. The next morning, inside the command center meeting room, Yecheng scanned all the Jonin present, instantly distinguishing who were clan ninjas and who were civilian ninjas. Whether in terms of strength or the people they were talking to, most in the arena were clan ninjas, with civilian ninjas making up less than 30%. Yecheng was not surprised by this. Civilian ninja resources were limited, and promotion to Jonin was extremely difficult, requiring tremendous effort and luck behind the scenes. In contrast, clan ninjas started at a higher level, enjoyed generous treatment, and had abundant resources. This gap made the current situation unsurprising. But none of this concerned Yecheng. He put aside his thoughts and quietly waited for the meeting to begin. When he was observing others earlier, others were also observing him. They looked at this newly risen Uchiha genius with eyes that were indifferent, curious, appreciative, and wary. After all, Yecheng's reputation preceded him. Yecheng paid no mind to these gazes and remained quietly seated. Soon, a figure entered. The commander-in-chief of Konoha's main base in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru. His gaze first fell on Yecheng, but he showed little expression. Orochimaru walked to the main seat and sat down, cleared his throat, and announced the start of the meeting. Today's meeting has two matters. First, after discussion with the higher-ups, the village has decided to officially grant Uchiha Yecheng the position of Jonin. After speaking, Orochimaru looked around the room and was the first to applaud. Applause broke out. Although the Jonin present had different feelings in their hearts, none dared to oppose and could only follow along with the clapping. Yecheng stood up amid the applause, showing a smile but saying nothing. Anyone sitting here knew well who Uchiha Yecheng was. After the atmosphere stabilized, Orochimaru placed both hands on the table. The second matter is whether to launch a counterattack on Iwagakure. Everyone has seen the intelligence. Kumogakure's surprise attack on Iwagakure failed. The third Raikage was seriously injured and rescued by a mysterious person, but Iwagakure also suffered heavy losses. This is a good opportunity for a counterattack. At this point, Orochimaru glanced at Yecheng, and everyone's eyes simultaneously turned to him. They all knew the intelligence was delivered by Yecheng. Yecheng remained calm under their gazes, secretly admiring Orochimaru's cunning. Clearly suspicious of me, yet mentioning a mysterious person, all the while staring at me as if afraid no one would know it was me. This guy doesn't understand flexibility at all. So, what does everyone think? Should we take this chance to attack Iwagakure? Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and looked at the others. Soon, people began to speak up, with voices both supporting and opposing the idea. Supporters said that the front line of Iwagakure was weak, having suffered a defeat and offended Kumogakure now was the best time. Opponents argued that although Iwagakure was damaged, its forces were still strong, Konoha's vitality had not recovered, and supplies were insufficient, making a rash attack very risky. If Iwagakure's reinforcements arrived, it might backfire, resulting in losses both in personnel and troops. During the discussion, both sides held their ground, neither yielding. Orochimaru frowned, tapped the table, and the room immediately fell silent. He stared at Yajin and asked, "What do you think?" Yajin was taken aback, not expecting Orochimaru to ask a newly promoted jonin, and could only reply, "I support the attack." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "Explain your reasons." Yajin said, "Iwagakure and Kumogakure fought before. Although Iwagakure won, it suffered heavy losses and is now weak. If we don't take this opportunity to attack, aren't we giving up the advantage? Moreover, the third Raikage almost sacrificed himself to cover the elite retreat, which shows Kumogakure still has fighting strength. Kumogakure won't easily let Iwagakure go. The two sides will fight again sooner or later. Since that's the case, if we hesitate, we might as well retreat to Konoha and give up the fight altogether. That's all I have to say." Everyone was silent, only the sound of Orochimaru tapping the table could be heard. After a moment, he announced, "The decision is to attack." The expressions of the crowd were complex, but no one opposed. Orochimaru's prestige was very high once he spoke, the tone was set. He used Yajin's words to push forward the pro-war faction's decision, revealing his extraordinary political skill. The meeting then continued for more than 3 hours, focusing on the details of the attack. Once everything was finalized, Orochimaru announced the end of the meeting and left directly. As soon as he left, the conference room became lively again. It was rare for everyone to gather, so naturally, they took the opportunity to get acquainted. This was Yi Chen's first time attending the Jonin meeting. Leaving immediately would seem rude, so he stood up and greeted everyone one by one. Though he said little, at least he made himself known. Although the Uchiha clan is known for their fanaticism, most members have normal temperaments. They are proud, but not arrogant. Deeply emotional, sometimes even valuing feelings above life itself. As the second Hokage Senju Tobirama once said, the Uchiha's love is the deepest. But this love is a double-edged sword. When lost, it turns into deep hatred. Without guidance, Uchiha ninja are easily consumed by darkness, becoming violent and reckless. This is the root of why they are called madmen. Therefore, many ninjas in the village are reluctant to associate with them, and combined with some people's prejudice, misunderstandings only deepen. Although Yi Chen is a young prodigy and a rare jonin, most people here only responded politely and had no intention of engaging in deeper conversation with him. He was not surprised by this at all. On the contrary, he was pleased. After getting acquainted, he didn't linger long, feeling it was better to return to training than to build relationships with these people. According to the content of the recent meeting, he still had 3 days to prepare. In 3 days, he would join the main force heading to the front line of Iwagakure village to participate in the counterattack plan. Back in the tent, with a thought from Yechun, the divine command flashed a light, and a portal immediately appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped through it. Arriving at the Joshia Yintian Palace, it was naturally for training. The training ground was at his disposal, with no need to worry about being disturbed. He used the level 25 myriad phenomena clone technique, able to create 25 shadow clones to train skills simultaneously without worrying about energy depletion. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was 10 times that of the outside world. His cultivation method had reached the source vortex, Chi Tides stage, allowing him to automatically absorb spiritual energy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and his skills improved significantly. Advanced 3-body technique level 27, fire release, scorching flames blazing waves level 19, magical shackles technique level 9, gale wind, thousand blade spiral sphere level 14, lightning release, thunder god 9 transformations level 13. The training ground was rich in spiritual energy, instantly restoring the energy consumed by skill damage, naturally accelerating his training speed considerably. The next morning, Yi Chen came out of Joshia Yintian Palace and even took a shower, feeling refreshed and invigorated. 3 hours later, the main force began to prepare for departure. Yi Chen, along with a group of Konoha Jonin, led several hundred Chunin and Genin towards the frontline stronghold of Iwagakure. In addition to the ninjas, the team included more than a dozen trucks loaded with combat supplies. For this counterattack, the supply of materials was crucial. However, Yi Chen was not optimistic about this counterattack. The reason was simple: the war had lasted too long, and Konoha's manpower and supplies were severely lacking. Even if they captured some strongholds, once the main IWA forces came to reinforce, Konoha still wouldn't be able to hold. Eliminating the enemy's living forces was not a problem, which was also why Yi-Chen advocated for the offensive. Orochimaru didn't see this point and naturally had his own plans. In the battle besieging the third Raikage, Iwagakure suffered heavy losses, but their forces still held the advantage. If the delay continued, the main forces from Iwagakure's rear would arrive at the front line. Even if it was less than a third of their total strength, it would be enough to put enormous pressure on Konoha's front. At that point, the situation would revert to before, with Iwagakure gradually eroding Konoha's defense zone by leveraging their numerical superiority. Obviously, Orochimaru also saw this, which is why he decided to take a gamble. For Yeching, none of this mattered. His mission was to take advantage of the chaos. While you all fought fiercely, he quietly picked up the scraps from behind. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. There is a big difference between moving as a large group and moving individually. Yeching took just over half a day to return from the front line. But for their group, based on speed, it would take 4 days. Since they were all ninja with strong stamina, if they were ordinary people, it might take 10 days or even half a month. Yeching looked around, estimating there was still half a day's journey left. After resting for 2 days, they would launch an attack on the IWA ninja. Half a day passed, and they were getting closer to the front line. The frontline outpost had already received the message and sent people to meet them. This time, Yeching was not the overall commander and Nara clan Jonin was in charge. For 2 days, he had little leisure. Half an hour later, the large group arrived at the frontline village. The village was small, and a few hundred people crowded in, making it cramped and even hard to find a place to rest. No one complained because the battle would start in 2 days, and then there would be enough space. After settling in, the Nara clan Jonin called a meeting to assign tasks. Yeching was assigned to the combat team, responsible for fighting high-level enemy ninja and eliminating targets. Obviously, the Jonin knew his strength, and this arrangement was just right. Yi-Chen had no objections. This was exactly what he wanted. If he were sent to gather intelligence or handle logistics, he wouldn't be willing. Without combat, where would progress and evolution points come from? 2 days passed quickly. That evening, after the Konoha team finished dinner, they began checking their equipment. No one spoke, only the clinking of ninja tools echoed. After a dozen minutes, the team was fully prepared, and Nara Jonin announced the departure. The team split into 4 groups, each led by a dozen Jonin, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around the Iwagakure stronghold. The plan was to launch the attack at 9 p.m., with everyone in position by 8:45. The time limit was because this operation targeted more than one stronghold. All Iwagakure bases were objectives. Other strongholds had fewer troops and were mostly feints. The combat group Yi-Chen was in was the main force. Once they achieved results, the other teams would attack or retreat based on the situation. This team was the vanguard. Only if they broke through Iwagakure's defenses could the subsequent major counterattack plan proceed smoothly. The combat group bore the success or failure of the entire plan. The mission was extremely arduous. Under the cover of night, they silently approached the IWA ninja stronghold, less than 5 kilometers away. The Konoha reconnaissance team had long gathered intelligence, discovering that Iwagakure's defenses contracted every night, dispersing their forces into a hollow shell that could only defend concentrated points. As long as the sentries along the way were eliminated, they could approach the target silently and launch the attack when the time was right. The 4 squads advanced cautiously, using the Byakugan of the Hyuga branch family ninja to lock onto sentry positions, with special Jonin responsible for assassinations. Half an hour later, less than a kilometer from the stronghold, stealth became much more difficult. Any noise would alert the enemy. Sure enough, one squad failed during an assassination, triggering an explosion that lit up the night sky with fire. Roars erupted inside the Iwagakure stronghold as the Konoha team revealed themselves. Yi-Chen's team remained silent, and the other 2 teams also held their positions. The exposure was part of the plan. One team sacrificed itself to lure enemy fire, creating a good opportunity for the other 3 teams to launch a surprise attack. Soon, fierce battle sounds came from afar. 3 minutes later, Yi-Chen led his team in a swift charge, attacking from 3 sides. Although the enemy noticed, they struggled to provide quick support. The number of IWA ninja far exceeded expectations, but most were genin with weak combat power. Yi-Chen charged ahead, confronting the Iwagakure Jonin leading the enemy. That Jonin decisively ordered 3 Chunin to surround Yi-Chen. In an instant, more than a dozen shurikens flew toward Yi-Chen. An average Jonin would choose to dodge, but Yi-Chen didn't move at all. His Sharingan activated instantly, and everything around him seemed to slow down in his eyes. He dodged several shurikens with a few swift movements, drew his long blade, and swung it continuously, deflecting the remaining shurikens. With the final strike, the blade's tip twisted slightly, sending a shuriken flying away. Whoosh! The shuriken shot toward the enemy. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. A Chunin died without ever understanding how the shuriken he threw was turned against him. Yi Chen clearly saw the shock, fear, and unwillingness on his face. But Yi Chen showed no expression. The battlefield was a place of life and death. Everyone had to be prepared to face death. He withdrew his gaze, ignoring the other two Chunin, and walked straight toward the Iwagakure Jonin. The three Tomo in his Sharingan rotated slightly, emitting a mysterious aura. Sharingan. The Iwagakure Jonin reacted quickly, hastily closing his eyes and hiding behind the two Chunin. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as his gaze swept over the two Chunin. In an instant, their minds went blank, and they froze in place. A flash of blade light passed by, and two heads flew off. Running away got two comrades killed. Do you have a clear conscience? Yi Chen said coldly. The opponent was instantly stunned, the tragic scene of two comrades dead echoing in his ears. Yi Chen wanted exactly this effect. No longer hesitating, he suddenly charged forward, slashing horizontally with his blade. Clang! At the critical moment, the Jonin reacted, raising his weapon to block the strike. But he struggled to retreat, smashing through rocks, barely managing to steady himself, blood spitting from his mouth. Yo, your reaction is pretty quick. Yi Chen was slightly disappointed but undeterred, preparing to strike again. At that moment, three Chunin squads arrived. Captain Kimura, are you alright? They shouted. Yi Chen smiled, thinking the timing was perfect. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice came from behind. Captain Yi Chen, we're here to assist you. Only then did he realize he was not fighting alone. No, you all go support the other squads and break through the enemy lines as soon as possible, Yi Chen ordered. The squad was momentarily stunned but still obeyed, rushing toward the other battlefield. Yi Chen once again focused on the Iwagakure Jonin, but by now 6 Chunin had gathered around him, intending to team up against him. Obviously, they knew how to avoid the Sharingan's gaze and coordinate to restrain him. But this was useless against Yi Chen. To restrict his Sharingan, at least one ninja of equal rank needed to cooperate. Several ordinary Chunin were simply not enough. He. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, activated the Void Flash teleportation, and his figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the Chunin. Yuichi, watch your back. The voice of the Iwagakure Jonin suddenly rang out, but it was already too late. Yeching's Void Flash step was even faster than the body flicker technique. The Chunin only felt a sharp pain in his neck, warm liquid flowing out, and then he lost consciousness. Whoosh! A kunai flew through the air, piercing the afterimage left by Yeching. Tas, right side. The Iwagakure Jonin shouted again, this time warning another Chunin. Tas instinctively looked to the right, his pupils shrinking sharply as he saw a long blade slanting toward his face, the tip getting closer and closer. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the Iwagakure Jonin threw a kunai. This time it was much faster, saving Tas's life when he was on the brink of death. The kunai pierced through Yeching's afterimage once again. But this is only the beginning. Yi Chen continuously used Void Flash, moving faster and faster. Several Iwagakure Chunin couldn't react to the Sharingan Genjutsu at all and had to rely on the Iwagakure Jonin's commands. But how long could this indirect response last? They simply couldn't dodge it. The previous success was just Yi Chen deliberately showing a flaw, making them mistakenly believe this method was effective. Next, Yi Chen easily performed a few Shunshin no Jutsu and killed the remaining 5 Chunin. They originally thought that using the previous method could hold back an Uchiha Jonin and stop Konoha's attack. They didn't expect that what Yi Chen showed them was just an illusion. The real deadly move was hidden in the shadows, and they didn't see it at all. Looking at the only remaining Iwagakure Jonin, Yechin pretended to be mad, grinning widely and said, "How is it, satisfied with the hunt results? Now there are only the 2 of us left, or do you want to call someone over to die together?" The Iwagakure Jonin shuddered all over, instinctively looking up at Yechin. "He, you still fell for it." Yichin sneered contemptuously, his eyes spinning with 3 Tomo. Magic Shackles technique. His whole set of maneuvers was calculated flawlessly. First, use the death of teammates to shock the enemy, then create hope, and finally let that hope be shattered. The mad laughter acted like a sedative, dragging the opponent completely into the abyss of death. The moment the Iwagakure Jonin and Yakin locked eyes, fate was sealed. Yakin kicked off the ground, his body shooting out like a cannonball. The hand gripping the knife flickered with electric currents, leaving no chance, aiming for a one-hit kill. The lightning's piercing power was extremely strong, defense was useless against it. ZZZT. Yakin withdrew the long knife embedded in the Iwagakure Jonin's body, a surge of energy flowing into him. His gaze swept around. At this moment, the Iwagakure stronghold had been divided and surrounded by Konoha forces, locked in fierce battle. The Iwagakure defenders numbered just over 100 ninja, while Konoha had more than 400. Catching them off guard, capturing the stronghold was only a matter of time. Yakin worried whether the subsequent advance would go smoothly. If the conclusion was rushed, his own benefits would be limited. But the most important thing now was to swiftly sweep away the enemies. He looked around, preparing to find the next target. He killed any genin he encountered. Mosquitoes may be small, but they are still meat. After a bout of slaughter, a sword-wielding Iwagakure Jonin caught his attention. The opponent's swordsmanship was mediocre, far inferior to Uchiha Shirsui's flowing sword technique, but he was still a formidable Jonin. Yichin flashed several times and appeared directly in front of him, blocking a strike for a special Jonin from Konoha. The clash of blades rang out crisply. Without turning his head, Yichin said to the Konoha ninja behind him, "Leave this one to me. You go command the battle elsewhere." "Yes." The Konoha ninja responded immediately, his gaze sweeping toward the earlier fight scene, where the Iwagakure Jonin lay fallen in a pool of blood. He swallowed his saliva, thinking that Uchiha Yeching was indeed the flame demon, having so quickly slain a Jonin and multiple Chunin, with an unbeatable record. "Captain Yeching, it's up to you." After saying this, he vanished from the battlefield. Flame Demon Yechung. Kinoshita Yamada, a Jonin from Iwagakure holding a sword, immediately recognized Yeching's identity upon hearing the Konoha ninja's title. Seeing his comrade's corpse, his heart tightened, and the thought of fleeing arose. Especially upon seeing Yeching's crimson Sharingan, he completely lost the will to fight. Even if he wanted to run, Yeching would not let him escape. Jonin are high-level combatants, killing one more would benefit both him and Konoha. Without hesitation, Yeching stepped swiftly to Kinoshita Yamada's left side and slashed toward his neck. Sensing danger, Kinoshita Yamada focused his mind, dodged sideways, and swung his sword to cut Yeching's lower body. Yeching reacted extremely fast, lightly leaping aside, and in midair swung his sword backhanded to strike down. Kinoshita Yamada only heard the sound of air braking and instinctively raised his sword to block, stopping the slash. But Yeching's force was strong. Although Kinoshita Yamada blocked it, he was still shaken backward, the impact concentrated on his upper body. He fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled grunt. Taking the opportunity, Yeching immediately launched a new round of attacks after landing. Kinoshita Yamada could only dodge awkwardly, completely unable to fight back. Before long, he had several wounds on his body. The Sharingan allowed Yeching to see through all his moves instantly. Unless he desperately used ninjutsu, he could only be led around by Yeching. He fought more and more desperately, realizing that Yichin was not using his full strength, just sharpening his blade. Kinoshita Yamada's eyes tightened, noticing that the number of rock ninjas around was decreasing, and the situation was becoming critical. He gritted his teeth and counterattacked resolutely, ignoring Yichen's attacks. However, this change still did not escape Yichen's Sharingan. Yichin originally wanted to take the opportunity to exchange sword techniques, but unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly changed moves and fought with all his might. Yichin stepped back, dodging a fatal strike. Damn it! Kinoshita Yamada felt a chill in his heart. Before he could react, a sound of breaking air came from ahead. Not good. He tried to dodge, but the attacker was extremely fast. The rushing figure was surrounded by flashing lightning, the long sword crackling with electric currents. The sound of a blade cutting through flesh rang out. Yichin quickly appeared before him, his long knife slashing down, tearing through the clothes and leaving a deep wound on the chest. A figure was already behind him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, whispering, "One slash." The intense pain made Kinoshita Yamada groan softly, wanting to cover the wound, but he felt as if his whole body was nailed down, his bones aching sharply, realizing he was finished. 2 slashes. Just as the words fell, Yichen's figure reappeared. Kinoshita Yamada felt a sharp pain in his back, his body suddenly lunging forward, blood spurting from his mouth. He struggled to lift his head, trembling as he reached out to grab Yichen, but his consciousness gradually blurred, and finally his head tilted, his hand fell to the ground, losing all life. Upon close inspection, the wound on his back was extremely deep, blood quickly staining the ground red. Yichin shook his head lightly, disdainful of any sympathy. With a flick of his wrist, he wiped the blood off the blade, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The battle here was nearing its end, with only scattered squads of IWA ninjas still struggling. From the sounds coming from other directions, the other 3 battlefields were also close to conclusion. Yecheng no longer wasted time and quickly charged at the scattered enemies, slashing down every single one, whether Chunin or Genin. He never considered taking prisoners, there was only useful or useless. The battle ended swiftly, and Yecheng immediately ordered the medical ninjas to speed up treating the wounded. His performance earned the favor of many Konoha ninjas, even making them forget his title as the Flame Demon. During the battle, he actively confronted the most dangerous enemies, repeatedly rescued injured ninjas, and after the fight, carefully tended to the wounded. Such behavior, does it not deserve the title of a good superior? Ninjas have warm hearts regardless of the opponent's identity, they only judge by what he has done. Thus, on the battlefield, including other ninjas, all looked at Yecheng with respect. Yecheng did not care about reputation, nor did he seek fame or fortune, but a good reputation ultimately served as a protective shield. Ignoring outside gossip, he continued to carry out his mission. After the medical team intervened, the wounded stabilized emotionally, and other teams began clearing the battlefield. After an hour of tallying, the enemy was annihilated with 113 killed, while our side suffered 54 casualties, with 18 confirmed dead. This casualty ratio indicated the mission was successfully completed. In terms of strength, the IWA Ninja were not inferior to Konoha, but Konoha deployed over 400 personnel, mostly Chunin, while most IWA Ninja were Genin, putting them at a numerical disadvantage. Coupled with proper tactical application, this was the reason for such results. Of course, not all IWA Ninja were trapped, some took the opportunity to escape. At the start of the battle, intelligence leaks were inevitable. What followed was a contest of who was better prepared and who could seize the opportunity. After a half-hour rest, the teams regrouped and prepared to continue attacking a secondary camp of Iwagakure. Iwagakure's defenses were divided into multiple layers. Their task was to break through all the way, forcing other strongholds to send reinforcements. This would allow the feint attack teams to launch a real offensive, applying comprehensive pressure on Iwagakure. The plan was simple and clear. In the ninja world full of intrigue, strength was the key. Orochimaru did not design complicated tactics. The success of the first wave was a crucial step forward, and the rest depended on their own performance. More than an hour later, Yecheng led the team to the target camp. As expected, intelligence had leaked, and the camp was heavily guarded, with IWA Ninja on high alert. But they had no need to worry excessively. Iwagakure could not have sent reinforcements so quickly, and relying on the 100 or so IWA Ninja in the camp was no match for their assault. In less than half an hour, they had taken the area. Yecheng only killed 1 Jonin and 10 Chunin. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill more, but this secondary camp simply didn't have many Jonin. Most were Genin with limited combat power. Outnumbered and lightly equipped, achieving such results was all thanks to his speed and ruthlessness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even gotten a taste. The opposing Jonin seemed to have planned a retreat early on. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, he immediately withdrew with his trusted men. Although he didn't take many, Iwagakure obviously wanted to preserve their elite forces. It seems that soon, a tough battle is inevitable, and those preserved experts will become the main force. Ding dong, new mission generated, storms are coming, battles unceasing, the host has penetrated deep into the land of Earth's borders and will face fierce combat. Mission, intercept the enemy's high-level forces. Reward, an evolution gift pack. Note, the more enemies you kill, the higher your combat power, and the higher the gift pack level. Boy, your combat power has just entered the beginner level, I'm worried for you, work hard. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Just entering shadow level combat power, how can the system brag so much? He doubted it in his heart but was too lazy to argue with the system. The mission seemed interesting. The more enemies killed, the better the rewards, which also meant the real war was coming. He decided to kill more enemy ninjas next, aiming to get a good reward. Thinking this, Yi Chen led the team to clear the battlefield, taking everything they could carry. For strategic materials that couldn't be carried, he quietly stored them in the system space when no one was paying attention. When the space was full, he threw them into Zhouxiao Yintian Palace, which was spacious and would surely be useful later. About an hour later, the team finished organizing, and the main force set off again. They stepped on Starlight, climbed the cloud ladder, and continued forward. In the next 3 hours, they captured 2 more camps of the Iwagakure village, pushing the front line close to the 3rd defense line. Dawn was breaking. Although they rested after each camp attack, after a whole night of continuous fighting, everyone was exhausted. However, all these efforts were worth it, as their initial goal was achieved. News also came from other strongholds that Iwagakure secretly sent reinforcements last night. The Leaf's feint attack team was also preparing to launch the real battle at 9 o'clock today. The commander of this operation team, a Jonin from the Nara clan, announced a rest on the spot. Next, they no longer coordinated with other strongholds but instead coordinated with those strongholds to carry out operations. There is no doubt that Iwagakure dispatched personnel from the front lines to support this team. Now, their mission is to hold off the enemy. Yakin glanced at the time. There were still more than 3 hours until the final assault, so he told everyone to get some rest. He found a place to sit down and took a bite of a spirit fruit. After a night of fierce fighting, not to mention the genin and chunin, even the jonin were exhausted. Fortunately, he was physically strong and always held back some strength with each move, making him the most relaxed in the team. But things did not go as they wished. They had rested for less than an hour when a camp at the third defensive line ahead, their next target, unexpectedly launched a harassment attack first. The enemy avoided direct confrontation, frequently using explosive tags and long-range ninjutsu on the outskirts to harass them, clearly not allowing them to rest properly. Yeching didn't feel tired and took the initiative to find Nara Kazuma, the commander in charge, to request to go into battle. Nara Kazuma thought for a moment and agreed, but instructed him only to drive off the enemy and not to penetrate deep into their camp. With permission granted, Yeching left the camp and reached the outer battle zone, sensing many eyes watching this place. In the distance, among the trees, the faint figures of Iwa Nin could be seen. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yeching's mouth. Those who dared to sneak attack were mostly chunin, at most a few jonin, and these were exactly his prey. Captain Yeching, we were sent by Captain Nara to assist in defense and will follow your command. He turned to see 6 chunin standing behind him. He had just wondered how Nara Kazuma allowed him to act alone, but it turned out there was a plan all along. You all hold this position while I'll go check ahead. He judged that there weren't many enemies in the forest and didn't want to waste his teammates. This. Captain Yeching, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. One chunin hesitated. Another immediately replied, don't worry, we will hold the position. Yeching nodded, his figure flashing and disappearing into the forest. Why did you pull me? It's too dangerous for Yeching to go alone. The hesitant chunin complained. The blocking chunin laughed, haven't you seen Yeching in action? He can easily slay not just several chunin, but even jonin. Impossible for him to be that strong? The complainer found it hard to believe. Others cast contemptuous glances but paid no further attention, busy setting up defenses. A minute later, screams came from the forest, followed by a sound every few dozen seconds. After more than 10 minutes, Yichin emerged from the woods holding a blood-dripping blade, confirming that no Iwa ninja remained hidden inside before returning. Captain Yichin. Seeing Yichin appear, everyone immediately showed respect. Having driven off the enemy in such a short time, the chunin who had doubts just moments ago now realized his own foolishness. Yichin nodded in acknowledgement, stopped, and said, continue to stay alert. If you spot any Iwa ninja movements, report immediately. Everyone responded respectfully, looking at Yichin's back with a surge of excitement in their hearts. Captain Yichin has no heirs at all. Those who slander him are truly ignorant. Flame demon? I think he is more like a flame god. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ninjas admire the strong, especially those of them who are civilian ninjas. Their greatest admiration is for someone as strong as Yi Chen. In fact, none of them had ever seen Yi Chen's true decisive and ruthless side in battle. If they had, they probably wouldn't speak so casually. After more than another hour, the atmosphere between Konoha and Iwa grew increasingly tense, as if a battle could break out at any moment. The combat team coordinated with other strongholds to prepare for the final assault, while the Iwagakure side, either because reinforcements were about to arrive or fearing the enemy would retreat early, chose to strike first. Nara Kazuhado sensed the opponent's intention and decisively gave the order to retreat. A little thought revealed his purpose, to use the Iwa ninjas' unwillingness to let the enemy retreat easily to lure them out. As he expected, the plan succeeded. The Iwagakure camp's ninjas saw the enemy team attempting to withdraw and immediately organized a pursuit. This was not because Nara Kazuhado was particularly brilliant, but because the Iwa leadership's anger had already flared. Last night's combat team's slaughter enraged them, and they ordered the third defense line to fully restrain the enemy forces. Therefore, as soon as the enemy showed signs of retreat, the Iwa ninja could not wait to intercept. Nara Kazuhado's scheme was more than half successful. The opponent lost the home field advantage of their camp, making the battle more unfavorable for them. However, this was only the first step. What followed would still be a tough fight. This time, Iwagakure dispatched more than 200 people to participate in the battle, most of whom were chunin and jonin, with genin accounting for only 1/3. This team was far stronger than the previous camps. The large number of people and the gathering of experts made this third defense line important, not because of the line itself, but because all the surviving IWA ninja from the previously captured camps had gathered here. The escaped ninja were formidable, and combined with Iwagakure summoning nearby Chunin and Jonin, they formed this large team. Fortunately, the overall strength of the combat group was superior, so they were not at a disadvantage when facing Iwagakure, but this was a tough nut to crack. Narakazuhiko led the team to retreat a certain distance, then ordered everyone to stop, adjust their formation, and prepare to fight. Iwagakure lived up to expectations and launched an attack as soon as they caught up. Earth Release, Rock Cannon Technique. More than a dozen IWA ninjas simultaneously performed ninjutsu, opening their mouths to spit out pebble-sized stones. The stones rapidly spun and grew larger in the air, eventually becoming fist-sized rocks that were hurled toward the Konoha ninja. Konoha was not to be outdone. The Earth Release users all performed Earth Release, Mud Wall, to block this wave of rock attacks. Both sides remained calm and composed, long accustomed to this kind of group attack. After all, this type of ninjutsu had little impact on the outcome, only wasting chakra. The real battle still depended on close-quarters combat. Kill! A jonin from Iwagakure raised his arm and shouted, and the IWA ninja cheered excitedly like bandits raiding a village. Under the command of Narakazuhiko, the Konoha ninja also charged forward head-on. The battlefield instantly became chaotic, with the clashing of swords and blades ringing out continuously. Soon, the battlefield divided into several combat zones, with ninja from both sides each occupying one side, coordinating seamlessly. Various ninjutsu exploded, ignition tags were lit, and the shouts of battle were deafening. At this moment, Yichin was not distracted. He was being attacked by 3 jonin from Iwagakure. Just now, he instantly wiped out 2 chunin. When he targeted a jonin, 2 other Iwagakure jonin quickly arrived, attacking him from 3 sides, clearly targeting him. The flame demon Yeching's reputation was too loud. After slaughtering multiple jonin, Iwagakure would never allow him to roam freely. They knew the Sharingan was powerful, so using 3 jonin to encircle him was the best strategy. But they underestimated Yeching's strength. A few months ago, this situation would have been difficult, but now he was already a Kage-level powerhouse. 3 jonin trying to stop him? Impossible. His methods went far beyond the Sharingan. Clang! Yeching raised his blade to block an attack from one IWA ninja, while another ninja threw a kunai. Yeching kicked off the ground, leaping to dodge the kunai's wind blade, simultaneously swinging his blade backhanded. The third IWA ninja acted quickly, their blade clashing with Yeching's sword. Both sides retreated several steps. When Yeching landed, they were already 5 meters apart. The IWA ninja just now had strong force, shaking them apart. Before he could steady himself, several whistling sounds attacked again. Yichin looked up, his Mangekyo Sharingan with 3 tomo opening, keenly detecting the trajectories of 2 kunai. His figure flashed, passing through the gap between the 2 kunai. Just as he was about to counterattack, suddenly a figure appeared abruptly, a kunai stabbing straight at his throat. The newcomer was the same IWA ninja who had blocked Yichin's last strike. At that time, his movements were a step slower than his companions, and his body was briefly paralyzed by the powerful force of that blade. Although he was a jonin, seizing the moment Yichin dodged, he charged forward without hesitation, determined to kill with a single strike. Seeking death. Seeing this, Yichin slashed fiercely, the blade carrying the power of lightning. Clang! The weapons clashed, sparks flying, thunder crackling, forcing the jonin to retreat. Yichin prepared to counterattack, but on the other side, 2 IWA ninjas pressed their assault, forcing him to change tactics to respond. The 3 of them coordinated seamlessly, taking turns attacking, forcing him to reveal a flaw before working together to kill him. They had clear roles, 1 main attacker, 1 sneak attacker, and 1 backup, clearly showing multiple experiences of cooperation. Generally, a jonin would struggle to hold out after a few exchanges, and even an elite jonin might not be able to endure. But Yeching was different. To deal with him through teamwork, it would take at least 3 elite jonin. Although the opponents coordinated well, there were still flaws in their eyes. At this moment, he dodged a kunai stab from one rock ninja, and although another moved in to back up, it gave him a chance to counterattack. He seized the opportunity, using the Sharingan Genjutsu to ambush the sneaking rock ninja. The opponent, relying on the backup companion, failed to evade the Genjutsu and immediately stood frozen, consciousness confused. Dalong, the main rock ninja, saw this, flashed forward to block Yeching's long blade. Clang! Yeching struck with full force. Although he didn't use space compression, he still had the power of 50 rotations. With a strike carrying 50,000 Jin of force, he slashed the main battle rock ninja and the illusion ninja behind him flying. Yi Chen did not stop, retreating violently several steps, a few shuriken pinned behind him, thrown by the last backup rock ninja. Two rock ninjas were repelled, leaving only one-on-one on the field. He would never miss this opportunity, stepping aside, electric currents flashing on his body's surface. Lightning release, piercing thrust. Whoosh! A shuriken flew toward the rock ninja. The opponent felt the terrifying power and dared not take it head-on, dodging swiftly. At that moment, his vision blurred. Yi Chen's figure suddenly appeared, the lightning thrust moving at extreme speed, closing in instantly. What? The rock ninja was shocked, throwing a kunai, but only saw a residual shadow. Yi Chen was already behind him, a cyclone gathering in his palm. Rasengan! A powerful whirlwind struck the rock ninja's back. He let out a miserable scream, thrown by the cyclone's force, and crashed heavily into a pit. Ha, not dead yet? Not hearing the system prompt for evolution points, Yi Chen judged that the opponent was still alive and was about to throw a kunai when he suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation behind him. Earth release, Earth Dragon Spear technique. The caster was that rock ninja. The illusion was broken, and he was also injured. The companion who blocked the blade for him was worse off, with a deep knife wound on his chest down to the bone, powerless to fight back. Another companion, severely injured, fell into the forest, his fate unknown. Sang Tian Dalan was furious and launched a counterattack. Sensing danger, Yi Chen quickly retreated. Suddenly, a sharp rock spear emerged from the ground right where he had just stood. This was only the beginning. In the next few seconds, Yi Chen continuously dodged, evading nearly 100 rock spikes. The rock spikes grew faster and their movements became more obvious. With the help of the Sharingan, he easily tracked the spell's trajectory. When the last rock spike appeared, Yi Chen leapt, quickly forming hand seals in midair. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Level 19 fire release, flames nearly 20 meters in diameter, scorching and burning. It looked just like the sun in the sky. Sang Tian Dalan saw the flames approaching but did not retreat. He could not back down, or his companions would surely die. His hands quickly formed seals, and he struck the ground with a palm. Earth release, multiple earth flow wall technique. Boom! 3 5-meter-high earthen walls suddenly rose up, blocking the two in front. Boom! Flames bombarded the earthen walls, the explosion roaring thunderously. The earthen walls shattered instantly, fire waves scattering and sweeping around. Sang Tian Dalang and the injured rock ninja stood at the edge of the explosion, not even letting out a scream, instantly vanishing. Other fighters in the battle circle, seeing the fire waves approaching, all retreated in fear. As the dust settled, everyone gasped. This fire style was terrifying indeed. The ground was blasted into a 100-meter-wide giant crater, affecting everything within 300 meters. Everyone was shocked. Numerical superiority meant nothing against a super-strong opponent. You've got a tough life. Just as everyone was stunned, Yi Chen flashed over to the rock ninja who had fallen into the forest. This person was not yet dead, but barely clinging to life. He trembled as he pulled out a scroll, seemingly trying to pass on a message. Seeing Yecheng, he suddenly stopped. Enma Yecheng, you are the traitor who rescued the third Raikage. Having seen his fire style, it was hard not to make this connection. Combined with his use of lightning style, this IWA ninja was certain that Yecheng was the Konoha traitor from that day. He wanted to send out this information, but unfortunately, he couldn't. For the sake of your impending death, I'll tell you, yes, that person was me. Just as the words fell, the tip of a blade pierced the IWA ninja's chest, and a surge of energy quickly flowed into Yecheng's body. He used his long knife to lift the scroll, but had no mind to examine it with both hands. He squeezed hard, and the scroll immediately turned to powder. After slaying 3 Jonin, Yecheng scanned the battlefield. The recent commotion was astonishing. Not only the IWA nin, but even the Konoha side had momentarily ceased fighting. But immediately following a roar, both sides resumed fierce combat. From the scene, the IWA nin were at a disadvantage. Their numbers were already few. They had intended to hold back the Konoha team and restrain the enemy. But once the battle began, they were blinded by bloodlust, and restraint was completely forgotten. Coupled with the powerful fire release just unleashed by Yecheng, and witnessing the deaths of 3 Jonin, the IWA nin were no longer able to send anyone to hold back the flame demon. To continue restraining or counterattacking was simply wishful thinking. The remaining IWA hidden Jonin began to entertain thoughts of retreat. If they continued fighting, the strength they had painstakingly gathered would be lost entirely. The third line of defense was on the verge of collapse. But now that they wanted to retreat, Konoha would not allow it. Both sides were scattered in battle, making it difficult to regroup. This gave Konoha the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the stragglers. Yichen had everything in sight, how could he let it slip by? He targeted those powerful Iwagakure Chunin. Compared to the restrained Jonin, the Chunin were much more troublesome. There were too many people to kill them all one by one. The Jonin were strong, making it difficult to kill them. The Chunin varied greatly in strength, although they had few evolution points, their numbers were large. In just over 10 minutes, many Konoha ninja had fallen, and Yichen had to act to reduce losses. If the team was scattered, the higher-ups would order a retreat, making the mission difficult to complete. With this in mind, Yichen summoned 5 shadow clones, totaling 27% of his combat power, not weak, easily handling ordinary lower and mid-level Chunin. Who? A Iwagakure Chunin fighting a Konoha Chunin suddenly sensed a black shadow passing by and instinctively turned his head. The next moment, a sense of danger struck, and he quickly dodged. In his peripheral vision, a long blade stabbed the air. Cold sweat broke out. If the blade had struck, it would not have been air but his heart. Who exactly is it? The Iwagakure Chunin turned around in confusion, but only saw a fleeting shadow. The one holding the knife had already disappeared. Just as he was about to search again, that familiar sense of danger struck once more. His heart tightened, and he quickly dodged. The blade sliced through the back of his clothing, leaving a long cut. The Iwagakure Chunin's body stiffened. He let out a muffled grunt, casually threw a kunai, but his eyes darted sharply behind him, where there was no sign of the enemy. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came again. Before he could react, he was slashed in the back once more. He fought back desperately, but could never see the opponent's shadow. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, a mix of pain and fear. The attacker was like a ghost, only showing a shadow without a true form, making him feel deeply frustrated. If he could fight honorably face to face, he would accept defeat willingly. But now, it was as if he were a target, vulnerable to being slashed at any moment. Just as he was thinking this, another blade swung toward his right arm, and he still couldn't see the attacker clearly. Finally, he let out a roar, quickly formed hand seals, preparing to counterattack with a ninjutsu. But before he could finish the seals, a sharp pain struck his chest. Looking down, he saw the blade's tip had pierced through his body. Blood gushed out, his face filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He hadn't really intended to use ninjutsu just now. He only wanted to lure the opponent into striking, so he could seize the chance to counterattack. He had been confident he could dodge the next strike and retaliate. Unexpectedly, the opponent's speed was astonishing, and the deliberately exposed flaw turned into a deadly trap. "I'm so unwilling," he whispered through gritted teeth, summoning all his strength to turn around and see clearly who was killing him. If he was to die, he wanted to die knowing the truth. However, as Yichen withdrew his blade, his body twitched violently, he fell heavily, and his breath ceased. Before dying, he still did not see the true face of the person who killed him. No wonder he was filled with resentment. Yichen scanned the corpse, coldly shook off the blood on his blade, nodded to the stunned Konoha ninja, then his figure flashed as he rushed toward the next target. Captain Yicheng. The Konoha ninja's eyes were full of gratitude. Yicheng's clones quickly rushed to various battlefields, slashing down more than 20 Iwagakure Chunin within minutes, greatly reducing their own casualties. His actions earned the admiration of many Konoha ninjas, and his reputation quickly rose. During this time, the Iwagakure Jonin tried to stop him, but thinking of the terrifying combat power of the flame demon, they hesitated. At this moment, Iwagakure finally realized the severity of the situation and decisively issued a retreat order. But how would the Konoha ninjas let them go so easily? Having finally lured them out, if they didn't make them pay a price, the mission would be considered incomplete. The task of the combat team was to attract enemy fire, creating attack opportunities for other teams. Naruto issued the latest order: hold the enemy back with all your might, keep as many as possible, and even if you can't hold them, inflict heavy casualties. The battle was still fierce. The Iwagakure ninjas fought while retreating, with some Jonin voluntarily covering the rear. Yakin ignored the retreat, targeting the strongest among the Iwagakure Chunin, never letting any exposed person escape, and the enemy could not easily flee either. The battlefield situation gradually became clear, with the Konoha forces showing overwhelming superiority. Both sides engaged in a chase. Minutes later, fewer than 100 Iwagakure survivors remained. Just as Yakin was about to switch targets to attack the Jonin, a voice rang out: "Everyone, execute Plan B immediately." This was an order from a Jonin of the Nakayama clan, clearly using secret techniques to contact the entire team and convey Naruto's command. The core of Plan B was to hold off the Iwagakure reinforcements, preparing for a full-scale counterattack on other strongholds. In other words, Iwagakure reinforcements were approaching. Yakin and a dozen Jonin charged to the front line to hold off the pursuers, while some in the rear began organizing the retreat of Chunin and Genin. Their task was to hold off the reinforcements, not to die fighting while retreating was the best strategy. Continuing to fight head-on would only lead to encirclement and was meaningless. All of this had been prepared in advance. The Konoha ninjas quickly reorganized their formation, dividing into more than a dozen small squads to form the core of the defense. The Iwagakure ninjas seemed to have received orders as well, beginning a desperate pursuit without retreating. But their top fighters were inferior to Konoha's, and their command was disorganized, limiting their effectiveness. They were soon blocked by Yakin and others. Minutes later, the Konoha ninjas successfully disengaged from the battle. At this time, Yakin and several team leaders began to retreat one after another. Nara Kazuhado instructed, Yakin, cover the rear and hold them off. Yakin immediately formed hand seals and cast fire release, great fireball technique, launching a fireball like a small sun toward the front. Rolling waves of fire cut off the Iwagakure pursuit. Move! Nara Kazuhado's voice came from behind. Yakin no longer hesitated and turned to leave. Watching the Konoha ninjas gradually retreat and the raging fire before them, the Iwagakure ninjas could only feel anxious. A Chunin asked, Captain, do we keep chasing? The Iwagakure Jonin widened his eyes and shouted, Of course we chase. We'll take a detour. The fire was too fierce, extinguishing it required many people as support, so it was better to go around. Thus, the two sides chased and fled, time passing quickly. An hour went by. At the front of the formation, Yakin, fast and strong, was responsible for leading the way. Suddenly, Yakin's steps halted mid-stride, and he quickly retreated backward. Several kunai flew from the front, embedding in the ground where he had just stepped. Attached to their ends were several explosive tags fluttering in the wind. The next moment, an explosion roared, flames rising and instantly igniting the surrounding trees. Yakin quickly slid back dozens of meters, avoiding the blast radius. He steadied himself, looking at the dense figures ahead, realizing the reinforcements had arrived and cut off the rear. He pulled out a signal flare and launched it. Only after it rose into the sky did he turn his gaze to the enemy. Strangely, the enemy did not stop him from sending the signal, which made him uneasy. But he quickly dismissed the thought and focused on the fight. There were 25 enemies in total, 3 Jonin, 12 Chunin, and 10 Genin. If it were only them, he would not worry. But more Iwagakure ninjas were gathering in the distance. Clearly this was just the vanguard. The main force had yet to arrive. Game on. Red light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he drew his blade and stabbed it into the ground, staring ahead like a predator eyeing its prey. Since entering the battlefield, he had not fought at full strength. Now, facing the IWA ninja alone, he had no reservations. A Jonin stepped forward, coldly staring at him. Flame Demon Sharingan Yichen, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. This was Matsui Shuji, the IWA Jonin who had once fought him. He had once threatened to let Yichen and the others die, and now meeting him again only heightened his excitement. Having slain the Uchiha prodigy and a ninja with a title, his reputation would echo throughout the ninja world. Yichen responded coldly, Who are you? He didn't even regard an opponent from a few months ago. At this moment, they were all destined to become the dead. Matsui snorted coldly and threw a gleaming kunai flying toward him. Yichen's blade flashed, slicing the kunai away. Is that all you've got? Matsui sneered, Flame Demon Sharingan Yichen, you're still as arrogant as ever. Remember, the one who kills you will be Iwa's Matsui Shuji. With that, he twisted his wrist to retrieve the kunai and thrust his blade straight at Yichen's throat. Most would be stunned by such a sudden attack, but Yichen's Sharingan perceived everything. He had already noticed transparent threads tied to the end of the kunai, unclear in purpose but signaling a trap. He was prepared and waited calmly to counterattack. Seeing those crimson 3-tomo Sharingan eyes, Matsui Shuji immediately averted his gaze. Though his hands did not stop, losing visual guidance made his movements noticeably stiff. Yichen's figure flashed, already moving elsewhere. His long blade swung, effortlessly cutting the silk-thin threads. With just this little strength, you're doomed. What? Before the words had fallen, Yecheng's entire body burst with the light of thunder, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Matsui Shuji's heart tightened, and he hurriedly dodged. Just as he appeared, he was met with a lightning release one-cut slash. This is a sword technique created by Yecheng that combines lightning release speed and penetration power. One slash. Ding! Matsui swung his kunai to block but was paralyzed by lightning, his body staggering backward, feeling a brief numbness. 2 slashes. The second strike came, Yecheng's speed doubled, a flash of lightning, and he had already changed position, the blade in his hand slowly dripping blood. I told you, you would die. These words whispered like a demon. Matsui Shuji staggered, his eyes bulging, his legs weakening, and he collapsed with a thud, dead. Shuji. Two Iwagakure Jonin were furious, previously refraining from intervening only because of Matsui. He had delusions of becoming famous in one battle, but ended up being cut down by two slashes at once. The flame demon Yecheng is truly terrifying. Next, it's your turn. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the IWA hidden army, filled with killing intent and strong battle spirit. Hold the formation steady, there's only one of him, we'll wear him down slowly. A Jonin from IWA hidden shouted. Yi Chen did not rush to confront the two Jonin, but instead turned to the main force behind and began slaughtering. He understood that the tough opponents should be saved for last, first kill the foot soldiers. This team had about 50 IWA ninja. If they were given time to use their ninjutsu, it would disrupt his rhythm. Yi Chen's combat power was already comparable to the current Kage-level strong fighters, but his defense was lacking, unable to ignore ninjutsu attacks like the third Raikage. He could handle a few ninjas' casting techniques, but if dozens cast simultaneously, he could only dodge temporarily, waiting for the right moment or to unleash stronger ninjutsu and counterattack. At present, the best strategy was close combat, not giving the opponent a chance to use ninjutsu. As he charged into the team, he created 10 shadow clones and attacked in all directions. The scene instantly became chaotic. The sudden appearance of 10 shadow clones caught the enemies off guard. The clones were not weak in combat, it only took one strike to kill a genin. As for Yecheng's original body, it was even more ferocious, the blade wrapped in thunder, mercilessly reaping lives. Those Chunin had almost no resistance, like a flock of sheep encountering wolves, brutally slaughtered. The main force at the rear saw the signal sent by Yecheng and immediately stopped. Nara Kazuhado ordered, Hyuga Keiji, scout the surrounding situation. A ninja from the Hyuga branch family stepped forward and whispered, Byakugan activated. Soon, Hyuga Keiji reported back, Captain Nara, rock ninjas are gathering on both sides. Nara Kazuhado frowned deeply. It was clear they were surrounded. After a moment of thought, he ordered, everyone, keep moving forward. Each squad leader spread out to the two wings to support Captain Yecheng and try to break through the encirclement. The team immediately adjusted their formation, with Genin and Chunin in the center, Jonin guarding the perimeter to prevent surprise attacks and breakouts. As they advanced, Hyuga Keiji reported again, I see Captain Yakin. Nara Kazuma asked urgently, how is he? Keiji's pupils suddenly contracted, his voice trembling, He suddenly stopped, standing dumbfounded, unable to even roll his eyes back. Keiji, what's wrong? Everyone asked in surprise. I saw the opponent's eyes, and it seems he saw me too. Everyone was puzzled. Although the Byakugan can probe from a distance, no one can reverse detect the Byakugan's gaze. What did you see? Someone pressed. Sharingan, a pair of demonic eyes. Captain Yakin is killing frantically, corpses everywhere. His gaze is terrifying. He has fixed his eyes on me. Everyone was shocked and found it hard to believe. The Sharingan is powerful, but it's impossible to detect them from such a distance, especially for a Hyuga clan ninja. What exactly happened ahead? Nara Kazuma did not hesitate and led his team to rush in that direction. At this moment, Yecheng stood amidst the pile of corpses, his gaze cold and distant. A team of over 50 Iwagakure shinobi had been slain by him, with more than 30 killed. The last two injured Jonin escaped with over 10 shunin. He intended to pursue but sensed someone spying on him. Concentrating, he used his strong spiritual power and his unopened Byakugan to detect the enemy's position. After confirming that the main force was closely following behind, he abandoned the chase. Corpses were scattered all around, the stench of blood pungent, but Yecheng paid no mind. He took out a hualing fruit, bit into it, and waited quietly for reinforcements to arrive. At the same time, he checked the system information. A total of 22,500 evolution points were obtained. Seeing this number, Yecheng felt a surge of joy. The previous battle had indeed been worthwhile. These evolution points rapidly enhanced his strength. He discovered that most of the evolution points came from Jonin, and the energy of a single high-level Jonin was equivalent to that of 10 Chunin. Of course, this also depends on individual differences. Ninjas with higher combat power convert more energy, while those with weaker combat power convert less. But overall, converting energy from Jonin is more cost-effective. He killed 6 enemy Jonin and gained energy equivalent to the total of dozens of lower and mid-level Chunin. It seems I'll have to seek out those ninjas with strong combat power in the future. Although they're tough to deal with, the rewards are greater, he thought. At this moment, the main force arrived at the scene. Seeing the ground covered with the bodies of the IWA ninjas, each of them was so shocked that they were speechless. Then, looking at the calm and composed figure in the center of the battlefield, they felt immense admiration. One person alone faced the entire IWA ninja squad and defeated them so thoroughly that they were in complete disarray. In their impression, only the commander Orochimaru from the Rain Country's main base could achieve this. Now, there was another Uchiha Yechin. Everyone both envied and admired him. They envied Ji-chun for having such combat power at a young age. With a limitless future ahead, they admired his decisiveness in killing and his strong combat ability without arrogance or impatience. Captain Yi-chen, what exactly happened here? Narakazuma snapped out of his shock and asked directly. Yi-chen couldn't send back detailed intelligence at the time. The signal flare only indicated that there was a situation ahead. Seeing him, Narakazuma immediately wanted to understand the reason. After all, every operation had to be recorded as a basis for battle achievements. Yi-chen answered honestly, Captain Nara, the situation was urgent. The enemy had greater numbers, and several Iwagakure squads were approaching. I had no choice but to take action first. Narakazuma's expression darkened, but it was not a reproach toward Yi-chen. In such a situation, he would also choose to hold off the enemy to buy the main force a chance to break through the encirclement. Whether he had Yi-chen's strength was another matter. What he worried about was that the Iwagakure reinforcements arrived too quickly, forming an encirclement in a short time. Hyuga Keiji, how is the situation now? Someone stepped forward. It was a ninja from the Hyuga clan. The situation is bad. Enemies are basically on all sides, but there is still a chance to break through ahead, Hyuga Keiji replied. Ahead were the squads scattered by Yi-chen. Breaking through was the only option. Yi-chen noticed him. The person who had just been spying on him was this very one. Being able to use the Byakugan to scout so far away clearly meant he was not weak. Being watched made Hyuga Keiji uneasy, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. He nodded to Yechung, then looked away. According to Byakugan reconnaissance, there were about 500 IWA ninjas surrounding them from all sides. They had over 300 men, which was a disadvantage, but still manageable. However, they couldn't get entangled for too long. These 500 were only the first wave of reinforcements, and more were surely on the way. After all, some IWA hidden strongholds were far from here, so even if the village dispatched troops, they wouldn't arrive in time. The best plan was to break through first, then decide the next move based on the progress of other teams' assaults. After discussion, everyone agreed to retreat along the original route, as the IWA ninja forces were thinnest there, making the breakthrough easier. Thanks to Yechung killing many enemies earlier, reinforcements wouldn't arrive quickly. Once the plan was confirmed, Narakazuma gave the order to move without hesitation. This time, the path was cleared not only by Yechung but also by a three-man squad led by Hyuga Keiji of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan was extremely important in this situation, helping them avoid many battles. Narakazuma trusted Yechung, which was why he felt comfortable entrusting the team to him. Half an hour later, the squad led by Yechung advanced rapidly under Hyuga Keiji's guidance. Yechung observed that Keiji's combat ability was roughly at the special Jounin level. Although the Byakugan could see far, it was not as advanced as his own third-stage Byakugan. Keiji's ability was estimated to be equivalent to a first-stage Byakugan. The role of the Byakugan was not to be underestimated. Whether for reconnaissance or tracking enemies, it was crucial. Suddenly, Hyuga Keiji stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Are there enemies? Yi-chen asked. There's no way forward. Jing Ci replied. No way forward? What do you mean? Yi-chen was puzzled. The path ahead is blocked by the IWA shinobi. They seem to have anticipated that we would break through here and are tightening their lines, thoroughly searching this area. It's impossible for us to sneak around quietly, Jing Ci explained while rolling his eyes. Before long, Yi-chen relayed the situation back. Narakazuma, seeing no other options, decisively ordered the main force to concentrate on breaking through in one direction. There were not many IWA shinobi ahead, and although breaking through would expose their position, the enemy would need time to regroup and encircle them again. This way, they could still hold the enemy back, achieving two goals at once. At this moment, the IWA ninja had not yet discovered the Konoha team's breakout. By the time they realized it, several small squads led by Yechung were already closing in. The breakout members were all Chunin and Jonin, tasked with quickly breaking through the enemy lines. Raiton, Thunderball. Yechung was the first to strike, throwing several thunderballs into various parts of the forest. Thunder roared, forcing the IWA ninja hiding in the shadows to reveal themselves. Even if they weren't hit, they were forced to lose combat effectiveness. Immediately after, a Konoha Jonin quickly formed hand seals and spat out a stream of water. The water touched the ground and transformed into waves advancing forward, forming a sizable lake. This was the B-rank ninjutsu Suiton, exploding water surge, capable of altering the terrain. After the Thunderball bombardment, the IWA ninja had nowhere left to hide and retreated one after another in the face of the surging waves. The situation was urgent and Iwagakure Jonin rushed out and used Earth-style mud wall to block the waves. A dirt wall over 10 meters high stood before the IWA ninja. The waves struck the dirt wall and rebounded, creating a second wave that crashed against the wall again, repeatedly. The waves hit again and again, shaking the forest, but the dirt wall continuously held back the tide. The IWA ninja hiding behind the dirt wall breathed a sigh of relief. Jonin Kimura is really impressive. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to hold back these waves. Jonin Kimura was not complacent. He knew the Konoha team would not give up easily and would definitely attack again. Sure enough, Konoha ninja in front launched 4 or 5 lightning balls in succession. The lightning balls struck the earthen wall, erupting with thunder. When lightning met water, the waves shimmered with electric light. Lightning release counters earth release. As the lightning balls exploded, the earth wall had already begun to collapse. Waves of electric surges crashed repeatedly, and the earthen wall could no longer hold. Scatter! Jonin Kimura ordered a retreat and simultaneously stopped chakra transmission. At that moment, he saw a pair of crimson eyes. Not good, Sharingan. Just as he was about to use a ninjutsu to dispel the genjutsu, his consciousness was pulled into the illusion. Everyone saw a figure of lightning swiftly walking on the waves. The long blade was drawn, the thunder blade struck down, heavily hitting the Kimura Rock Ninja. Lightning flashed, Kimura Rock Ninja was knocked flying, falling into the waves, dying on the spot. In just a few seconds, Ichin killed a rock-hidden Jonin, thanks to the cooperation of the Konoha Jonin. Without water release support, it would be impossible to break the defense so quickly. The thunderous waves broke through the earthen wall, and under the warning of Jonin Kimura, most of the rock ninjas escaped disaster. Only a few were drowned by the waves. Although the waves were small at this time, the lightning flowed with the current, causing several rock ninjas to lose their lives. Kill! Yi Chen shouted angrily, charging first towards the rock ninjas. The main force followed closely behind. Over 300 Konoha ninjas surged like a flood. The panicked rock ninjas lost their backbone and scattered in all directions. The Konoha ninja did not let them go, aiming for total annihilation to delay the leakage of intelligence, or at least to eliminate more enemies. Soon, the main force caught up, forming an encirclement. Yecheng unleashed a massacre. His lightning style combined with his swordsmanship was unstoppable. The IWA ninja, lacking a Jonin commander, were like scattered sand, being defeated one by the Konoha forces. In the end, relying on numerical and strength advantages, Konoha left behind most of the IWA ninja, with only a few escaping using ninjutsu. Nara Kazuhiko ordered no pursuit, prioritizing breaking through the IWA ninja encirclement. This was to buy time for rest and better restrain the reinforcements from Iwagakure. They had to break out before the IWA ninja formed a second encirclement. Only then could the following battles be easier, turning into a ghost team constantly harassing the IWA village defense line, creating offensive opportunities for other Konoha teams. Afternoon came quickly. After confirming they had broken through the encirclement, they found a concealed spot for everyone to rest. The Konoha ninjas sat down, utterly exhausted. Some fell asleep immediately, while others chewed on ration pills to replenish their strength. The only sounds on the field were chewing and snoring. At this moment, surviving the breakout was the greatest fortune. After resting for 3 hours, the team set off again. After some adjustments, their spirits had somewhat recovered, but they still appeared fatigued. The goal was to reach the second line of defense of Iwagakure. Nara Kazuhiko did not rush, knowing everyone was not in good condition. Continuous fighting and marching since last night had caused intense exhaustion that was hard to bear. Slowing down was to conserve strength and also to hold off the pursuing IWA ninja. Their mission was not to flee but to hold back the IWA reinforcement troops. If they ran too fast, the enemy would think they couldn't catch up and give up, making all efforts in vain. They had to make the enemy feel they were tired and unreachable to keep the pursuit going. At the same time, maintaining a safe distance, Nara Kazuhiko precisely controlled the pace. Recognized as a wise strategist by Konoha and the ninja world, no one questioned his decisions. In the next 2 days, the team moved intermittently, sometimes taking detours to avoid pursuers, sometimes forcing their way through the IWA ninja checkpoints. They neither got caught nor managed to shake off the enemy, completing the mission perfectly. On the evening of the 3rd day, they reached the 3rd defensive line they had previously broken through and occupied a stronghold they had taken before. It was a village of moderate size, looking dilapidated due to previous wars. IWA did not send anyone to retake it, seemingly considering it unimportant and leaving it unattended for the time being. Because of this, they got a bargain. At least they had shelter, which was better than sleeping outdoors. So, they decided to rest here for the night. Soon, Naruto convened a meeting of the Jonin, with the special Jonin also attending. Based on intelligence reports, everyone discussed the next course of action. News from the main camp indicated that the counterattack was going very smoothly. They had not only penetrated deep into enemy territory and broken through 3 defensive lines, but other strongholds had also seen significant progress. Some teams had even breached IWA Village's second defensive line. Tomorrow's mission was to rendezvous with a team that had already broken through the second defensive line not far away. For now, their task of holding off the IWA ninja teams was basically complete. Intelligence showed that the enemy IWA ninja would not arrive nearby until at least tomorrow afternoon, meaning they could rest safely during this time and depart in the morning without risk. However, Yechin felt that everything was going too smoothly, a vague unease stirring in his heart. The repeated feeling of being watched on the road made him even more uneasy. Although his spiritual power was strong, he could not easily activate his Byakugan to investigate and had to rely on his instincts. Naruto could not change the plan based on his lone feeling. Looks like tomorrow won't be peaceful, Yechin sighed, but he was not afraid. When the enemy comes, he would block it. When water comes, he would cover it with earth. Even if there was danger, he had the skills to retreat safely. Under the moonlight, not far from Yechin, a strange insect emerged from the ground. It was 3 meters long, with a round head covered in wrinkles, like it was wearing strange leather armor. It looked like an earthworm but was unusual. It shook its head from side to side and emitted a human figure from its mouthparts. The person looked around cautiously, and after confirming safety, gently stroked the insect's head. "Well done, Bruno." The insect enjoyed the touch and quietly lay down, waiting for orders. If Yechin had been present, he would have recognized this person as Matsui Shuichi, the elder brother of Matsui Shuji. Bruno was his summoning beast, capable of concealing its aura and tracking sense, with an interdimensional space hidden inside its body. Matsui Shuichi was hiding in that space, using Bruno to mask his presence and quietly tailing Yechin's group. He followed Yechin, only to find an opportunity to avenge his younger brother. Although he once advised his brother to keep a low profile, Matsui Shoji was ruthlessly killed by Yechin with 2 slashes. How could Matsui Zuichi, as the elder brother, remain indifferent? After learning that the opponent was the flame demon Yechin, he did not act immediately but used a summoned beast to continuously track him here. Yechin occasionally felt he was being watched. It turned out to be this insect spying. As for why he didn't notify Iwagakure to send people to surround this Konoha team, the reason was simple. He knew the strength of the Konoha team and the ninja titled Yechin and the nearby IWA ninja were insufficient to stop them. Reporting the intelligence would only alert the enemy, increasing the risk of exposure and serving no purpose. However, he dared to show himself because the situation had changed. The village had sent an elite team that had already arrived at the battlefield. The number was small, but even the weakest were special Jonin, and the leader was the elite Jonin Han, known as the Steam Ninja. He was not simple. Inside him was sealed the terrifying 5-tails disaster beast Mu Wang. After receiving the news, Matsui Zuichi passed on the intelligence. According to the timeline, the team would arrive tomorrow, so Matsui risked close observation of the stronghold. "Yechin, when Lord Han arrives, you'll know what fear is," he said, patting the insect's head. Bruno immediately understood, twisted his body, and swallowed Matsui Zuichi in one bite. Then he burrowed underground, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace on the surface, which eerily returned to its original state. At this moment, Yechin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, vanished from where he was, and instantly appeared at the highest point of the stronghold, looking into the distance. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of wind rustling the treetops. Byakugan activate. The 3rd stage Byakugan, the Rift Eye, instantly activated. After the 3rd stage, the viewing distance greatly increased, able to see everything within 6 kilometers, with a focused vision range of 10 kilometers. But no abnormalities were found within 6 kilometers. The abnormal signal just now was checked with the Byakugan but left no trace. Strange, how could nothing be found? He did not expect the enemy to be hiding inside the insect's body. "Captain Yechin, what's going on?" a ninja asked, noticing Yechin's unusual behavior. Yechin withdrew his Byakugan and flashed down to the ground. "Nothing, just restless and unable to sleep. I'm checking above for any IWA ninja traces. You all continue patrolling." After speaking, he turned and left. Captain Yi-chen is really dedicated, working hard during the day and still helping patrol at night. We should learn from him, someone said. Yi-chen heard this, smirked, and thought these people really had vivid imaginations. The time came to the next morning. At dawn, the Konoha ninjas gradually got ready. They wiped away the traces of last night, ate some rations simply, which counted as breakfast. Then, under the command of Narakazuma, they set off towards the target decided last night. The temporary team formed by Yecheng was still scouting ahead, with their Sharingan fully activated, nervously scanning every area. Raikage saw this and asked curiously, "Captain Yecheng, why are you so cautious today? Did something happen?" Yecheng glanced at him, seeing his relaxed expression. In fact, most of the team felt the same compared to a few days ago. Their spirits had clearly improved. After completing the mission, they would reunite with other teams, so it was inevitable to feel a bit relaxed. Nothing abnormal found, just a feeling that something's off. Everyone, don't let your guard down. I see. Raikage nodded seriously. After all, Yecheng was an experienced flame Sharingan user. About 20 to 30 kilometers away from Yecheng's team, a 10-person squad from Iwagakure was moving quickly forward. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry pierced the sky. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked up. A male eagle flew from the distant mountains, circled a few times, then swooped down and landed on one person's shoulder. The man touched the eagle feather, took out a slip of paper from the bamboo tube, on which a string of numbers was written. He quickly decrypted it in his mind. "What does it say?" another IWA ninja asked. The man tore the slip of paper apart and slowly said, "Matsui Shuichi just sent a message. The Konoha team has just left their base. The command suspects they might be joining up with the team that broke through the Aoyama camp yesterday." Everyone fell silent. Another person asked, "Should we ambush near the Aoyama camp or intercept them on the road? We can't go to the Aoyama camp." Everyone looked at the captain, a man clad in red armor, wearing a red mask and a straw hat, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, known as the Steam Ninja. The captain's words were echoed by an IWA ninja. "Going to the Aoyama camp would easily expose our position. Maybe the command's guess is wrong, and we'd just be wasting time. Then let's intercept them on the road. We know their route and can take a shortcut to block them ahead," another suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. "And also, we need to immediately notify the other search teams. 10 of us alone can't stop them all," said the previously decrypted IWA ninja. "Alright, I'll send the intel right away," he said, taking out paper and pen, writing down a string of numbers, rolling it into a bamboo tube, and handing it to the eagle to carry out. This was the secret code sent from the IWA ninja command. Even if the enemy intercepted the intel, without the codebook, they couldn't decrypt it. He touched the eagle's feathers, shrugged, and shouted, "Go." The eagle seemed to understand the command, called out, flapped its wings, and flew off into the distance. Afterward, the IWA ninja squad began discussing the details of intercepting the Konoha team, adjusting their direction, and continuing forward. Meanwhile, the Yechen squad was scouting ahead. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja ran over to report, "Captain Yechen, Commander Nara ordered you to stop advancing and come to him." The group stopped, and Yechen looked at Raikage beside him, knowing he had already relayed the conversation back to the rear. "Captain, you're right. This is serious. It's better to go and discuss it with Commander Nara," Raikage said with a smile, looking somewhat uneasy. "Rest here, don't let your guard down." After speaking, Yi-chen pointed at Raikage with his finger, his eyes signaling, "You wait for me." Raikage quickly bowed, as if admitting his mistake. At the rear, the main force also stopped to rest. Narakazuma saw Yi-chen and waved him over. Several Jonin captains gathered around Narakazuma. The situation seemed calm but concealed danger. He trusted Yi-chen's ability, and once Raikage arrived, he decided to discuss before making a decision. "Captain Yechen is here, have a seat." Yechen didn't hesitate and sat down beside Narakazuhiko. Everyone looked at Yechen, and Narakazuhiko spoke, "I heard you found someone following us?" "Not confirmed yet." Yechen shook his head. Narakazuhiko became more serious after hearing this. "Be specific, this is no small matter." Yechen didn't hide anything and recounted in detail the occasional spying glances he had sensed over the past 2 days. Everyone fell silent, and Narakazuhiko didn't find it absurd. It felt very mysterious. The intuition of experts is often frighteningly accurate. Is Yechen an expert? The answer is yes. Though young, his strength made Narakazuhiko feel inferior. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan, he believed this was no illusion. If the spying is true, it means their movement routes have long been controlled by the enemy. If it's someone from another hidden village, at most it would add some danger. But if it's a ninja from the hidden rock village, then it's a serious problem. However, there have been no signs of a rock ninja encirclement in the past 2 days. Does that mean Yuichiro was wrong and there are no hidden enemies at all? On the other hand, the enemy not counter-encircling them and allowing them to break through the defense line might be a way to lull them into a false sense of security, preparing for a fatal strike. If that is the case, it means the enemy's deployment is nearly complete and they could attack at any time. They didn't act in the past few days, perhaps because they were setting up their plan, and 2 days is enough time to prepare. Maybe today is the day the hidden rock village makes their move. These thoughts surged in Nara Kazuku's mind. With the little information Yuichiro provided, he was able to deduce the general situation. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, so he shared his thoughts with everyone. The other jonin frowned after hearing him. The ninja world is full of strange techniques, with concealment arts and summoning beasts emerging endlessly. It wouldn't be surprising if enemies were lurking undetected. The key point is, if Yuichiro and Nara Kazuku's judgments are correct, the current situation is extremely dangerous and countermeasures must be formulated quickly. So what do we do now? Stop advancing and search for hidden enemies? A jonin asked. No, before he finished, several opposed. Captain Yuichiro sensed enemies he must have been observing secretly, one said. That's right, but nothing has been found every time, Yuichiro nodded. The Konoha jonin continued, everyone knows Yeching's strength, and with the Uchiha Sharingan, even he didn't notice. If we go to investigate, it might be futile. Maybe Jonin Hirakura should try, someone interjected. Hyuga Hirakura shook his head, no. If the enemy is really nearby and has evaded my Byakugan reconnaissance, it means they understand our abilities and only approach to gather intelligence at specific moments. Jinxi's Byakugan is equally powerful, and since nothing was detected earlier, it means the enemy is deeply hidden, and I won't be able to find them either. Then change the route, don't go to the Qingshan camp, go somewhere else, someone suggested. No, another shook their head, if the enemy is really tailing us, changing the route won't help. What then? Let's just go to the Qingshan camp. The group debated without result, and Nara Kazuku ultimately decided to continue toward the Qingshan camp. This operation must be swift, taking advantage of the enemy's incomplete deployment to get as close to the camp as possible. Even if attacked, the Qingshan camp can provide timely reinforcements. At the same time, send out more reconnaissance teams to guard against a sudden ambush by the IWA ninja. Additionally, notify the Konoha forces at the Qingshan camp to move quickly in this direction to try to rendezvous earlier. The enemy might be hiding very stealthily, so Nara Kazuku had Hyuga Hirakura lead several Hyuga ninja to search around the team, occasionally activating their Byakugan for observation. As soon as the enemy appears, they can be detected immediately. Nara Kazuku kept issuing orders, and Yeching clearly felt the team's morale and mental state renewed. Everyone was no longer lax and became especially cautious. Yichen admired Nara Kazuhiko. In his heart he was the soul of the team, and with him around, the team had cohesion. After discussing the strategy, Yichen returned to the front to continue clearing the path. From now on, they had to carry out the scouting mission with even greater caution. Almost every 5 minutes, Hyuga Keiji would activate his Byakugan to scan for any movement within a 1-kilometer radius. Fortunately, until the brief rest near noon, no abnormalities were detected. But perhaps the good luck ended there. Half an hour later, after the break, Hyuga Keiji activated his Byakugan again to confirm everything was safe, and the team continued forward. Not far ahead, Hyuga Keiji suddenly stopped, his Byakugan fixed on a direction, his expression grave. Yichen saw this and knew he must have discovered something important, feeling secretly pleased. What's wrong? Did you find something? Hyuga Keiji said, about 500 meters to the right, there's a small IWA ninja squad. Yichen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. There really was an ambush. How many are there? What about their strength? Yichen looked in that direction. The distance was far and there were obstacles, so he couldn't see clearly without using his Byakugan. He had to ask Hyuga Jinxi. 10, Hyuga Jinxi replied. What about their strength? Yichen was a bit disappointed. Only 10 people trying to intercept a team of hundreds was a bit overconfident. This few people weren't even spread out enough. I can only pray that their strength is sufficient. Hyuga Jinxi observed carefully for a while longer. Although a ninja's strength isn't entirely determined by the amount of chakra, those with more chakra are generally not weak. Chakra quantity is the basic criterion for judging an enemy's strength. Sensory ninjas usually start from this aspect. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is more precise than that of ordinary sensory ninjas. Soon, Hyuga Keiji observed and said, among them, 6 have chakra levels reaching the special jounin rank, 2 are jounin, and 1 is an elite jounin. Hearing this, Yecheng and the team members were all shocked. Generally speaking, special jounin are the village's high-level combatants, jounin are the backbone of the village, and elite jounin are among the strongest few. During peacetime, they would even compete for the position of Kage, showing that the number of elite jounin in each village is not many. This time, Iwagakure sent out a team consisting of 1 elite jounin, 2 jounin, and 6 special jounin, which surprised Yecheng greatly. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 10 people? Where's the last one? Yecheng asked excitedly. These are all strong individuals, and their evolved points after transformation must be considerable. The elite jounin are here. Could the last one be a Kage-level powerhouse? It can't be Inoki. His body wouldn't recover in just a few months. There's one more, Hyuga Keiji said after a moment of silence, staring intently in that direction with a very tense expression. Just as Yecheng anxiously waited, Hyuga Keiji suddenly screamed, his Byakugan rolling back, gasping heavily, sweat beads covering his forehead, as if he had been greatly shocked. Could it be that Inoki really came? Yecheng wondered in his heart. Even if Inoki came to the front line, he shouldn't personally carry out such an attack. He should be commanding from the tent. Before he could speak, Hyuga Keiji came to his senses and hurriedly pulled Yi-Chen away. Let's retreat quickly. Yi-Chen said nothing, waved his hand, and the team immediately withdrew. It wasn't out of fear, but because they sensed something suspicious and wanted to find out exactly what Hyuga Keiji had seen. After retreating about 300 meters, Hyuga Keiji finally recovered and said, "Tell me, who did you see? He's not an ordinary ninja. If I'm not mistaken, he's the Five-Tails Jinchuriki-han." Oh, so it's not Inoki, Yi-Chen realized, blinking and asking uncertainly, who did you say it was just now? Like you, he's also called the Steam Ninja, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki-han. Got it? Hyuga Keiji almost shouted. This name resonated loudly throughout the ninja world, even more intimidating than the Tsuchikage. Jinchuriki are terrifying wherever they are. The tailed beast sealed within them holds immense power and is the village's secret weapon. Yi-Chen never expected that Iwagakure would send out such a deadly weapon. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong, summoning mission triggered. A strong individual always has companions and mounts nearby. The Five-Tails Mu Wang is a good target. Mission, successfully capture the Five-Tails Mu Wang. Reward, special item Spirit Command Order, unlocks the summoning hall of the Joxiao Yintian Palace. As soon as he heard the name Steam Ninja Han, the system immediately issued a mission to capture the tailed beast, leaving Yi-Chen with mixed feelings. Mount? Yi-Chen thought. A tailed beast is not a beast of burden. Can it be caught just like that? Besides, he doesn't have sealing ninjutsu, and a Jinchuriki's tailed beast is even harder to deal with, far stronger than a simple tailed beast. But on second thought, this mission isn't actually impossible. After all, it's only the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. The Five-Tails abilities are relatively simple, and its energy is far less than that of other tailed beasts. If facing powerful tailed beasts like the 9 tails, 8 tails, or 1 tail, without sealing ninjutsu, with his current strength, it would be much harder to take them down. After this analysis, Yi-Chen felt there was still hope to complete this mission. He also thought of a key point, energy conversion. Although the Five Tails is not as strong as the previous tailed beasts, the energy within it is still astonishing. If it could be converted into abilities, it might even surpass what shadow-level experts can convert. If he could harvest wool little by little, take a bit today, wait for it to recover, then take a bit more, wouldn't that become an evolution point engine? Just thinking about it excited Yi-Chen. If it really works, he wouldn't have to run around anymore, and evolution points would flow endlessly. After a fierce round of thinking, he came up with quite a few plans. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han is not weak. Being called a steam ninja means his strength has definitely reached the Kage level. But the commotion caused by capturing the Five Tails won't be small. Uchiha Madara is not dead yet, and once he notices, the trouble will be big. If the other side sets their sights on him and sends Kuratsuchi to control him, executing that Eye of the Moon plan, the problem becomes even more serious. Yi-Chen didn't want to get entangled with someone who was about to die for too long. Also, there are too many Iwagakure ninjas nearby. If he acts rashly, he will be hunted down if it drags on. By then, his rescue of the third Raikage would no longer be a secret. Despite the high risks, as long as the benefits are enough, it's still worth a gamble. Isn't it just the Five Tails Jinchuriki? I'll give it a shot. Yi-Chen secretly decided to take action. Captain Yi-Chen. Just as he was lost in thought, Hinata Keiji's anxious voice interrupted him. What is it? We need to quickly rendezvous with the main force and inform Commander Nara about the situation here, Raikage said urgently. When I used the Byakugan to observe, the tailed beasts discovered us. They are definitely heading this way. We have to retreat immediately. Before he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from afar, growing louder and closer. Raikage immediately activated his Byakugan and looked toward the direction of the sound, his expression changing drastically. Move quickly, he's coming. Yechin also understood that this sound was no ordinary noise, it truly lived up to the name of steam. A figure rapidly approached from the distance, clad in red armor, wearing a straw hat, with white steam emanating from his entire body. All the small trees on the road were broken, only the thick trees slightly changed his direction. This power was extremely terrifying, truly worthy of being the Five Tails Jinchuriki. The boil release enhanced his body, making the impact force invincible. Half a minute ago, the 10-man IWA ninja squad was moving rapidly. Suddenly, the Captain Han stopped, and the others followed suit. "What's wrong, Han?" asked an IWA ninja. Han raised his hand to signal silence, closed his eyes, and sensed the chakra within his body. A few seconds later, a streak of dark red energy suddenly appeared on his body surface, carrying a violent aura that unsettled the others, causing them to step back. 6 special Jonin were ready to act, worried that the Five Tails seal might be loosening. However, the dark red energy disappeared after only a few seconds, a false alarm. Han opened his eyes, coldly glanced at the 6, and said, "Someone just tried to spy on me," angering that guy inside. Before he finished speaking, he activated boil release and, using its power, dashed toward Yechin. The others followed without hesitation. Although their mission was to assist Han and block the Konoha team, more importantly, they were to keep an eye on Han. The Jinchuriki, though loyal, could not be allowed to escape the village's control. This was their duty and the sorrow of the Jinchuriki. After a dozen seconds, Yechin and the others saw a huge figure surrounded by swirling steam charging recklessly. This is boil release, really powerful, Yechin thought. He estimated the distance between the two sides apart from himself, no one else could catch up to the steam ninja. He had no choice but to hold the opponent back himself, allowing the others to return and regroup with the main force. Yechin ordered, "You all go back quickly and inform Commander Nara of the situation. I'll hold them off." But Raikage was worried. With 10 Jonin plus the steam ninja, it was too dangerous for Yechin alone. "Go quickly, don't waste time," Yechin said firmly. Keiji glanced at Han rapidly approaching, gritted his teeth, and nodded, "All right, don't confront them head on. I'll notify Commander Nara to bring reinforcements as soon as possible." After speaking, he quickly left with several Chunin. Since they couldn't help and would only be a burden, Yechin simply let them go first. He activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and stood steadily, waiting for the opponent. Han stopped about 30 meters from Yechin. Seeing the Sharingan, he immediately lowered his straw hat to cover his eyes. "Flame Demon Sharingan Yechin, I've long heard of your name." Yechin said nothing, quickly pulling out 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and threw them at Han in 3 separate throws. Before Han realized something was wrong, the first shuriken had already flown close to his eyes. He did not panic and raised his arm to block. Ding ding ding, 3 sounds rang out as the shuriken was deflected. Yechin's pupils contracted slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he quickly threw out a kunai. The kunai sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whooshing sound. Han's expression changed, knowing this power was no ordinary matter. He immediately mobilized the chakra within his body, rapidly raising the temperature and releasing it. The red armor was pushed open by steam, and his arms crossed like blades to strike. The kunai collided fiercely with his crossed arms, scattering from the shock. Han grunted lowly, his body flying backward like a cannonball, breaking a large tree, then pushing off another trunk to jump up. A drop of bright red blood slid down his arm and dripped onto the tree trunk. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, this was the first time he had been cut by a thrown kunai. Though the wound was small, it proved the enemy's power was astonishing. It also healed quickly, showing the strength of his chakra. Yechin deliberately used only 1/10 of his strength to throw 3 shuriken, which Han easily blocked, creating the illusion that Han underestimated him. On the second attack, Yechin went all out, the force of 50,000 Jin catching Han off guard. But he did not use spatial compression, otherwise, the damage would have been greater. That was too risky. If the Jinchuriki's life was in danger, the tailed beast would take control of his mind, causing the situation to spiral out of control, which would be disadvantageous to Yechin. Yechin then unleashed a giant fireball 3 meters in diameter, spraying it toward Han's location. The fireball almost engulfed Han. But Han's figure had already vanished. From beside him came a low rumble and a sharp slicing sound through the air. A tall red shadow charged at Yi Chen with fierce momentum, as if it wanted to smash him to pieces. If it hit, Yi Chen would surely be killed or seriously injured. But he was prepared. The moment Han disappeared, he used the Void Flash technique, instantly teleporting to a tree trunk 10 meters away. The red shadow struck only a residual image, missing him. Such a good opportunity, how could Yi Chen let it slip? He kicked off the tree trunk with his right foot, lunging forward suddenly. Drawing his long blade, the three tomo in his eyes rotated slightly as he quickly locked onto a gap in the opponent's armor and slashed. If this strike landed, Han would be injured. Yi Chen did not want to seriously wound his opponent, to avoid causing too much commotion and affecting subsequent plans. But Han was an experienced ninja who would not be easily caught by Yi Chen. Previously, he had suffered losses only because he was unfamiliar with Yi Chen's methods. Now, he was extremely vigilant. Sensing danger, Han instinctively unleashed the boil release power, a massive amount of energy surging out from his body. Huff, huff. Thick white steam burst out from the gaps in the armor, rushing straight toward Yi Chen's face. Feeling the high temperature of the steam, Yi Chen immediately sheathed his blade, turned, and leapt backward. Despite dodging, he was still partially affected by the steam, and his arm quickly became covered in blisters. A burning pain came, and Yi Chen frowned. This boil release is truly formidable, even a light touch has such power. If hit directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He lightly shook his arm, causing the blisters to burst, hot pus flowing out. Yi Chen paid no mind. His constitution was unlike ordinary people. Cultivating the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, he continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, recovering at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, new skin had formed over the blister. Han took advantage of the momentum to rush forward more than 10 meters, then stopped without pursuing. Although he forced Yi Chen to retreat, he did not continue his offensive. He stood still, looking at Yi Chen, shocked in his heart. The name of the flame demon Yecheng was well known, but I once thought it was just an exaggeration. After confronting him, I realized the rumors were true, and he was even stronger. In just a few moves, whether it was the kunai throws or that fierce slash just now, he felt a tremendous threat. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate the situation and waited for the other 9 teammates to arrive, planning to surround and kill Yecheng together. This was the safest strategy. Han was stalling for time, and Yecheng was fully aware of it. At this moment, he did not want to get entangled because the 9 IWA shinobi were rapidly approaching along the path Han had cleared. Seeing this situation, Yecheng understood it was time to retreat. Han's strength had been fully assessed. Continuing the fight was pointless. If surrounded by 10 people, escaping would be extremely difficult. Thinking this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yecheng's mouth. Suddenly, he glared at the ground and swiftly leapt backward. At the same time, he summoned 3 shadow clones, dispersing in different directions to escape. Han saw this and did not hesitate. He also used clones to closely pursue Yecheng's trail. Suddenly, fluctuations came from 4 directions simultaneously, and 4 lightning spheres attacked from all sides. Han felt the terrifying energy brought by the lightning spheres and knew he could not withstand them head-on. He quickly stopped his ninjutsu, and high-temperature steam sprayed from the gaps in the armor on his arms. Using the power of the steam, his body instantly retreated backward more than 10 meters. The lightning spheres exploded where he had been standing. The lightning power destroyed the surrounding trees, and a large area nearby was scorched and even caught fire. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, the area was left in ruins. Han was shocked by the scene. If he hadn't dodged quickly, even his boil release would have been unable to withstand this lightning attack. After a moment, the sound of rushing wind came to Yi Chen's ear. There was no doubt the pursuers had arrived again. Han was surprised to find that Yi Chen could actually determine which one was his true body. Although Yi Chen used shadow clones, each clone had an energy aura, but Han, relying on the tailed beast's perception, still detected subtle differences and identified the original. Yi Chen deliberately slowed his pace to lure Han to catch up. Han, afraid of Yi Chen's Sharingan, never dared to get close. Although strong, he was being led by Yi Chen. Every time he approached, facing the pressure radiated by the Sharingan, he instinctively avoided it. His intuition told him this Sharingan was much stronger than an ordinary 3-tomo one. Once they made eye contact, it was almost impossible to escape the genjutsu. The two chased each other through the forest, leaving countless afterimages. The 9 behind them also caught up. Seeing the stalemate, they did not join the fight but slowly followed from behind. Yi Chen knew these people wanted to use him to find the location of the main force. Instead, he used himself as bait to lure them in. These 10 were quite powerful, and among them was even a Jinchuriki. Even if Yi Chen fought them, he couldn't guarantee a complete victory. But he knew Hyuga Keiji would return to report and reinforcements would arrive soon. At that time, dividing and conquering would be much better than fighting alone. More importantly, he had another goal: to find the hidden enemy. The appearance of the IWA ninja squad here proved his perception was correct. The enemy spying in secret really existed and was very likely a ninja from Iwagakure. As long as someone was present, the location of the main force couldn't be kept secret. Now it was just that the intelligence transmission was not timely, and Han's team hadn't grasped the latest situation. Since that was the case, following them wouldn't hurt at worst, they could discover the main force's location earlier. Maybe they could even seize the opportunity to capture these few people or even root out the hidden enemy. However, Yichen seemed to have forgotten that there was another group of IWA ninja pursuers behind them, which would undoubtedly affect his plan. While Yichen and Han were entangled, Hyuga Keiji led his squad running swiftly and finally caught up with the main force. As soon as he returned, he sensed something was wrong. The entire team had stopped in place and was no longer advancing, as if waiting for news, which made him uneasy. But there was no time to think too much now. He had to find Commander Nara quickly and report the intelligence. The longer the delay, the harder it would be to say how long Yichen could hold out. After all, the other side had 10 jonin, including a titled ninja. Such a team was a force not to be ignored in any hidden village. Nara Kazuhisa was discussing matters with several jonin. Everyone looked serious, clearly facing difficulties. Hyuga Keiji didn't care about that and walked straight over. Seeing him come, Nara Kazuhisa and the others stopped talking. Hyuga Hirakura, a fellow clansman, spoke. "Keiji, weren't you scouting ahead? Why are you back? Something happened up ahead." Hyuga Keiji stopped walking and said simply. These words made everyone present tense. Nara Kazuma hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The situation was urgent, so Hyuga Keiji only mentioned the key points. When they heard there were 10 jonin and a 5 tails Jinchuriki, everyone's expressions immediately darkened. "What about Captain Yajin?" someone asked. "Captain Yechin told me to lead the squad back to report the intelligence first. He is still tangled up with the enemy alone. We must support him as soon as possible," Jinxi replied. Nara Kazuma did not respond immediately but rapidly ran through various emergency plans in his mind. Beside him, Hyuga Jinxi anxiously looked at everyone. Is there a problem? Logically, in this situation, they should immediately dispatch shinobi reinforcements, or even encircle and annihilate the enemy. Why is everyone still hesitating? Hyuga Hirakura advised, "Jinxi, stay calm." Jinxi took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and speculated, could there be a problem on this side as well? He thought carefully about the anxious mood of the shinobi in the team when they arrived, combined with Nara's hesitation in command, which was clearly unusual. The IWA shinobi have caught up. Hyuga Hirakura nodded and said, "Just now, other reconnaissance squads discovered traces of the IWA shinobi. There are quite a few enemies. They have almost surrounded us." Hyuga Jinxi gasped upon hearing this, then thought, it was that guy in the shadows who exposed our whereabouts. "That's right, it's him," Hyuga Hirakura confirmed. "You found him?" Jinxi was surprised. "Yes, he appeared once before. I saw him with the Byakugan, but he was too far away. By the time we arrived, he had already escaped." "Escaped?" Jinxi frowned. "Yes, but that guy isn't important now. The key is how to break through the IWA ninjas' encirclement. How far are they from here?" "About 5 kilometers. Another jonin interrupted. "Luckily, we sent out a reconnaissance team in advance. Otherwise, if we only discovered them when they got close, it would have been a big problem." Someone else said, "Thanks to Captain Yeching's reminder." Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Nara Kazuhiko snapped out of his contemplation and decisively ordered, "Juinpu, relay the order. The 1st and 2nd combat squads support Yajin." "Yes." Yamanaka Juinpu wasted no words, formed the hand seals, closed his eyes, and performed the secret technique, mind transmission. In less than half a minute, the order was conveyed to the members of the 1st and 2nd combat squads, along with Yajin's location and intelligence. The Konoha ninja who received the order immediately left their teams. Even 2 jonin and 4 special jonin set out together. Everyone clearly understood their target. Yamanaka Juinpu opened his eyes, and a jonin asked, "What about those IWA ninja encircling us from the outskirts?" "Ignore them." Nara Kazuhiko answered decisively. "Ignore them?" Everyone was puzzled. Nara Kazuhiko nodded firmly. "We must rush to the Aoyama camp with all our strength. As long as Yajin leads the 1st and 2nd combat squads to hold off the IWA ninja, we can break through before the encirclement tightens." "Is there enough time?" someone asked. "Enough. Nara Kazuhado said confidently, "According to my calculations, the team from Aoyama camp will arrive before the IWA ninja catch up to us." His tone was firm and convincing. The others no longer asked questions and immediately carried out the mission. Meanwhile, Yeching was contending with the enemy. Upon hearing the sound of the wind through the mountains, he understood Nara Kazuhado's plan. He skillfully lured Han and the 9 IWA ninja in another direction. A few minutes later, Yeching led his team rushing into the dense forest, with Han's squad close behind. At that moment, several attacks suddenly struck ninjutsu, ninja tools, and explosive tags all launched simultaneously. In an instant, a sense of crisis swept over them. Han's instincts quickly sounded the alarm. Without hesitation, he immediately tore open a crack in the seal within his body. Dark red energy surged out, forming a shield on his body surface. Yi Chen immediately recognized it as the tailed beast cloak. All attacks that landed on Han were blocked by the tailed beast cloak. Although the attacks couldn't break through the defense, under the stimulation, the tail behind him solidified from an illusion, and his aura became even more ferocious. His eyes turned dark red, full of beastliness, but he still retained his rationality, able to think and judge. After the attack ceased, he quickly dodged, confirmed the positions of Yi Chen and the others, and charged again. Yi Chen was not alone in the forest. The first and second combat teams had long been lying in ambush. Based on information carried by the favorable wind, Yi Chen lured Han's squad into a trap, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Han reacted swiftly, directly activating his beast transformation to block the attack. An explosion suddenly erupted, with crimson flames shooting into the sky. When Han charged into the dense forest, the ambushing ninjas had already withdrawn, leaving only the detonating tags behind. Han happened to crash into the center of the explosion, but the tailed beast cloak left him unscathed. He charged out of the blast like a unicorn, wildly ramming towards the enemy. A faint horn appeared on his forehead, exactly like the horn of the Five Tails Mu King. This horn was manifested by the tailed beast's energy, symbolizing power. Though he seemed to charge recklessly, it was actually a battle tactic suited to the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Mastering boil release to generate steam for acceleration, combined with the tailed beast's defense and the sturdy horn, his charge was unstoppable. Ninja physiques were far inferior to Han's. Even a graze could cause serious injury. This was Han's strongest attack method and also the fighting style of the Five Tails. The squad that had just launched a sneak attack was now being chased by Han, forced to dodge no matter what means they used. Seeing this, Yeching's lips curled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He deliberately avoided attacking Han aggressively, all for the sake of the current situation. He wanted the Konoha ninja to hold Han back so he could free his hands to deal with the other 9 IWA ninja. Compared to Han, the other Jonin were much easier to handle. His ultimate goal was to capture the Five Tails, and any extra people causing trouble would inevitably affect the plan. As soon as the two sides met, there was no small talk. They went straight into battle. The second combat team also arrived. One group restrained Han, helping Yi Chen deal with the 9 IWA ninja. He didn't refuse. The priority now was a swift victory. He made a few gestures to his teammates, signaling to focus on restraint to end the fight quickly. The second team immediately understood, actively engaging 3 Jonin. As long as they avoided a head-on clash, it would be manageable in a short time. The second combat team had 7 members, 1 Jonin, 2 special Jonin, and 4 Chunin, more than enough to restrain 3 Jonin. Why only restrain and not kill? Because the enemy had an elite Jonin who required 1 Jonin plus 1 special Jonin to restrain, while the others restrained another Jonin. Yi Chen only needed to focus on the 6 special Jonin. The battle erupted instantly, and Yi Chen, relying on his domineering swordsmanship and the 3 Tomo Sharingan, easily suppressed the 6. He originally thought that being on the same team as Han, their strength wouldn't be weak, but after fighting, he realized these 6 IWA ninja were far inferior to other special Jonin. After a few rounds, they were beaten into a sorry state. It wasn't surprising they weren't meant for combat but to jointly perform a sealing jutsu when Han lost control, sealing the Five Tails back into Han's body. Without real combat experience, their fighting power was naturally lacking. Yi Chen didn't know this. He just assumed that being with Han meant their strength wouldn't be weak, but the opposite was true. However, this worked to his advantage, allowing him to quickly deal with the IWA ninja. Then, he launched a full assault, thunder swirling around him, his speed soaring. One slash. The blade's light cut through the air, and an IWA ninja spat blood and fell. He showed no mercy, a second slash killing the second ninja in quick succession. With 2 down, the remaining 4 IWA ninja quickly closed ranks. But in the face of absolute strength, numbers were useless. Standing amid 6 corpses, Yi-Chen shook his long blade and fixed his gaze on the other 3 jonin. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. He thought it was an earth-style jutsu. Just as he leapt into the air, a strange insect beast suddenly burst from the ground. It had no legs or tentacles, covered in fleshy lumps. Matsui Shuichi's summoned beast, Buno. Yi-Chen didn't recognize it, only seeing its eyeless head lock onto him as it opened its mouthparts. A powerful suction force hit him like a wave, as if trying to swallow him whole. Ugly thing, you dare try to swallow me? He condensed a lightning ball and hurled it fiercely. Boom! The lightning exploded, blasting the insect beast away. It crashed heavily to the ground, its mouthparts cracked open with a large gash, electricity flickering within. After a few breaths, the lightning dissipated and the flesh around the mouthparts writhed, quickly restoring to its original state. Yi-Chen was stunned. Could it be that this thing was basically immortal? No! After the flesh was reborn, its aura became extremely weak. It was estimated that if it took one more hit, it would no longer be able to regenerate. Just as Yi-Chen was about to make a move, the insect beast's mouthparts suddenly opened wide, spitting out a human figure. It was none other than Matsui Shuichi. Seeing him, Yi-Chen immediately thought of the people who had been spying on him all these days. Sure enough, Matsui's appearance confirmed his suspicion. He shouted toward the IWA shinobi. The Konoha team is trying to escape, they're stalling for time. Hearing this, the IWA shinobi were all stunned. Even Han, who was fighting the first combat group, stopped his attack. Han immediately turned around, breaking away from the battle group, and charged toward Matsui with a powerful momentum, shouting, "What is going on? Explain it clearly." Mumbling. Facing the close-range Han and sensing his brutal aura, Matsui Shuichi nervously swallowed. He forced himself to stay calm and spoke. "The Konoha ninja saw through our encirclement plan in advance. The main force is breaking through the encirclement with all their might. They left these people behind to hold you off, so the main force can retreat safely." "Which direction?" Han asked urgently. "That way." Matsui Shuichi pointed toward the retreat direction. After confirming the target, Han unleashed his full power with boil release, steam surging like a jet locomotive. Whoosh! He charged forward fiercely. The combat team tried to stop him, but their ninjutsu and ninja tools were completely ineffective. With the tailed beast cloak enhancing him, Han was not afraid of these hastily cast jutsus at all. Helpless, a Konoha jonin risked standing in front, casting Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, trying to block Han's charge. However, Han's momentum was unstoppable, tearing open a larger breach in the seal. The one tail became the 2 tails, the horns on his forehead grew even sturdier, and his destructive power greatly increased. Boom! Han crashed into the earthen wall. The earthen wall held for only a moment before shattering. The jonin performing the technique was also thrown back, seriously injured. Seeing this, the Konoha ninja dared not block him head-on anymore and could only harass him from the left and right sides. This was only possible because a group of members were strong and had many ninjutsu, allowing them to somewhat limit Han's speed. Otherwise, they would have difficulty even keeping up, let alone harassing him. Watching Han leave, 3 jonin from the IWA ninja broke free from the entanglement and gave chase. The 2 sides tangled all the way, quickly moving away from the battlefield. Only Yi-Chen and Matsui Shuichi remained in the arena. From beginning to end, Yi-Chen had no intention of stopping Han. Everything was within his expectations. The Konoha team not only successfully restrained the IWA ninja but also effectively exhausted the Jinchuriki, while exposing the enemies hidden in the shadows. A multifaceted victory. After reporting the news, Matsui Shuichi kept staring at Yi-Chen, his eyes full of hatred. The 2 locked eyes for a long time, neither making the first move. A breeze rustled through the trees. The 2 were about 10 meters apart when a sudden murderous aura rose. Finally, Matsui Shuichi spoke first. "Yi-Chen, today I will avenge my brother. You will die by my hand." Yi-Chen sneered coldly, "Your brother? I've killed many people, I don't even know your brother." "My brother is Matsui Shuji, and I am Matsui Shuichi," Matsui Shuichi responded angrily. Only then did Yi-Chen remember that this was the arrogant guy who had blocked his path and threatened to kill him, only to be cut down by 2 of his blades. "So it's that arrogant fool. Don't mention my brother." Matsui Shuichi roared, pulling out several kunai and firing them in a volley. The Sharingan allowed Yi-Chen to see the kunai's trajectories clearly. He calmly swung his blade, slicing each kunai down. Matsui Shuichi took the opportunity to circle to his left side and thrust a kunai fiercely at Yi-Chen's neck. But it only stabbed empty air. Yi-Chen's figure was like a phantom, already dodging to the other side. Matsui Shuichi reacted quickly, not evading with a twist of his wrist. The kunai's thrust turned into a slash, striking directly at Yechin's collarbone. Yechin pushed off the ground with both feet and retreated, dodging the attack. Matsui Shuichi followed up immediately with a chopping kick, aiming straight for Yechin's throat. Yechin leaned back slightly, precisely avoiding it. Matsui Shuichi launched continuous attacks, but Yechin never countered, only dodging. At this moment, he recalled his composure during the fight with teacher Nakagawa. I thought you would unleash overwhelming power after your brother's death. Looks like I was too disappointed. As the words fell, Yechin stopped holding back and swung his long blade in a counterattack. With one strike, Matsui Shuichi almost couldn't defend, being forcefully pushed back by the powerful blow. Yechin seized the momentum to counterattack, forcing his opponent into defense. The clashing of weapons echoed repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, Matsui Shuichi fought desperately to defend, but the disparity in strength was clear. Each hit sent shocks through him, causing pain and even internal injuries. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He finally understood why his brother was cut down by Yechin's two strikes. The opponent's strength had probably reached the shadow level. This thought sent chills through him. He had completely miscalculated. In his view, although Yechin was formidable, his strength would decline after several fights, which was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. However, this was only a false show of weakness by Yechin, who was luring the enemy out to trap them all at once. So you were trying to lure me out. Now that you realize it, it's already too late. Ding! Yechin flashed forward and slashed down with his blade. Although Shuichi Matsui blocked it, the powerful shockwave made him spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. You can die now. Just as he was about to finish him off, Yechin sensed an abnormal movement coming from underground. He furrowed his brows, having been on guard since the moment the bug disappeared. Without much hesitation, he leapt forward. A long worm covered in tumors silently burrowed out of the ground, opening its mouthparts as if to devour the night dust. Stinking bug, you're asking for death. Yi Chen reversed his hand to grip the knife, the blade charged with the power of lightning, and fiercely hurled it toward the mandibles of the long insect. The blade sliced through the air, piercing into the long worm's body. Hiss! The long worm was pierced by lightning and unable to retreat underground, forced to roll on the ground. Thunderstorm! Yi Chen formed a seal, gathering energy within his body as lightning erupted along the blade. Sizzle! Dazzling lightning radiance burst from within the long worm, then exploded with a bang. Even if the long worm could split its cells, it was shattered to pieces by the thunder at this moment. Buno! Matsui Shuichi shouted heart-wrenchingly. He was as close as brothers with the summoned beast Buno. They met in their youth and went through life and death together. During a mission, their teacher and comrades were killed, and Bruno became his only companion. Without Bruno, he wouldn't be who he is today. Their bond was even stronger than that with his own younger brother. Now, seeing his companion die with his own eyes, he was furious and quickly formed hand seals. Before he could perform the ninjutsu, a figure flashed by, blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed dead. His eyes bulged, dying with unresolved grievances. Yi Chen looked at the corpse, feeling a trace of sorrow in his heart, but quickly composed himself. This was not the time for nostalgia. There were more important matters at hand. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the main force's retreat and set off in pursuit. This time, the main force's attempt to escape would likely fail. As long as they don't hold Han back, it is inevitable that Han will catch up. Don't underestimate Han being alone. If the main force is unprepared, dealing with him will be quite troublesome. Because when facing a Jinchuriki, ordinary methods are ineffective, and lower-ranked ninja are basically useless. These people even became Han's shield, making the Konoha Jonin hesitant to use powerful ninjutsu. As a result, the main force's advance was slowed. The IWA ninja squad had already formed a siege circle, less than 5 kilometers away from them. With Han's delay, the risk of being surrounded greatly increased. Once surrounded, a fierce battle was inevitable. Perhaps the battle had already begun at this moment. Sure enough, just as Yechin predicted. While Yechin deliberately delayed the fight, Han had already caught up with the Konoha main force. He broke through the defense lines set by several Konoha Jonin and charged into the main force. Those lower-ranked ninja had never seen such a ferocious enemy before they could react. They were frightened by the fierce aura Han emitted and unable to perform at their best. Even if they fought back with all their strength, given their combat power, it was difficult to harm a Jinchuriki in tailed beast form. But their slow reaction made it even harder to dodge Han's charges. Moreover, since they were all Konoha ninja, Han had no scruples, and within a short time, the Konoha team suffered heavy losses, with more than 20 ninja killed on the spot. In contrast, The Konoha Jonin, surrounded by comrades, were more restricted in their movements, which gave Han more room to maneuver. Stop him. Nara Kazuma led several Nara clan ninja in the team to simultaneously perform shadow imitation technique, temporarily restraining Han. He ordered the lower-ranked ninja to leave the battlefield and continue advancing, while the other Jonin launched a barrage of ninjutsu attacks on Han. The Jinchuriki-entailed beast form had immense energy and broke free from the shadow imitation technique in just a few seconds. Facing the Jonin's ninjutsu, he dodged when possible, and if not, he took the hits head-on, with only one goal to prevent the Konoha main force from escaping. Both sides fought intermittently, and the rapid advance of the main Konoha forces was held back. Eventually, they were caught up by the IWA ninja. Although not completely surrounded, their tail was tightly gripped. Withdrawal became extremely difficult. After weighing the situation, Nara Kazuhiko ordered a fight to the death, striving for part of the troops to break through. He believed that as long as they bought time, reinforcements from the Aoyama camp would arrive, and then with a pincer attack from both sides, the outcome would be uncertain. The great battle erupted. Han no longer charged recklessly, avoiding friendly fire, and the casualties in Konoha slowed down. On the other side, Yi Chen arrived at the edge of the battlefield, watching the chaotic fight, a decision already made in his heart. The time to capture the tailed beasts has come. Just as he stepped onto the battlefield, several kunai flew toward him. Yi Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared, evading all attacks. At the same time, he locked onto the attacker, a IWA shinobi hiding behind a large tree. Their eyes met, and the IWA ninja's heart tightened, silently cursing, "This is bad." Unfortunately, it was already too late. With a single thought, Yi Chen activated his genjutsu instantly, leaving the opponent stunned and trapped in an illusion. A figure flashed by, a blade slashing across the opponent's neck, blood splattering. Without even looking back, Yi Chen dashed out again, slashing at another IWA ninja hiding behind the branches, instantly beheading him. Although the enemies were well hidden, any slight movement was caught by the Sharingan. Confirming they were enemy shinobi, Yi Chen would never let them go. He fought his way forward, sparing no IWA Chunin or Genin he encountered. At first, no one recognized him, but after he killed more than 20 Chunin, he was finally identified. Subsequently, the IWA sent multiple Jonin to reinforce, but this was irrelevant to Yi Chen, as they were all slain in a short time. Yi Chen scanned the entire city. The number of IWA shinobi was 2 to 3 times that of Konoha's, with a comparable number of Jonin, yet he alone held back several Konoha Jonin. Therefore, the IWA ninja clearly had more Jonin available to break away and provide support, with experts continuously closing in on Yecheng. Yecheng was unfazed, killing as many as came. Without the strength of elite Jonin, it was difficult to slow his pace. The IWA ninja also realized this and consecutively sent out 3 Jonin to try to restrain him. However, the gap in strength was too great. In front of a shadow-level expert, Jonin were simply no match. Unless there were special means, it was hard to limit him. Enma Yecheng. A figure rushed over at high speed. It was Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. The two had fought before, and Han believed Yecheng was powerful, but not to the extent of easily crushing Jonin. Seeing the situation worsening, Han decisively gave up restraining the Konoha ninja and charged toward Yecheng. If he did not intervene, the high-level IWA forces would be severely damaged, and the encirclement plan would fail. "You all go support the others." Han pushed aside several people and shouted. He could see that if it dragged on a few more breaths, these 3 Jonin would be slain by Yecheng. But a rock ninja Jonin was about to speak, but was interrupted by Han. "Run quickly, he is not someone you can hold back." "Yes." The 3 took the order and retreated. At this moment, only Yecheng and Han remained in the area. Yecheng lightly shook the bloodstains off his blade, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Han, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Surrender obediently. No, it's that guy inside you." Han's pupils suddenly contracted, exclaiming, "So your target is the Five Tails?" "That's right. The Jinchuriki are strong, but it depends on the person. You can only blame yourself for being the Five Tails Jinchuriki." Yecheng raised his blade, pointing diagonally forward, his aura suddenly erupting. An invisible force spread out, instantly shattering withered branches and fallen leaves, while tree trunks in the distance faintly cracked. This momentum swept across the entire arena like a tornado, chilling everyone to the bone. The nearby ninjas all stopped their actions, staring fearfully at the figure in the center of the arena. What exactly happened? The pressure is terrifying. Enma Yecheng has probably reached the Kage level by now. Kage level. These 2 words shocked everyone deeply. Seeing Yecheng's powerful aura, Han's expression grew serious. He had originally thought Yeqing was at most an elite Jonin, and the Sharingan was just something to be wary of. Unexpectedly, such a young Yeqing actually possessed Kage-level strength. But Han did not back down. Kage level or not, after transforming into a Jinchuriki, his strength also reached Kage level. Ordinary Kage level ninjas might not be able to break through his defense, and that was the confidence of a Jinchuriki. At this moment, the battlefield suddenly became chaotic, as if something had happened. Moments later, the Konoha ninjas heard orders from Nakayama Juanpu. Everyone, attention, reinforcements have arrived. Quickly regroup with the nearby Jonin and break out towards the southwest. Yeqing furrowed his brows, not expecting reinforcements to arrive so quickly, but now it no longer mattered. The Five Tails, he had to take it down. The battlefield became chaotic again, with Konoha's Genin and Shunin rushing to join the Jonin. Someone saw Yeqing and wanted to request support, but he coldly drove them away. Don't come near, retreat with the main force. Everyone was stunned, looked at Han, and finally understood that Yeqing wanted to hold off the Five Tails to buy everyone a chance to retreat. They cast grateful glances his way. Yeqing thought, with the look in your eyes, I only told you not to come and disturb me, why are you admiring me like this? Before long, the IWA ninja detected Konoha's intentions and sent people to intercept the retreating army. The battle was fiercer than before. But no one dared to approach the place where Yeqing and Han were fighting. The two clashed fiercely. Han activated his three tails, barely keeping up with Yeqing's speed. Water release, steaming cage explosion. Han sprayed a large amount of steam from both hands, filling the air and transforming into thick fog, obstructing Yeqing's vision. Simply blocking vision was no obstacle for Yeqing. He had the Sharingan, and no trajectory could escape it. But the steam in the air grew thicker, and the temperature rose. Soon, Yeqing felt a wave of heat. Is this guy trying to steam himself? He knew he couldn't just sit and wait to die. The temperature kept rising, and if it reached the boiling release stage, he would be in danger. Byakugan, activate. Using the Byakugan's vision, Yeqing quickly locked onto Han's position. Lightning release, thrust. Electricity erupted on his body surface as he charged rapidly toward Han. Han was surprised. How did the opponent know his location? Sensing the fluctuations in the steam, his heart tightened. He had no time to think further and quickly completed the hand seals. Boiling release steam cage explosion. The steam condensed into countless water droplets, rushing rapidly toward Yeqing. Yeqing's eyes were tightly shut, the three Tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, locking onto Han's position. His right arm stretched forward, a cyclone gathering in his palm. Rasengan. The cyclone stirred the surrounding air currents, instantly assimilating the flying water droplets. Immediately after, he unleashed a lightning-style thrust, his figure swift as lightning. What? Han shouted in alarm, trying to dodge. But the Sharingan had locked onto him, and his speed was no match for Yeqing's. The Rasengan suddenly struck his chest. The powerful cyclone force sent Han flying, spinning as he crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground exploded into a circular hole, the cyclone force swirling endlessly within the pit. The tailed beast cloak on Han's chest was blasted open with a circular hole. The traces of the cyclone vanished instantly, dark red energy rolling as the wound rapidly healed. Yeqing sensed the increasingly violent aura within Han's body. Damn Uchiha, I want you dead. With a furious roar, a dark red figure leapt out of the pit, eyes filled with ferocity upon landing. The tailed beast cloak appeared even more savage, and the tail behind changed from 1 to 4. Interesting, after manifesting 4 tails, just how strong are you? Yeqing watched coldly, activating first-level spatial compression, instantly doubling his power. Han's 4 limbs stomped the ground, his rationality gradually fading. It was clear he could no longer control the 4-tail state. The previous attack made him feel the threat of death. The 5 tails Mu King erupted with powerful energy, temporarily taking control of his body. Rumble rumble. At this moment, Han grew even more frenzied, ruthlessly destroying anything that stood in his way. Even if Yeqing didn't use his super strong ninjutsu, it was difficult to harm him in the slightest. You wretched beast, you're really arrogant. Fire release great fireball technique. Yeqing dodged while launching a fireball, but the flames struck Han's body as if hitting nothing at all. Hanyu charged fiercely, turning the entire forest into a sea of fire, with the surrounding area for miles reduced to scorched earth. At the edge of the battle circle, Konoha reinforcements arrived, strong enough to contend with the IWA ninja. Moreover, the strongest IWA warrior, Han, was restrained by Yeqing, so Konoha would never retreat easily. The flames of war flared up again. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the distant battlefield, the shockwave reaching several kilometers away, with towering flames and destructive power shaking the terrain. Everyone stared in shock, thinking, is this the battle between shadow-level warriors? On the other side, the situation was equally tense. Han, transformed into his tailed beast form, gradually revealed his fifth tail, marking the peak of his tailed beast state. Han roared, gathering a massive energy ball in front of his mouth, the oppressive force pressing directly against Yi Chen. This is the tailed beast orb, it truly contains terrifying power, Yicheng exclaimed. The tailed beast orb is powerful but has a single attack type. With his speed, he was confident he could dodge it. But he decided to test his true skills. He opened his right hand, energy burst from within, and a cyclone formed in his palm. Then he raised both hands high, the cyclone turning cyan blue, edges forming wind blades, a howling sharp. Raging wind, thousand-blade Rasengan. Yicheng shouted lowly, launching the attack. The wind blades tore through the air, stirring up a storm. The two forces collided, erupting with a roar, a flash of white light at the center, space trembling. Energy dispersed, sand and dust flying, the fierce winds sweeping across several kilometers. Nearby ninjas were blown away by the storm, terrified. Two figures stood amid the raging wind on the battlefield. Han slowly retreated, while Yicheng stood firm as a rock, completely unaffected. As the storm subsided, a giant crater hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. Both sides quickly closed in. Han was fierce and savage, while Yi Chen's expression was grave, ready to settle the outcome. A fierce battle erupted, the sound of clashes shaking the sky. Han, as the Five Tails Jinchuriki, excelled in direct, powerful attacks. Yi Chen was unwilling to show weakness and unleashed a level 2 spatial compression, tripling his power. He resembled a humanoid beast, with a strong physique that fully withstood the pressure of the spatial compression. Han let out a low growl, his expression revealing shock, a human actually able to go head-to-head with a tailed beast, something even the Super Shadow Ninja found difficult. Only the Raikage, relying on lightning release to strengthen his body, can barely contend with the tailed beasts. King Mu, surrender now. Yi Chen was wrapped in lightning, instantly closing in on Han. A punch slammed down, shattering the rocks. An ordinary ninja would have their head destroyed on the spot. At this moment, Yi Chen's power reached 160 rotations, weighing 160,000 tons. This punch smashed Han's head into the ground. 3 consecutive punches, the last a hook, fiercely sent Han flying. Yi Chen did not kill Han outright. The Jinchuriki and the tailed beast are closely connected. If the tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki dies, and the tailed beast disappears as well, though it will eventually be reborn somewhere. The tailed beast is essentially just a mass of energy, not a true living being, and certainly not like humans, sometimes even less than plants. Therefore, Yi Chen did not intend to extract the tailed beast now, nor did he want to kill Han. He was unwilling to wait years, as all that effort would be wasted. He wanted to first beat the Jinchuriki until they were defenseless, then seal them away, completing the mission first. Summoning and other matters could be dealt with later. Regarding the seal, he already had a plan. First freeze Han in ice. Although the ice couldn't last long, it would at least count as a successful capture. Han in the pit seemed to regain some sanity, possibly awakened by Yi Chen's recent punches. Suddenly, the energy within him surged violently, spewing out high-temperature steam like scorching lava, even shocking Yi Chen. Han took the opportunity to attack, but under the inside of the Sharingan, his speed was still seen through. Yi Chen reached out to block the steam blast from Han, then his right fist suddenly struck Han's chest. The tailed beast's outer armor was shattered, the steam armor exploded, metal fragments scattered, and the powerful energy pierced through Han's chest like a sharp blade, flesh flying, ribs exposed. The tailed beast's energy erupted. Although it had no healing ability, it could activate human cells and accelerate recovery. This was also why the Jinchuriki could quickly heal injuries. Previously, Han had suppressed the power of the Five Tails, but this time he released it actively. White steam instantly enveloped the battlefield. Yi Chen smiled. The Five Tails Mu King was about to appear. A sharp roar sounded, and the fierce wind dispersed the steam as a huge white creature burst out. The Five Tails Mu King resembled a combination of a dolphin and a horse, its entire body pure white and flawless, with 5 fox tails and 5 unevenly long sharp horns on its forehead. Mu King charged out of the steam, sprinting toward Yi Chen, its sharp horns aimed directly at the target. Yi Chen used the void flash escape technique. His figure flickered and avoided the collision, appearing 10 meters away. The wind howled as Mu King suddenly turned, its rear facing Yi Chen, and its hooves suddenly kicked out fiercely. What a scoundrel! Yi Chen cursed silently. This Five Tails actually kicked like a horse. Then, he activated level 3 space compression with 9-fold power, his fists containing 470,000 gene of force, and struck hard. Bang! The five tails screamed in pain, its massive body smashed and thrown by Yi-Chen, heavily crashing into the dust. Yi-Chen also couldn't withstand it. Level 3 space compression combined with ninefold power was too much for his body. He spat blood and flew backward from the impact. The five tails power is really this strong. Yi-Chen struggled to get up, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the space compression lasted only 1 second, or his body would have burst. With ninefold power, he simply couldn't endure it now. Just now, he was almost kicked to death by Mu King, whose speed was even faster than Han's. From afar came the five tails roar. Obviously, it hadn't fared well either and had yet to stand. The intense pain made the five tails' eyes blood red as it sprayed out a dense steam, much stronger than Han's boil release. Yi-Chen saw a giant boulder twice the height of two men corroded completely by the steam and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, wildfire, blazing waves. He unleashed the level 19 fire release at full power. The wildfire surged like a tide, engulfing the five tails. The five tails howled in pain. Though the tailed beast was neither mortal nor immortal, it still felt intense agony. Steam rose, flames extinguished, and the five tails glared at Yi-Chen, opening its mouth to condense the tailed beast orb. Blood red yin release and blue yang release energies spun rapidly, forming a black energy sphere in a yin-yang ratio of 2:8. Though small, it could destroy several mountains or even an entire village. This is why the villages fear the tailed beasts. Their destructive power is astonishing. Yi-Chen frowned deeply. The five tails tailed beast orb far surpassed the residual energy Han once relied on, and the two were simply incomparable. Just a mere beast, why should I fear it? Yi-Chen resolutely concentrated the raging wind, thousand-blade Rasengan. Boom! The five tails launched its tailed beast orb, the air exploded, and rocks shattered. Yi-Chen acted, applying secondary spatial compression to the thousand-blade Rasengan, tripling its power. Spatial compression not only enhances the core itself but also boosts the power of the matter within the covered area. Spatial compression, thousand-blade Rasengan. Yi-Chen threw the thousand-blade Rasengan, which transformed into a blue streaking gale and collided with the tailed beast orb. An instant, earth-shattering explosion erupted. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, energy swept in all directions, dissipating into the horizon in an instant. The ground quaked, the sky shook, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The explosion roared like thunder continuously. The tailed beast orb suddenly shattered violently. The five tails stared in shock as the thousand-blade Rasengan sliced through the air and struck it fiercely, triggering another earth-shaking blast. Yi-Chen did not expect the power of the thousand-blade Rasengan after spatial compression to be so immense that it could directly cut through the tailed beast orb. Although the energy was somewhat diminished, Yi-Chen still emerged victorious in this battle. When the dust settled, the entire mountain range was gone, replaced by a flat clearing. Within several miles, all flowers, grass, and trees had turned to powder. Ordinary ninjas rely on strategy and terrain in battle, advancing step by step, using wit and courage. But someone at Yi-Chen's level relies on sheer strength to overwhelm. Terrain is just a minor tactic. A single strike can reshape the terrain, even alter the landscape. At this moment, Yi-Chen was also seriously injured. After such a violent energy explosion, there was no way to escape unscathed. Fortunately, he had the spatial compression field, forming a 9-meter protective radius that saved his life. At the bottom of the deep pit, Yi-Chen finally found Han, covered in blood and on the brink of death. At this moment, Han's breath was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any time. The five tails should have already retreated back into Han's body, severely injured. Yi-Chen knew he couldn't delay. If Han died, there would be no way to know when the five tails would revive. He immediately activated the main god order, and a portal appeared before him. Grabbing Han, he took him into the Zhouxia Yintian Palace. He had originally planned to use the ice wheel pill to freeze the five tails, but now it seemed unnecessary. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the summoning task and successfully capturing the five tails. Reward, Special Item Spirit Control Order. The summoning hall of Zhouxia Yintian Palace has been unlocked. The system prompt sounded, and Yi-Chen felt a surge of joy, immediately searching for the location of the summoning hall. Soon, he found that the summoning hall was to the left of the Wanxian Hall, originally a void space, but now a huge island stood there. The island square was vast, and deep within stood a magnificent hall, no less grand than the Wanxian Hall. Yi-Chen brought Han to the square, and looking up at the towering hall dozens of zhang high, he was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped. As expected of the place where the summoning beasts reside, truly the word great fits perfectly. He took out the main god order, and the great doors of the summoning hall slowly opened, releasing a sense of ancient weariness. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen led Han straight inside. The hall was incredibly spacious, making Yi-Chen appear as small as dust within it. On both sides were dozens of stone pedestals, engraved with strange runes that flickered with a faint glow. Deep within the hall, on a stone platform, floated a huge crystal ball emitting a faint white light. Upon entering the hall, a memory flashed through Yi Chen's mind. The summoning hall is the dwelling place of the summoning beasts and also where the main god keeps them captive. After the main god signs a master-servant contract with a summoning beast, a fragment of their soul is stationed here. The energy absorbed daily by the summoning beasts is gathered into the binding spirit ball, available for the main god to extract at any time. After interpreting the information about the summoning hall, Yi Chen was extremely excited. Just as he had expected, he could make a big haul here. The crystal ball on the stone platform should be the binding spirit ball, and if the introduction was accurate, a considerable amount of energy could be obtained daily from the summoning hall. The exact amount was uncertain, but with the power of the 5 tails, it would definitely not be small. This way, he could continuously gain evolution points through energy conversion. Just thinking about it made Yi Chen unable to contain his excitement. He turned his gaze to Han lying on the ground, knowing that his task was now complete. With a thought, Yi Chen took out the Spirit Control Divine Order, which looked like a summoning scroll inscribed with various runes, with the 4 large characters Spirit Control Divine Order written at the top. Is this the summoning scroll? Yi Chen wondered. Suddenly, the Spirit Command token emitted a burst of radiant light that surged into his mind. A prompt appeared in his mind. The Spirit Command token is a special summoning tool that can form a master-servant contract with a spirit creature the contracted party can never betray for life. Having understood the method of forming the contract, Yi Chen looked at Han and said coldly, "Don't blame me for being ruthless." He cast the summoning seal, and the Spirit Command token responded to the call, emitting white light, slowly rising into the air above Han. The scroll quickly unfurled, revealing a rune of the Master Servant's summoning contract. Since the Spirit Command token had already recognized its master, Yi Chen did not need to sign anything. The white light intensified, enveloping Han completely. Then, a white light burst forth from Han's body, and a fist-sized 5 tails was extracted and reflected into the Spirit Command token. A pattern of the 5 tails immediately appeared in the blank space, marking the near completion of the Master-Servant contract. Return to position. Yi Chen changed his hand seal and shouted. Han's body suddenly exploded, a cloud of steam rising, and the massive 5 tails appeared inside the hall. It galloped up, stepping on the steam, running wildly within the hall, then transformed into a streak of light that surged into a stone pedestal beside the hall, turning into a crystal statue, exactly in the shape of the 5 tails. At this point, everything was successfully completed. Yi Chen cast the summoning seal again to summon the 5 tails. Normally, the 5 tails could hide inside the statue or roam around the summoning hall without orders, it would never leave. Standing on the tall 5 tails back, Yi Chen felt a heroic sense of overlooking the mountains. "Ha, from now on, you are my mount. How about calling you Xiao Wu?" The 5 tails let out a long howl, clearly dissatisfied. "Whether you like it or not, from now on, your name is Xiao Wu." The 5 tails hung its head dejectedly, looking comical, which instead made Yi Chen happy. "Ha, Xiao Wu, let's go for a run." Although unwilling, the 5 tails could not disobey its master's words. It let out a shriek, stepped forward on all 4s, and ran out of the hall. Fortunately, the summoning hall was large enough, allowing Xiao Wu to fully display its skills while running. Yi Chen lay comfortably on Xiao Wu's back, his body rising and falling as Xiao Wu ran, feeling extremely pleasant. After playing for a while, he took Xiao Wu back to the main hall, wanting to figure out how to use the binding spirit ball, as it was related to how he would obtain evolution points in the future. System: how many evolution points can the binding spirit ball convert each day? Ding dong, the summoning hall is currently level 1, and can convert 100 evolution points daily, claimable once every 10 days. The summoning hall had levels 2, which surprised Yi Chen a bit. He hadn't expected the 5 tails to produce only 100 evolution points per day. Although it was a bit low, it was still not bad since it was free 3,000 points a month. More importantly, the summoning hall could be upgraded, and upgrading might increase the production of evolution points. System: how do I upgrade it? Ding dong, capture a second tail beast level summoned beast and have it reside in the summoning hall to upgrade it to level 2. Each summoned beast increases energy production by 10%. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Capturing a tail beast level summoned beast was no easy task. Suddenly, he asked, is it only based on quantity? If the next summoned beast is stronger than the 5 tails, will the evolution points be the same? Yes, the summoning hall only considers level, not strength. Keep it up, host. Yi Chen sneered, just trying to fool people. If strength doesn't matter, then why bother with tail beast level summoned beasts? You're just skimping on energy. The battle has ended. At this moment, Iwagakure and Konoha faced each other, as if awaiting the final battle. Both sides understood that the fight between Yakin and Han would determine the outcome of the war. No ninja dared to approach the area shrouded in the aura of destruction. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness who would ultimately prevail between the Five Tails Jinchuriki and the Flame Demon Yakin. The outcome would decide the future of both sides. The strength of Flame Demon Yakin and Han far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas, and whichever side won would deliver a fatal blow to the other. The commanders on both sides were well prepared. If defeated, they would retreat immediately, and they tacitly agreed to establish a 1-kilometer buffer zone on the battlefield. Yakin will definitely come back. Our IWA ninja's Jinchuriki is stronger. Every ninja was filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the battlefield between the two sides. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Some were shocked, some cheered, and some found it hard to believe. Flame Demon Sharingan Yakin. Indeed, it was Yakin, who had rushed from Joshua Yintian Palace. Sensing the ceasefire, he disregarded his injuries and resolutely returned to the battlefield. The reason needed no explanation. Those who understood would know. Fire release, wildfire. Flames surging to the sky. Without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest fire release technique. Towering waves of fire swept toward Iwagakure. The ninjas of Iwagakure were stunned. Such a scale of fire release was considered the human limit. Despite this, some IWA ninjas still stood out, several jonin joining forces to perform water release, water formation wall to counter. The fire waves collided with the water formation wall, water mist rising. The main force of the IWA ninjas began to stir, even showing signs of retreat. The plan to encircle Konoha was doomed to fail. Han did not return, indicating he was defeated, very likely killed by Yecheng. Now they were powerless to restrain Yecheng. Continuing the fight would only result in losses. The Konoha ninjas were preparing to pursue when an order came from the mountains. Everyone retreat according to the original plan, no pursuit allowed. It was obviously an order from Nara Kazuma. Many were confused but had no choice but to obey. Yecheng knew that although they had a chance of victory, further fighting would not benefit Konoha. The Konoha ninjas were already exhausted. Pursuing the enemy further risked being surrounded by the IWA ninjas, which would be disastrous. Nara Kazuma's decision was undoubtedly correct. Yecheng looked toward the direction of the IWA ninjas' retreat and gave up the chase. He was injured and out of energy. Pursuing alone was unwise. Nearly 8 hours passed, night fell. The main Konoha force arrived at the temporary base, utterly exhausted. Nara Kazuma ordered rest. The battle had been fierce. Over 200 of the more than 400 Konoha ninjas had fallen, and the survivors were heavily wounded. After reinforcements arrived from the Aoyama camp, the number increased to over 300, but there were even more casualties, and the medical team was overwhelmed. Yecheng ignored all this, returned to the temporary tent, summoned a shadow clone, and entered the Joshua Yintian Palace himself. Without training or checking the system, he went straight to the largest room in the Wanshan Hall and immediately fell asleep. By the third day, the shadow clone outside was still eating and sleeping, showing no abnormalities. At the IWA main camp, Anoki learned the news and was furious, and no one dared to speak. Yecheng, you Flame Demon Sharingan, it's you, he gritted his teeth. Yecheng had once saved the third Raikage. Now he disrupted Konoha's encirclement and killed Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. The Five Tails Jinchuriki was the village's ultimate weapon. With Han dead, IWA lost control of the Five Tails, suffering a huge blow. Earth Shadow Lord, should we continue the encirclement? A jonin asked. Anoki shook his head and sighed. Let's hold off for now. The latest news says the Sand Village can't hold on. As soon as this news broke, the IWA shinobi were extremely shocked. No one expected the hidden Sand Village to withdraw so quickly. Ding Dong, host has completed the high-level combat power mission in the Land of Earth. Reward, 1 evolution gift pack. Ding Dong, evolution gift pack level is being estimated. Please wait. Ding Dong, evolution gift pack level is 5. Yichen was sleeping deeply. 3 notifications woke him up. You system, are you never going to stop? He had just slept for 3 days. The battles were too exhausting. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly remembered something and smiled broadly. You misunderstood, that was me talking in my sleep, not cursing you. Clearing his throat, Yichen said, System, open the level 5 evolution gift pack. Suddenly, a crow flew by, and the system seemed to have a bit of emotion too. Brother, did you hear that? Ding Dong, opening the evolution gift pack. The system is quite realistic. Level 5 Evolution Gift Pack rewards are as follows: 3,500 Evolution Points, 30 Spirit Fruits, S-Rank Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Technique, would release all things in nature. Seeing Flying Thunder God in would release, Yi-Chen almost dropped his jaw. These two moves are top-tier techniques in the ninja world, especially would release, which no one can master except Senju Hashirama. He didn't care about would release before simply because he couldn't obtain it. Would release is a top-secret ninjutsu apart from some records in the Sealing Book. The Uchiha clan can't learn it at all. Being able to get would release made Yi-Chen very happy. Not having Hashirama's cells was fine. He believed the system evolution could help him surpass Senju Hashirama. Excitedly opened the two scrolls, and a stream of light surged into the mind. Would release, all things in nature, not only a bloodline limit, but also a great path to mastering the principles of life. Flying Thunder God Technique leaves spatial coordinate marks on the target or spatial nodes, allowing the user to teleport instantly using these marks. After understanding the ninjutsu, Yi-Chen knew that both techniques could evolve. Flying Thunder God First Stage, Body Flicker. The ability is point-to-point spatial jumping, consuming energy to lock onto a mark and instantly teleport oneself or an object. The characteristic is that it can only jump once, with limited distance. This is similar to the basic Flying Thunder God. To jump multiple times, multiple marks are needed. Considering the ninja world map, a few jumps can take you from the land of earth to the land of fire. This ninjutsu greatly shortens travel distance and is extremely effective when used well in battle. To reach the level of Minato, continuous evolution is necessary. Yi-Chen did not rush to act and continued to cultivate the power of would release. He had already mastered the first layer of would release myriad manifestations, budding emergence. This is the stage of awakening would release energy, allowing the perception and guidance of a small amount of life force. He possessed 3 ninjutsu techniques: Tree World Descent, Grafting Technique, and Would Clone, with power and self-healing abilities depending on the amount of energy. These 2 ninjutsu techniques were very practical, making Yi-Chen very satisfied. He turned his attention to the accumulated 41,000 evolution points, which made him feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. In the following days, Yi-Chen focused on cultivation, rarely appearing in front of others, only occasionally showing up using shadow clones. The ninjas at the base were all resting, and no one paid special attention to him. 3 days later, Fire Release finally broke through the level 20 barrier, ushering in the second evolution. System prompt: Fire Release Breakthrough Level 20, Evolution Target Reached. Fire Release Wildfire evolves into Fire Release Mysterious Ice Severing Flame, the two poles generating each other. This evolution fuses the powers of water and fire, creating an extreme temperature difference. In form, the fireball's outer layer is wrapped in a dark blue mysterious ice flame, while the inner layer is a bright red severing flame. Upon contact, it first freezes then detonates, producing an alternating ice and fire field that continuously causes damage. The power of this evolution far surpasses that of a single fire release, becoming Yi-Chen's new killing move. Meanwhile, the temporary base was not peaceful. Although the rock ninja did not launch a large-scale attack, small-scale harassment was constant. 3 kilometers from the base, explosions echoed repeatedly. These were the blasts of detonating tags. Yi-Chen's shadow clone sat inside the tent, eyes open, but showed no intention of going out. This was already their 7th day stationed here, and the harassment from the IWA ninja had never stopped. Both sides were stuck in a stalemate here. Iwagakure did not send more ninja over, and the reason was simple: insufficient manpower and too high a cost. Currently, Iwagakure's forces were limited, making it difficult to dispatch stronger ninja for support. This counterattack was initiated by the Konoha ninja, and the entire front line was pushing back. IWA was losing nearly 2/3 of its frontline strongholds to Konoha, and Konoha was continuing to advance on the second line of defense. Compared to here, other places were in more urgent need of support. If that were truly the case, it would be fine. Iwagakure had sufficient forces and could still spare some by squeezing a bit. But the key was that Konoha's sudden counterattack gave Kumogakure a chance to turn the tide. Although Kumo had been defeated, their elite troops still had combat strength, and with the return of the third Raikage, morale was greatly boosted. How could they not vow revenge? Although the third Raikage had not yet fully recovered his peak strength, even at half of his peak power, he was still a formidable Kage-level expert. Thus, the Cloud-Hidden forces had already launched an attack on the IWA hidden at the border. As a result, the IWA hidden village naturally could not spare more troops to deal with them. Moreover, there was a powerful flame demon within the stronghold, so the IWA hidden side had to consider the bigger picture. This was also why Inoichi was not in a hurry to make a move against Yi-Chen. Therefore, this team had stabilized their position and did not need to consider retreating in the short term. From now on, barring any major incidents, they would remain stationed here. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Yechin woke up from training, and his evolution points were once again depleted. The character panel displayed. Host, Uchiha Yechin. Realm, Shadow Level. Technique, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat Power, 744. Power, 2460. Constitution, 2500. Spiritual Power, 2480. Energy, 24,800. Bloodline, Sharingan 3 Tomo, Byakugan 3-stage Ripping Sky Eye. Talent, Energy Conversion, Illusion Breaking Divine Eye, Amaterasu Level 2, Space Compression Level 3, Bentenjin Level 2, Void/Level 2. Skills, Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 35, Fire Release Mysterious Ice and Fire Polar Opposites Level 21, Magic Shackles Technique Level 11, Gale Wind Thousand Blade Spiral Sphere Level 15, Lightning Release Thunder God 9 Transformations Level 16, Flying Thunder God Technique Level 3, Would Release All Things in Nature Level 3. Evolution Points, 0. After more than a month of intense training, evolution points were completely consumed, and combat power doubled. Although bloodline evolution was not achieved, the current strength is enough to contend with the Super Shadow. The only regret is that the Magic Shackles technique did not evolve, though its power has somewhat increased. Leaving the arena, Yichin went to the summoning hall, where the Five Tails was peacefully lying on the plaza, looking extremely comfortable. Yichin touched the head of the Five Tails since it was still unconscious. He didn't wake it and walked alone into the summoning hall. Over the course of a month, the light on the binding spirit ball grew increasingly brilliant, clearly accumulating a large amount of energy. Although the system could extract energy once every 10 days, Yichin had not collected any during this period. He extended his right hand and, with a thought, activated energy conversion. Ding dong, energy conversion complete, evolution points plus 3,700. Has it already been 37 days? Yichin murmured to himself, then stepped out of the summoning hall. After so much intense training, it was time to move around a bit. Konoha Village. Root Headquarters Base. Danzo flipped through the latest reports, his expression growing increasingly grim. A few minutes later, Danzo slammed the intelligence heavily on the table and shouted angrily, "What exactly is Uchiha Yichin's background? You were supposed to be watching him, why are you only sending the intelligence now?" The root ninja below was so frightened that he dropped to one knee and hurriedly reporting to my lord, recently we have mainly deployed forces to guard the land of earth and the land of lightning, with only a few people monitoring Uchiha Yechi and Uchiha Shursui. Unexpectedly, Yechi has grown so quickly that he even killed the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Before he finished speaking, Danzo waved his hand to interrupt, picking up another report about Uchiha Shursui. The more he read, the more alarmed he became, his anger rising to a peak. He snorted coldly, Shunshin Shursui and Mayakan, the Konoha twin stars, quite the reputation. Outwardly calm, inwardly he was filled with inexplicable regret. After the Chunin exams, when the Kyu squad's assassination attempt failed, he should have continued sending people to hunt those two down. But now, they had grown up and were no longer something a few Chunin squads could handle. Even Jonin stepping in would be like delivering food. Intelligence showed that both had killed Jonin, especially Yakin, whom no one could easily deal with. Thinking of this, Danzo slammed the table in anger. Damn Uchiha brats. If they were just ordinary geniuses, he wouldn't be this angry. The key was that Yakin and Shursui were different from other Uchiha. They had no arrogance and instead got along well with other Konoha ninja, making them very likely to become a bridge to ease the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. This was unacceptable to Danzo. He had inherited the will of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and was naturally hostile to the Uchiha, distrusting them. In his eyes, the Uchiha were a restless threat, bound to rebel sooner or later. Rather than waiting to be caught off guard, it was better to strike first. But Yakin and Shursui gaining the trust of other ninja was delaying his plan, which was exactly the situation he feared most. Therefore, he harbored deep hostility toward the two. Tat tat tat. Danzo unconsciously tapped his finger on the table, pondering for a long time before speaking. Recall half of the squads from the land of earth and the land of lightning. There won't be any major incidents there for the time being. Yes, sir. The root ninja agreed and then asked, next, should we launch an assassination on the two, or? Foolish. Danzo scolded angrily. They've already become a force to be reckoned with. Using the old methods now is just asking for more casualties on our side. Let them return, then secretly monitor their movements. The root ninja showed no emotion, only thinking about completing the mission. What about these last two? Someone continued to ask. Danzo, understanding his subordinates' temperaments, pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. Since they are so famous, known as the Konoha twin stars, notify Orochimaru and find a way to lure them to the Kirigakure battlefield. Kirigakure battlefield? The root ninja muttered quietly, seemingly understanding Danzo's intention, then agreed, yes, sir. As everyone knows, Kirigakure ninjas excel in solo combat, are skilled in Kirigakure techniques, and have a strong counter to the Sharingan. Danzo was precisely counting on this. Once Yeching and Shursui arrive at the Kirigakure battlefield, they will definitely become the primary targets. No village wants to see genius ninjas emerging from other villages. Moreover, with Danzo as the insider quietly passing intelligence to Kirigakure, the two will inevitably fall into danger. Konoha twin stars, we'll see about that, Danzo sneered as he gave the order. At the same time, Yeching came out of Joshua Yintian Palace, ate a simple meal, and began his day's patrol. Actually, he doesn't really need to carry out missions. His reputation here is that of a hero, and even Naraikaku has to be somewhat polite when he sees him. This is the respect that comes with strength. For him, the inspection was just a formality. With him stationed here, there wouldn't be any large-scale conflicts in the short term. Those IWA ninja raiding the squad saw Yeching and kept their distance. In the following days, whenever Yeching was free, he would walk around or go back to train. Life was relatively peaceful. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The inspection had just ended when a Chunin called out to Yeching, "Captain Yeching, Commander Nara asked me to inform you that there will be a Jonin meeting in 1 hour." Got it. Yeching nodded. After the other party left, he returned to the tent to wash up, thinking to himself whether this meeting would announce the plan to attack the IWA ninja. After all, they had been stationed there for over a month. The main base couldn't just sit idly by. An hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the meeting room, which was already filled with Jonin, the weakest among them being special Jonin. Seeing him enter, everyone stood up and greeted him proactively. Yi Chen sensed their attitude was both fearful and enthusiastic, their eyes showing apprehension but their faces respectful. Several Jonin who had a good relationship with him appeared much more easygoing, especially Hyuga Keiji, who pulled him to sit beside him. Yi Chen paid no mind, fully aware of what they were wary of. "Captain Yi Chen, I heard you've been training in seclusion lately and we haven't had a proper chat," Hyuga Keiji said warmly. Yi Chen gave a brief reply, his mind fully focused on the meeting's content. Soon after, Nara Kazuhiko, who was chairing the meeting, walked in, took the main seat, and tapped the table to signal the start of the meeting. He first summarized the gains and losses from the last battlefield. After the discussion ended, the scene fell into silence. Although the mission was completed and they successfully withdrew, the cost was heavy. In their team alone, more than 200 were killed or wounded, illustrating the brutality of war. No need to wait for the fourth watch tonight. This time, we owe it to Captain Yechin, Nara Kazuma suddenly said. Everyone's eyes turned sharply toward Yechin. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts, Yechin responded humbly. But Nara Kazuma didn't miss the chance. If it weren't for Captain Yechin's brave fighting, slaying many Jonin from Iwagakure and killing the Jinchuriki-han, we wouldn't have broken through so quickly, and the casualties would have been even worse. Everyone nodded in agreement. Most of the casualties this time likely came from that breakout battle. Previously, during the siege and camp assault, due to numerical superiority, most of the injured were rescued by the medical team, resulting in few deaths. Yichin performed outstandingly in the early stages, and his contributions during the breakout were evident to all. However, these words sounded somewhat like excessive praise that might backfire. Yichin glanced at Nara Kazuma but saw no abnormality on his face. He silently hoped, I hope I am overthinking this. He spoke, Nara Commander, you are too polite, this is all my duty. We were able to hold off the IWA shinobi forces to complete the mission, and everyone here has made tremendous efforts, including those brothers who sacrificed themselves. We must remember them because achievements are earned with lives. These words won the agreement of many, and the previous resentment dissipated, replaced by sorrow. Nara Kazuma looked at Yi Chen in surprise, not expecting someone so young to understand propriety, unlike other Uchiha. He then turned to the second topic, the defense issue. The IWA shinobi suffered a heavy loss and would never let it go easily. They might launch multiple raids or even large-scale attacks, so defense was urgent. Everyone understood this clearly and quickly formulated a plan. Alright, let's proceed according to this plan, Nara Kazuma concluded. Just as the meeting was proceeding uneventfully, Nara Kazuhiko suddenly dropped a shocking piece of news. Intelligence from headquarters indicates that Sunagakure has temporarily halted their offensive against us due to logistical difficulties. Was it attacked by another village? Someone asked. Nara Ikazura shook his head, no. Everyone was puzzled as to why such a situation would occur in Sunagakure. The hidden sand village was not attacked, they simply couldn't hold on themselves. Not to mention other villages, even the western front line that fiercely battled us before is weakening its offensive. I'm afraid this war, the hidden sand village can't hold out any longer. The crowd erupted in noise, mostly disbelief. They couldn't imagine that the hidden sand village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, would choose to withdraw from the battlefield due to logistical shortages. Although war relies on logistics, more often it depends on manpower. Logistics are important, but they are only the last straw that breaks the camel's back. When manpower is sufficient, one can sustain by plundering the enemy's supplies. Logistical problems only become apparent when manpower is insufficient. And at this moment, the hidden sand village does not lack manpower. Although it has the fewest troops among the 5 great ninja villages, their combat strength is formidable, and they have ninjas skilled in puppetry techniques, resulting in the lowest mortality rate. If logistics are still tight under these circumstances, it indicates their supplies have truly reached the limit. This was also the key reason for the Sand Village's decision to withdraw. Everyone present was an experienced ninja and quickly understood the implications. Yechi thought even further ahead. If the Sand Village's logistics were truly on the brink of collapse, then their later act of betraying Scorch Release, Leaf Warehouse to reconcile with the Mist Village was not simply an internal struggle. It was a forced compromise, made because they genuinely could not continue fighting. There is one incident that can corroborate this. The Boar-Deer Butterfly trio represented Konoha and went to the border of the 3 countries to deliver a peace agreement to the Rock Village. However, some Rock Village ninjas were unwilling for the war to end and planned to sabotage the peace talks. At that moment, Rose-san appeared with others to stop them, ensuring the peace talks proceeded smoothly. This shows that the Sand Village was the hidden village most eager to end the war, otherwise, Rose-san would not have interfered. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. After crossing over to this point, Yichin felt for the first time that the war was nearing its end. But the darkness before dawn is true darkness. The calm before the storm is not true calm. If the war does not erupt into several fierce battles, it is difficult to end. Therefore, it is still too early to talk about the end of the war now. Latest news, the 3rd Raikage soul injury has relapsed, the ninja on the front lines of the Cloud Village are unwilling to fight, and the war with the Rock Village has almost come to a halt. Naruto once again broke a piece of news that shocked everyone. Everyone was speechless, and at the same time understood why the Rock Village had been so active recently, seemingly pointing their spearhead at Konoha. Can't this old guy just stay calm for once? Yi Chen muttered to himself. Back then, recruiting the 3rd Raikage was a move for future planning. Now, before he could even play a role, he fell ill. It would have been better to have dealt with him decisively at the start. Looks like I need to have a talk with him later. Just before the meeting started, another message came from the base. Naruto continued. The IWA Shinobi have already launched a new operation. Several of our outposts are under simultaneous attack. Some are still holding out, while others have fallen. A Jonin sighed. It seems the IWA Shinobi want to launch a major counterattack, aiming to reclaim all the territory we took from them earlier. Indeed, a couple of months ago, Konoha took advantage of Iwa's insufficient forces to seize quite a bit of land. Now that IWA has the strength, they are definitely going to counterattack. A little territory isn't important. Although we didn't meet expectations this time, the results are still quite good. It would be better to retreat to the original defensive line, recuperate, and wait for the IWA ninja to take the initiative to attack. A Jonin made a suggestion. Yeah, retreating to the defensive line is fine. The upcoming battles won't be as tough, and the supply lines will be shorter, someone agreed. The Sand Village collapsed across the board due to insufficient logistics. We must learn from that, another nodded. Right, we're still on IWA ninja territory. If they manage to flank and cut off our supplies, it would be a big problem. I also support retreating to the defensive line. The meeting room was filled with discussions, with both support and opposition. Naruto tapped the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. These matters are not for us to decide. Strategic adjustments are to be made by Lord Third and Lord Orochimaru. We only need to carry out orders. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a while of discussion, Naruto announced the meeting was over and left first. Seeing this, Yakin quickly slipped away. Everyone was puzzled about where he was rushing off to. Of course, to train, and to teach that old bastard a lesson. Someone whispered. Yi Chen arrived at the Zhoushiao Yintian Palace, landed in the Hall of Gods, took out the Divine Master Order, and issued a command, Elder Lei, come to the palace quickly, there is something to discuss. Far away at the Yunin headquarters on the border of the Land of Thunder, the third Raikage lay in bed, his chest covered with scars, while a medical ninja was treating him. With his lightning release strength, he would never have suffered such severe injuries before, but now he was in such a state, truly a tiger fallen to the plains. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice entered his mind. The third Raikage waved for people to leave, forbade anyone from disturbing, took up the divine order, and stepped into the Zhoushiao Yintian Palace. Divine Master. Elder Lei bowed in salute. Yi Chen originally wanted to scold him, but seeing Elder Lei's condition, he swallowed his words and said sternly, you were lucky to survive last time, couldn't you have properly healed? You had to get injured again and still come out, whether you get beaten to death or injured is up to you. Please forgive me, Divine Master. Elder Lei lowered his head and said, I really couldn't stand seeing those people bullying the Divine Master. Konoha is your territory, we can't let Anoki bully them. Enough, enough. Yi Chen waved his hand to interrupt, stop showing loyalty. I don't care about Konoha's survival. Heal well and go back to rest. After speaking, Yi Chen threw out 10 spirit transformation fruits. Thank you, Lord God, for the gift. Go back. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a portal appeared. Elder Lei walked out. This old guy, I wanted to scold him, but I didn't expect to end up spending money. He smiled and got up, heading towards the training ground. 3 days passed quickly. The evolution points obtained last time from the summoning hall were used up, and the basic attributes increased again. Strength, 2585. Constitution, 2640. Spirit, 2610. Combat power, 783.5. During this period, Yi Chen mainly focused on cultivating his physique. He found that the stronger his physique, the greater the force he could withstand, and he wouldn't hurt himself when using air compression. At the base center, conference room, Nara Kazuma held another emergency meeting. After he read out the retreat order just issued by the headquarters, someone stood up and asked, Commander Nara, what exactly happened? Why the sudden retreat? The order was for them to leave the base immediately and return to Yanglu Town as quickly as possible to support its defense. Yanglu Town was behind them, it was under attack, making their current position even more dangerous. But in the past few days, they hadn't been attacked, everything seemed normal. Everyone was waiting for Nara Kazuma to explain. We just received news that several nearby bases have been breached, Nara Kazuma said. Everyone was shocked. Nearby outposts exchange intelligence daily to prevent surprise attacks and provide timely support. Everything was normal just yesterday, only minor skirmishes. How did they all fall overnight? We didn't even receive any news. Even more bizarre, they all fell in one night, leaving them isolated in one place. Everyone knows the reason for the safety was that Yi Chen was stationed there, the enemy didn't dare act rashly. But this situation can't last long. Once the enemy surrounds them, no matter how strong Yi Chen is, he will be restrained by several powerful opponents, putting the Konoha ninja in grave danger. This is also why the headquarters urgently ordered a retreat. It's estimated the enemy sent strong figures. Nara Kazuma then spoke, confirming the speculation. Headquarters reports that in this raid by Iwagakure, they deployed the Four Tails Jinchuriki along with elite demolition units. What? The Four Tails Jinchuriki? Demolition squad? Several exclamations arose one after another. Whether it is the Four Tails Jinchuriki or the demolition squad, each one alone is a strong fighter, let alone acting together. No wonder they dare to launch a large-scale attack, they are clearly well prepared. Everyone stared at Yi Chen, wanting to see his reaction when he heard Four Tails Jinchuriki. But Yi Chen remained calm and composed, though deep down he was quietly excited. He was just worrying about how to capture these Jinchuriki. After all, the ninja from each village would do their best to protect their Jinchuriki, and he was not strong enough yet to take on an entire village alone. Capturing one more tailed beast would be a huge benefit to him if successful, he could plan thoroughly. What are you looking at? Let's discuss the retreat plan first, Yi Chen said calmly. Everyone awkwardly smiled and said no more. They immediately formulated an evacuation route, then left the conference room to arrange their tasks. Yi Chen was assigned to the combat team, which was relatively easier compared to other jonin. 2 hours later, about 20 kilometers south of the base, Yi Chen and another combat team member were scouting ahead. Yi Chen suddenly stopped, his crimson eyes fixed on the southwestern forest. The special jonin asked anxiously, Captain Yi Chen, what's wrong? He followed Yi Chen's gaze but saw nothing unusual. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly as he shouted into the forest, "Where are you sneaky thieves hiding? Should I force you out, or will you show yourselves obediently?" Before he finished, several whistling sounds came through the air. Yi Chen shouted, "Retreat," and quickly moved backward. The special Jonin also retreated without hesitation. Although he sensed nothing unusual, he trusted Yi Chen's judgment because of his reputation built through many battles. Shoo shoo shoo, dozens of kunai rained down like raindrops, sticking into the spot where Yi Chen had just stood. Each kunai was tied with an explosive tag, and explosions erupted continuously in the forest. Boom boom boom, the deafening blasts shook the sky, shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Nearby trees swayed, trunks close by were blown down, and flames rose. Fortunately, Yi Chen retreated quickly and escaped disaster. Otherwise, even if uninjured, he would have been in a bad state. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke and spat, "Pa, sneaky thieves are just lowly, always using dirty tricks like ambushes." In the smoke, a dozen or so figures stood with arms crossed, quietly watching them. Yi Chen's words did not anger them. Instead, someone called out with admiration, as expected of the flame demon Sharingan. "Yi Chen, able to see through our ambush at a glance. Can you tell me how you discovered it?" The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a dozen or so ninja from Iwagakure ahead. Yecheng scanned the area, his gaze finally settling on one person. That person's aura was the strongest, likely already at the Kage level. Apart from a handful of Jonin who caught Yecheng's attention, the other Chunin elites no longer registered in his eyes. "What do you think?" Yecheng sneered. At this level, perception is extremely sharp, especially sensitive to danger, and with the Sharingan, no unusual movement could escape his notice. It was ridiculous that they actually asked him how he discovered it. Sensing the sarcasm in Yecheng's words, the lead IWA ninja waved his hand to signal an attack. At that moment, a special Jonin beside Yecheng turned and sprinted back the way they came. During their conversation, Yecheng had already hinted for him to return first and report to Nara Kazuma, to facilitate the formulation of a new strategy. Trying to run? An Iwagakure Jonin charged forward to block him. Midway, a figure flashed by and kicked him aside. It was Yecheng. Landing lightly, he showed a faint smile. "Shouldn't those who attack me ask me first?" He was calm and unhurried, not taking them seriously at all. "Yecheng, that such a kid already knows your whereabouts. You won't be arrogant for long," the lead IWA ninja threatened. Yecheng recognized the face as somewhat familiar, a thin figure, gaunt face, brown spiky hair. He probed, "Are you Carrie?" Indeed, this person strongly resembled Carrie, a member of the Iwagakure demolition squad resurrected by Yakushi Kabuto using Edo Tensei during the 4th Great Ninja War. Carrie possessed the explosive release Kekei Genkai, able to infuse energy into his fists to detonate, making him extremely lethal in close combat. Carrie frowned, "Oh, you know me?" implicitly confirming his identity. This piqued Yecheng's interest further. Carrie fought with his fists, excelling in close combat, and with the threat of explosive release, he couldn't be taken lightly. Just as Yecheng was about to make a move, a dozen kunai flew at him, followed by a series of explosions. When the smoke cleared, Carrie was nowhere to be seen. Yecheng sighed, talkative, but runs pretty fast. He was surprised that Carrie fled out of fear. In fact, they had no choice. If there was a chance to win, Carrie wouldn't have run like that. Even with superior numbers, he lacked the confidence to duel Yecheng alone. Only if the entire demolition squad gathered could they compete with Yecheng. This was also a special instruction from Inoki. Although Carrie wanted to settle the score with Yecheng for the greater good, he had to retreat temporarily. Seeing this, Yecheng didn't pursue, instead going to a large tree and leaving a flying thunder god mark, which had almost become a habit. Whenever he found a suitable spot, he left a mark for quick return later. He didn't linger long and headed straight back to the team. As he approached, he was stopped and only allowed near the main force after multiple inquiries. This also indicated that something might have gone wrong with the main force. The special Jonin who had previously carried out missions with him hurriedly approached. "Captain Yecheng, something's wrong. Not only were we ambushed, but other squads have also encountered attacks." Yecheng waved his hand, already anticipating this, and walked toward Nara Kazuma. Nara Kazuma said, "Before you, 2 squads were ambushed, and small groups of IWA ninja were spotted. 2 other squads have lost contact. It's likely they are in grave danger." "Is that so?" Yecheng responded indifferently, not caring much about others' lives or deaths. It is now confirmed that the IWA ninja had long been targeting them, and it was a premeditated ambush, not a spontaneous trap. "We can't just sit and wait to die. If surrounded by IWA hidden, breaking out will be difficult." After discussion, one person suggested this, and everyone nodded in agreement. A plan must be made quickly. Nara Kazuma pondered for a moment and agreed. He then ordered the team to discard unnecessary items and accelerate their breakout. Following orders, the Konoha ninjas dropped their burdens and moved out light. They could reach Yanglu town within a day, where supplies would be available, so there was no need to worry about provisions. The evacuation plan is tentatively set, with Yicheng still leading a team to scout ahead. This time, they didn't stray far from the main force, knowing that there were IWA shinobi ambushes nearby. The scouting could only serve as a warning. A major battle was inevitable, and they only hoped that Iwagakure would react slowly so they could cover more ground. This way, the chance of being ambushed on the remaining route would be reduced. However, reality was harsh. Just after breaking free from the entanglement with a small group of IWA shinobi, bad news came from Raikage. For Yicheng, this news wasn't all that bad. He was even looking forward to their arrival. The road ahead is blocked. Raikage rolled his eyes and looked a few hundred meters away. Oh. Yicheng smiled. How many are on the other side? What is their strength? Raikage observed and replied, over 100 people, fewer than 10 jonin, mostly chunin and genin. Yicheng sneered, only this many? He was excited for nothing. With this number, the main force would be wiped out in one charge. How much benefit could he really gain? Wait! Raikage suddenly shouted, 2 more squads are surrounding us from the left and right sides, with strength similar to before. Oh, that makes it even more interesting, Yicheng smiled. Raikage reported the situation to Narakazun. Narakazun looked in 3 directions, compared them with the map in his mind, thought for a moment, and made a decision. The enemy has blocked all escape routes. The other 2 squads must be waiting to surround us once we take this path. Inform everyone to prepare to break through the defense line. Everyone immediately understood that this was the only chance to force a breakout before the IWA Nin could encircle them. Hesitation would only lead to being trapped. The main force quickly split into several squads, ready to break through. Yicheng led the jonin at the front as the spearhead of the breakthrough. After the teams were adjusted, before the enemy could complete the encirclement, the attack had already begun. In less than a minute, Yicheng rushed to within 20 meters of the front line. The IWA ninja ahead spotted him and immediately ordered an attack. Countless kunai were thrown, each tied with a detonating tag, aiming to force the Konoha team to retreat and buy time for encirclement. Yicheng knew he couldn't retreat and immediately unleashed his fire style. Fire style, wildfire blaze flames surging to the sky. Flames spewed from his mouth, sweeping forward. The kunai exploded instantly upon contact with the fire waves, igniting flames everywhere. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The IWA ninja shouted in terror. Yicheng's fire style was astonishingly powerful, the fire waves like a raging flood. The detonating tags exploded one after another within the flames, increasing the destructive force. Get out of the way, someone shouted from the IWA ninja formation. No one wanted to stand against the fire waves. Several jonin recognized this as Enma Yicheng's fire style. The scene was vivid in their minds. Even combined, it was hard to withstand. Wherever the fire waves passed, trees turned to ashes, and the ground was left scorched black. The IWA ninja who couldn't escape were consumed by the inferno, with no chance for rescue. The rock ninja team fell into silence. With such a powerful area of effect ninjutsu used a few more times, no one could withstand it. Seeing Yicheng open a path, Nara Ichigo shouted excitedly, "Charge, everyone break through!" The shouts of battle rang out, and the rock ninjas suddenly reacted. Though afraid of Yicheng's might, they had to intercept, or all their preparations would be in vain. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides collided, and the battlefield instantly became chaotic. Ninja roars, clashing weapons, exploding tags detonated, sounds everywhere, chaos like a tide. Yicheng did not idle. His strength was in reaping enemies. He immediately deployed 3 shadow clones to weave through the crowd. He dodged attacks, slashing wave after wave of enemies with the long blade in his hand. The battlefield was like his slaughterhouse, with no opponents. Relying on lightning release and his strength, his speed was extremely fast, leaving only afterimages behind. Wherever he went, rock ninjas fell. He targeted only the chunin, with a clear gap in strength, dispatching them with a single strike. Time passed bit by bit, and the battle continued. The Konoha team, with Yakin and several combat units as the spearhead, quickly broke through the encirclement. In just over 2 minutes, they broke the IWA ninja blockade. The speed was astonishing, but there was a reason. First, Konoha had more jonin, and the enemy was powerless to stop them. Second, the overall numerical difference was large, and the enemy couldn't afford to get entangled. Most importantly, Yakin, this killing god, led the way, and the enemy simply couldn't defend against him. Yakin was puzzled knowing the enemy couldn't hold. Why were they still sent to block them? Not a single member of the demolition team or the Four Tails Jinchuriki was seen, which was highly unreasonable. Could there be a bigger conspiracy hidden behind this? Breaking through the encirclement at this moment, Nara Kazuhiko immediately ordered a full-speed rush to the Yanglu town stronghold to join forces with the Konoha team. The IWA ninja refused to let them pass, pursuing relentlessly. After creating some distance, the IWA hidden Jonin began relentlessly bombarding the rear of the Konoha main forces, without any hesitation. Konoha could only dispatch combat teams to intercept. This was exactly the IWA ninja's intention, to use large-scale ninjutsu to delay Yeching and the others, regardless of the cost. Heavy losses didn't matter, as there were backup troops to rotate in for combat. After more than a minute, 2 reinforcement units arrived. Although they missed the optimal encirclement timing, the increased numbers sharply raised the pressure on the Konoha team. Nara Kazuhiko did not order a stop. He knew that if they stopped, the enemy would keep coming endlessly. Only by continuously charging forward was there a chance to return to the Yanglu town stronghold. Even if many would die along the way and the blocking team would be completely sacrificed, he had no other choice. Several hours passed, and by evening, a torrential downpour began. The combat group led by Yeching entered a dense forest. Everyone fought fiercely while retreating except for Yeching. The other members were exhausted and desperately needed rest. The enemy was numerous, and in every battle, 3 to 5 Jonin would be entangling Yeching, making it difficult to gain the upper hand in a short time. So they could only fight while retreating. Fugakaji, Yeching called out. The other understood and activated the Byakugan to scout for movement within a 1-kilometer radius. After a while, Fugakaji withdrew the Byakugan and said, "No large forces within 1 kilometer, only scattered small squads. I'll go deal with them. Fugakaji, stay alert, everyone else get some rest." After Night Dust finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The team members felt a pang of sorrow, knowing that if it weren't for Night Dust constantly helping, they would have been dead long ago. At this moment, Night Dust was still risking himself to buy them time. Their feelings were complicated. 15 minutes later, Fugakaji shouted, "Captain Night Dust is back." Everyone looked over and saw a figure slowly walking through the rain, leaving deep bloodstains on the ground, which the rain quickly washed away. Captain Night Dust. Seeing him return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All nearby enemies have been cleared. "You have half an hour to rest," Night Dust said to Fugakaji. "You rest too, no IWA ninja will come in the short term." The heavy rain hindered the enemies. Fugakaji said nothing more and lay down, letting the rain wash over him. Everyone was too exhausted, just catching their breath was a blessing. Half an hour later, after eating a little, Night Dust's team continued forward. Shortly after leaving, several IWA ninja reconnaissance squads arrived, identified the tracks on the ground, and pursued in the direction they had left. This was unavoidable. Wherever they passed, they always left traces, and reconnaissance ninjas were skilled at tracking. Following closely behind was the main IWA ninja force. After a long time of encirclement and pursuit, their numbers had exceeded 800. If Night Dust hadn't been killing enemies along the way, there would have been even more pursuers. The next morning, Yichen led the team and saw over 100 IWA ninja blocking the road ahead, each with a grim expression. Just as they were about to break free from the pursuit and enter the defense zone of Yanglu town, they were suddenly blocked by a group of people. Anyone would be annoyed. If it were just an ordinary team, their numbers were not small, and they could handle it. But during the retreat, Yichen's squad kept gathering scattered teams, preparing to break through the defense line. They were confident, but the IWA ninja in front of them were no ordinary force. This was not a regular genin team. Their aura alone overshadowed that of typical ninja, clearly an elite unit. Leading them was Sho, a member of the demolition squad Yichen had recently encountered. Seeing Sho, Yichen knew today would be tough. He didn't mind, but the Konoha team beside him was likely to get hurt. Sho's face betrayed his apprehension upon seeing Yichen. Yichen's reputation had long spread through Iwagakure. He had saved the 3rd Raikage, escaped safely in front of the 3rd Tsuchikage, and even slain the 5 Tails Jinchuriki. In the past day alone, the losses Yichen inflicted on the IWA ninja almost accounted for 1/3 of their total casualties. This made Sho wary. Yichen's stamina was incredible, showing no signs of fatigue. Because of this, Sho had specially selected elite troops to come and block him. In the rain curtain, the two sides faced off. Suddenly, someone shouted "kill," and the battle erupted instantly. It began with a wave of kunai flying through the air. Both sides were elites, so there was little damage. Neither side relied on this move. It was just a mutual test. The real fight was the close quarters combat to come. Kill. Both sides roared, clashing instantly in a fierce and brutal fight. Yi-Chen swung his blade, instantly slaying 5 people. Sho refused to be outdone, punching through the bodies of several Konoha ninja with his fists. Yi-Chen did not rush to find Sho but instead focused on the opponent's Chunin. One reason was to ease the pressure on his comrades, and the other was to conserve his own strength. If he had confronted Sho head-on from the start, there would have been more casualties. Yi-Chen was not called the head hunting dog for nothing. When Yi-Chen had killed the 10th person, Sho finally couldn't hold back and charged at Yi-Chen. His mission was to hold Yi-Chen back. If Yi-Chen continued slaughtering, there would be very few elite soldiers left. Yi-Chen did not retreat, knowing that dodging was useless and would only affect his performance. The two finally clashed head-on. Yi-Chen's blade combined power, speed, and destructive force, and with the assistance of the Sharingan, he could always precisely grasp the timing of his attacks. Every time Sho attacked, he was forced to dodge early. Sho's explosion release was also powerful enough to keep Yi-Chen cautious. If hit by an explosive punch, the consequences would be unimaginable. To outsiders, their fight looked like children playing, hitting each other without truly making contact, a comical scene. In reality, their nerves were taut, and neither dared to be careless. Both knew that if they clashed head-on, one would definitely get injured. Therefore, without enough confidence, no one was willing to be hit by the other. Time passed second by second, and the battle grew increasingly tense. Yi-Chen understood that if the delay continued, the IWA ninja army would soon surround them. He had to lead the team to break through before the encirclement arrived. If it were just him, relying on strong ninjutsu to escape easily would be no problem. But with teammates, it was different. He had to consider everyone's safety. Although he didn't care about the lives of some people, he still felt some attachment to those he was familiar with. Some might say he was sentimental, but everyone has feelings. It's unavoidable. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen forced Sho back with a single slash and said coldly, "Sho, this is all you can do. It seems I overestimated you." As the words fell, Yi-Chen's whole body burst with thunderlight, quickly launching a move, lightning release, piercing stab. His speed suddenly increased several times. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Sho instantly dodged. He was too familiar with that slash. Many IWA shinobi had died tragically under it. While dodging, Sho quickly formed hand seals and slapped the ground with both hands, earth release, quagmire technique. The moist ground immediately turned into soft mud, making it feel as if his feet were being sucked in and difficult to move. At the critical moment, Yi-Chen slashed at the mud. Thunder exploded with a roar, and the soil within several meters shattered. Using the rebound force, he backflipped and leapt onto a large tree. Unwilling to be outdone, Sho knew he couldn't match the speed of lightning release and might be killed in one strike. He used the terrain to expand the muddy area, blocking Yi-Chen's advance. Taking advantage that the tree was not yet swallowed, Yi-Chen flashed and jumped to another tree. Seizing the opportunity, Sho quickly pulled out several kunai and shot them at Yi-Chen's vital points. The kunai flew toward him, but in Yi-Chen's eyes, they were all useless moves. With his Sharingan, he saw the trajectories clearly and swung his blade continuously, easily cutting the kunai down. Without pausing, Yi-Chen twisted his wrist, sheathing his long blade, and coldly chanted, "Fire release, wildfire of the burning plains, flames surging to the sky." The towering waves of fire swept across heaven and earth. The originally soft and wet mud instantly hardened, breaking apart like a honeycomb. A flash of lightning streaked by, and Sho muttered darkly, "Not good." He quickly formed hand seals, performing the substitution technique to increase his speed, leaving behind a stone as a decoy. A wave of fire roared in, instantly burning the stone left by the substitute. Shu Yen took the opportunity to jump behind a distant tree, gasping for breath, and thought to himself, "That was close." Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, splitting the tree in two. The falling trunk and blade came down together towards Shu Yen. He dodged just in time, nearly losing his life on the spot, but a long cut was still slashed across his back, blood staining his clothes. The pain only came a few seconds later. It turned out his back was numb when he was injured. Fortunately, his combat strength was strong, and the wound did not cause full body paralysis, or he would have died long ago. Yi-Chen arrived at Shu Yen's original location, searching around and confirming that the opponent had escaped using earth release. "To slip away from me twice, you really are skilled," he thought to himself. Although there were ways to continue the pursuit, it was unnecessary next time. Shu Yen wouldn't be so lucky. Amid the rain curtain, both sides continued to fight fiercely. The IWA ninja refused to let their target go easily. The Konoha ninja tried multiple times to break free but failed. Seeing the situation, Yi-Chen flashed forward to join the battle. Just as he was about to strike, the IWA ninja seemed to receive orders and hurriedly retreated. "Captain Yi-Chen." Everyone looked at him, clearly recognizing him as the backbone. Retreat first, let's regroup at the Yanglu town base. Yi Chen decided not to risk pursuing the enemy's main force was approaching, and a head-on fight would be disadvantageous. In the end, they broke through the last line of defense and entered the Yanglu town base. Although not completely safe, the enemy was no longer everywhere. What puzzled Yi Chen was why no reinforcements had been sent to Yanglu town after 2 days. They had already called for help during the first ambush, but there was no response, nor any reinforcements. The anomaly was obvious. An hour later, they arrived at the stronghold, and the truth was revealed: this place was even more dangerous than they were. Yi Chen finally understood why Shoun was desperately trying to intercept them. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was near Yanglu town and had previously attacked the stronghold. Yanglu town could not send reinforcements, not because they were unwilling, but simply because they were powerless. Then, several groups of Konoha ninja escaped back, including Nara Kazuhiko's team, but only about 40 remained, pitifully few. A team of over 300 people was now down to less than 100, suffering heavy losses, evoking deep sorrow. These were not concerns for Yi Chen. His mission was already complete. He found a place to rest. The continuous intense battles had left him exhausted. Suddenly, the scene stirred. A squad of Konoha ninja approached, and their captain loudly announced, "I am Tanaka Huiran, the overall commander of the Yanglu town stronghold. You have 1 day of rest, after which you will join the defense forces and follow my orders, understood?" The orders they had received earlier were to support Yanglu town, and no one objected. "Captain Huiran, how long do you think the IWA ninja will take before attacking the stronghold again?" Nara Kazuhiko asked. Tanaka Huiran glanced at him and replied calmly, "About a week or so." "A week?" Hearing this, Yi Chen in the corner relaxed, finally able to rest properly and conveniently use evolution points to enhance his strength. Yanglu town is a small town. Although many places were damaged, there were still quite a few houses to live in. Yi Chen was assigned to a room. After returning, he summoned shadow clones and went straight to Wanshan Hall, then immediately fell asleep. He slept until the next morning, quickly washed up, ate a bit, and then went to the training ground to start a new day of training. This time he gained 17,000 evolution points, enough to train for a while. He already had the advanced 3-body technique at level 35, allowing him to summon 35 shadow clones simultaneously. The more clones, the faster the training speed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding Dong detected that the hostess' self-created sword technique Lightning Release 1/ has reached the basic limit. "Would you like to evolve it?" Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Just now, while practicing swordsmanship, he suddenly had an insight and didn't expect the system to directly offer an evolution plan. After some thought, he chose to evolve it. Although it was a self-created move, breaking through to a higher level required long-term practice, and having system assistance naturally made it easier. Ding Dong, Lightning Release 1/evolution successful, entering the second stage, named Lightning Dash Instant Break. Lightning Dash Instant Break enhances the flow speed of lightning release energy, combining sword drawing technique and flash escape technique for rapid integrated slashing. The effect is to accelerate the lightning release energy flow, increase slashing speed and burst power, enhance paralysis effect, and temporarily restrict the enemy's movement. After reading the introduction, Yi Chen began practicing without hesitation. Time reached the 5th day, evolution points were used up, and strength had clearly improved. Character panel displays. Host, Yi Chen. Realm, Shadow level. Technique, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven technique. Combat power, 955.5. Strength, 3155. Constitution, 3220. Spiritual power, 3180. Bloodline, Sharingan 3 Tomo, Byakugan 3-stage Ripping Sky Eye. In terms of talents, Yi Chen possesses Energy Conversion, Illusion Breaking Divine Eye, Amaterasu Level 2, Space Compression Level 3, Bentengen Level 2, and Void Slash Level 2. His skills include Advanced 3 Bodies Technique Level 40, Fire Release Mysterious Ice and Fire 2 Level Mutual Generation Level 22, Magic Shackles Technique Level 13, Gale Wind 1000 Blade Spiral Sphere Level 17, Lightning Release Thunder God 9 Transformations Level 17, Flying Thunder God Technique Level 4, Would Release All Things in Nature Level 4, Lightning Release 1/Level 12. Currently, his evolution points are 0. During training, Yi Chen found that the Flying Thunder God technique and Would Release were extremely difficult, almost equivalent to a second evolution of other ninjutsu. Fortunately, with the System's assistance and shadow clones, he could advance multiple ninjutsu simultaneously. Most ninjas specialize in 1 or 2 techniques, supplemented by a few skills, but he could develop comprehensively, making him hard to replicate. Even with multiple shadow clones and abundant energy, breaking through the bottleneck of a single ninjutsu remains difficult. However, Yi Chen had no such concerns. He could cultivate each ninjutsu to profound levels, even transcending the ninjutsu itself and breaking the constraints of the world. 2 days passed, and the rest period ended. Under Tanaka Huiran's arrangement, Yi Chen led the team to carry out a mission. The Yanlu town stronghold was located at the foot of the mountain, northwest adjacent to the dense Maolin forest, an important strategic high ground. To the south lay the plains leading to the main base, and 20 kilometers east was the stationed IWA Ninja Army. This field mission had 3 objectives. First, to support the southern reinforcement troops. Second, to monitor the movements of the IWA Ninja to the east and provide early warning of enemy attacks. Third, to guard 2 high grounds in the northwest to prevent occupation by the IWA Ninja and ensure the stronghold's safety. Yi Chen chose the third without hesitation. He wanted to accumulate more evolution points through battle. The support mission was the safest. Monitoring was tedious and might involve no combat, only defending the high grounds could lead to frequent clashes. The IWA Ninja would surely send small reconnaissance teams, making these 2 locations contested ground where battles were inevitable. Tanaka Huiran heard his request and agreed without hesitation. It wasn't because he was easygoing, but because he already knew how powerful Yi Chen was and had to show respect. Moreover, the task of defending the high ground was dangerous. Many squads dared not take it, and those lacking strength risked their lives. Thus, Yi Chen naturally became a member guarding the western high ground, preparing to face the upcoming fierce battle. In the following days, Yi Chen encountered multiple infiltration squads of rock ninjas, with continuous battles. With his strength, no matter how many enemies came, he killed them all without letting a single one escape. Within 7 days, he encountered 5 enemy squads, single-handedly killing 4 special jonin and 2 chunin. One day, as usual, he was patrolling the western mountain base when he suddenly stopped, seeming to sense something unusual. "What's wrong, Captain Yi Chen?" a team member asked. Yi Chen raised his hand to signal silence, then shouted into the forest on the left, "Come out, hiding is pointless, be careful, there might be snakes in the woods." 6 chunin drew their kunai, eyes fixed on the left side, but a minute passed with no movement. Just as they thought Yi Chen had misjudged, a burst of applause came from the forest, followed by eerie laughter and footsteps. "Ha, as expected of the flame demon Sharingan Yi Chen, your perception is truly sharp." A gaunt figure emerged, clothes tattered, with a grimacing smile on his face like a zombie. The few people behind him were equally lifeless like corpses. This was the reason for their silent concealment. Yi Chen sensed the abnormality with his spiritual power and asked, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" This person wore Nani Wagakure attire and bore no other major village insignia, clearly not an ordinary ninja. The leader sneered, "We are the Great Ghost Clan, telling you this before we die." Before he finished speaking, the few behind him laughed in unison, creating a strange atmosphere. Yi Chen suddenly became alert. "Be careful, immediately block your hearing, this is a sonic illusion." The 6 Konoha ninjas' faces changed drastically, realizing that unknowingly, smiles had appeared at the corners of their mouths. They hurriedly covered their ears. If not for the timely warning, they might have been controlled by the genjutsu and quietly lost their lives. The Phantom Clan, seeing their scheme exposed, ceased the illusion, and their laughter gradually faded away. Only then did the Konoha ninja release their grip, their face still full of terror. Yi Chen remained calm throughout. He possessed the divine eye of illusion. Breaking all illusions were ineffective before him unless the opponent's mental strength far exceeded his. In today's ninja world, there were very few whose mental strength surpassed his. He didn't rush to take action but wanted to understand the purpose of the visitors, so he asked, "What do you want from me?" The Phantom did not hide anything and spoke frankly, "Of course, it's for the money. Someone has put a bounty on your head on the black market. Do you know how much you're worth?" Yi Chen said calmly, "It seems my life is quite valuable." The Phantom laughed proudly, "Naturally, otherwise our Phantom Clan wouldn't have gotten involved." This time, the Phantom only smiled and did not use any illusions, clearly knowing it would be useless against Yi Chen, so as not to waste energy. Yi Chen muttered softly, "Sure enough, bounty ninjas." Seeing that the opponent bore no insignia of any ninja village and had strange abilities, he had already suspected this, and now it was confirmed. He also guessed that the one behind the bounty was very likely Inoki. The latter always liked to use outside forces to deal with threats within the village, and Yi Chen was Inoki's prime target to eliminate. Using bounty ninjas to handle it made sense. Moreover, this was right at the center of the battlefield, and without support from Konoha or IWA ninjas, it would be difficult for bounty ninjas to infiltrate silently. The possibility of Konoha's involvement was slim. Although Danzo feared him, the current situation did not allow for rash moves. At least they needed to make use of him and finish this battle before taking action. So, it could only have been the IWA ninja who issued the bounty. But what exactly is the Ghost Clan? Whether in past or present lives, Yi-Chen had never heard of them. The name sounds like a bloodline clan. There are only three possibilities. First, the Ghost Clan is very small in number and rarely appears in the public eye. Second, this clan was already wiped out in the Ninja World Wars. Third, the clan doesn't exist at all and is a lie fabricated by the other party. Thinking this, Yi-Chen immediately activated his Sharingan to observe the few people in front of and behind him. Seeing this, the ghosts, perhaps feeling guilty or having other concerns, immediately ordered the few behind them to launch an attack. Yi-Chen did not make the first move. He let his 6 subordinates engage first while he watched coldly from the sidelines. To his surprise, at the very start of the confrontation, Konoha's side actually fell behind. These 6 were all elite Chunin. Being assigned this mission meant they were no ordinary people, yet they were caught off guard by the opponent's sudden assault. The reason was quite strange. Even Yi-Chen was shocked. He had only seen such a situation once before. The last time he fought root ninjas, the blood-binding demon-devouring barrier they used had a devouring effect very similar to what these people were experiencing. These people were not afraid of getting hurt at all. Instead, they launched suicide attacks against the Konoha ninjas. Several Konoha ninjas were caught off guard by this formation. After careful observation, Yi-Chen concluded that these people shared a trait with the Oni devourers from back then. They couldn't be killed. The difference was that the root ninjas back then used the blood-binding barrier, which caused that effect. But what exactly was going on with these people? Could it be that their bodies were fake, controlled by some kind of ninjutsu? The ninja world really did have such strange ninjutsu. Yi-Chen couldn't help but marvel at how vast and full of wonders the world was. Do they have any other abilities? Yi-Chen wondered. At that moment, a Konoha ninja seized the opportunity, stabbing a kunai into an enemy's eye and piercing through to the back of the head. But the opponent showed a strange smile. Strange patterns suddenly appeared on their body surface, and their body rapidly swelled. Just as it was about to explode, the Konoha ninja hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. At the critical moment, Yi-Chen rushed over and grabbed his arm, pushing off the ground with both feet, his body suddenly leaping backward. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed. The man had self-destructed, black corrupted blood and fragments of flesh and bone splattered, covering a 10-meter radius. After the dust settled, the surrounding flowers, trees, soil, and rocks were all corroded with pits of various sizes. If anyone had been within that range at the time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yi-Chen released the Konoha ninja's hand, ignoring his terrified expression, and turned to stare at the ghostly figure in the center of the scene. This explosion was enough to shake anyone's heart. It was now certain that these people were controlled by ghosts, likely using some secret technique to forge the corpses into puppets. As for the specific technique, Yi-Chen was still unclear. He looked around and saw dense figures emerging silently from the forest, surrounding them without a sound. Several Konoha Chunin saw this and quickly broke away to rush to Yi-Chen's side. "Captain, what should we do now?" "What to do?" Ghost sneered coldly and spoke first. "My target is Uchiha Yi-Chen. Those who know what's good for them should leave quickly, or die together." Although they all knew this was provocation, they couldn't help but look towards Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen's gaze was calm and steady, staring at Ghost while scanning the surroundings. "If I'm not mistaken, these people are all under your control." Yi-Chen thought of puppet techniques. If Ghost wanted to control corpses, there must be a medium, like the energy threads of a puppeteer. The opponent must be using similar means to control these people. "What do you mean?" Ghost pretended not to understand. But no matter how he pretended, Yi-Chen's Sharingan saw through him. When Yi-Chen said these people were controlled by him, a trace of strangeness appeared in Ghost's eyes. Yi-Chen finally confirmed his suspicion. He smiled confidently, ignoring the other party, and whispered to the Konoha ninja beside him, "Protect yourselves." After speaking, his figure flashed and he lunged toward Ghost not far away. Before setting off, he had already activated the Sharingan Genjutsu. Although separated by 20 or 30 meters, the Ghost was still controlled, standing motionless in place. Just as he expected, the other ghosts showed no reaction. Obviously, the main body was under the Genjutsu's control, and the puppets had no independent consciousness, so they wouldn't attack on their own. The moment the Genjutsu took effect, Yi-Chen was already beside the ghost. Drawing his long blade, a flash of blade light, and the ghost's head was instantly severed, rolling a few meters away. The pain allowed the opponent to break free from the Genjutsu's control. The ghost's constitution was special, like a puppet. Even losing its head was no big deal. It breathed heavily in anger, its voice hoarse and harsh. "Flame Demon Sharingan Yi-Chen, your mental power is astonishing. The Genjutsu is hard to escape, but you cannot kill me." Having said that, it controlled nearby puppets to self-destruct, scattering blood and flesh. But Yecheng had already flashed 20 meters away, casually chopping off a puppet's head to stop the explosion. In a series of swift movements, more heads were severed. Only then did the ghost react, manipulating the remaining puppets to launch an attack. Explosions rang out one after another, forcing Yecheng to temporarily evade, greatly restricting his movements. The puppets shouted in unison, "Uchiha Yecheng, stop struggling, we are immortal and indestructible, you cannot defeat us, give up, ha ha." These voices were full of demonic charm, trying to disturb Yecheng's thoughts, but to no avail. He slowly opened one Sharingan eye, white light enveloping his entire body, purifying all negative energy. The long blade slowly raised, pointing forward. Yecheng shouted, "Lightning step, instant break." This was the second level of the lightning release one sword slash, just right to test his recent training results. Blue electric light flashed, and his figure was almost invisible in the arena, only the blade's electric light and the sound of breaking air remained. Lightning step instant break emphasized speed and explosive power, with no flashy moves. Yecheng weaved through the arena, blade rising and falling, severing several heads in succession. The phantom simply couldn't control the puppet's self-destruction. The speed was too fast, even surpassing the opponent's visual transmission. As the number of corpse puppets killed by Yichen increased, the phantom's emotions gradually spiraled out of control, eventually becoming like a raging beast, completely losing reason and only knowing to continuously attack Yichen. Yichen felt a bit strange but was too lazy to think much about it. After all, this was just a minor trouble. 3 minutes later, Yichen chopped off the last puppet's head, and the phantom's emotions finally returned to normal. The phantom, now only a head, stared at Yichen, no longer ferocious, with a faint trace of caution flashing in his eyes. "Flame Demon Yichen, you are indeed strong, your strength ranks in the top 3 on the bounty list. Unfortunately, your bounty only ranks 10th, probably because no one truly understands you," the phantom said hoarsely. "Slowly, killing you would be such a waste." Yichen sneered disdainfully, thinking how confident could this head possibly be to say such things? Suddenly, the phantom laughed loudly. "Think I'm ridiculous? Don't forget, I am immortal, I possess the power of immortality." No sooner had the words fallen than the phantom's head and body suddenly self-destructed. Thick green liquid swirled in the air, emitting a faint mist. Seeing this, Yichen immediately retreated. The mist gradually dissipated, and the green liquid vanished without a trace. He carefully sensed and discovered a Konoha Chunin lying nearby, his body shriveled like a mummy, clearly dead. That person must have come into contact with the green liquid during the puppet explosion, becoming a medium for the specter. After his vital essence was drained, the specter quickly burrowed underground and escaped. The corpse rapidly decayed, completely losing all signs of life. Yichen speculated that the green liquid was the specter's spiritual anchor, with the body merely a vessel. The specter relied on parasitic